Traversing the unparalleled Tang Sect, I became the sole brother of Huo Yuhao. Initially, I intended to aid him in avenging the Duke of the White Tiger, yet I inadvertently uncovered an invisible hand orchestrating the course of his life. The God King Tang San, the Sea God trials, merely a scheme to pave the way for his daughter's marriage. This time, I have equipped myself with the Eye of Fate plugin, enabling me to perceive all the divine realm's machinations. Yuhao, do not trust his trials. Behind them lies the hypocrisy of the God King. Wang Qiuer, you should not sacrifice yourself for anyone. Your destiny is yours to command. As Huo Yuhao breaks free from his shackles, and the God King's schemes unravel, the entire divine realm shall tremble. My name is Lin Feng, a man destined to challenge even the God King. Chapter 1. The beginning of my unexpected journey. I became Huo Yuhao's brother. In the star Luo Empire on the border. The night was as dark as ink, the cold wind as sharp as a blade. Within a dilapidated earth temple, a frail figure huddled in a corner, shivering uncontrollably. His name was Huo Yuhao, 11 years of age, having just escaped the suffocating confines of the Duke of the White Tiger's estate. The frigid ground sapped away the last remnants of warmth from his body. His stomach was empty, the pangs of hunger resembling an invisible hand clutching tightly at his gut. Mother! Huo Yuhao wrapped his arms around himself, murmuring unconsciously. Tears streamed down his cheeks. Mingling with the dirt on his face, he recalled the look of unwillingness and worry in his mother's eyes before her passing, remembering the torment and humiliation she endured within the Duke's estate. The flames of hatred burned within his chest, yet they were accompanied by a deeper sense of confusion and helplessness. Where lay his future? He did not know. Just as Huo Yuhao's consciousness was about to be consumed by the cold and hunger, a flicker of orange-eared fire abruptly illuminated the entrance of the temple. A figure entered, not much taller than him, appearing to be around 11 or 12 years old. The newcomer was clad in a clean linen shirt, presenting a stark contrast to Huo Yuhao's disheveled state. He held a torch in one hand and, astonishingly, a roasted hare, sizzling and aromatic, in the other. Gurgle. Huo Yuhao's stomach betrayed him with a loud growl, his eyes fixated on the roasted hare, his throat involuntarily swallowing. The boy evidently heard the sound. He turned and revealed a friendly smile on his handsome face. Hey, are you also a runaway? The boy approached Huo Yuhao, placing the torch in the ground beside him, then generously tore off a succulent hind leg of the hare and offered it to him. Here, eat up, it's freshly roasted. Huo Yuhao was momentarily stunned. Since fleeing the Duke's estate, he had encountered nothing but cold glares and hostility. This sudden act of kindness left him a loss. He gazed at the hare leg before him and then into the boy's sincere eyes. Ultimately, unable to resist the hunger gnawing at him, he trembled as he accepted it, devouring it ravenously. As the steaming meat filled his belly, a wave of warmth surged through him, momentarily dispelling some of the cold and easing the tension in Huo Yuhao's nerves. To him, my name is Lin Feng, and you? The youth settled beside him, delicately savoring the rabbit meat. Huo Yuhao, he replied, his words somewhat indistinct. Huo Yuhao. Lin Feng paused as chewing, a glimmer of discernment flashing in his eyes. A fine name. Yet, you do not appear to be the child of an ordinary family. This fabric, though tattered, is of exquisite silk. A wave of alarm washed over Huo Yuhao, who regarded Lin Feng with suspicion. Lin Feng seemed oblivious to his wariness and continued. In your gaze, I see resentment, animosity, but more prominently, a profound sense of confusion regarding the future. You carry the weight of deep-seated enmity. Yet you are uncertain of your path. Am I correct? Boom. These words struck Huo Yuhao's mind like a thunderclap. He stared in astonishment at Lin Feng. This youth who appeared to be of similar age. How could he so effortlessly unveil the concealed emotions within him? How do you know? Huo Yuhao's voice trembled. Just a guess. Lin Feng smiled gently, his demeanor imbued with a calmness and wisdom beyond his years. Because I, too, am an orphan, once wandering in darkness, seeking direction like you. The term orphan pierced Huo Yuhao's heart, dismantling his defenses in an instant, causing tears to well up in his eyes. Lin Feng placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, his tone growing earnest. Huo Yuhao, harboring hatred is futile. It will only lead you astray, causing you to make grave mistakes. What you need is strength, and absolute power to crush your enemies beneath your feet. Strength, Huo Yuhao murmured, for the first time igniting a flame of hope within his gaze. Yes, strength. Lin Feng's voice resonated with conviction that if you seek vengeance, you must grow stronger, 100-fold, 1,000-fold stronger than your foes. You must become a soul master, a powerful soul master. He rose and approached the temple entrance, gazing into the inky night sky, his voice imbued with an almost magical allure. "This world is vast, far beyond your imagination. The Duke of the White Tiger's estate is merely a drop in the ocean. Your future should not be shackled by hatred in that confined space. From this day forth, you shall no longer walk alone." Lin Feng turned to Huo Yuhao, extending his hand, his gaze intense. "I am Lin Feng, a few months your senior, and from now on, I shall be your brother. Together, we shall explore this world and behold the breathtaking vistas at its pinnacle." As Huo Yuhao beheld Lin Feng's outstretched hand and felt the compelling strength in his words, he could no longer contain himself, tears streaming down his face. He lunged forward, not merely to grasp Lin Feng's hand, but to embrace him tightly, sobbing uncontrollably. This was the first warmth he had felt since leaving the Duke's estate, the first glimpse of hope. "Brother." The word brother emerged from his lips, a heart-wrenching cry filled with the essence of rebirth. Lin Feng gently patted his back, a smile gracing his lips. "Half a year into my journey in this world, I finally managed to intercept the future god of emotions before the narrative unfolds." Indeed, Lin Feng is a traveler from another realm, an avid reader of web novels. He could hardly have imagined that he would truly traverse into the world of Doluo continent, particularly during the era of the unparalleled Tang Sect, a period that had long left him feeling unsettled. Observing the tearful Huo Yuhao in his embrace, Lin Feng was overwhelmed with emotions. "Oh, not worry, my brother. In this lifetime, I shall protect you. The god King Tang Sect intends to use you as a pawn for his son-in-law. He must first seek my consent. What trials of the sea god, what sacrifices for love, let them all be cast aside. Your destiny shall be yours to command." The following morning, the city's martial soul awakening ceremony commenced. According to Lin Feng's plan, the first task for the two brothers was to awaken their martial souls. "Brother, what do you think our martial souls will be?" Huo Yuhao asked nervously, clutching Lin Feng's clothing tightly. "Fear not, they shall undoubtedly be the finest martial souls." Lin Feng replied with a confident smile that he was well aware that Huo Yuhao would awaken the spirit eye. Although his innate soul power was only at level 1, he was destined to become the future god of emotions. As for himself, he too was filled with anticipation. Soon, it was their turn. The sole master responsible for the awakening was a middle-aged man with a somewhat lackadaisical demeanor. Huo Yuhao, innate soul power level 1. Martial soul, spirit EYS. The crystal ball emitted a faint glow. The soul master blandly announced the result. A ripple of barely concealed laughter echoed around them. Huo Yuhao's face turned ashen. "Level 1 soul power. How could this be?" "Do not be afraid," Lin Feng reassured him, placing a hand on his shoulder. "The quality of a martial soul does not lie in its innate soul power, but rather in its potential for future growth. Trust me, your martial soul possesses boundless potential." With that, Lin Feng stepped forward calmly and placed his hand upon the awakening stone. Buzz! A strange surge of energy coursed through his body. In the next moment, rather than any tangible object or beast manifesting behind him, his right eye underwent a sudden transformation. The once black pupil vanished, replaced by a complex array radiating a soft purple golden light, seemingly composed of countless mysterious runes. This array spun slowly, profound and enigmatic, as if it could pierce through time and foresee the future. What kind of martial soul is this? The awakening soul master stood up in shock, his expression one of disbelief. He had never encountered such a peculiar martial soul. A realization dawned upon Lin Feng, and a surge of understanding flooded his mind. Martial soul, eye of destiny. In that moment, within his right eye's vision, a line of luminous text, visible only to him, gradually materialized. Detected deviation in the fate trajectory of key figure Huo Yuhao. Anti-Tang Sect system is loading. Chapter 2. The Script of Destiny? Torn asunder. A million-year soul ring awaits your selection. Anti-Tang Sect external system, successfully loaded. Current world, Doluo continent. Core mission, assist Huo Yuhao in escaping Tang Sect's fate manipulation, achieving true autonomy in life. Beginner-esque gift package distributed, Destiny script, primary. A cascade of information flowed like data streams before Lin Feng's eye of destiny, ultimately crystallizing into focus. A script of fate? Lin Feng silently pondered. With a mere thought, a pale blue virtual screen unfurled before him, vividly displaying two distinctly divergent texts. Original script, Tang Sect's revised edition. Event, expedition to the Star Doe Forest. Characters, Huo Yuhao. Plot summary. Huo Yuhao enters the Star Doe Forest alone, encountering the perilous assault of a 10-year soul beast, the Wind Baboon. In a moment of life-threatening danger, he is rescued by Tangya and Bei, members of the Tang Sect. Subsequently, guided by Tangya, he merges with the dormant million-year spirit beast, the heavenly dream eye silkworm, becoming an unprecedented bearer of a million-year soul ring, and joins the Tang Sect. Tang Sect's annotation. This marks the inception of Yuhao's destiny. The heavenly dream eye silkworm will serve as the cornerstone of his spiritual sea, paving the way for the fusion of more powerful soul rings in the future. The Tang Sect is the first station I have chosen for him, facilitating observation and guidance. Observing this familiar narrative, a cold smile crept upon Lin Feng's lips. Just as expected, Tang Sect's scheme had commenced the moment Huo Yuhao stepped out of the Duke's residence. What serendipity, what coincidence, were merely the meticulously orchestrated threads of a script.
He shifted his gaze to the other side. Current script, Lin Feng's intervention version. Event, expedition to the Star Doe Forest. Characters, Huo Yuhao, Lin Feng. Plot summary, encouraged by his elder brother Lin Feng, Huo Yuhao regains his confidence. The two resolve to venture together into the Star Doe Forest to procure Huo Yuhao's first soul ring. System prompt, your presence has successfully altered the solitary perilous beginning. Reward, destiny points, 10 points. Destiny points, usable for enhancing the Eye of Destiny or redeeming fate hints at critical moments. So it is, Lin Feng understood. This external system was designed to upend Tang Sect's chessboard. Not only could he perceive Tang Sect's original plan, but he could also obtain rewards through altering the narrative, systematically dismantling his opponent's strategies. Brother, shall we truly venture to the Star Doe Forest? Beside him, Huo Yuhao's voice pulled Lin Feng from his reverie. He gazed at his own hands, imbued with merely a level 1 soul power, his eyes brimming with uncertainty. The derisive echoes of those who mocked him as a failure still resonated in his ears. Lin Feng retracted the system screen, turned, and ruffled Huo Yuhao's hair. Smiling, what is this afraid? I'm not afraid. Huo Yuhao stubbornly raised his head. I'm merely afraid of being a burden to you. A burden? Lin Feng chuckled softly as he crouched down, gazing intently into Huo Yuhao's eyes. Yuhao, remember this. Your spirit eye martial soul is far from being worthless. Its potential exceeds everyone's imagination. A low innate soul power does not signify future weakness. He pointed to his own right eye. My martial soul is called the Eye of Fate, and one of its abilities is to perceive potential that others cannot see. I assure you, one day you will become a formidable force that commands the respect of the entire continent. Lin Feng's words were imbued with an undeniable confidence, as if he were declaring an established truth. Huo Yuhao stared at his mysterious purple-golden right eye, and the feelings of anxiety and inferiority within him gradually dissipated. Brother, I believe you, he replied earnestly, nodding vigorously. That's the spirit, Lin Feng exclaimed, rising to his feet and pulling him toward the outskirts of the city. Come, let us prepare. We are merely hunting 10-year soul beasts, and with me by your side, you shall be safeguarded. Half a day later, on the periphery of the Star Doe Forest, Lin Feng and Huo Yuhao appeared, with a few copper soul coins generously given by kind-hearted souls in the city following their awakening ceremony. They purchased some provisions and water before hastily making their way to the forest. Yuhao, stay close to me. As they entered the forest, Lin Feng's demeanor instantly turned serious. His Eye of Fate slowly rotated, transforming the surroundings into a different realm in his vision. The drifting soul power in the air, the lurking creatures in the distant grass, and even the trajectory of the wind brushing through the leaves seemed to be decoded into fundamental information. Warning of fate, 30 meters to the left. There is a 10-year soul beast, the stabbing boar, known for its ferocity. Avoidance is advised. Warning of fate, on the right treetop. There is a web of a 100-year soul beast, the ghost-faced demon spider, accompanied by a faint toxin. A detour is recommended. A series of warning messages flashed before Lin Feng's eyes. Calmly, he guided Huo Yuhao, swerving left and right, skillfully evading the hidden dangers. Initially, Huo Yuhao felt a tinge of nervousness, but soon he was astonished to discover an unprecedented sense of safety in following Lin Feng. On multiple occasions, he sensed a chilling presence from a particular direction, yet Lin Feng always managed to lead him onto another seemingly ordinary path. Brother, you are incredible. How do you know where the dangers lie? Huo Yuhao's eyes sparkled with admiration. It's simply the keen intuition of a child from the mountains, Lin Feng explained casually. He could hardly reveal that he possessed a comprehensive map-like perspective, could he? As they ventured deeper, however, Lin Feng's Eye of Fate suddenly experienced an unexpected and intense pain. A profound sense of crisis surged through him, akin to a piercing needle in his mind. The warning messages in his vision transformed from mere text into blinding crimson. High-risk warning. High-risk warning. Divine consciousness detected from the Divine Realm. Source, Divine Realm Committee, see God Tang Sect. Warning, the opposing party is monitoring the key figure. Huo Yuhao, your presence has been preliminarily sensed, posing a risk of exposure. An intense chill gripped Lin Feng's heart. He understood that this was Tang Sect surveying his future son-in-law. Yuhao, lie down and concentrate. Without hesitation, Lin Feng promptly pressed Huo Yuhao down into the dense thicket, simultaneously unleashing the brilliance of his Eye of Fate. System, expend fate points to shield against mental probing. Received. Consuming 10 fate points, initiating fate mist. In an instant, an invisible and arcane force emanated from Lin Feng's right eye, enveloping him and Huo Yuhao in a thick, mist-like shroud. In the distant realm of the divine, within the sea goddess hall, a handsome and imposing figure furrowed his brow in contemplation. How peculiar. Tang Sect's mental energy surged through the Star Doe Forest like a tide. He could distinctly perceive Huo Yuhao's location. However, when he endeavored to further investigate the state of affairs, it felt as though a thin veil obstructed his vision, rendering it unclear. There was also the presence of an unfamiliar soul aura. Was it merely an illusion? After a brief calculation, he found the threads of fate to be shrouded in obscurity. Very well, as long as the general direction is correct. Dream of heaven, it's up to you now. With that, the mental tide receded, momentarily diverting the gaze of the divine realm. Amidst the thicket, Lin Feng slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. Mental energy has withdrawn. Warning, the level of your fate mist is too low. It can only achieve temporary shielding and interference, unable to completely isolate. Please enhance your strength and accumulate more fate points promptly. Understood. Lin Feng helped the still-dazed Huo Yuhao to his feet, his expression unusually grave. The overwhelming pressure he had just sensed, albeit a mere glimpse, had imparted an immense weight upon him. Confronting a divine king was indeed no trivial matter. Brother, what was that just now? Huo Yuhao asked, still shaken. It was nothing, merely a passing 10,000-year-soul beast. Lin Feng reassured him, brushing off the dust from his clothes. Do not fear, it has departed. He chose not to divulge the truth. Telling Huo Yuhao that he was being targeted as a pawn by a divine king would serve no purpose other than to instill fear. They must proceed carefully, step by step. Yet, at that moment, Lin Feng's eye of fate began to pulsate wildly once more. This time, it was not a warning of crisis, but rather a complex signal intermingled with extreme peril and boundless opportunity. In his right eye's vision, a massive, golden arrow appeared out of thin air, pointing deep into the forest. Epic opportunity alert. The million-year soul beast, dream of heaven ice silkworm, has awakened. It is releasing a mental probe, seeking a host whose mental essence remains untainted. Warning, its immense mental power has attracted the covetous gaze of the Ice Emperor Scorpion. Life and death hang in the balance, where opportunity and crisis coexist. According to the original script, Huo Yuhao will passively merge. System prompt. Would you like to spend 100 fate points to exchange for the perfect fusion plan? This plan allows you to dominate the fusion process, securing maximum benefits for Huo Yuhao, with the potential to intercept a portion of the original power. Upon seeing the prompt before him, Lin Feng's breath quickened. Here it was. The first and most crucial turning point that would alter Huo Yuhao's fate had finally arrived. Chapter 3. The God King Interception. This million-year soul ring is mine to command. As Lin Feng's gaze fell upon the query regarding the expenditure of 100 fate points, his pupils constricted sharply. A monumental dilemma lay before him. His fate points had been nearly depleted when he had just shielded Tang Sect's divine consciousness, leaving him with a mere 0 points. Without funds, how could he exchange for the plan? Brother, what is wrong with you? Huo Yuhao noticed Lin Feng's unusual demeanor, observing the violet golden radiance surging from Lin Feng's right eye, as if something was about to burst forth. There was no time for explanations. Yuhao, follow me. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Feng grasped Huo Yuhao's hand and dashed toward the direction indicated by the golden arrow. Time was of the essence. The ice blue Emperor Scorpion could arrive at any moment, and once Tang Sect's script began to unfold, intervening would become exceedingly difficult. Lacking the points to exchange for the perfect plan, I shall create one myself. System, although I have no points. You must enlighten me on the core differences between perfect fusion and passive fusion. Lin Feng inquired rapidly within his mind, detected the host's strong desire to break the deadlock, providing basic information free of charge. The core difference lies in the dominion. In passive fusion, Huo Yuhao serves as the vessel, while the heavenly dream ice silkworm is the energy entity, with the process subtly guided by Tang Sect's divine consciousness for stability, preventing Huo Yuhao from reaping full benefits. In perfect fusion, Huo Yuhao is the master, and the heavenly dream ice silkworm is the partner, with you steering the process. You can assist Huo Yuhao in constructing a more robust sea of consciousness, acquiring more powerful soul skills, and even intercepting a trace of original power beneficial to yourself. That is sufficient. With this crucial information, Lin Feng felt a surge of confidence. His eye of fate operated at full capacity, allowing him to deftly navigate the dangers along their path. The two figures transformed into streaks of light, racing through the forest towards the pivotal moment of destiny. Soon, they came to a stop before a clearing. At the center of the clearing lay a gigantic silkworm, over 3 meters long and as translucent as crystal, lazily sprawled on the ground, exuding a soft white glow. It was the heavenly dream ice silkworm. At this moment, it appeared utterly content, releasing its spiritual power like a vast net, sifting through the forest for suitable prey. This is it. Lin Feng felt a thrill of joy in his heart. However, before he could approach, a voice filled with surprise and grievance rang directly in the minds of Lin Feng and Huo Yuhao. Oh, two little ones. Your spiritual essence is so pure, especially that slender one. It appeared as pristine as a blank canvas. How splendid. At last, I am free from the relentless pursuit of that wretched scorpion. The heavenly dream ice silkworm evidently noticed them. Its massive form twisted as it attempted to rush towards Huo Yuhao. Halt. Lin Feng stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Huo Yuhao, his voice a sharp command, also emanating from his mental prowess. The ice silkworm's movement abruptly froze, its minute eyes filled with confusion. Little one, why do you obstruct me? I seek him, not you. Rest assured, I shall not harm him. As long as he merges with me, I will ensure he enjoys a life of luxury and indulgence. And together we shall become the mightiest existence on Dolawa continent. The mightiest existence? Lin Feng chuckled, his laughter laced with disdain. Is that the pinnacle of existence? To be a pawn and a power source for the God King? God, the God King. The ice silkworm's colossal body quivered, its tone shifting in pitch. How do you know of the God King? Its urgency to find a host stemmed from a recent encounter with a terrifying will from the distant divine realm, cautioning it to remain in place, awaiting a destined child to merge with. That ominous will came from the God King Tang Sect. Though the ice silkworm was simple-minded, it had lived for 1,000,000 years and was no fool. It instinctively sensed a grand conspiracy at play. It was likely not destined for a benevolent role, but rather to become an energy vessel. Thus, it sought to escape in advance, aiming to find a host and seize control. Observing its reaction, Lin Feng knew his gamble was vindicated. He gazed directly at the ice silkworm with the eye of destiny, his voice dripping with seduction. I not only know of the God King, but I am also aware that in his narrative, you are to be pursued by a 39,999-year-old ice emperor scorpion. Then, at Huo Yuhao's most perilous moment, you will heroically emerge to merge, staging a heart-wrenching act of sacrifice. In that moment, Huo Yuhao will be grateful. The God King will reward you. Yet your million years of cultivation and free will shall be shackled within his mental domain, serving as the most impeccable stepping stone on his path to divinity as his future son-in-law. Is this what you desire? Each of Lin Feng's words struck the ice silkworm's heart like a sledgehammer. The ice silkworm was rendered utterly dumbfounded. It merely wished to flee, never expecting that the other party was privy to the script. Who are you? A hint of fear crept into the ice silkworm's voice. Who I am is of little consequence. Lin Feng gestured towards Huo Yuhao behind him, casting his own bargaining chip. What matters is that I can offer you a far superior choice, a choice free from the God King's manipulation, allowing you to exist as a partner rather than an energy vessel. Do you have a way? The ice silkworm was skeptical yet intrigued. Indeed. Lin Feng replied with a confident smile. We can forge an equitable symbiotic contract. You shall become his soul ring, and he will serve as your vessel. Your powers will be shared, yet your souls will remain independent. He will defend you against external threats, and you will aid him in enhancing his strength. Most importantly, throughout this entire process, I shall take the lead and guard against any prying eyes from the divine realm. Is this truly feasible? The heavenly dream ice silkworm was stirred. Suddenly, a violent tremor erupted from the distant ground, as an icy breath approached with terrifying speed. The ice blue emperor scorpion is coming. There is no time for hesitation. Lin Feng commanded sternly, trust me, or be ensnared by it, and follow the script of the God King. The choice is yours. I believe in you. I believe in you. Under the looming threat of death, the heavenly dream ice silkworm dared not hesitate any longer. Its massive form transformed into a streak of light, dashing towards Huo Yuhao in an instant. Yuhao, sit cross-legged and stabilize your mind. Envision your spiritual world as an ocean. No matter what transpires, maintain its tranquility. Lin Feng directed loudly. Huo Yuhao immediately complied. Although he could not comprehend the exchange between Lin Feng and the colossal creature, his trust in Lin Feng was absolute. Buzz. The white light of the heavenly dream ice silkworm instantly merged into Huo Yuhao's third eye. The next moment, Huo Yuhao's body trembled violently, his complexion turning pale as if he were enduring immense agony. Brother, do not get distracted. This is your opportunity. Lin Feng's eye of destiny radiated with a resplendent golden light as a stream of his mental power penetrated into Huo Yuhao's sea of spirit. Within the vision of the eye of destiny, Huo Yuhao's spiritual ocean was currently surging with colossal waves. The vast and unparalleled essence of the heavenly dream ice silkworm surged in like a sun, threatening to burst this fragile ocean. Heavenly dream. Contract your essence. Do not recklessly charge ahead like a fool. Condense it into a needle and pierce the depths of the sea of spirit. Lin Feng roared with mental force. Oh, understood. The heavenly dream ice silkworm scrambled to comply. Yuhao, guide it. Use your spiritual eye to discern the trajectory of its power. Carve a pathway for it. Do not block it, but rather facilitate its flow. Under Lin Feng's meticulous coordination, the previously chaotic fusion process miraculously transformed into a semblance of order. Huo Yuhao's spiritual eye martial soul began to evolve rapidly, spurred by the immense spiritual power of the heavenly dream ice silkworm, which, under Lin Feng's guidance, perfectly infused its strength into the foundations of Huo Yuhao's sea of spirit. At that moment, a glimmer of brilliance flickered in Lin Feng's eyes. An opportunity. He maneuvered his thread of mental power, seizing the moment when the essence of the heavenly dream ice silkworm was reshaping Huo Yuhao's sea of spirit. Akin to a nimble thief, silently extracting a sliver of the purest essence from the vast golden ocean and melding it into his eye of destiny. Detected a million-year-old spiritual essence. Do you wish to absorb it? Yes. Boom. A refreshing and formidable power surged into Lin Feng's right eye, making it feel as though his eye of destiny had been infused with the finest lubricant, its previously obscure operation now flowing with unparalleled smoothness. The eye of destiny has been strengthened, the range of destiny warnings has expanded, and the effects of the mist of destiny have been enhanced. Successfully leading an epic opportunity has significantly altered critical plot lines, rewarding 500 destiny points. Lin Feng suppressed the overwhelming joy within him and redirected all his focus back to the fusion process. Time seemed to stretch endlessly until at last, Huo Yuhao's sea of spirit was calm once more. The immense spiritual essence of the heavenly dream ice silkworm transformed into a colossal golden halo, gently hovering at the center of Huo Yuhao's sea of spirit, harmoniously reflecting with his spiritual eye martial soul. Externally, Huo Yuhao's body ceased to tremble. 1 circle. 2 circles, 7 full circles of golden soul rings ascended slowly from beneath his feet. But that was not the end. The 7 soul rings ultimately merged into one, evolving into an unprecedented soul ring that radiated a dazzling platinum brilliance, a light that surpassed even that of the sun. Its hue defied any known classification of soul ring ranks. Perfect fusion succeeded. Huo Yuhao's first soul ring, Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm. Age, 1 million years. First soul skill, optimized version mental detection and sharing. Range increased by 300. capable of real-time sharing of the detection visuals with a designated target, Lin Feng, accompanied by a destiny mark, allowing for constant awareness of the other's condition. At that moment, a roar filled with rage erupted from nearby. A colossal scorpion, entirely emerald green and resembling an exquisite jade sculpture, appeared at the edge of the clearing. It was the ice-green Emperor Scorpion. Sensing the absence of the heavenly dream ice silkworm, it furiously struck the ground with its massive claws, yet found no trace. Lin Feng pulled Huo Yuhao, who had just opened his eyes, and flashed a provocative smile at the enraged scorpion. Let us go, Yuhao. He turned away, concealing his achievements and renown, leaving behind only a legend and a furious ice-green Emperor Scorpion seething in impotent rage. Chapter 4. An unexpected encounter with Tang? No, this is my script. In the early morning of the Star Doe Forest, sunlight filtered through layers of leaves, casting dappled shadows. Huo Yuhao sat cross-legged, slowly opening his eyes. In that instant, the entire world transformed in his perception. His eyes, once merely clear, now seemed to contain a profound starry sky. He could distinctly observe the frequency of a beetle's wings vibrating 100 meters away, hear the sound of earthworms stirring in the depths below, and even scent the mingling aromas of various plants and soul beasts carried by the wind. This was an unprecedented sensation of mastery over all. Is this my power? Huo Yuhao murmured, his voice filled with incredulous astonishment. He glanced down at his hands, no longer that confused youth with only first-level soul power, but rather a vessel of vast and pure soul energy flowing steadily through his meridians, like a mighty river in full torrent. How does it feel? Lin Feng's voice resonated nearby, as he leaned against a grand tree, leisurely observing Huo Yuhao. Brother, Huo Yuhao exclaimed, rising with fervor, rushing to Lin Feng, his eyes brimming with admiration and gratitude. I feel utterly transformed. All of this is thanks to you. He understood that, without Lin Feng, his best possible outcome might have been a dismal fusion with the heavenly dream ice silkworm, relegating him to a mere pawn in some divine narrative. Yet now, he felt he was the master of his own destiny. Foolish boy, we are brothers. There is no need for such formality, Lin Feng chuckled, giving his shoulder a reassuring pat. Now, let us see your first soul skill. All right. Huo Yuhao nodded earnestly, closing his eyes and focusing his thoughts. A hum resonated as an invisible wave of mental energy emanated from him, rippling outward like waves on water. In the next moment, a completely new perspective unfurled in Lin Feng's mind. It was a three-dimensional panoramic map centered around Huo Yuhao, with a radius exceeding 500 meters. On this map, every tree, every rock, every bird and beast was distinctly marked in an energetic form. Strength, attributes, distance, every detail was crystal clear. More astonishingly, Huo Yuhao directly shared control of this vision with him. Brother, can you see it? Brother Tianming said this is our unique ability after merging, called Fate Link. As long as I wish, you can see everything I see. Huo Yuhao's excited voice echoed in Lin Feng's mind. I see it, Lin Feng replied, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. The effect surpassed his expectations. This was no mere mental probing. It was akin to a personal battlefield radar, equipped with friend or foe identification and real-time sharing functions. Excellent. Lin Feng's eye of fate shimmered with a golden-purple glow as he began to issue commands through this shared vision. Yuhao, concentrate your mental power and scan the area 300 meters to your left, behind that rock about a person's height. Yes. Huo Yuhao's mental energy swiftly locked onto the target, like a precise probe. A clearer image materialized in their shared vision. A 10-year-old soul beast, the shadow wolf, entirely black with sharp fangs, lurked behind the rock, seemingly waiting for its prey. I see it, it's a shadow wolf. Do not make a sound. Lin Feng's voice was calm and steady. Now, follow my instructions. Condense your mental energy into an invisible needle and quietly prick the joint of its left hind leg. Do not aim to kill. Merely inflict a brief sting to disrupt its ambush. Understood. Huo Yuhao inhaled deeply, cautiously maneuvering his vast mental power as per Lin Feng's guidance. This was an entirely new challenge for him, akin to asking a newly wealthy young man to learn the delicate art of embroidery. Yet, remarkably, under Lin Feng's clear instructions, he truly managed to condense a surge of mental energy. Whoosh! An invisible mental spike accurately struck the hind joint of the shadow wolf. Howl! The lurking shadow wolf suddenly leaped, as if stung by a scorpion, bewilderedly glancing back at its leg, its stealth mode abruptly disrupted. Success! Huo Yuhao was nearly overwhelmed with excitement. Well done! Lin Feng generously praised. Yuhao, remember this feeling. Your mental power can not only perceive, but also attack. From now on, you shall be the eyes and the most lethal assassin of our team. Huo Yuhao nodded vigorously, his eyes brimming with brilliance. Just then, Lin Feng's eye of fate emitted a faint warning. Fate alert, 3 kilometers southeast, soul power fluctuations detected. 2 soul masters are being besieged by a pack of century-old wind blade wolves, one of whom is in a perilous state. Key figures detected. Tangya, Bei. Original script triggered. Huo Yuhao will be passively drawn into battle and will be rescued by Tangya and Bei. Lin Feng gazed at this message, a cold smile curling upon his lips. Still wishing to follow your script? Dream on. Yuhao, we have work to do. Lin Feng's smile vanished, his expression turning serious. 3 kilometers southeast, 2 individuals are under attack by wolves. We must go save them. Save them? Huo Yuhao was taken aback, but brother, rest assured. I'm not asking you to engage in a head-on confrontation. A glimmer of wisdom sparkled in Lin Feng's eyes. Have you forgotten what our greatest advantage is at this moment? Huo Yuhao instantly grasped it. Mental detection. Exactly. Lin Feng snapped his fingers, declaring, on the battlefield, he who possesses information reigns supreme. Come, brother, let me take you to experience what it means to fight from a divine perspective. 3 kilometers away, in a clearing among the trees. How infuriating. Why won't these beasts relent? A tall young man with blue hair wielded a blue-purple dragon-patterned spear, each swing accompanied by the crackling sound of thunder. He was Bei Bei, the descendant of the dragon god Doluamuin. Behind him, a frail young girl clad in a blue dress struggled to summon her martial spirit, blue silvergrass. Vines erupted from the ground, attempting to thwart the advance of the wolves, yet they were swiftly torn apart by the sharp claws of the beasts. She was Tang, the current leader of the Tang Sect. They were surrounded by a full 15-century-old wind-blade wolves, including a massive alpha wolf, its cultivation nearing a millennium. Xiaoya, you go first. I'll hold them off. Bei Bei shouted anxiously as he repelled 2 wind-blade wolves with a thrust of his spear. No, we must leave together. Tanya gritted her teeth, a trickle of blood escaping her lips, clearly exhausted of soul power. Roar. At that moment, the Wolf King seized upon a flaw in Bei Bei's defense, transforming into a blue whirlwind and lunging towards him with lightning speed. Bei Bei's expression changed drastically. He could sense that he could not evade this strike. It's over. Tanya despairingly closed her eyes. Yet, in this critical moment, an unexpectedly youthful yet remarkably composed voice resounded abruptly within the minds of Bei Bei and Tanya. 3 steps to the left, turn and shoot. Strike it in the left eye. The voice arrived with such suddenness that Bei Bei barely had time to contemplate. His body instinctively executed the command. He lunged 3 steps to the left, twisting his body at an astonishing angle, his Thunder Dragon spear transforming into a flash of lightning, piercing forth with unparalleled precision. With a sickening squelch, the Wolf King was swift, but his gun was swifter. A piercing scream echoed as the Wolf King's left eye was instantly penetrated, blood gushing forth. The ambush had failed, and he was severely wounded. Bei Bei himself was taken aback. He had never anticipated such an extraordinary feat from himself. Don't dawdle. The voice rang out again, imbued with an irrefutable authority. Tanya, use your blue silvergrass to ensnare the injured left leg of the lead wolf. Bei Bei, seize this moment. Attack the third wolf on the right flank. It is the deputy leader of the pack. Slay it, and chaos shall ensue among them. Tanya and Bei Bei exchanged a glance, both recognizing the shock mirrored in each other's eyes, though they were uncertain of the voice's origin. The current predicament left them no choice but to trust it. Blue silver spike. Thunderous fury. The 2 struck simultaneously, their coordination impeccable. The injured Wolf King was tripped by the vines, while the deputy leader was sent flying by a violent bolt of lightning, meeting an instant demise. With the lead wolf grievously wounded and the deputy leader slain, the remaining Windblade wolves fell into disarray, each fighting for themselves. An opportunity. Now is the time. 15 degrees to the right, the smallest one, it fears thunder. Watch out for a sneak attack from behind. Under the precise guidance of the mysterious voice, Bei Bei and Tang, you seemed to transform into deities of war. Each strike was perfectly timed, and every collaboration was a masterpiece of synergy. What could have been a fatal siege was transformed by their prowess into a thrilling slaughter. 10 minutes later, the last Windblade wolf fell, howling in defeat. On the open ground remained only the panting Bei Bei and Tanya, amidst a sea of wolf carcasses. Was that voice just now yours, esteemed one? Bei Bei tightened his grip on the spear, scanning the surroundings warily as he called out. It was us. As the words fell, Lin Feng emerged from the nearby woods, leading Huo Yuhao. Upon seeing merely 2 children of around 11 or 12 years, Bei Bei and Tanya were left astounded. It was you directing us? Tanya could hardly believe her eyes. To be precise, he managed to look out while I provided the commands. Lin Feng indicated Huo Yuhao beside him, a faint smile gracing his lips. He approached Tanya, extending his hand in a gesture of goodwill. I am Lin Feng, and this is my younger brother Huo Yuhao. We are passing soul masters who noticed your plight and offered our assistance. Gazing into Lin Feng's clear and profound eyes, Tanya found her defenses lowered significantly for reasons unknown. She extended her hand and gently shook hands with Lin Feng. Thank you both. My name is Tanya, and this is my boyfriend, Bei Bei. You have saved our lives. However, at the moment their palms touched, Lin Feng's eye of fate suddenly jolted. A line of blood-red text flashed before his eyes. Detected ominous aura, the curse of the evil soul master. Detected twisted oath, the obsession to revive the Tang Sect. Warning, this person's fate has been severely eroded by darkness, slipping toward an irretrievable abyss. Lin Feng felt a chill in his heart, but maintained an impassive facade as he released her hand. He gazed at the girl before him, whose face bore gratitude but whose eyes concealed an inextricable melancholy and obsession, and he inwardly sighed. Another unfortunate soul tormented by fate. It seems I must venture to the Tang Sect. However, it must be done according to my own rules. Tanya, is it? Lin Feng smiled faintly, a hint of mystery in his expression. Your blue silvergrass is quite special, but if I'm not mistaken, it appears to be ill. Chapter 5, Turning the Tables. The Tang Sect master invites me to join. Lin Feng's seemingly casual remark about the illness of the blue silvergrass struck like a boulder cast into a tranquil lake, sending tumultuous waves through Tanya and Bei Bei's hearts. Bei Bei's pupils constricted sharply, instinctively positioning Tanya behind him, his Thunder Dragon spear humming ominously as he stared warily at Lin Feng. What do you mean? Xiaoya's martial spirit is blue silver grass, a symbol of the Tang Sect, their final pride. To say it is ill is, to Bei, nothing short of provocation. However, Tangya's reaction was far more complex. The color drained from her pale face, and her body trembled uncontrollably, not from anger, but from fear. A fear of having her innermost secrets laid bare. Brother, is what you said true? Huo Yuhao, too, was astonished, perceiving Tang Ye's emotional turmoil through their shared vision of fate. Of course, Lin Feng's voice, though soft, resonated clearly in everyone's ears. He disregarded Bei's hostility, fixing his gaze firmly on Tang Ye, his mysterious purple-gold right eye, the eye of fate, seeming to pierce through all illusions, staring into the very essence of her soul. Your martial spirit has not been purely blue-silver grass since the day it awakened, has it? Boom. This statement struck Tang Ye like a celestial thunderclap, causing her to stagger back a step, her eyes wide with shock and disbelief. How could you know? This secret, known only to herself and her deceased parents, had never been uttered to anyone else, not even to her closest lover, Bei. Bei, too, was taken aback, incredulously turning to Tang Ye. Xiaoya, what does he mean? Lin Feng offered them no chance for dialogue, continuing in his calm, yet oppressive tone, systematically dismantling Tang Ye's psychological defenses. Your blue-silver grass, in battle, emanates an uncontrollable aura of coldness and ferocity. It craves not the nourishment of sunlight and rain, but rather the essence of blood and vitality. While cultivating your soul power, you often find yourself restless, even succumbing to the impulse to slaughter soul beasts. This is why you have yet to break through your bottleneck. You have been persistently battling against the inherent instincts of your martial soul with your own will. Your parents, the previous generation of elders from the Tang Sect, did not perish at the hands of enemies, but rather succumbed to an unforeseen outburst of your martial soul. Am I correct? With each word Lin Feng spoke, Tang Ye's complexion paled a shade further. When the final sentence echoed, she completely shattered. Stop, please, no more. Tang Ye crouched down, cradling her head in anguish, as tears streamed down her face. This was the eternal pain within her heart, a nightmare she dared not confront. Years ago, her parents, in their endeavor to assist her in acquiring a soul ring, were gravely injured by her martial soul's uncontrollable fury, ultimately falling prey to enemies, which led to the downfall of the Tang Sect. This was a sin she could never forgive herself for. Xiaoya, Bei gasped in shock, quickly supporting her. As he gazed at his suffering beloved and then back at Lin Feng, his expression shifted from wary to one of astonishment and a hint of pleading. He realized that this mysterious youth had struck a chord of truth. Who are you? How do you know all this? Bei's voice trembled. Who I am is of little consequence, Lin Feng replied, approaching them and looking down at the crouching Tang Ye with an indifferent demeanor. What matters is that I can cure your affliction. What? Both Bei and Tang Ye lifted their heads simultaneously, their eyes igniting with unprecedented hope. Your martial soul is not ill. It has undergone a mutation. It has been tainted by an exceedingly sinister force. If I am not mistaken, it is more aptly termed the soul-devouring vine. Lin Feng slowly revealed the truth. It is consuming your mind and your future. If this continues, within 5 years, you will be utterly transformed into a soul master who knows nothing but slaughter. Evil soul master. Tang Ye's face turned ashen. Those 3 words were the taboo of all soul masters and her deepest fear. Do you have a way to save me? Tang Ye clung to the last thread of hope, her gaze fixed intently on Lin Feng. Yes, Lin Feng nodded, but then shifted his tone. However, why should I assist you? Both Bei and Tang Ye were taken aback. Indeed, they had met by mere chance. What reason would he have to help her? As long as you can save Xiaoya, my life is yours. We are willing to pay any price. Bei declared resolutely, his tone firm. Your life holds no value to me. Lin Feng shook his head, finally revealing his true intentions. He extended 2 fingers, smiling as he stated, 2 conditions. First, these wolf carcasses belong to us. My brother has just acquired his first soul ring and requires nourishment. Absolutely no problem. Bei replied without a moment's hesitation. He would not even flinch at the thought of offering his own soul ring if it meant saving her. Secondly, Lin Feng's gaze swept over Tang Ye and Bei, ultimately resting upon Tang Ye. We wish to join the Tang Sect. Join the Tang Sect? This time, it was Tang Ye and Bei who exchanged bewildered glances. They had expected Lin Feng to propose some stringent conditions, yet this was entirely unexpected. Presently, the Tang Sect was reduced to merely the 2 of them. Devoid of resources and reputation, merely a name without substance. Others would steer clear, yet these seemingly enigmatic and extraordinarily gifted youths were seeking to join voluntarily? What? Are you unwilling? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. No. Of course we are willing. Tang Ye hastily rose to her feet, wiping away her tears. Fearing Lin Feng might change his mind. On behalf of the Tang Sect, I welcome your addition. From this day forth, you are members of the Tang Sect. Yet Lin Feng merely smiled, shaking his head. You seem to have misunderstood something. Our joining the Tang Sect is not to seek refuge or to become your disciples. His eye of destiny shimmered with an insightful glow, and his tone became undeniably authoritative. We are joining as collaborators. I, Lin Feng, will serve as the chief elder of the Tang Sect, responsible for formulating all future development strategies. My brother, Huo Yuhao, will be the core disciple of the Tang Sect, the future pinnacle of combat power. As for you, Tang Ye, your position as sect master remains unchanged. However, your foremost task is to assist me in healing your martial soul and to diligently enhance your strength. As for Bei, you shall be the chief enforcer of the Tang Sect. This declaration left Tang and Bei Bei utterly perplexed. A boy of merely 11 or 12 years was asserting his role as the chief elder of the Tang Sect, tasked with its entire planning? It sounded utterly ludicrous. Yet, gazing into Lin Feng's eyes, which seemed to penetrate all layers of reality, they found no humor in the situation. This youth possessed an innate charisma and an irresistible persuasive power. Why should I trust you? Tang bit her lip, posing the final question. Simply because of this. Lin Feng said no more, extending his right hand, his thoughts coalescing. Buzz. A ring of faint golden light rose slowly from beneath his feet. That was not a soul ring. It was a luminous wheel composed of countless mysterious runes, emanating an essence of fate. Eye of Destiny, the first soul skill, Destiny Alert. Though this skill bore no direct offensive capability, it exuded an ancient, vast aura that transcended all, causing Huo Yuhao, with his spiritual attribute martial soul, and Bei Bei, with his supreme beast martial soul, to shiver from the depths of their souls. What is this? Bei Bei gasped, having never encountered such a peculiar soul ring. This is my sincerity. Lin Feng retracted the soul ring, speaking in a measured tone. Now, tell me your choice. Will you cling to your illusory title of sect master and plummet into despair with your soul eater vine? Or shall I lead the Tang Sect, and you, towards a brand new future? Silence ensued. In the forest, only the rustling of leaves stirred by the wind could be heard. Tangya's heart was in turmoil, torn between reason and instinct. Her rational mind insisted that entrusting the future of Tang Sect to a child she had just met was utterly absurd. Yet, her intuition screamed fervently, urging her to recognize that this might be her and Tang Sect's singular opportunity. Ultimately, she took a deep breath, bowed solemnly and deeply to Lin Feng. I, Tangya, the third-generation sect master of Tang Sect, pay my respects to Elder Lin. Beside her, Bei Bei, though still somewhat bewildered, followed suit, bowing respectfully. Bei Bei pays respects to Elder Lin. It was done. A knowing smile finally graced Lin Feng's lips, as he understood that from this moment forth, the path that Tang San had paved for Huo Yuhao and Tang Sect was irrevocably rewritten. No longer would they passively receive their fate. Instead, they would take the reins of their destiny. Detecting a significant plot twist in Tang Sect, the protagonist shifts from passive acceptance to active control, dramatically altering the fates of key figures Tangya and Bei Bei. Reward, 1,000 destiny points. Anti-Tang Sen System, version update. New feature module, Tang Sect Revitalization Plan has been unlocked. Chapter 6, the Tang Sect Revitalization Plan. The first step is to spend 100 million. In Lin Feng's mind, the cold, mechanical voice of the system flowed like celestial music. New feature module, Tang Sect Revitalization Plan has been unlocked. Tang Sect Revitalization Plan, Basic. Current affiliated power, Tang Sect. Current members, 4. Lin Feng, Huo Yuhao, Tangya, Bei Bei. Core philosophy, reforge the glory of Tang Sect, centered around the will of the protagonist Lin Feng, transforming it into a pivotal force against the divine chessboard. Available features, 1. Power Warehouse, Unlock provides an initial storage space of 10 cubic meters for non-living items. 2. Financial Module, Unlocked System infuses initial capital of 1 million gold soul coins. Note, this capital can only be replenished through the completion of Tang Sect-related tasks issued by the system. 3. Task Panel, Unlocked publish exclusive tasks for Tang Sect, with rewards including funds, items, and technical blueprints upon completion. Lin Feng's breath hitched slightly. 1 million gold soul coins. This was no trifling sum. In the Dolua continent, an average family's annual expenditure barely amounted to a few dozen gold soul coins. This substantial fortune was enough to purchase a mansion in any major city and assemble a well-equipped team of soul masters. The system truly was the most considerate companion for a transmigrator. Brother, what's wrong? Huo Yuhao inquired, observing the uncontrollable smile on Lin Feng's face with curiosity. Nothing. I just feel that our Tang Sect has a promising future. Lin Feng composed himself, casting a glance at the eagerly awaiting Tangya and Bei Bei, his mind already formulating a comprehensive plan. He refrained from hastily announcing the enormous inheritance of 1 million gold soul coins. A meal must be savored bite by bite, and a cake must be drawn piece by piece. Impatience only serves to render their actions insincere. Elder, what shall we do next? Tangya inquired cautiously, having fully embraced her new role, her tone imbued with reliance and conviction. Do not rush, Lin Feng replied, gesturing towards the multitude of windblade wolf carcasses strewn about, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. The initial step towards revitalizing the Tang clan begins with the handling of these trophies. Yuhao, come forth to assist. Under the puzzled gazes of Tangya and Bei Bei, Lin Feng directed Huo Yuhao to gather the remains of the windblade wolves. Yuhao, do you recall what Brother Tianming mentioned? Its spiritual essence can nourish all things. Now, attempt to delve into the blood of these wolves with your spiritual energy and perceive that purest life force. Understood, brother. Huo Yuhao immediately sat cross-legged, his spiritual eyes flickering as an intangible wave of mental energy surged forth. Senior Bei Bei, please utilize your thunderous might to extract the wolf's blood. Consolidating it at the center, Lin Feng instructed, turning towards Bei Bei. Although Bei Bei was uncertain of Lin Feng's intentions, he nodded. His blue lightning tyrant dragon martial spirit manifesting as precise arcs of electricity penetrated the wolf carcasses, carefully modulating the force applied. Before long, a dark crimson pool, reeking of blood, coalesced upon the ground. Now is the moment. Yuhao, Envelop that pool with your spiritual force, envisioning the purification process. Stripping away impurities and the ferocious essence. Lin Feng's voice took on a grave tone. Beads of sweat began to form on Huo Yuhao's brow. This was his first endeavor at such meticulous manipulation. Within his mental realm, the colossal spiritual essence of the heavenly dream ice silkworm began to rotate gently. A soft power flowing through the fateful link into his being, aiding him in stabilizing his mind. To the astonishment of the onlookers, the pool of wolf blood started to churn violently, tendrils of black, ferocious impurities being forcibly separated and dissipated into the air. The remaining blood gradually transformed into a crystalline clarity, its hue shifting from dark red to vibrant crimson, resembling a flowing ruby that exuded pure life energy. This is extraordinary. Tanya and Bei Bei were left speechless, never having imagined that the blood of soul beasts could be processed in such a manner. It was a technique beyond their previous knowledge. Very well, Lin Feng nodded approvingly. Tanya, sect leader, Bei Bei, guardian. This is a token of my esteem as the elder. He gestured towards the pool of refined blood. This wolf's blood, purified by Yuhao's spiritual energy, has been rid of all ferocity, leaving only the most unadulterated life essence. By guiding its absorption with your soul power, not only will you swiftly recuperate from your earlier exertions, but you will also slightly temper your physique, greatly benefiting your future cultivation. Tanya and Bei Bei exchanged glances, each reflecting the shock in the other's eyes. This gift was exceedingly precious. It represented not merely a replenishment of energy, but heralded a novel, efficient approach to cultivation. It signified that as long as there was an ample supply of soul beast blood, they could elevate themselves at a pace far surpassing that of ordinary individuals. Esteemed elder, this is exceedingly precious. Tanya's voice trembled slightly. As a family, we speak not as separate households. Lin Feng's tone was resolute. The Tang Sect must rise, and the strength of each individual cannot falter. The stronger you are, the smoother our future path will be. This is an order. Yes, we shall obey the elder's command. Tanya and Bei Bei ceased their reluctance, promptly taking their seats to absorb the pure wolf blood. Lin Feng then motioned for Huo Yuhao to sit beside him and whispered, "How do you feel, Yuhao? Brother, I sense that the power of Brother Tianming seems even more accessible." Huo Yuhao exclaimed with excitement. "When I was refining the blood earlier, it felt as though my spiritual power transformed into countless hands, allowing me to manipulate them at will." "Excellent. This embodies the essence of practical combat," Lin Feng said, patting him reassuringly on the shoulder. "Remember, the Tianming ice worm has bestowed upon you not merely a soul ring, but an inexhaustible treasure trove. In the future, endeavor to utilize your spiritual power for various purposes, such as probing, simulating, manipulating, and even influencing the thoughts of others." A profound gleam flickered in Lin Feng's eyes as he spoke the last part. Huo Yuhao nodded thoughtfully. Half an hour later, Tanya and Bei Bei slowly opened their eyes, both radiating vitality. The fatigue from their earlier battle had vanished, and their soul power even showed a slight enhancement. Their gazes toward Lin Feng had completely transformed from mere trust to awe. This young boy, merely 11 or 12 years of age, appeared to possess boundless knowledge and capabilities. "Well, since everyone has regained their composure, let us commence our inaugural high-level Tang Sect meeting," Lin Feng declared, clearing his throat and formally shifting to the topic at hand. "Currently, our Tang Sect faces 4 core issues. First, we lack personnel. There are only the 4 of us. Second, we are devoid of funds. Not a single coin to our name. Third, we lack technology. Beyond the outdated content in the Xiantian treasure record, we possess no core competitive advantage. Fourth, and most crucially, Master Tanya, we have the issue of your martial soul, which poses a potential hazard that could erupt at any moment." Lin Feng's incisive analysis caused Tanya and Bei Bei to lower their heads in shame. This was indeed the root of the Tang Sect's decline. "Therefore, I hereby announce my first resolution as the elder." Lin Feng stood, his voice firm yet calm. "We shall set forth immediately to Shrek City." "Shrek City?" Bei Bei was taken aback. Indeed, Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with wisdom. "It is the heart of the continent, a gathering place for geniuses and the land of abundant opportunities. There, we shall recruit the first batch of true talents for the Tang Sect, earn our initial fortune, and seek materials to address your martial soul issue." As for the matter of finances, Lin Feng deliberately paused, observing the tense expressions of the 3, before smiling slightly. "Do not worry. I have secured a substantial angel investment, 100 million gold soul coins." Boom. 100 million. Tanya, Bei Bei, and Huo Yuhao stood frozen in place. As if struck by lightning, they gazed in astonishment, their mouths agape and minds blank, almost convinced that there was something amiss with their hearing. Observing their stunned expressions, Lin Feng smiled with satisfaction. This was precisely the impact he sought to create. He aimed to etch an indelible myth of omnipotence in the hearts of the 3 elders of the Tang Sect. "Bro, you can't be joking, can you?" Huo Yuhao stammered. "Do I appear to be jesting?" Lin Feng replied, retrieving a golden card from the system's repository with a mere thought. This card served as a voucher for the system's funds, redeemable at any Soul Master Bank across the continent. He tossed the card to Bei Bei, stating, "This is the deposit, 1 million. Upon reaching Shrek City, procure a respectable headquarters. The rest will be arranged by me." Trembling, Bei Bei accepted the thin card, feeling its weight akin to 1,000 burdens. In Tanya's eyes, tears had given way to a fierce blaze, hope, an unprecedented hope. She envisioned, under Lin Feng's leadership, The Tang Sect, a name that embodied all her dreams and her family's glory, rising majestically, destined to shine brighter than ever before. Let us depart. Lin Feng offered no further explanation and turned towards the outskirts of the Star Dough Forest. Huo Yuhao, Tang, and Bei Bei immediately followed. In the glow of the setting sun, their four silhouettes elongated. A brand new Tang Sect, endowed with limitless resources and a mysterious, formidable elder, was embarking on a journey destined to astonish the entire continent. Chapter 7. The Elder's First Lesson. Spending money is an art. As night fell, the small town of Shimo, bordering the Star Dough Forest, was awash with flickering lights. The four figures finally emerged from the vast, untamed wilderness, stepping onto the solid stone-paved path. Tang and Bei Bei bore expressions of slight daze, as if everything that had transpired in the forest, particularly the mention of 100 million gold soul coins, was but an unrealistic dream. A sudden, untimely sound disrupted the tranquility. It was Tang's stomach protesting. Her face flushed. She shyly lowered her gaze. The relentless days of travel and battle had left them utterly exhausted. Let us find something to eat first, and then rest adequately for the night, Lin Feng said with a gentle smile, as if he had anticipated this moment, leading them directly to the town's most luxurious inn. The inn, named the Welcoming Pine, was a three-story wooden establishment adorned with intricate carvings, its entrance graced by two bright red lanterns, clearly a place of considerable expense. This is too expensive. Bei Bei instinctively tugged at Lin Feng's sleeve, whispering, we could simply find a place to rest and save money for the Tang Sect. Tang nodded in agreement. Although she was famished, the ingrained notion of frugality was deeply embedded within her. Save money? Lin Feng halted, turning to face them with a calm gaze sweeping over the trio, his tone serious as he declared, this is the first lesson I, as the elder, must impart to you. Vision. Bei Bei and Tang exchanged puzzled glances. Indeed, Lin Feng's voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in the ears of everyone present. In the past, the Tang Sect was impoverished, and you were compelled to live frugally out of necessity. However, that is no longer the case. The Tang Sect is now financially robust. What you must do is swiftly acclimate to your new identities and adopt a long-term perspective. He paused briefly before continuing. We represent the face of the Tang Sect, residing in the finest inns, dining on the most exquisite meals, and adorning ourselves in the finest garments is not mere indulgence. It is an investment, a proclamation. We must ensure that everyone knows the Tang Sect has returned, and with an exceedingly formidable presence. How can a sect that cannot even uphold its FA attract genuine talent? How can it earn the trust of potential partners in its capabilities? Remember, from this day forth, cast aside the notion of frugality, learn instead how to spend wisely and how to extract value from every coin you spend. This discourse struck Tang and Bei Bei like a resounding bell, leaving them deeply contemplative. They had never approached the matter from this perspective and felt a twinge of shame. Indeed, they were still mired in the mindset of a small workshop, while this 12-year-old elder was already contemplating the brand image and future development of the sect. Such vision and ambition only deepened their respect. Grateful for the lesson, Bei Bei bowed sincerely. Let us proceed. Lin Feng nodded with satisfaction and stepped into the Welcome Pine Inn. Half an hour later, within the inn's most opulent private room, a lavish array of dishes tantalized the appetites of Huo Yuhao and Tang, while Lin Feng conversed with the innkeeper regarding arrangements. Ensure the finest hot water is delivered to our 4 rooms. Furthermore, tomorrow morning, I require the most luxurious carriage on the continent, spacious enough to accommodate several individuals, with optimal shock absorption and the steadiest driver. Money is no object. Certainly. Rest assured, esteemed guest. The innkeeper nodded eagerly, his eyes gleaming with obsequiousness as they fell upon the purple gold card in Lin Feng's hand. The following morning, when Tang and Bei Bei emerged from their room, they were utterly astonished by the sight before them. At the inn's entrance stood a carriage that could only be described as a work of art. Crafted from precious golden silk Nanmu wood, its sleek and elegant lines formed a spacious interior capable of accommodating 7 or 8 individuals. Harnessed to it were 4 magnificent, pure white snow-stepping horses, each worth a fortune in its own right. Elder, this Bei Bei's throat felt dry. Let us board. We are headed to the finest tailor in town. Lin Feng appeared to regard this as merely a trivial task. At the tailor's establishment, Lin Feng once again showcased his financial prowess. Without inquiring about prices, he selected the most suitable styles and the finest fabrics tailored to each individual's physique and temperament. Before long, the 4 of them emerged transformed. Lin Feng donned a sleek black outfit, exuding composure and competence. Huo Yuhao wore a sky blue shirt that invigorated his appearance. Bei Bei adorned himself in a white warrior's garb, radiating valor. Meanwhile, Tang, draped in a pale purple gown, found her previously wan visage accentuated with an air of nobility and elegance, restoring a measure of the confidence befitting a daughter of the sect. Standing before a grand dressing mirror, Tang gazed at the reflection of a self that was both familiar and foreign, her eyes momentarily glistening with unshed tears. Ever since her family's downfall, it had been far too long since she had donned such fine attire. Remember, you will always be the master of the Tang Sect. Lin Feng's voice resonated from behind her, urging her to stand tall and exude confidence. Yes, great elder. Tang nodded emphatically, stifling her tears. As this newly formed Tang Sect team boarded the luxurious carriage, embarking on their journey to Shrek City, a profound transformation swept through their spirits. They were no longer the forlorn remnants of a once great sect, but rather ambitious entrepreneurs, brimming with wealth and hope, ready to seize their destinies. Inside the carriage, the spacious interior glided smoothly along the road. Lin Feng wasted no time. He began a systematic instruction for Huo Yuhao. Yuhao, your spiritual detection is currently akin to a flat radar. This is the most rudimentary application, Lin Feng said, reclining against the soft cushion with his eyes closed. You must learn to perceive it in 3 dimensions. Attempt to sense the internal structure of the tree by the roadside, its growth rings, the flow of its sap. Then, extend your awareness to the earthbound worms and the birds in the sky. Transform your spiritual realm into a comprehensive sandbox that encompasses all of creation. Upon hearing these words, Huo Yuhao immediately followed Lin Feng's guidance, his eyes occasionally lighting up with contemplation and astonishment. Lin Feng then turned to Bei and Tang Ye. The era of soul-guiding devices is upon us. Although our Tang Sect's hidden weapons are exquisite, they have fallen behind the times. In the future, Tang Sect must possess its own core technology. Once we arrive in Shrek City, I will find a way to acquire some design blueprints for soul-guiding devices. Our goal is to create new-style hidden weapons that surpass this era, uniquely belonging to the Tang Sect. The phrase technological advancement revitalizing the sect refreshed Bei and Tang Ye's understanding. Just then, Lin Feng's brow twitched slightly. Fate warning. 3 miles ahead, there is a malicious ambush targeting you. Danger level, low. They're coming. Lin Feng's lips curled into a cold smirk. It seemed there were always some unenlightened beings eager to provide experience points for the protagonists. Stop the carriage, he said calmly. The carriage came to an immediate halt. What's wrong, brother? Huo Yuhao opened his eyes from his meditation. Guests are arriving. Lin Feng's gaze sharpened. Yuhao, use your spiritual detection to see what lies hidden in the woods 3 miles ahead. Huo Yuhao promptly unleashed his spiritual power, and after a brief moment, his expression turned grave. Brother, there are over 20 people lying in ambush in the woods, all armed. They seem like a band of robbers. Robbers? Bei's eyes sharpened instantaneously, the soul power of the blue lightning tyrant dragon stirring within him. No, they do not resemble ordinary robbers. Lin Feng shook his head, a glint of intelligence flickering in his eyes. Given our ostentatious display, if they dare to act, they are either foolish or have some backing. This appears to be a premeditated ambush. He gazed at the eager Bei and Tang Ye, smiling as he declared, fortuitously, we have the opportunity to test our new Tang Sect's inaugural team collaboration. I hereby announce the first collective action of the Tang Sect, with the battle plan as follows. Lin Feng's voice resonated with undeniable authority. Senior Bei will take the lead in the frontal assault, dispersing their formation with utmost speed. Master Tang Ye will provide support from the side, utilizing the blue-silver grass to control their movements, particularly targeting those who appear to be leaders. Yuhao, you are tasked with 2 responsibilities. First, to establish mental sharing, relaying the entirety of the battlefield's layout to each of us in real time. Second, to use your soul impact to prioritize attacks on foes attempting to employ powerful soul skills, disrupting them. And what of me, Great Elder? Huo Yuhao could not help but inquire. Lin Feng smiled enigmatically, patting his shoulder. As for myself, I will provide support and simultaneously observe who possesses the audacity to provoke our Tang Sect. His gaze pierced through the car window, surveying the tranquil woods as if he could already envision the self-proclaimed hunters, now trembling like fat sheep. The first greeting outside Shrek City was graciously accepted by the Tang Sect. Chapter 8. Overwhelming. The ambush from the Duke of White Tiger's manor. As Lin Feng's words faded, an invisible wave of mental energy emanated from Huo Yuhao, enveloping all present in an instant. Mental sharing established. Huo Yuhao's clear voice resonated within the minds of Lin Feng, Bei, and Tang Ye. In the next moment, an incredibly vivid, three-dimensional map unfolded in their minds. 3 miles ahead, within the woods, 23 ambushers wielding weaponry were revealed. Their positions, breaths, heartbeats, and even the expressions of tension and greed etched upon their faces were laid bare, utterly exposed. This is Yuhao's ability? Tang Ye and Bei felt a tempest of emotions surge within them. They had never experienced such a miraculous sensation. This was no mere reconnaissance. It was a divine perspective. The battlefield held no secrets for them any longer. The greatest uncertainty in previous battles, the enemy's positions and movements, had now transformed into a straightforward, known equation. Action. Lin Feng's voice issued the final command within their minds. Roar. Bei unleashed a dragon's roar to the heavens, holding nothing back. A brilliant burst of blue and purple lightning erupted as the first and second soul rings illuminated simultaneously, transforming him into a humanoid Tyrannosaurus. Charging towards the densest cluster of enemies locked in his mind. First soul skill, Thunder Dragon Claw. Second soul skill, Dragoness Journey across the world. The perfect amalgamation of speed and strength rendered Bei's figure a blur amidst the trees, leaving behind a trail of afterimages that dazzled the eye. Incoming attack. He is coming. So fast. Fire arrows. Quick fire. The ambushers were thrown into chaos, their proud encirclement rendered meaningless by Huo Yuhao's mental sharing. Bei's trajectory deftly evaded all anticipated ranged attacks, plunging straight into their heart. Seeking death. A seemingly imposing figure bellowed, his third soul ring aglow, as a massive blade ignited in flames, cleaving down towards Bei. Yet, the trajectory of his impending strike and the flow of his soul power were already discerned by Huo Yuhao. Yuhao. Lin Feng's command was succinct and clear. Understood. A flash of purple light flickered in Huo Yuhao's eyes as an invisible mental shockwave surged into the leader's mind with precision. Buzz. The leader felt as if his brain had been struck by a heavy hammer, the sudden disorientation rendering him momentarily incapacitated, interrupting the release of his soul skill. It was this critical pause that determined the outcome of the battle. With a swift motion, Bei's Thunder Dragon Claw struck first, effortlessly tearing through the leader's hastily erected defense, leaving 5 deep gashes that exposed bone upon his chest. The leader howled in anguish as he was sent flying, gravely injured in an instant. Concurrently, Tangya's attack arrived. Her second soul skill, web binding. Unlike before, when she aimlessly unleashed blue silver grass, she now harnessed her soul power to the utmost under Huo Yuhao's precise guidance. A series of shimmering blue nets, woven from blue silver grass, shot forth from the shadows of the forest, ensnaring those enemies attempting to form formations or launch sneak attacks with uncanny accuracy. What the hell is this? I can't break free. Why is this grass so resilient? The bandits, ensnared by the web, were horrified to discover that the blue-silver grass was far more tenacious than they had anticipated. The more they struggled, the tighter the binds became. For a moment, the battlefield presented a bizarre tableau. Bei moved through the fray like a tiger among sheep, each strike finding its mark with precision, always targeting the enemy's most vulnerable spots. Tangya's control was impeccable, consistently restraining the most threatening foes at the most critical junctures. Behind it all, Huo Yuhao possessed an all-seeing gaze, akin to a composed chess master, treating the battlefield as his board and the enemies as mere pieces to be manipulated at will. In less than 5 minutes, the skirmish neared its conclusion. Over 20 bandits had fallen, and the remaining ones were ensnared, stripped of their combat capability. The entire encounter could be described as a flawless, pedagogical rout. Panting heavily amidst the wreckage of the forest, Tangya and Bei were awash with exhilaration and disbelief. They had triumphed in harder battles, yet never had they emerged so effortlessly, so invigoratingly victorious. Is this what it means to fight with the support of a top-tier control-type soul master? Bei mused, gazing at Huo Yuhao with awe. No. Lin Feng slowly descended from his luxurious carriage, approaching them with a smile as he corrected, this is not merely control. This is comprehensive battlefield awareness combined with pinpoint elimination. Yuhao transcends ordinary control-type soul masters. He is a strategic soul master. The term strategic soul master sent another shockwave through Tangya and Bei's hearts. Lin Feng paid no heed to their astonishment, striding directly to the gravely injured leader, looking down upon him with a frigid gaze. Speak, who sent you? The leader coughed up blood, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. Humph. If you wish to kill me, do so. Do not expect to extract anything from my lips. Is that so? Lin Feng chuckled, a smile that sent shivers down the leader's spine. He turned to Huo Yuhao and instructed, Yuhao, unleash your soul shock upon him. Do not relent. Gradually increase the intensity. Let him experience the sensation of having his soul torn asunder. Brother, do you think this is wise? Huo Yuhao hesitated, his inherently kind nature reluctant to inflict harm. Mercy towards enemies is cruelty towards oneself, Lin Feng asserted with unwavering authority. Yuhao, remember, we are not engaged in a mere game, but a struggle for survival. If we lack strength today, we shall lie here ourselves. Do you still wish to avenge your mother? The mention of his mother ignited a fierce determination in Huo Yuhao's gaze, banishing the last vestige of doubt. I understand now, brother. His eyes glowed with a deep purple light as the continuous soul shock began to invade the leader's mind. A piercing scream echoed through the forest, a cry born from the depths of the soul, far more terrifying than any physical torment. The leader writhed on the ground, convulsing, tears and snot streaming down his face, his will crumbling at an alarming pace. I will speak. I will speak. Please, spare me the torment. Within less than a minute, he completely broke down. Lin Feng signaled Huo Yuhao to cease. Yes, it was the second steward of the White Tiger Duke's residence who provided us with 1,000 gold soul coins, instructing us to ambush a youth named Huo Yuhao. The leader, sobbing uncontrollably, spilled forth information like beans from a bamboo tube, revealing that the boy possessed a treasure stolen from the Duke's estate, prompting them to kill him and retrieve the item. The White Tiger Duke's residence. Upon hearing those words, Huo Yuhao's body shuddered violently, his fists clenched tightly, nails digging painfully into his palms, his eyes ablaze with searing rage and deep-seated hatred. He had believed that escaping that cage would allow him to temporarily elude them, only to discover their merciless intent to eliminate him entirely. A treasure? Lin Feng keenly seized upon the key word, sneering. Perhaps they fear you might awaken a formidable martial soul and return to exact vengeance in the future. He approached Huo Yuhao, placing a reassuring hand on his taut shoulder. Speaking gravely, do you see now, Yuhao? This is the enemy you face. They will grant you no respite. You must become stronger and more ruthless than they are to trample them beneath your feet, allowing your mother's spirit to rest in peace. I understand, brother. I fully comprehend. Huo Yuhao raised his head, tears mingling with hatred, his gaze more resolute than ever. I shall never show mercy again. Lin Feng nodded with satisfaction. This ambush, though perilous, served as a profound lesson, enabling Huo Yuhao, this fledgling eagle, to shed his naivety and reveal his true potential. He cast a glance at the captured bandits, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes. As for them, Lin Feng's voice marked the fateful conclusion for these individuals. Chapter 9, Decisive Action. The first fortune of the Tang Sect. Lin Feng's voice was soft, yet it struck like a cold hammer upon the hearts of all present. His gaze swept over the bandits, some grievously wounded and wailing, others ensnared by webs and rendered immobile, devoid of any compassion. Tang and Bei Bei felt a tightening in their chests, although they had previously slain soul beasts. This was their first experience determining the life and death of more than 20 individuals on such a grand scale, particularly for Tang. She sensed a flicker of yearning emanating from the depths of her martial soul, a greedy thirst for vitality that compelled her to clench her fists involuntarily. Lin Feng astutely perceived her subtle change, but chose not to address it. He turned to Bei Bei and calmly stated, "Brother Bei Bei, the Tang Sect must not leave any future troubles. Since these individuals dared to take on a job for money, they must be prepared for death." Bei Bei took a deep breath, glancing at the pale-faced Tang, then at Huo Yuhao, whose eyes were a tumult of hatred and resolution. Finally, his gaze settled on Lin Feng's profound eyes, which belied his youth. He understood. Lin Feng was establishing authority and clearing obstacles for the future of their team. "I comprehend." Bei Bei nodded firmly. In the next moment, brilliant arcs of lightning illuminated the scene once more, accompanied by a few brief, anguished cries. The cacophony of the forest quickly fell into silence. A faint metallic scent of blood lingered in the air, soon masked by the refreshing aroma of the star doe forest's flora. After all was done, Bei Bei's complexion had paled slightly, yet the hesitation in his gaze had vanished, replaced by a concentrated aura of lethality. "This is as it should be," Lin Feng remarked with satisfaction. "We are here to revive a sect, not to play house. Mercy towards enemies is tantamount to our own demise." He approached Huo Yuhao, noting that although his brother's body still trembled slightly, his eyes shone with remarkable clarity, a radiance of rebirth. "Brother, I am fine," Huo Yuhao spoke up, his voice somewhat hoarse yet resolute. "I was merely reflecting on the fact that without you, Brother Bei Bei, and Sister Tang today, I might have become a cold corpse. I will never allow such a fate to befall me again." "Excellent." Lin Feng patted his shoulder, then turned to Tang and Bei Bei, offering a smile. "All right. The battle is concluded. Now is the time to reap the rewards. The Tang Sect is in its infancy, and we must not squander any resources." Upon hearing the word rewards, Tang Ye's eyes brightened instantaneously, and the earlier discomfort was cast aside. Rubbing her hands together with excitement, she exclaimed, "Yes, yes. Let us see what treasures these fellows possess." The four began to scavenge the battlefield, and the results astonished them all. "My heavens, is this a storage soul guide?" Bei Bei discovered an inconspicuous belt from the leader of the Soul Masters. As he infused it with soul power, a storage space of 3 cubic meters unfurled before him. Inside, a trove of gleaming gold soul coins lay stacked. "We struck it rich. We are wealthy." Tang lunged forward, her eyes gleaming at the sight of golden light, nearly drooling in delight. Upon counting, they discovered that this storage belt alone contained over 1,300 gold soul coins, coupled with the scattered coins pillaged from other bandits. The total astonishingly reached 1,500 gold soul coins. This was undoubtedly a substantial fortune. Splendid. With this sum, Tangmen finally had its startup capital. Bei Bei's face flushed with excitement. Since the establishment of Tangmen, he had never seen so much money. Yet, it was not merely the coins that captured Lin Feng's attention. His gaze fell upon the storage belt. He handed it to Bei Bei, saying, "Brother Bei Bei, although this storage soul tool appears rudimentary, it holds immense significance for our Tangmen. From now on, we will have a secure place to store the materials and funds we gather." Bei Bei solemnly accepted the belt and fastened it around his waist, a profound sense of responsibility and ambition blossoming within him. "Lin Feng, Yuhao," he addressed the two young men earnestly, "I apologize for my earlier doubts. From this day forth, you are my brothers. Tangmen is our collective endeavor." Tang nodded vigorously beside him, gazing at Lin Feng with admiration. "Lin Feng, how did you come to possess such brilliance? You surpass even our academy's finest instructors. From now on, you shall serve as our strategist. We are already a family." Lin Feng smiled slightly, feeling a weight lift from his heart. Through this decisive victory, he had not only won the hearts of Tang and Bei Bei, but had also secured a crucial first pot of gold for Tangmen. This money would become the foundation for their future in Shrek City, enabling them to delve into the study of soul tools and even treat Tang Ye's martial spirit. Once the battlefield was cleared, the four returned to their opulent carriage. As it slowly set off towards Shrek City, the atmosphere within was markedly different from their earlier journey. Tang and Bei Bei enthusiastically discussed how to utilize the 1,500 gold soul coins, while Lin Feng pulled Huo Yuhao closer, whispering post-battle guidance. "Yuhao, are you still preoccupied with the Duke's estate?" Huo Yuhao nodded, a shadow of melancholy crossing his features. "Brother, I simply did not expect they would leave me no path to survival. Thus, you must strive to live better than they do, to become strong enough to inspire awe and fear." Lin Feng's voice was steady and resolute. "Did you discern the key to today's victory?" Huo Yuhao pondered for a moment before replying. "Was it my mental detection?" "Indeed, but not solely that." Lin Feng gently guided him. "Your mental detection serves as our eyes, granting us absolute informational superiority. However, what truly transformed that advantage into victory was our collaboration. It was Brother Bei Bei's unhesitating charge and Sister Tang Ye's precise control. The strength of one individual does not equate to true power. It is the strength of a team that is invincible." "I understand." Huo Yuhao nodded thoughtfully. "Therefore, joining Tangmen was our most prudent choice." Lin Feng continued. "For here, we have trustworthy companions. In the future, we must attract even more talent. Forging, pharmaceuticals, combat, and command. An imposing sect requires expertise in various fields. And you, Yuhao, Your ambition extends beyond merely becoming a formidable soul master. You aspire to be a competent leader. Leader. This term struck like a bolt of lightning, shattering the narrow confines of vengeance that resided in Huo Yuhao's heart. He gazed at Lin Feng, whose eyes seemed to glimpse the future, and nodded earnestly. Brother, I will heed your words. Whatever you say, I shall do. Lin Feng smiled with satisfaction. He sought not a mere brute, focused solely on battle, but a partner capable of standing beside him to elevate Tang Sect to its pinnacle. Very well. Lin Feng's gaze drifted towards the window, where the silhouette of a magnificent city gradually came into view. Our next destination is the sacred ground for all young soul masters on Doloa continent, Shrek City. There, we shall commence the true chapter of Tang Sect's revival. Yuhao, are you prepared to witness the continent's most exceptional talents? Huo Yuhao followed his gaze, and the hatred and sorrow within him were gradually replaced by a fervent flame of aspiration and ambition. Shrek Academy, his life, along with the legend he would forge with his brother, was set to truly begin there. Chapter 10, the initial challenge from the Monster Academy? Apologies, we are Tang Sect. The wheels of the carriage rolled forward, their steady rhythm seemingly narrating the conclusion of their journey. As the outline of the legendary city appeared on the horizon, Huo Yuhao instinctively held his breath. Shrek City. It was more magnificent than he had ever imagined. The towering walls reached a height of over 100 meters. Constructed from massive, slate-gray stones, marred by the passage of time, yet exuding a sense of grandeur and solidity. Upon the battlements, enormous soul-guided artillery pieces were stationed at intervals, their dark muzzles glinting with a metallic sheen, silently proclaiming the city's formidable military might. Remarkable, truly spectacular, Huo Yuhao murmured, his eyes brimming with awe and longing. This was the very site of the continent's foremost Soul Master Academy, a hallowed ground coveted by countless prodigious soul masters. And this was merely the outer wall. The true campus of Shrek Academy lies within the inner city, which is the heart of the entire metropolis, Bebe remarked with a hint of pride. Tanya, equally mesmerized, recalled, when I first arrived years ago, I was just as astonished as you. Shrek is indeed a place capable of creating miracles. Lin Feng remained silent, quietly observing. His gaze pierced through the grand city gates, as if he could already foresee the myriad of events that awaited them. His eye of destiny offered no warning, indicating that while the road ahead was fraught with challenges, it bore no fatal traps. This was promising. He desired nothing less than a stage where he and Huo Yuhao could unleash their full potential. As the carriage slowly approached, it fell to the end of a long queue. At the city gates, 2 rows of students clad in the Academy's standard dark green uniforms were tasked with maintaining order and conducting initial screenings. Each individual exuded a steady demeanor, their gazes sharp and discerning, clearly indicating their status as disciples of the Academy's inner sanctum. At the forefront stood a youth, approximately in his 20s, adorned with a level 4 Soul Master badge representing the Soul Sect, his expression bearing an unmistakable air of arrogance. Next, he called out languidly. A richly attired noble boy promptly stepped forward, respectfully presenting his credentials along with a heavy pouch of gold soul coins. Esteemed sir, here is my admission recommendation letter. A modest token of respect, nothing more. The young Soul Sect disciple weighed the coin pouch, his haughtiness slightly abating, and waved his hand dismissively. Proceed inside and head to the inner city square for the admission assessment. Thank you, esteemed sir. The noble boy, as if granted a reprieve, hurried inside with glee. In subsequent instances, some were permitted entry due to their family influence, while others showcased their soul power exceeding level 20 to gain access. Those lacking both connections and sufficient strength, however, were mercilessly turned away. Soul power below level 20. Go back and train for a few more years. No recommendation letter? Does Shrek Academy seem like a place one can simply waltz into? The registration fee is 100 gold soul coins. If you can't afford it, then be gone. The stringent criteria and frigid remarks left many hopeful commoner youths disheartened. Witnessing this scene, Tanya furrowed her brow. What is happening? The admission selection was never this stringent, nor so mercenary. Bei's expression also darkened. Perhaps the Academy's regulations have changed in recent years. He straightened his attire and stepped forward, retrieving his Shrek student badge from his pocket, politely stating, Esteemed junior, we are senior students of the Academy, here to accompany 2 younger relatives for the admission assessment. The young Soul Sect disciple glanced at Bei's badge, a fleeting look of disdain crossing his features. Senior student? I don't recall seeing you before. Which department are you from? We hail from the Tang Sect, Bei replied, puffing out his chest. The Tang Sect? The youth initially appeared taken aback, then, as if hearing an extraordinary jest, scoffed. Is that the Tang Sect that supposedly has only one remaining member? His followers erupted in laughter, their gazes toward Bei and Tanya brimming with mockery. You. Tanya's face flushed with indignation, her martial spirit threatening to surge forth. Bei grasped her tightly, his expression grim, yet he felt utterly powerless. He understood that the words spoken held a kernel of truth. The current state of the Tang Sect had indeed become a source of ridicule within Shrek Academy. Those waiting in line around them pointed and whispered, the sounds of derision echoing in their ears. Even senior students have fallen to such a state. It seems the Tang Sect is truly in decline. Still hoping to bring someone in. Aren't you on the verge of being expelled from the Academy? At that moment, a clear and calm voice rang out. Pray tell, is joining the Tang Sect truly so laughable? All turned to see a youth with black hair and eyes descending from a carriage. He appeared to be no more than 11 or 12 years old, his physique slightly frail, yet his eyes were profound like an ancient well. rendering one unable to gaze directly into them. This was Lin Feng. He approached the young soul master with measured steps, devoid of any fear, and instead wore a faint smile. The young soul master felt a sense of discomfort under Lin Feng's scrutiny and furrowed his brow, retorting, "Who is this little brat? You have no place to speak here." "I am from the Tang Sect," Lin Feng replied in a calm, yet resolute tone. "Moreover, I have 3 matters to convey to you. First, the Tang Sect is no longer a mere 2 individuals, but 4. In the future, it will swell to 400, 4,000, or even more. Second, we are not here to plead for permission to enter. We are here to inform you that we intend to enter. Third," Lin Feng's smile deepened with significance, "as you sift through new recruits here, for each one you respect, you receive a 30% kickback. Does your mentor, the esteemed 5th-level soul master, Teacher DeGeo, know of this arrangement?" At the moment those words fell, the arrogance and derision on the young soul master's face froze, replaced by sheer astonishment and terror. "How do you know?" he stammered, his voice trembling. He had kept his dealings with bribes exceedingly clandestine, known only to a select few confidants. How could this child possibly be aware of such details, even recalling his mentor's name? Lin Feng merely smiled in silence. Earlier, while queuing, he had instructed Huo Yuhao to activate his mental probing ability, allowing them to hear the thoughts of those around them. The young soul master's clandestine machinations were laid bare before the fateful link between him and Huo Yuhao, rendering them utterly transparent. "Who are you really?" The young soul master was now drenched in cold sweat. "As I stated, I am from the Tang Sect." Lin Feng stepped forward, lowering his voice so only they could hear. "Now may we enter? Or would you prefer us to seek out Teacher DeGeo for a candid discussion regarding his disciples' lucrative ventures?" "Of course. Please come in." The young soul master's demeanor underwent a complete transformation, his head bobbing in acquiescence as he personally cleared a path for them, his smile more akin to a grimace. This dramatic scene left all the onlookers dumbfounded. How could the once arrogant soul master suddenly treat this child with the deference of a servant? Tangya and Bei Bei were equally astonished, utterly bewildered by what Lin Feng had said to compel such submission from the young man. "Brother." Huo Yuhao followed closely behind Lin Feng, his eyes sparkling with admiration. To him, his elder brother seemed capable of anything. "Let us proceed." Lin Feng smiled at them and led the way through the gates that symbolized honor and future. The 4 of them strode confidently into Shrek City, amidst countless gazes of astonishment, confusion, and reverence. Not far behind them, a striking young man with neatly cropped powder blue hair, clad in resplendent white attire, observed the scene with keen interest, a playful smirk curling at the corners of his lips. "An intriguing fellow. Are you from the Tang Sect? I shall remember you." Chapter 11. Entering Shrek, with the objective of that most opulent hotel. The splendor of Shrek City exceeded the expectations of Huo Yuhao and his companions. The broad streets, paved with smooth bluestone, could easily accommodate 10 carriages side by side. Lining the streets were numerous shops, their hawkers calling out in a lively chorus. Most striking were the ubiquitous spirit guide device stores, their windows displaying a dazzling array of glimmering metallic devices, ranging from illuminating lanterns and storage boxes to offensive spirit ray guns, creating a bewildering spectacle. The air was infused with a unique aroma, a blend of culinary delights, metallic tang, and the fluctuations of soul power. Goodness, this place is truly a paradise for soul masters and spirit guides. Tangya's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. Her lips parted slightly, nearly drooling. She gawked at this and touched that, utterly rooted to the spot. Bei Bei also wore an expression of shock and wonder. Although he had visited Shrek City before, he had never felt its pulse so deeply. He chuckled wryly, saying, "In the past, I was solely focused on diligent cultivation in the academy, never imagining that the city would be so vibrant. This is the perspective of grandeur. Previously, they were merely struggling students. Now, they surveyed the city from the vantage point of a sect." "Brother, where do we go now?" Huo Yuhao inquired softly, trailing behind Lin Feng. His spiritual perception was already activated, inundating his mind with information, yet he instinctively relied on Lin Feng's decisions. "No rush." Lin Feng's gaze swept over the myriad spirit guide devices, a smile playing on his lips. "Before we embark on our journey, we must first address our accommodation." "Accommodation?" Tangya snapped back to reality, a hint of embarrassment creeping in as she scratched her head. "Oh right, I almost forgot. Bei Bei. Is that little inn we used to stay in still around?" "It was a bit run down, but it should be quite inexpensive." Bei Bei nodded. "It should still be there. Just in the alley south of the academy. We are not going there." Lin Feng decisively interrupted him. Beneath the puzzled gazes of the two, Lin Feng pointed towards the most magnificent and luxurious building at the city center. It was a towering hotel, over 20 stories high, constructed entirely of pristine white stone, gleaming in the sunlight. The 6 gilded characters spelling Shrek Grand Hotel atop the roof proclaimed its extraordinary status. From today onward, the Tang Sect's headquarters in Shrek will be right there. Lin Feng's tone was unassuming, yet carried an undeniable authority. What? Tangya's eyes nearly bulged out of her head. "That place. I've heard that a single night stay costs over 100 gold soul coins. We don't have that much money." In her mind, although the Tang Sect now possessed a fortune of 1,000,000, it was meant for revitalizing the sect, and every penny needed to be spent wisely. How could they afford such extravagance? "Xiaya Bei Bei?" Lin Feng halted, turning to face them with a serious expression. "Remember, from the moment we set foot in this city, the Tang Sect is no longer the small workshop that needs to scrimp and save. What we must endeavor to achieve is to restore the luster of the 2 characters representing the Tang Sect. How can a sect that cannot even uphold its facade attract geniuses? How can a leader devoid of the audacity to spend instill hope in their subordinates? We must ensure that the entirety of Shrek City is aware that the Tang Sect has returned, and it is financially robust. Lin Feng's words resonated like thunder, reverberating through the minds of Tangya and Bei Bei. They gazed into Lin Feng's profound eyes, momentarily at a loss for words of rebuttal. Indeed, while their thoughts lingered on frugality, Lin Feng envisioned leveraging finances to create momentum and restore the Tang Sect's prestige. This overwhelming contrast in perspective left them feeling a profound sense of helplessness, coupled with an inexplicable excitement. Come, the chief elder will show you what professionalism truly means. Lin Feng smiled gently, leading the way towards the Shrek Grand Hotel. Huo Yuhao followed unhesitatingly, while Tangya and Bei Bei exchanged glances, gritted their teeth, and trailed behind. As the four, clad in simple attire, entered the opulent lobby of the hotel, they instantly captured the attention of all present. The lobby manager, a slightly plump middle-aged man, noticed the quartet, particularly the youthful faces of Lin Feng and Huo Yuhao, and a flicker of barely perceptible disdain crossed his eyes. Nevertheless, he maintained a professional smile. Greeting them, welcome. May I inquire how many are in your party? A presidential suite, please, Lin Feng stated directly. What? The lobby manager was momentarily taken aback, doubting his hearing. I said, a presidential suite, the finest one available, Lin Feng reiterated, producing a gilded card from his pocket and placing it gently upon the marble counter. This was an infinite black card produced by the system. Although it contained merely 1,000,000 gold soul coins, its appearance was undeniably impressive. The moment the lobby manager recognized the material and the unique patterns of the card, the disdain on his face vanished without a trace, replaced by profound astonishment and reverence. As the manager of the Shrek Grand Hotel, he had encountered numerous esteemed guests, yet he had only heard tales of cards of this caliber. Yes, esteemed guest. I shall attend to your needs immediately. His posture bent at a 90-degree angle, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, he hurriedly set about his tasks. In no time, the formalities were completed. The lobby manager personally escorted the four to the exclusive soul-guiding elevator, ascending to the pinnacle of the hotel. The expansive floor-to-ceiling windows offered a breathtaking view of half of Shrek City, with plush carpets, luxurious furnishings, a private training room, and even a small soul-guiding research station. The ambience was nothing short of magnificent. Tangya and Bei Bei were utterly numbed by the experience. They felt as though they were rustic landowners accompanying a true sovereign into the city, their perceptions constantly challenged by the spectacle before them. Brother, this place is incredible, Huo Yuhao exclaimed, bouncing excitedly on the soft sofa. All right, everyone take a seat. Lin Feng clapped his hands, signaling for them to settle down. Now, let us commence the first strategic meeting of our Tang Sect in Shrek City. As he spoke, the three individuals, who had been immersed in a lavish environment, immediately straightened their postures and assumed a solemn demeanor. Our foremost objective is to gain admission to Shrek Academy, Lin Feng stated candidly. With Yuhao and myself entering as new students. Xiaoya, Bei Bei, you will be reinstated. We must leverage the Academy's resources to rapidly enhance our capabilities. The second objective pertains to technology. A glimmer of wisdom sparkled in Lin Feng's eyes, for Shrek is the epicenter of soul-guiding technology on the continent. I shall devise a means to procure the core blueprints for soul-guiding devices. The future Tang Sect must not only possess formidable soul masters, but also lead the era in soul-guiding technology. The third objective, Lin Feng's gaze settled on Tangya, is to resolve your martial spirit dilemma. Your soul-devouring vine is a significant liability, yet if mastered, it could become a formidable asset. I will find a solution. As Lin Feng articulated his clear plans, Tangya and Bei Bei felt an unprecedented sense of stability and hope. This 12-year-old boy seemed like an omniscient prophet, paving a grand path toward brilliance for them. All right, let us take a moment to regroup. In the afternoon, we shall proceed to register. In the afternoon, the new student registration office at Shrek Academy was already a bustling sea of humanity. Lin Feng and his companions, leveraging their status as hotel VIPs, accessed a special passageway, thus avoiding the queue and arriving directly at the registration desk. The individual in charge of registration was a rather stern-looking middle-aged instructor. After glancing at Lin Feng and Huo Yuhao's documents, he furrowed his brow. 11 and 12 years old? Their bone age seems appropriate, but what of their soul power? Sir, we are prepared to undergo an assessment, Lin Feng replied assertively yet respectfully. At that moment, a crisp voice laced with a hint of arrogance interjected. Humph. It seems the entrance standards of Shrek Academy are increasingly lax. Even the most unremarkable individuals aspire to gain entry. Everyone turned to see a young man with short, powder blue hair standing beside them. Clad in a resplendent white uniform, he possessed an upright stature and an almost excessively handsome appearance, his peach blossom eyes sparkling with vitality. Though the pride reflected in his gaze was somewhat disconcerting, he was the very same youth encountered earlier at the city gate. Huo Yuhao's brow immediately furrowed. He detested being referred to as insignificant. However, Lin Feng remained unfazed. He understood that the principal character had arrived. My friend, it appears we have not provoked you in any way. Bei Bei stepped forward, speaking courteously. The handsome youth glanced at him dismissively, a smirk playing on his lips. I merely speak the truth. Two little brats with barely perceptible soul power wish to enter Shrek? Do not waste the teacher's time. You. Huo Yuhao could no longer contain himself, ready to retort, but Lin Feng placed a firm hand on his shoulder. Lin Feng regarded the handsome youth with a slight smile. My dear fellow, one should not judge solely by appearances, otherwise, one may find themselves swiftly rebuffed. Rebuffed? By you? The handsome youth scoffed, as if he had heard the greatest jest. The teacher in charge of the registration grew somewhat impatient. He rapped his knuckles on the table. Enough with the noise. Those who are to be tested, step forward. You come here. He pointed at Huo Yuhao. Go ahead, Yuhao, Lin Feng urged softly, encouraging him to showcase what it truly meant to be a genius. Huo Yuhao nodded, inhaled deeply, and approached the testing crystal orb. He placed his hand upon it. And as Lin Feng had advised, instead of channeling his soul power, he gradually infused his spiritual energy into the orb. In the next moment, the unremarkable crystal orb erupted in a dazzling brilliance of pure white light. The intensity of the glow was so overwhelming that everyone nearby instinctively squinted their eyes. The entire registration hall was enveloped in this radiant white luminescence. The teacher in charge of the registration abruptly rose from his chair, causing the cup in his hand to crash to the floor, shattering into pieces. He stared intently at the crystal orb, his lips trembling. His eyes filled with an incredulous fervor. This is innate full soul power? No, this is the manifestation of spiritual energy. Such purity, such magnitude of spiritual energy. A monster. He is a true anomaly. The surrounding clamor fell into a sudden hush, as all eyes converged upon Huo Yuhao. As if witnessing a miraculous event, the strikingly handsome youth with powder blue hair, whose earlier arrogance and disdain had solidified into sheer shock, now felt a distinct tremor of unease ripple through his martial soul in response to the overwhelming spiritual pressure. How is this possible? As everyone was left in awe of Huo Yuhao's astonishing display, Lin Feng's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile. His eye of fate quietly activated, and a stream of information flooded his mind. Target locked. Wang Dong, Tang Wudong. Status: Divine Consciousness sealed, first layer. Detected a strong spiritual imprint from the Divine King Tang San. Information decryption is highly challenging. Warning: forcing decryption may alert the Divine King. Lin Feng chuckled inwardly. Tang San, I have encountered your precious daughter. This game has just begun to become truly interesting. Chapter 12. Striking while the iron is hot. The dimensional blow from the Grand Elder. Silence. An utter silence. Before the radiant spiritual energy of Huo Yuhao. The once boisterous registration hall of Shrek Academy seemed to have been muted. All gazes were fixed upon the somewhat slender black-haired youth. Shock, astonishment, fervor, and disbelief intertwined in the expressions of those present. The middle-aged teacher in charge of registration no longer exhibited even a trace of impatience or severity. He resembled a famished wolf that had spotted a rare treasure, his eyes gleaming, breath quickening, even feeling an impulse to rush forward and lift Huo Yuhao in triumph. A prodigy. This is undoubtedly a once-in-a-millennium phenomenon. His lips quivered, and his voice wavered. I have seen spiritual attribute martial souls before, but to possess such immense and pure spiritual energy innately, I have not only never seen it, but I have never even heard of it. He abruptly turned towards his assistant, nearly roaring the command. Hurry, go inform Dean Yan. No, I shall go myself. Such a prodigy must be immediately and unequivocally brought into our soul master department. Standing beside him, Wang Dong's extraordinarily handsome face had already drained of color. Pride? Disdain? In that moment, all was utterly shattered. He could distinctly feel his radiant goddess butterfly's soul tremble instinctively under the overwhelming spiritual pressure emanating from the other. How could this be possible? Who am I? The daughter of the God King. My veins flow with the most noble divine blood. Even with my memories sealed and my powers suppressed, I am certainly not to be compared with mere mortal geniuses. Yet, this unassuming and drab figure before me, in a manner I cannot comprehend, has dealt me a resounding slap across the face. This was not merely a suppression of soul power. It was an impact from a higher dimension, a shock from the very essence of the soul. Huo Yuhao slowly withdrew his hand, the blinding white light gradually receding. The testing crystal restored to its original state. He glanced at the pallid Wang Dong, then at the teacher, who was nearly on the verge of a heart attack from excitement, finally directing his gaze towards Lin Feng, his eyes conveying a hint of inquiry and reliance. Brother, did I exert too much force? Lin Feng smiled and shook his head, patting his shoulder, then stepped forward calmly to the nearly frantic teacher, saying, Teacher, may I now proceed with my test? Oh yes. And you? The teacher, snapping back to reality, looked at Lin Feng and then at Huo Yuhao. His eyes filled with anticipation. With such a monstrous younger brother, surely the elder must not be lacking in talent, right? Could they be a pair of prodigious siblings? Wang Dong, suppressing the tumult within, fixed his gaze upon Lin Feng. He was eager to see what astonishing feat this seemingly composed youth, who appeared to have everything under control, would perform. What a show? Wang Dong thought to himself, resolutely refusing to believe that two such prodigies could emerge at once. Under the watchful eyes of the multitude, Lin Feng gently placed his hand upon the testing crystal. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The crystal remained unresponsive, akin to an ordinary glass sphere, devoid of even a glimmer of light. The fervent anticipation on the teacher's face instantly froze. He blinked vigorously, thinking he must have misread the situation. The surrounding candidates and parents erupted into hushed discussions. What was happening? No response. Could it be that he possesses no soul power? Impossible. His brother is a prodigy. Witnessing this scene, Wang Dong initially stood in stunned silence. Then, unable to contain himself, a mocking smile crept across his lips. So, He is a waste? An ordinary person lacking soul power, bringing along a genius brother to enroll? What a grand joke. The shock and humiliation from earlier, brought forth by Huo Yuhao, found its outlet in an instant. What did I say? Wang Dong's voice was soft, yet in the stillness of the hall, it resonated with unusual clarity. The charlatan, after all, was merely a charlatan. There was no need to squander everyone's time. Bei and Tang Ye's expressions instantaneously soured. Although they had faith in Lin Feng, the bizarre spectacle before them stirred trepidation within their hearts. Only Huo Yuhao remained resolutely at Lin Feng's side, acutely aware that his brother was the most unfathomable individual among them. Just as the registration teacher furrowed his brow, preparing to declare the test a failure, Lin Feng suddenly spoke up. Teacher, this Type 3 psychic induction crystal ball has been in use for approximately 7 years, hasn't it? The teacher was taken aback. How do you know? Lin Feng did not respond directly, but continued in an even tone. Its internal energy circuit has suffered a 3.7 energy accumulation at the junction between the 17th main circuit and the 32nd auxiliary circuit due to prolonged high-intensity testing. While this does not affect ordinary soul masters, it would cause a 0.1 second delay in the transmission of light, and the brightness would be approximately 2 overstated if encountered by a soul master with exceptionally pure mental strength. He paused, shifting his gaze to the base of the crystal ball. Moreover, the miniature energy convergence array at the base has a slight crack in the turquoise stone responsible for stabilization in the lower left corner. Though imperceptible to the naked eye, it has already compromised the stability of energy absorption. Am I correct? Lin Feng's voice, though soft, detonated like a series of heavy explosives in the ears of everyone present. The hall fell into an even more eerie silence than before. If Huo Yuhao's display was a miracle of power, then Lin Feng's words were a fantastical revelation of understanding. How could a 12-year-old boy, having merely touched the crystal ball, accurately articulate its model, usage duration, and even the invisible internal energy accumulation and base fissures? What manner of creature was this? A being with X-ray vision? The registration teacher's mouth gaped wide enough to fit an egg, and instinctively, he glanced down at the base before abruptly lifting his gaze back to Lin Feng, his astonishment gradually morphing into an unprecedented blend of horror and elation. Such ability. Such observational prowess. This was not merely a genius of the martial spirit realm. This was a coveted treasure of the soul guidance realm. You. The teacher stammered, overwhelmed with excitement. Meanwhile, Wang Dong's smirk had entirely frozen on his face. He felt a burning shame in his cheeks, as though invisible hands had struck him repeatedly. What a slap in the face. This was an even more profound and heart-wrenching blow than before. If he could attribute Huo Yuhao's strength to exceptional talent, that was still within the realm of comprehension. However, the capabilities Lin Feng displayed had utterly transcended his understanding. This was not the ability of a mere soul master. Now, do you believe I am qualified? Lin Feng smiled slightly, retracting his hand. At that moment, his martial soul quietly awakened. A barely perceptible white halo ascended from beneath his feet. Eye of Fate, the first soul skill, Fate Warning. Immediately following, a second halo illuminated. A profound purple ring. A Millennium Soul Ring. 2. A 2-ring Soul Master. The registration teacher gasped once more. A 12-year-old soul master capable of perceiving the internal structure of soul tools. Madness. This world has utterly lost its mind. Enough. Far too much. The teacher could no longer contain his excitement. He seized the registration forms from Lin Feng and Huo Yuhao, clutching them to his chest as if they were rare treasures, vigilantly surveying the surroundings. You too, from this moment forth, are the core disciples of our Shrek Academy's martial soul department. Wait. A resonant and magnetic voice echoed from nearby. The crowd turned to see a tall, disheveled middle-aged man with a stubbled face striding towards them with purpose. Clad in a gray researcher's robe, speckled with stains, his eyes shone with an extraordinary brilliance. Mr. Zhou, we at the Soul Tool Department are claiming these 2 students. The newcomer was none other than Fan Yu, the deputy director of the Soul Tool Department at Shrek Academy, a 6th-level soul master. He had been observing the commotion from upstairs, particularly captivated when Lin Feng articulated his analysis of the crystal ball. He could no longer remain seated. Upon seeing him, Mr. Zhou became flustered. Fan Yu, what are you doing here? These 2 are once-in-a-millennium talents for the Martial Soul Department. What relevance do they have to you? Fan Yu paid him no mind. His gaze intensely fixed on Lin Feng, brimming with admiration and longing. Young man, your name is Lin Feng, correct? Are you interested in researching soul tools with me? I assure you, you will have access to the most advanced technologies and materials across the continent. As the 2 departments' teachers seemed poised to engage in a public contest over the students, Wang Dong's expression darkened considerably. Here he was, the daughter of the God King, reduced to a mere backdrop for these 2 insignificant figures. This indignity was intolerable. Stepping forward, his peach blossom eyes ignited with fierce determination as he fixed his gaze upon Huo Yuhao and Lin Feng. I am Wang Dong. I acknowledge your strength. However, Shrek respects only true power. I will defeat you both in the freshman assessment, fair and square. With that, he placed his hand upon the testing crystal ball. In an instant, a dazzling golden light surged skyward, accompanied by a melodious butterfly's song. Innate full soul power. The goddess of light butterfly. Yet this time, the reaction was less pronounced. The crowd, having grown numb from the successive displays of brilliance by Lin Feng and Huo Yuhao, remained largely unmoved. Lin Feng regarded the spirited Wang Dong with a knowing smile. Information regarding Tang Wudong flickered once more within the Eye of Fate. A cold laugh echoed in his heart. The freshman assessment? Excellent. Tang-san, I hope you keep a close watch on your precious daughter, lest you inadvertently gamble away your heart. Chapter 13. The Turmoil in the Dormitory. The fateful duel of the goddess of the divine king's daughter. The fierce contest between Fan Yu and teacher Zhou for enrollment concluded in an utterly unexpected manner. Faced with the two department heads, whose combined age surpassed a century, yet who argued like children with flushed faces, Lin Feng calmly proposed a suggestion. Why can't we have both? He inquired. At his words, the bickering ceased abruptly. Both Fan Yu and teacher Zhou were taken aback, exchanging bewildered glances. Lin Feng continued, unhurriedly elucidating his reasoning. My brother, Huo Yuhao, possesses a top-tier spiritual attribute martial soul, with a primary focus on the martial soul department to exploit his strengths. However, his formidable mental capacity also grants him the exceptional talent to become a top-tier soul master. Therefore, I hope he can major in the martial soul department while concurrently minoring in the soul guidance curriculum. He paused, shifting his focus to himself. As for me, I am more intrigued by the intricate constructions and principles of soul guiding devices. Thus, I aspire to major in the soul guidance department and minor in practical martial soul combat courses to compensate for my own deficiencies in combat prowess. His discourse was articulated with clarity and precision, respecting the expertise of both instructors while outlining the optimal developmental paths for himself and Huo Yuhao. Teacher Zhou and Fan Yu exchanged glances, each recognizing shock and admiration in the other's eyes. This proposal was nothing short of flawless. To have a martial soul prodigy study soul guiding devices and a soul guiding genius delve into combat was a harmonious blend of strengths, fostering mutual advancement. This was beyond the ordinary intellect of a genius. It was the mindset of a strategist. Excellent. I want it all, Fan Yu exclaimed, slapping his thigh and regarding Lin Feng with approval. Young man, I am growing fonder of you. It is settled. You two shall be nurtured jointly by our soul guidance and martial soul departments. Teacher Zhou, stroking his beard, nodded in satisfaction. This approach is indeed commendable. The academy has precedence for dual department studies, yet it demands exceptionally high talent from students, as most cannot balance both. However, you brothers unquestionably possess such qualifications. Thus, the tempest subsided. The surrounding candidates and their parents gazed at Lin Feng with entirely altered expressions. Where they once viewed him as a curiosity, they now regarded him as a divine figure. This youth not only harbored unfathomable strength, but also exhibited a wisdom and perspective that surpassed his peers, even managing to effortlessly persuade the instructors of Shrek Academy. Wang Dong stood aside, a wave of frustration washing over him. He felt akin to a well-prepared performer, ready to take the stage, only to have the spotlight seized by two unexpected contenders, relegating him to an unnoticed background. This sense of indignation nearly drove him to madness. Humph, he scoffed, dismissing the scene and striding directly to another instructor responsible for registration. He slammed his enrollment form onto the desk, his voice icy. Wang Dong. Martial soul, radiant goddess butterfly, innate full soul power. Process my application. The instructor flinched at his intensity, but, upon seeing the phrase innate full soul power, quickly sprang into action, treating him with the utmost respect. After the storm had passed, the registration process resumed. Lin Feng and Huo Yu smoothly obtained the badges and dormitory keys that symbolized their status as freshmen of Shrek Academy. Brother, can we really study in both departments? Huo Yuhao, holding two different colored schedules, felt a mix of excitement and apprehension. Of course, Lin Feng replied with a smile. You are destined to be the future leader of Tang Sect, an ultimate Dolaw in the making. It would be unwise not to learn as much as possible. As for myself, as the Grand Elder of Tang Sect, I must lay a solid foundation for our sect's strategy of technological advancement. As he spoke, he led Tangya and Bei Bei, and the four of them headed towards the dormitory area. However, upon reaching the dormitory corresponding to the room number on their keys, they encountered a problem. It was a standard double room. How can we fit 4 people in here? Tangya expressed her concern. Bei Bei furrowed his brow. Are we supposed to live separately? But we are Tang Sect. We are a united whole. This was precisely the issue Lin Feng aimed to resolve. He desired not merely a place to reside, but also to establish the independence and unique status of their small group within Shrek Academy through this matter. He turned to the 3 of them and said, wait here for me. I will return shortly. With that, he took the keys and headed straight back to the registration hall. By this time, most of the people in the hall had dispersed, and Teacher Zhou and Fan Yu were huddled together, gleefully perusing the profiles of Lin Feng and Huo Yuhao, their delight growing with each page. Teacher Zhou, Teacher Fan Yu. Lin Feng's voice resonated. Both looked up, and upon seeing Lin Feng, Fan Yu immediately waved enthusiastically. Lin Feng, what is the matter? Are you dissatisfied with the dormitory? If so, I can arrange a different one for you. I can even set up a private research room in my soul engineering department. Thank you, Teacher Fan Yu. Lin Feng replied with a slight smile, maintaining a respectful demeanor. The dormitory itself is not the issue. It's just that we are 4 people. 4 people? Teacher Zhou was taken aback. Indeed, Lin Feng briefly introduced the situation regarding Tang Sect. We 4 have jointly established a new era for Tang Sect, and we are an inseparable whole. Therefore, I hope to secure a dormitory that can accommodate all 4 of us for both living and studying. This is not merely for convenience, but also to maintain the integrity of our Tang Sect. Upon hearing this, Teacher Zhou's expression turned troubled. Well, the dormitories are allocated according to standard procedures, either 2 per room or single rooms. A 4-person dormitory is quite unprecedented. Precedents are meant to be broken. Lin Feng's tone remained calm, yet his words carried an undeniable strength. Teachers, the academy has recruited both of us because of our potential. And our potential is not solely individual. It lies in the strength of Tang Sect behind us. A united, efficient team with a clear goal can generate value that far surpasses that of two solitary geniuses. Today, I am advocating for a 4-person dormitory for Tang Sect, and tomorrow, Tang Sect will bring glory to Shrek Academy that exceeds the worth of just one dormitory. He gazed at the two teachers who were lost in thought, presenting his final argument. Moreover, I have just observed that on the top floor of Building 7 in the new student dormitory, there appears to be a spacious suite that has remained unoccupied, originally designated for teachers of exceptional merit. I believe it is not unreasonable for us, given the value demonstrated by my brother and me, to apply for residency there in advance. Upon uttering these words, Fan Yu and teacher Zhou were once again taken aback. This young man not only possesses profound knowledge of soul-guiding devices, but also seems to have a thorough understanding of the dormitory's layout. What manner of creature is he? Fan Yu slammed his hand on the table. Unreasonable? Not in the slightest. A genius deserves to be treated as such. Teacher Zhou, I shall take responsibility for this matter. That suite on the top floor of Building 7 is theirs. Teacher Zhou let out a wry smile, fully aware that he could not possibly refuse. The value demonstrated by Lin Feng, along with his uncanny ability to perceive everything, left him with no option but to comply. Very well. He retrieved a pristine brass key from his drawer and handed it to Lin Feng, stating, "This is the key to the dormitory on the top floor of Building 7. Lin Feng, I hope you will remember what was said today. The Tang Sect shall never let the academy down." Lin Feng accepted the key and solemnly promised. At that moment, a cold voice resonated from the doorway. "I also want that dormitory." Everyone turned to see Wang Dong, who had returned unexpectedly, standing proudly at the entrance with his arms crossed. Clearly, he had overheard the previous conversation, and his enchanting eyes were filled with defiance and provocation. Why should they be allowed to break the rules and enjoy special privileges simply because of that person named Huo Yuhao, who possesses formidable mental strength? Or is it because this Lin Feng is skilled in rhetoric? I, endowed with full innate soul power and the bright goddess butterfly martial spirit. The daughter of the god king, am I not more deserving than they? Fan Yu furrowed his brow. Wang Dong, there is always a sequence of arrival in such matters. I do not care about the order of arrival. Wang Dong's gaze locked onto Lin Feng, asserting, Shrek respects only the strong. If you wish to occupy the finest dormitory, you may. Let us have a duel, and the victor shall claim it. He had grown weary of feeling ignored and suppressed. He yearned to reclaim his glory in the most direct and pure manner. However, Lin Feng did not even glance at him, merely spinning the brass key on his fingertip before offering a gentle smile to teacher Zhou and Fan Yu. Esteemed teachers, since our Tang Sect has already taken residence, as neighbors, I believe we have the right to suggest how the academy should arrange the vacant adjacent room, correct? He suddenly shifted his tone, pointing at Wang Dong. This Wang Dong, with his exceptional talent and lofty aspirations, is precisely in need of tempering. If he is placed alone on the top floor, will he not become even more reclusive due to a lack of interaction? In my opinion, it would be better to assign him to the standard double room across from us. This would not only facilitate our sparring, but also allow him to experience the warmth of community. What do you two think? Wang Dong. He was utterly bewildered. What does it mean to have the right to suggest? What does it mean to facilitate sparring? What does it mean to experience the warmth of community? The audacity of this scoundrel. With just a few words, he has transformed himself from a challenger into a neighbor in need of care and arrangement. This is no mere dimensional reduction. It is a profound humiliation. Teacher Zhou and Fan Yu exchanged glances, each detecting a hint of suppressed amusement in the other's eyes. This Lin Feng is truly incorrigible. Yet, he is also precisely to their liking. Indeed, the suggestion from classmate Lin Feng is quite reasonable. Teacher Zhou cleared his throat and, with utmost seriousness, addressed Wang Dong. Since the top-tier suites have been allocated, you shall temporarily reside in room 702 of Building 7, directly across from them. It would be beneficial for your growth to cultivate closer ties with your peers from the Tang Sect. With that, he unceremoniously pressed the key to room 702 into Wang Dong's hand. Clutching the cold key, Wang Dong gazed at Lin Feng's nonchalant smile. Feeling a surge of blood rush to his head. It was as though the punch he had thrown with all his might had landed not on flesh, but on a cloud of cotton. No, it was as if he had struck at emptiness. The other party had not even bothered to evade. With just a flick of his tongue, all of Wang Dong's pride and fighting spirit had been reduced to a mere jest. You. He glared fiercely at Lin Feng, squeezing a single word through gritted teeth. Only then did Lin Feng finally meet his gaze. A meaningful smirk curling at the corners of his mouth as he spoke in a tone audible only to the two of them. Do not be hasty. Our confrontation has only just begun. In the upcoming freshman assessment, I shall ensure you lose with both heart and spirit. With that, he turned away, departing with an air of casual elegance, leaving Wang Dong alone, fists clenched, his strikingly handsome face contorted in anger for the first time. Lin Feng, I shall remember you. Chapter 14. The inaugural meeting of the Tang Sect. The unmasked daughter of the God King. As Lin Feng pushed open the grand door, crafted from rare Nama wood, adorned with brass reliefs, even Tang Ye and Bei Bei, who had mentally prepared themselves, could not suppress a gasp of astonishment. This place bore no resemblance to a mere dormitory. It resembled a luxurious mansion situated in the very heart of Shrek Academy. The expansive space of nearly 200 square meters was ingeniously divided. Upon entering, One was greeted by a spacious living room, furnished with a soft-soled beast fur carpet, comfortable leather sofas, and even a small bar with an accompanying wine cabinet. The floor-to-ceiling windows of the living room opened up to a broad terrace, offering a panoramic view of the majority of the freshman district. Beyond the living room lay 4 independent bedrooms, each nearly identical in size, complete with their own en-suite bathrooms and study areas. Additionally, there was a dedicated quiet room for meditation and training, as well as a small workshop brimming with various basic Soul Guide components and tools. Is this truly a residence for students? Tanya covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. She and Bebe had become accustomed to a frugal lifestyle in their efforts to revitalize the Tang Sect, never imagining they could enjoy such lavish accommodations. Brother, this is even better than our home in Star Luo City. No, it surpasses the guest rooms of the White Tiger Duke's residence. Huo Yuhao exclaimed, his face a picture of shock. From a young age, he endured relentless bullying within the Duke's estate, living in conditions inferior to those of even the lower servants. The scene before him struck him profoundly. Bebe took a deep breath, his gaze towards Lin Feng filled with admiration and reflection. Lin Feng, I now understand. Following you, there is nothing we cannot achieve. Since joining the Tang Sect, this seemingly youngest of boys consistently reshaped their perceptions. Whether it was intercepting the heavenly dream ice silkworm, outsmarting bandits, or engaging in a fierce debate with the teachers at Shrek Academy today, he always managed to turn the impossible into the possible in astonishing ways. This is merely the beginning. Lin Feng casually tossed the brass key onto the bar, producing a crisp sound that resonated in the hearts of everyone present. He surveyed the room with a calm and composed demeanor. Here lies the headquarters of our new Tang Sect at Shrek Academy. From this day forth, we shall ensure that the name Tang Sect reverberates throughout the entire continent. His words carried an undeniable charisma, igniting a fervor within Tanya, Bebe, and Huo Yu. All right. Choose a room and settle in. We will convene in the living room in 10 minutes. Lin Feng issued his first directive. Meanwhile, on the top floor of Building 7, Room 702, bang, Wang Dong kicked open the door, his strikingly handsome face shadowed by frost. In stark contrast to the opulence of the mansion across the hall, his so-called genius dormitory resembled a storage closet. The cramped space contained only a bed, a desk, and a wardrobe, nothing more. A musty odor lingered in the air, a testament to its long-neglected state. The stark disparity ignited Wang Dong's fury anew. She, the daughter of the God King, Tang Wudong, having been revered in the divine realm since childhood, she had never endured such indignities. She believed that upon arriving in the mortal world, her innate full soul power and the light goddess's butterfly martial soul would enable her to sweep all aside and become the most radiant presence. Yet, reality delivered a stinging slap. That fellow named Lin Feng seemed to be her nemesis. In terms of strength, he was merely a soul master in his 20s. In terms of background, he was a nameless orphan. Yet, it was he who, with just a few words, shattered her pride and plans to pieces. Damn it! Damn it! Lin Feng. Wang Dong's fist struck the hard wall, her soul power surging, causing the entire room to vibrate with a low hum. She clenched her fist tightly, a fierce battle intent and hatred igniting in her beautiful peach blossom eyes for the first time. In the upcoming new student assessment, I will make you understand that in the face of absolute strength, your petty cleverness is worthless. I will trample you, and that Huo Yu beneath my feet. Little did she know, amid her emotional turmoil, a faint, almost imperceptible pink-gold light flickered deep within her mind, as if awakening an ancient and powerful seal. 10 minutes later, the 4 members of the Tang Sect were seated on the sofa in the living room, precisely on time. Lin Feng sat in the main seat, his expression solemn. The previous air of ease and grace completely vanished, replaced by the imposing authority befitting the grand elder of the Tang Sect. Today marks the inaugural assembly of our Tang Sect. As he spoke, he established the tone for the meeting. The agenda was singular: how to secure victory in the freshman assessment. Bebe, somewhat perplexed, inquired, Lin Feng, isn't the freshman assessment a combination of individual and team battles? Among us 4, only you and Yuhao are freshmen, while Tanya and I. No, Lin Feng interjected, shaking his head. From this day forth, there shall be no you and us, only the Tang Sect. This freshman assessment is not merely our battle, it is the battle of the Tang Sect. We must ensure that the entirety of Shrek knows that the Tang Sect operates as a cohesive whole. He turned his gaze to Huo Yu. Yuhao, what is the current range of your spiritual detection? How precise is your 3-dimensional scanning? Huo Yuhao promptly responded, brother, after merging with the heavenly dream ice silkworm, my spiritual detection can cover the entire freshman area. 4 3-dimensional fine scanning. Within a radius of 500 meters, not even a fly can escape. Excellent. Lin Feng nodded. Then turned to Bebe and Tanya. Bebe, Tanya, what is the potency of your martial soul fusion technique? The blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex and the netherworld ghost vine? Tanya and Bebe exchanged glances, and Bebe replied solemnly, its power is immense, but the consumption is equally substantial, and it lacks stability, so we seldom employ it. From today onward, practice it at least thrice daily, Lin Feng asserted with an unyielding tone. Do not concern yourselves with the cost. I will find a way to procure sufficient elixirs to replenish your energy. I require you to be capable of instantaneous fusion techniques before the assessment begins. After assigning the tasks, Lin Feng's gaze deepened. Our greatest opponent this time is singular. Wang Dong, Huo Yuhao instinctively remarked. Precisely, Lin Feng replied, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. An intriguing adversary. Just moments ago, After settling in, he had immediately employed his second soul skill, the Eye of Fate, on Wang Dong, who resided across the hall. Unlike the hurried investigation at the registration desk, this time he concentrated all his spiritual energy. Instantly, a torrent of chaotic and complex information flooded his mind. Target, Wang Dong, alias. True identity, Tang Wutong, daughter of the God King. Status, divine consciousness sealed, first layer of memory confusion, soul disguise, gender reversal. Core drive, derived from the God King's trial directive, a fateful attraction to Huo Yuhao. Potential risk, under severe emotional fluctuations, the seal may weaken, inviting scrutiny from the divine realm. Breakthrough hint, this individual is a pivotal piece in the God King's game. Altering her fate trajectory will deal a significant blow to Tang San's plans. Lin Feng's heart surged with tumultuous waves. Just as expected, gender reversal, divine consciousness seal. Tang San, in your quest to find a suitable son-in-law for your daughter, you truly spare no effort. Such an extreme method has been employed. While he appeared composed on the surface, his mind was already brimming with countless targeted strategies. He gazed at the crowd and calmly stated, "This Wang Dong is extraordinarily powerful, possessing the supreme martial soul of the radiant goddess butterfly, with innate full soul power and soul skills that are both magnificent and immensely potent. However, he harbors a fatal flaw." "What flaw?" Tanya inquired with curiosity. "He is excessively proud," Lin Feng remarked incisively. Proud individuals often rely on their overwhelming strength to crush their opponents head-on, disdainful of tactics. This, precisely, presents our opportunity. He turned his gaze towards Huo Yu, wisdom glimmering in his eyes. "Yuhao, from this moment forth, your task is to utilize mental probing to monitor Wang Dong around the clock. I need to ascertain his daily routines, cultivation habits, and even the patterns of his soul power fluctuations. Remember, do not let him perceive your presence." "Brother, isn't this a bit?" Huo Yuhao hesitated, feeling that this approach lacked integrity. "When dealing with extraordinary individuals, one must employ extraordinary methods," Lin Feng replied calmly. "Yuhao, bear in mind that we may not merely be confronting a classmate, but rather a chess game that has long been set in motion. Any hint of complacency could lead to our utter defeat." "I understand, brother." Huo Yuhao nodded earnestly. At that moment, a melodious chime resonated throughout Shrek Academy. Following closely, a gentle yet authoritative voice, amplified through soul power, reached the ears of every new student. "Attention, all new students, in 3 days. A new student assessment will be held at the central plaza of the academy. Please prepare accordingly. The assessment rules will be announced on that day. It's here." Lin Feng rose, moved to the edge of the terrace, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze seemingly penetrating through layers of buildings. Landing upon the closed door of room 702 across the way, a subtle smile graced his lips as he murmured, "Yuhao, are you ready? Next comes the grand performance of the Tang Sect at Shrek. We must execute it splendidly, so that certain lofty spectators can see clearly." Chapter 15, The Might of Financial Ability. The Divine King's daughter driven to the brink. The bell for the new student assessment rang out like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, sending ripples throughout the new student area of Shrek Academy. An atmosphere of tension and excitement permeated the air, whether they were the offspring of distinguished nobles or exceptionally gifted commoners. Every individual was eager to showcase their talents in this event that would determine the allocation of resources for the next 2 years. In no time, the Academy's training zones, combat areas, and library were teeming with activity. Amidst this fervor, 2 individuals stood out remarkably. One was Wang Dong, who almost seemed to declare his strength to all with an overwhelming presence. Each day before dawn, he would appear in the combat zone, challenging those renowned among the new students. When the radiant goddess butterfly martial soul was unleashed, its dazzling and lethal light became the nightmare of every new student. Regardless of whether it is an offensive, agile, or control type, none can endure 10 rounds under his command. He is simply formidable. Wang Dong's mastery over soul power is nothing short of artistry. With innate full soul power and a top-tier beast martial soul, how can we possibly compare? The championship appears to be predetermined, devoid of any suspense. Another focal point is Lin Feng and his Tang Sect. However, unlike Wang Dong's flamboyant demeanor, the 4 members of the Tang Sect exude an air of enigma. They occupy the finest dormitory in the entire academy, yet seldom make appearances in public. No one has witnessed their training, nor does anyone know the depths of their strength. Their few public encounters are steeped in drama. For instance, at the academy's bustling trading zone, where students exchange and purchase cultivation resources, Wang Dong paused at a stall selling enhancement elixirs. The vendor, a senior student, presented a jade green elixir, exuding a fragrant aroma. "Esteemed junior, you have a discerning eye. This is the Emerald Spirit Pill, capable of enhancing soul power recovery speed by 10% within 2 hours, greatly beneficial for the impending assessment. A mere 800 gold soul coins." Wang Dong's brow furrowed. Even for him, this price felt somewhat burdensome. His allowance from his father during this descent was rather modest. Just as he hesitated, a calm voice emerged from beside him. "How many of these Emerald Spirit Pills do you have in stock?" Turning, Wang Dong beheld Lin Feng, leisurely accompanied by Huo Yuhao and the others. The vendor's eyes sparkled with excitement as he promptly replied, "Not much left, only the final 10. I'll take them all." Lin Feng did not even inquire about the price, simply gesturing to Bei Bei behind him. Understanding the cue, Bei Bei retrieved a hefty pouch from his storage soul guide, counted out 8,000 gold soul coins, and casually tossed them onto the stall. The entire process was seamless and decisive. The surrounding students were left in stunned silence. 8,000 gold soul coins. Not a blink of an eye. What kind of family background is this? Wang Dong's expression turned ashen. It was not that he could not afford it, but rather the nonchalance of the other party felt like an invisible slap, striking him harshly across the face. This was a kind of dimensional blow from financial power that he had never experienced before. You. Wang Dong gritted his teeth, anger flickering across his handsome face. Yet Lin Feng appeared oblivious, accepting the elixirs and distributing them to Tang and Bei Bei. Seniors, you have worked hard practicing fusion techniques these days. Take these to aid you. Should you require more, I shall procure them. Thank you, Lin Feng. Tang and Bei Bei grinned widely. The sensation of being nourished by another's resources was simply too blissful. Brother, what about mine? Huo Yuhao blinked innocently. Your task is not to engage in combat, but to observe. Lin Feng patted his shoulder, then subtly glanced at Wang Dong, lowering his voice. Our subject of observation seems a tad impatient. Remember what I said. Document every abnormal fluctuation in his soul power. This will be crucial for us. A chill ran through Huo Yusin's heart as she immediately grasped Lin Feng's intention. This was not merely an exhibition of wealth. It was a psychological warfare. Indeed, upon hearing the phrase observational subject, Wang Dong's body stiffened, and an uncontrollable surge of powerful soul energy emanated from him. He felt akin to a clown stripped bare. Every movement laid bare under the scrutiny of others. This sensation drove him to the brink of madness. You bastards, are you surveilling me? Wang Dong bellowed. Surveillance? Lin Feng feigned surprise, arching an eyebrow. My dear classmate, do you hold yourself in such high regard? Our Tang Sect is merely preparing for an assessment. Unlike some who only know how to flaunt their martial prowess, relying on brute strength over intellect. You seek death. Wang Dong could no longer contain the fury swelling within him. The light of the butterfly god ignited in an instant. A ring of soul rings rising from beneath his feet, an overwhelming aura bearing down upon Lin Feng. However, just as he was about to strike, a figure materialized like a specter, standing protectively before Lin Feng. It was Bei Bei. His face retained a gentle smile, yet his eyes sparkled with a sharp electric light. The blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex martial soul enveloped him, crackling with the force of lightning as it clashed with Wang Dong's light power, resulting in a resounding explosion. Junior, if you wish to spar, you may do so in the battle zone, Bei Bei stated with a smile. Engaging in combat here will result in a deduction of credits. Wang Dong glared fiercely at Lin Feng, sensing the depths of mockery and control hidden behind that calm gaze. He had been defeated, not in terms of strength, but in a complete psychological collapse. Since moving into Building 7, this fellow named Lin Feng had systematically dismantled his pride through unfathomable means, provoking his anger and rendering him unrecognizable. Very well, very well. Wang Dong retracted his martial soul, casting a deep, seething glance at Lin Feng, as if wishing to devour him whole. I shall await you during the new assessment. With that, he waved his sleeve and departed, his back appearing exceedingly disheveled. Watching Wang Dong's retreating figure, Huo Yuhao whispered to Lin Feng, Brother, his emotional fluctuations were quite intense just now. His soul power displayed signs of disturbance at least 3 times. It was as if something within him was battling against himself. Lin Feng's lips curled into a knowing smile. That is the effect of the mental seal at play. Tang San imposed this seal to help his daughter better experience life in the mortal realm, which automatically calms her overly intense emotions. Yet, this very calmness is, in itself, a vulnerability. Well done, Yuhao, Lin Feng commended. Maintain this. The more furious and agitated he becomes, the more weaknesses he will reveal. The night before the assessment, the living room of dormitory 701 was ablaze with light. The 4 members of the Tang Sect sat together, the atmosphere grave. Yuhao, how is the surveillance progressing? Lin Feng inquired. Huo Yuhao produced a blueprint, densely inscribed with various data and curves. Brother, he said, after 3 days of observation, Wang Dong's routine is exceedingly regular. Yet his spiritual energy fluctuations exhibit 2 subtle troughs every night and morning, as if he is grappling with a form of mental suppression. Furthermore, I have noticed that despite his masculine demeanor, he possesses numerous subconscious habits, such as raising his pinky while drinking and exhibiting gentle movements when adjusting his clothing. Tang listened, her eyes wide with astonishment. This is too bizarre. Lin Feng, why are you having him monitor these things? To know oneself and one's enemy is the key to victory, Lin Feng replied, offering no further explanation as he unfurled a new blueprint on the table. This is the final battle plan I have devised for your upcoming assessment. Bei Bei and Tang leaned closer to examine it, only to find themselves momentarily stunned. The drawing depicted not intricate tactical maneuvers, but rather a set of fashion designs. A lavish, even somewhat ostentatious pink gown was illustrated, accompanied by annotations detailing lace trimmings, bows, and puff sleeves. Lin Feng, what is this? Bei Bei asked, bewildered. A devilish smile spread across Lin Feng's face. Wang Dong's greatest weakness lies not in pride, but in his true identity. He is a girl. What? Exclaimed Tang and Bei Bei in unison. Thus, our strategy is straightforward, Lin Feng declared, his eyes gleaming with excitement and madness as he pointed to the design. On the day of the assessment, in front of all the new students and teachers, we will find a way to have him wear this dress. I want everyone to see that this seemingly invincible genius, the preordained champion of Shrek Academy, is a cross-dressing master in a gown. I aim to shatter his composure completely. Chapter 16, The New Student Assessment. The Divine King's Daughter's Public Disgrace. The following day, the new student assessment at Shrek Academy officially commenced. The vast outdoor arena was abuzz with excitement, as thousands of new students gathered, their faces etched with tension and anticipation. On the elevated viewing platform, the teachers from the Soul Master and Soul Engineering departments were present, their gazes sharp and scrutinizing the youthful, yet promising faces below. This year's promising talents are indeed plentiful, remarked Teacher Zhou from the Soul Master department, stroking his beard in satisfaction. The deputy director of the Soul Engineering department, Fan Yu, appeared more direct, his focus unwavering on a certain dark-haired boy amidst the crowd. I am solely interested in what surprises that little monster Lin Feng will bring me today. The rules of the assessment were simple yet brutal, a chaotic battle among 100 participants. All new students were randomly assigned to 10 massive circular arenas, each housing 100 individuals. Ultimately, only one person or one team could emerge victorious from each arena. This rule tested not only personal strength, but also mental acuity, strategy, and the ability to forge alliances. Brother, do we really have to do this? Isn't it a bit too? Huo Yuhao stood beside Lin Feng, glancing at Wang Dong in the distance, who was revered by all, occupying a space like a crane among chickens. He whispered apprehensively, excessive? A subtle, cold smile curved at the corners of Lin Feng's lips. Yuhong, you must remember, mercy towards an enemy is cruelty towards oneself. Moreover, our adversary is far more than this spoiled young girl before us. He clapped his hand on Huo Yuhong's shoulder, his gaze as profound as the ocean. What we face is a deity, a god king who resides high above, viewing all mortals as mere pawns. Today, we shall, before his very eyes, seize his most cherished piece from the board, paint its face in a grotesque manner, and cast it back. Let him understand that from the moment we brothers set foot on this board, it is no longer solely his domain. Huo Yuhong's heart trembled violently, a surge of fervor rushing to his mind. No longer hesitating, his gaze became resolutely steadfast. I understand, brother. I will do as you say. Excellent. Lin Feng nodded with satisfaction, turning his attention to Bei Bei and Tang Ya. Senior brother, senior sister, proceed as planned. First, clear the field and prepare the stage for us. Rest assured, Xiaofeng. Bei Bei and Tang Ya exchanged excited glances, their eyes brimming with exhilaration. The thrill of orchestrating something grand was utterly intoxicating. The assessment commenced. With the referee's command, the soul power of 10 arenas erupted instantaneously, and chaos ensued. The atmosphere in Arena 7, where Lin Feng was situated, was particularly intense, for it housed two formidable contenders, the Tang Sect Quartet and the solitary Wang Dong. Almost instantaneously, several self-important students formed alliances and charged towards the Tang Sect. First, eliminate the Tang Sect. They are numerous. Indeed, once we take them down, we can contend for the top position. Observing the approaching crowd, Bei Bei disdainfully curled his lips. A mere rabble. With a decisive step, he summoned the blue lightning tyrant dragon martial soul, crackling with lightning as his first soul ring ignited. Thunderclaw. Numerous robust claws of lightning manifested, crashing into the throng with overwhelming force. Cries of agony echoed as the first 7 or 8 students, caught at the forefront, were instantly scorched black, convulsing on the ground. Utterly devoid of combat capability. Simultaneously, Tang Ya's blue-silver grasp spread forth like a venomous serpent, ensnaring several others securely, rendering them immobile. In merely one encounter, the temporary alliance of over a dozen individuals crumbled to dust. A profound silence enveloped the arena, as everyone stood paralyzed by the formidable prowess displayed by the Tang Sect. At that moment, a resplendent light resembling butterfly wings ignited from the far end of the arena, darting towards Lin Feng like a flash of lightning. It was Wang Dong, clearly uninterested in entangling with the lesser opponents. His singular focus had been Lin Feng from the outset. Lin Feng, you shall pay the price for your actions. Wang Dong's voice was as chilling as ice, his handsome visage ablaze with fury. His speed reached its zenith, the light of the butterfly god transforming into countless sharp blades, sealing off all of Lin Feng's escape routes. Yet, Lin Feng stood his ground, unperturbed, even wearing a hint of playful amusement upon his face. Yuhong. He softly uttered those 2 words. Understood. Huo Yuhao's eyes suddenly sparkled with intensity, unleashing an invisible mental shock that precisely penetrated Wang Dong's consciousness. A soul assault. As Wang Dong surged forward at high speed, his body abruptly stiffened, a sharp, needle-like pain shooting through his brain, causing a momentary pause in his movements. In a battle of masters, victory hinges on an instant. This was the moment. Bei Bei and Tang Yu were already poised for action. The second soul skill, Blue Silver Cage. The first soul skill, Thunder Dragon Claw. A formidable cage erupted from the ground, ensnaring Wang Dong securely. Immediately thereafter, the furious lightning claws struck violently against the cage, producing a deafening explosion. Boom. The blue-silver cage shattered, yet Wang Dong was also jolted by the overwhelming force, his blood surging and his stance faltering. He could not comprehend why his every action was so transparently observed, nor could he fathom the seamless coordination of his opponents. Unbeknownst to him, under Huo Yuhao's mental probing and sharing, each contraction of his muscles and every fluctuation of his soul power was vividly displayed in the minds of everyone from the Tang Sect. He was not facing a single adversary, but a flawless team endowed with a godlike perspective. But the assault was far from over. Bei Bei, emboldened by his advantage, unleashed another strike, this time targeting the lapel of Wang Dong's attire. With a rip, the luxurious blue outfit Wang Dong wore was torn asunder, revealing his fair skin and a tightly fitted white undergarment beneath. You seek your own demise. Wang Dong, both alarmed and furious, flared his butterfly wings, forcefully pushing Bei Bei back. Yet at that moment, a ghostly figure approached from behind. It was Lin Feng. Unbeknownst to Wang Dong, Lin Feng had acquired an unexpected item. The exquisite pink princess gown adorned with lace and bows that had only existed in drawings before. A gift for you, no need for thanks. Lin Feng's voice whispered like a demon's murmur in Wang Dong's ear. In the next instant, under the perfectly timed second mental assault from Huo Yuhao, Wang Dong once again fell into a brief paralysis. Lin Feng struck. His movements were as swift as lightning. With a flick of his hands, the pink gown descended like an intricate net, flawlessly enveloping Wang Dong's head. The entire process flowed seamlessly, executed in one breath. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Thousands of new students and dozens of teachers in the viewing area were left motionless, their mouths agape and eyes wide, all gazes converging upon the center of the arena. There stood the genius of Shrek Academy, hailed as the destined champion, Wang Dong, utterly bewildered. He was clad in an ill-fitting, extravagantly ornate pink princess gown. A gentle breeze stirred, causing the lace edges of the skirt to flutter softly, creating a bizarre yet comical contrast against his striking visage, which was etched with shock, embarrassment, and fury. Silence enveloped the scene. The entire assessment arena fell into a profound silence. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Finally, it was as if someone could no longer contain themselves, letting out a soft chuckle. This laughter acted like a switch, instantly igniting the entire crowd. Ha ha ha, my heavens. What do I see? Wang Dong in a skirt? Is this a new fighting style? A cross-dressing master? How outrageous. The operations of the Tang Sect are indeed scandalous. I am utterly impressed. The arena was engulfed in roaring laughter, reminiscent of a landslide or tsunami. The students laughed until they doubled over, some even shedding tears, clutching their stomachs as they crouched on the ground. On the viewing platform, the teachers were equally dumbfounded. Teacher Zhou had pulled out several strands of his own beard, while Director Fan Yu stood with his mouth agape, unable to close it for a long while, eventually managing to utter, "Is this also a realm of application for soul-guiding devices?" A sharp, almost pitch-altered roar erupted from Wang Dong's throat. His face had turned a deep shade of crimson. His eyes ablaze with fury, his entire body trembling. It was not anger, it was sheer humiliation, an endless disgrace. He, the daughter of the god King Tang Sect, the little princess of the divine realm, had, in front of thousands, been forced into a woman's skirt. This was more unbearable than death. I will kill you all. Boom. An unprecedented surge of terrifying soul power erupted from Wang Dong's body, golden flames shooting skyward. Behind him, the ethereal figure of the goddess of light, Dai, became strikingly solid, radiating an aura of sanctity and majesty. The divine seal within him began to loosen for the first time under the intensity of such emotions. However, Lin Feng seemed to have anticipated this very scene. He leisurely clapped his hands and, with a brilliant smile directed at the nearly fainting Wang Dong, remarked, "Dear classmate, do not be angry. I believe this outfit suits your temperament far better than the previous one." Chapter 17, A Heartless Killing. The Gaze of the God King. Boom. The golden flames of soul power erupted from Wang Dong like a volcano, soaring into the sky. This was no ordinary fluctuation of soul power at the great soul master level. Amidst the flames, there emanated a chilling, supreme divine pressure. It was as though an ancient deity, long slumbering, had been violently awakened, opening its wrathful eyes. The air in the seventh arena thickened, and everyone felt a tremor originating from the depths of their souls, struggling to breathe. Even standing became a challenge. What is this power? Isn't he only at level 20? Such terrifying pressure. I can feel my martial soul trembling. The roaring laughter abruptly ceased, replaced by boundless fear and astonishment. They finally realized that the cross-dressing figure they had mocked for so long was, in fact, a terrifying primordial beast. On the observation platform, all the teachers suddenly rose to their feet, their faces etched with astonishment and disbelief. A sacred aura. This force transcended the realm of the mundane. Teacher Zhou gasped in shock, his voice trembling. Fan Yu's expression grew gravely serious, his gaze fixated on the figure enveloped in golden flames, murmuring, "This is no longer an assessment. It is a life and death struggle. Lin Feng, I want you dead." Wang Dong's voice had transformed entirely, losing its clarity and now resonating with a hollow yet imposing timbre, as if a higher dimensional existence were uttering a divine oracle through her. Her eyes had completely turned into brilliant gold, devoid of any human emotion, exuding pure, icy murderous intent. She moved, without any extravagant soul techniques. She simply raised her hand and pointed into the air towards Lin Feng. Divine judgment. With a hum, a visibly thick golden beam of light, at least 10 times more robust than Bei Bei's Thunder Dragon Claw, sliced through the air with an aura of judgment and annihilation, streaking towards Lin Feng with terrifying speed and power that surpassed even that of a Soul Zun or Soul Sect master. This strike aimed to obliterate Lin Feng, along with that infuriating smile upon his face, from existence. This is bad. Bei Bei and Tang Ye's expressions changed drastically. They wished to intervene, but found their bodies sluggish, ensnared by the overwhelming sacred pressure, as if mired in quicksand. Brother, Huo Yuhao's eyes widened in desperation. He unhesitatingly channeled all his mental energy, constructing layer upon layer of mental barriers before Lin Feng. Yet, it was futile. The golden beam surged forward with unstoppable force, as if it were a force of nature. Huo Yuhao's mental barriers crumbled like ice under the sun, unable to withstand even a moment before being pierced through and evaporated. Poof! Huo Yuhao felt as though struck by lightning, violently expelling a mouthful of blood, his face paling instantly. Even the residual shockwave sent tumultuous waves through his mental sea, nearly shattering it. It's over. The two words surfaced in everyone's minds. In the face of this divine punishment, the black-haired youth was surely doomed. Yet, at this critical juncture, Lin Feng did not flinch. Instead, he faced the cataclysmic beam with a renewed smile, one that sent tremors through Wang Dong's very soul. He did not gaze at the beam but instead locked eyes with Wang Dong's golden orbs, his lips parting to utter words only they could hear. Shaoqi, stop fooling around. Your father would be quite displeased if he knew you were behaving so mischievously in the mortal realm. Boom. These two words struck Wang Dong's soul like twin bolts of divine thunder, penetrating the deepest recesses of her being. Shaoqi, this pet name, known only to the closest kin in the divine realm, was utterly unrecognizable to anyone else. Father, how could he possibly know of the king's existence? In an instant, Wang Dong's mind plunged into a void. The sacred power, unleashed through rage and previously sealed, became utterly chaotic due to the violent turmoil of its master spirit. The once coherent golden beam of light, potent enough to annihilate all, suddenly erupted with a resounding bang just half a meter away from Lin Feng. The ferocious golden soul energy transformed into a tempest that swept across the arena, uprooting the ground and hurling countless fragments into the air. The four members of Tang Men were violently cast aside by this force, soaring through the air in a parabolic arc before crashing heavily at the edge of the arena. Yet, they sustained only minor injuries, emerging relatively unscathed. At the heart of the storm, Lin Feng stood resolute, his garments billowing and dark hair whipping wildly, unwavering despite the chaos surrounding him. He lifted his gaze towards Wang Dong, who cowered, trembling violently and muttering impossible repeatedly. A flicker of pity crossed Lin Feng's eyes. To kill, is there truly a need for a blade? Striking at the heart is the most sophisticated of methods. Enough. At that moment, several formidable presences descended from above. Teacher Zhou and Director Fan Yu appeared simultaneously on either side, accompanied by two inscrutable white-haired elders. The Shrek inspection team, the true stabilizing force of the academy. One elder surveyed the chaotic scene and then glanced at the dazed Wang Dong, still clad in that ridiculous princess gown. His brow furrowed deeply before his gaze fixed upon Lin Feng, as if penetrating into the very soul. The assessment concludes here. The elder's voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in every corner. In the seventh arena, the Tangmen team emerges victorious. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Although the process was bizarre and extraordinary, the outcome was indisputable. Wang Dong had lost his will to fight. Only the Tangmen stood tall upon the arena. All relevant personnel, accompany me. The elder stated with unwavering authority. Inside the infirmary, Huo Yuhao lay on the bed, his complexion still pale, yet after treatment, he was no longer in grave danger. Bei Bei and Tang Ye anxiously awaited beside him. The door swung open, and Lin Feng stepped inside. Brother, are you all right? Huo Yuhao struggled to rise. I am fine. Just lie back. Lin Feng pressed him down gently, offering a soothing pill. This is a calming pill. Take it and have a good rest. Xiao Feng, what on earth happened? What did the teacher say? Bei Bei inquired eagerly. Lin Feng smiled lightly, speaking with serene composure. Nothing much. We merely engaged in a friendly exchange. They expressed great interest in our tactics, particularly in the promising future of Tang Men, and conveyed their high regard and support. He certainly would not divulge how. In the office of the inspection team, he faced the formidable psychological pressure exerted by those two seasoned elders, maintaining a facade of composure while deftly attributing everything to tactical speculation and unforeseen events. He subtly insinuated that there were influential figures behind the Tang Sect guiding their actions, successfully muddying the waters to the extent that the academy's higher-ups, wary of repercussions, dared not delve deeper. And what of Wang Dong? Tang Ye inquired softly, her eyes betraying a hint of trepidation. Him? Lin Feng's lips curled into that signature arc once more. He moved to the window, gazing at Wang Dong's distant dormitory, as if he could penetrate the walls and glimpse the disheartened figure within. He had been taken away early by a relative dispatched by his family. Lin Feng paused momentarily, then added languidly, his voice barely above a whisper, just loud enough for himself to hear. Before leaving, I entrusted that elder with a message for him. I said, your daughter's dress fits her splendidly. When we meet again, I shall gift her a pair of even more exquisite crystal shoes. Additionally, please convey my regards to His Majesty, the Divine King. Chapter 18. The Wrath of the Divine King. An ultimate provocation from another world. The night was oppressively quiet. In the top floor suite belonging to the 4 members of the Tang Sect at Shrek Academy, the lights blazed brightly. The aftermath of the freshman assessment was sweeping through the academy with unprecedented velocity. The Tang Sect, a newly established and obscure organization, had, in the span of a single day, risen to a status that no one among the freshmen, or even the entire outer academy, dared to underestimate. After all, to have extracted a genius suspected of possessing divine bloodline from the academy in what could only be described as a form of performance art, a feat unparalleled in history, and likely to remain unmatched in the future, was indeed a remarkable achievement. At this moment, however, the atmosphere in the living room was somewhat tense. Huo Yuhao had returned from the infirmary, his complexion still pale, but his gaze unusually bright. He sat on the sofa, his eyes fixed intently on Lin Feng. brimming with questions, concern, and a hint of fervor that even he himself did not fully recognize. Bei and Tang fidgeted, exchanging glances. Their astonishment no less than Huo Yuhao's. Everything that had transpired today had utterly overturned their understanding of the spirit master world cultivated over the past 20 years. Xiaofeng. No, Fenggu. Bei took a deep breath, ultimately altering his address, his tone laced with reverence. What on earth happened today? That Wang Dong. And those words you spoke at the end. Tang added anxiously. Yes, the elders of the inspection team did not give you a hard time, did they? I've heard they are the most ruthless individuals within the academy. Observing the concerned expressions of the three, Lin Feng smiled gently, signaling them to remain calm. Rest assured, the matter with the inspection team has been resolved, he stated nonchalantly. I merely informed them that our Tang Sect has developed a novel psychological warfare strategy capable of precisely targeting an opponent's psychological vulnerabilities, achieving victory without conflict. Wang Dong merely experienced an uncontrollable incident triggered by an excessive pride that inadvertently activated a peculiar mutation of his martial soul. This explanation was both reasonable and imbued with an air of inscrutable mystery. Bei and Tang were filled with skepticism. Yet they understood that this was all Lin Feng was willing to divulge. As for Wang Dong, Lin Feng's gaze shifted towards Huo Yu, growing profound. Yuhao, how do you feel? Confronting such power, what are your thoughts? Huo Yuhao fell silent for a moment, clenched his fists, and spoke solemnly. It is formidable, overwhelmingly so. In the face of his strength, I feel like a mere ant. However, he lifted his head, flames of determination igniting in his eyes. But, brother, you triumphed. You didn't even need to utilize your soul power to bring him to ruin. This has enlightened me to a truth. Strength is not merely a matter of soul power levels. Indeed, Lin Feng nodded in approval. Pleased that Huo Yuhao had grasped this insight, he rose from his seat and approached the window, his voice becoming distant yet resolute. Yuhao, you must remember. Our adversaries may be far more formidable than you can conceive. He may orchestrate our encounters with the precision of a puppeteer, designing our futures. The power you witnessed today was merely a fleeting glimpse of his might. He, Huo Yuhao keenly seized upon this pronoun. Yes, he. Lin Feng did not turn back. His voice laced with a chilling undertone. A being who deems himself superior, believing he can manipulate everything. He has devised trials for you, laid out your path, and even chosen your future companion. He desires for you to dance like a marionette, following the script he has penned, step by step towards the divine throne prepared for you. Well, what? Huo Yuhao, Bei, and Tang exclaimed in unison, as if struck by lightning. This revelation was 100-fold more shocking than learning that Wang Dong was a woman or that he could unleash divine power. A living god manipulating Huo Yuhao's fate? It sounded utterly preposterous. Brother, this Huo Yuhao's mind was in disarray. Hard to believe, is it? Lin Feng turned to face him, his gaze calm, yet unwavering. But it is the truth. Did you think the appearance of the sky dream ice worm was mere coincidence? Did you believe your entrance into the Tang Sect was simply luck? No, it was all part of the script. And Wang Dong, or rather, Tang Wudong, is the protagonist he sent to test you, as well as a reward. Tang Wudong. Bei murmured the name, suddenly recalling something, his expression shifting dramatically. Could it be that she is the one under the sea god's mantle show? Lin Feng made a gesture for silence, smiling gently. It's good that you know, but there is no need to voice it. In any case, everything we are doing now is to leap from his chessboard and play our own game. He stepped closer to Huo Yuhao, patting his shoulder, and spoke deliberately. Yuhao, I do not require you to believe fully at this moment. I only need you to remember that your destiny must lie in your own hands. From now on, we must grow stronger, not only enhancing our soul power, but also developing our own strength. We must make that God King aware that even pawns can overturn the chessboard. Huo Yuhao's breath quickened, his chest rising and falling violently. Lin Feng's words acted as a key, unlocking the deepest fears within him while igniting a rebellious fire he had never known. He suddenly rose to his feet, his gaze unwavering as he looked at Lin Feng. Brother, I understand now. From this moment on, I shall follow your every instruction. My life, Huo Yuhao, belongs solely to myself and the Tang Sect. Lin Feng smiled with relief. At that very moment, a cold notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the epic quest, the first step of the Divine King's chess game, the provocation of the pieces. Quest evaluation. Perfect. Quest description. The host, employing exquisite psychological tactics and information disparity, not only triumphed in the new student assessment, but also successfully shattered the psychological defenses of the Divine King's daughter, Tang Wudong, and issued the first successful provocation across the void to the Divine King Tang San, creating significant chaos in his plans. Quest rewards are being calculated. Reward 1, 10,000 fate points. Reward 2, unlocking the core functions of the system, the Soul Guidance Technology Tree. Reward 3, Special Blueprint Reward Basic Soul Power Amplifier Design. Reward 4, Special Item Reward, the Mind Shield Cloak, Trial Version. A flicker of fervent light shone in Lin Feng's eyes. Here it comes. This was the true foundation that empowered him to confront Tang San head-on. Meanwhile, in the distant divine realm, within the Sea God Temple, an oppressive aura of terror enveloped the entire hall. The divine attendants within were prostrated on the ground, trembling with fear, scarcely daring to lift their heads. Upon the throne sat a strikingly handsome man with blue hair, clad in a magnificent blue robe and wielding a trident. He is one of the rulers of this divine realm, the sea god, Tang San. Yet at this moment, his eternally composed visage was shrouded in clouds of darkness. His eyes ablaze with unquenchable fury and lingering suspicion. Before him, a luminous screen floated, vividly displaying all that transpired during the Shrek Academy assessment. As he witnessed his daughter clad in a ridiculous princess gown, ridiculed by the masses, his fists clenched tightly. When he saw her lose control, unleashing her divine power, his brows furrowed in concern. And upon hearing Lin Feng's flippant remark, "Little Seven, stop messing around," followed by the parting words, "Please send my regards to the Divine King," the divine power within him erupted uncontrollably. Boom! The terrifying shockwave of divine energy fractured the temple's floor. Lin Feng. Tang Sect enunciated the name slowly, his voice chilling to the bone. This name was unfamiliar to him. This youth appeared to have materialized from thin air, wielding an uncanny ability to perceive everything, repeatedly thwarting his plans. From the perfect fusion with the heavenly dream to mastering the Tang Sect, and now, employing a heart-piercing strategy that nearly shattered his daughter's resolve. What unsettled him the most was that this individual even knew the nickname Little Seven. He was aware of his identity as the Divine King. This was no mere coincidence. It was a blatant provocation. A mere mortal, an ant he could not fathom, dared to challenge him, the God King. "Father," a voice laced with a sobbing tone echoed. And Tang Wudong's figure materialized within the divine hall, her form now restored to feminine attire, with tear-stained cheeks adorning her breathtaking visage. "You witnessed it all. He bullied me." Tang Sect gazed upon his daughter's woeful expression, his fury intensifying, yet reason compelled him to maintain composure. He tempered his divine presence, approached his daughter, and gently wiped away her tears, his voice softening, yet still tinged with gravity. "Little Seven, tell your father, what feelings do you harbor for that youth named Lin Feng?" Tang Wudong hesitated, her sobs punctuating her words. "He is a demon, a scoundrel. I wish I could slay him." "What else?" Tang Sect pressed further. "When he called you by your childhood name, did you sense anything unique about his soul?" Tang Wudong pondered deeply, shaking her head in confusion. "No, his soul is peculiar. Like a shroud of mist. I cannot see through it at all. It's as if he does not belong to our world. Does not belong to our world." Tang Sect's pupils constricted sharply. He abruptly gestured, channeling divine energy into the luminous screen before him, the image within rapidly reversing until it settled upon Lin Feng's smiling countenance. Tang Sect fixated on this face, attempting to pierce through its past and future, to unveil its destined path. Yet, the response was a chaotic void. It was as if this individual's fate was entirely obscured by a higher, more enigmatic power. "How intriguing, truly intriguing," Tang Sect mused, his anger gradually dissipating, replaced by an unprecedented seriousness and a hint of cold martial fervor. "An anomaly that transcends fate, indeed. I shall observe just how great a tempest this insignificant pawn can stir." He turned to Tang Wudong and declared, "Little Seven, your trials are temporarily halted. I will erase portions of your memories pertaining to Shrek, then reassign your identity. However, remember this, keep a distance from Lin Feng. And under no circumstances are you to engage with him again without my command." "Why, father? I seek vengeance." Tang Wudong protested, unwilling to relent. "Vengeance?" Tang Sect scoffed. "You have yet to ascertain his true nature. How will you achieve retribution? This individual is exceedingly perilous. His danger surpasses the cumulative threat of all your tasks in this descent." With that, he turned his back on his daughter, venturing deeper into the sanctum. He needed to devise a strategy to confront this ultimate provocation from another realm. Meanwhile, within the dormitory of Shrek, Lin Feng gazed at the blueprint of the soul power amplifier displayed on his system panel, a confident smile gracing his lips. "The God King? The game has only just begun." He unfurled the blueprints on the table, grasping a pen, his eyes gleaming with wisdom and strategy. A new storm was already brewing. Chapter 19. The plan for overtaking on a curve. An olive branch from the Soul Guidance Department. The night in Shrek was particularly profound, darkened by the silent fury of the temple from the previous night. In the suite of the Tang Sect headquarters, however, the atmosphere stood in stark contrast to the external oppression, brimming with an uncontainable excitement and fervor. Huo Yuhao, Bei, and Tang were gathered around a table, their gazes fixated on a blueprint composed of radiant soul power, filled with intricate lines and complex runes. This was the design blueprint for the soul power amplifier, beginner level, that Lin Feng had just retrieved from the system rewards. "Brother, what is this?" Huo Yuhao's voice trembled with anticipation. He could sense that the knowledge contained within this blueprint seemed to transcend the current era. It was an opportunity that could allow them to overtake others on a curve. Lin Feng's fingertips glided gently across the blueprint, his eyes sparkling with a light that embodied both wisdom and ambition. In essence, the soul power amplifier is an auxiliary tool for cultivating soul guidance. Once successfully crafted, it can purify and compress the surrounding soul power during meditation, infusing it into the user's body, thereby enhancing their cultivation speed by at least 30%. "What? An enhancement of 30%? Bei and Tang exclaimed simultaneously, their eyes nearly bulging in disbelief. What is most crucial for a soul master? Talent, resources, and techniques. Yet, at its core, it all revolves around accelerating the cultivation speed. The pinnacle a soul master can reach in their lifetime is intimately linked to their cultivation rate. What does a 30% increase signify? It means that while others may cultivate for 10 years, they would only require 7. During the golden period of a soul master's training, such an advantage could propel them a significant realm ahead of their peers. This is no longer merely powerful. It is extraordinary, and this is merely the beginner version. Lin Feng nonchalantly dropped an even heavier bombshell. As my level in the soul guidance technology tree advances, I will unlock intermediate, advanced, and even divine versions in the future. At that time, don't be surprised if we see enhancements of not just 30%, but possibly 300%. The term soul guidance technology tree caught Huo Yuhao's keen attention. Lin Feng nodded, and with a thought, a virtual screen unfolded before him, visible in its clarity only to him, while the other three could only perceive vague shadows. This is another ability of my martial soul, and it forms the foundation of our Tang Sect's future existence, Lin Feng stated, pointing at the shimmering shadows with a voice imbued with allure. We can understand it as a vast repository of knowledge. As long as I invest sufficient fate points, which are rewards we acquire by altering the storyline, I can unlock various soul guidance techniques that surpass the times from this tree. He turned to the three of them, his tone growing solemn. The soul power amplifier is merely the most rudimentary leaf on this technological tree. Gulp. Beibei and Tang Ye struggled to swallow, their hearts racing as if they might leap from their chests. If Lin Feng had previously been regarded as a cunning strategist in their eyes, he had now ascended to an almost divine stature, embodying an omnipotent being with mastery over the truths of the universe. Brother, speak your mind. What should we do? Exclaimed Huo Yuhao, his gaze ablaze with fervor. In that moment, the path to avenging the God King appeared illuminated before him. Excellent, Lin Feng responded. Clearly gratified by the trio's reaction, he tucked away the blueprint and tapped the table, drawing their attention back to the present. The first step of our plan is to transform this blueprint into reality. We require substantial funds, an abundance of wealth, to procure precious rare metals. Furthermore, we need a premier soul guide laboratory to ensure the confidentiality and safety of our manufacturing process, along with a need to enhance our own strengths to face future challenges. He turned to Beibei. Senior brother Beibei, your task is to investigate the top-tier forging rooms and laboratories available for rent within the academy. The only requirement is that they must offer a high level of privacy, regardless of the cost. Understood. Beibei nodded emphatically. Recognizing the significance of this endeavor for the future of the Tang Sect, he felt a profound sense of duty. Turning to Tang Ye, Lin Feng continued. We currently have 1 million gold soul coins, along with the previous spoils, totaling approximately 1,010,000. You are responsible for managing these funds and must keep a vigilant eye on all information regarding rare metals in the trading area, particularly mithril and deep gold. Should any opportunities arise, procure them at any cost. Leave it to me. Tang Ye's eyes ignited with determination. She finally grasped why Lin Feng had previously spent lavishly. He was laying the groundwork for this very moment. As for Yuhao, Lin Feng regarded him with a knowing smile. Your role is the most crucial. Starting today, I will teach you how to utilize your mental power to analyze the internal structures of soul guides. Your spiritual, I must not only perceive the hearts of people, but also discern the essence of all things in this world. This knowledge will be foundational for us to replicate and even surpass all soul guides in the future. Yes, brother, Huo Yuhao replied with fervent enthusiasm. All right. The inaugural core development meeting of the Tang Sect is now concluded. Let us take action. With Lin Feng's command, this small group erupted with unprecedented energy, functioning like a finely tuned machine, commencing its rapid operations. Simultaneously, the Tang Sect's astonishing feats during the new student assessments, along with Wang Dong's mysterious disappearance, swept through the Shrek Academy's outer court like a tempest. Have you heard? That formidable individual named Wang Dong was forced to withdraw from the academy by those from the Tang Sect. Not just a withdrawal. I heard he ran out of the academy in tears. Such a tragedy. Goodness, what exactly is the Tang Sect? They are ruthless. It seems that Lin Feng didn't even need to take action. Merely his words incapacitated a genius. We should steer clear of anyone associated with the Tang Sect. These individuals are not to be trifled with. Various discussions brewed in the corners of the academy, shrouding the name of the Tang Sect in an aura of mystery and formidable power. As another focal figure at the eye of the storm, Fan Yu, the deputy director of the Soul Guidance Department, stood in his office on the top floor, scrutinizing the test report concerning Lin Feng with a furrowed brow. Martial Soul, Eye of Fate. Soul Power, Level 10. Soul Skills, Unknown. Mental Power Test, exceeded the limits of the instrument. Soul Guidance Knowledge Test, perfectly analyzed the core formation of a secondary testing soul guidance device, identifying 7 points of energy loss. With theoretical knowledge reserves seemingly reaching the level of a 4th-tier soul master. This boy, Fan Yu murmured, his eyes filled with both admiration and confusion, is truly a prodigy. Those fools in the martial soul department think they've struck gold. A talent like this is inherently meant to belong to our soul guidance department. The more he pondered, the more he felt that it would be a waste to let such brilliance slip away. A genius with such profound understanding of soul guidance devices, if wasted on the meditations and battles of the martial soul department, would be a loss to the entire realm of soul masters. No, he must bring him over. With this thought, Fan Yu could no longer remain seated. He adjusted his robe and strode purposefully out of his office, heading directly toward the top-floor suite of the new student dormitory. He intended to meet the young man named Lin Feng in person. At that moment, Lin Feng, having just set up a task for Huo Yuhao, was preparing to guide him through his first mental power analysis training when Huo Yuhao's mental detection suddenly issued a warning. Brother, someone is coming. Their soul power is strong, at least a 6-ringed soul emperor. They seem to be heading straight for us. A slight smile crept onto Lin Feng's lips. He knew the bait had been taken. Stay calm, it's one of our own. He reassured the others and walked to the door, opening it with poise. Standing outside was the hurriedly approaching Fan Yu. Upon seeing Lin Feng take the initiative to open the door, Fan Yu momentarily froze, but quickly regained the composure befitting an 8th-tier soul master and asked in a deep voice, "Are you Lin Feng?" "Director Fan Yu, greetings." Lin Feng replied with a subtle smile, neither obsequious nor arrogant. "I have been awaiting your arrival." This statement caused Fan Yu's pupils to constrict once more. The young man not only recognized him, but had also anticipated his visit. Chapter 20. The Deal with the Director. The first armory of the Tang Sect. In that instant, Fan Yu's pupils contracted sharply, akin to a needle's point. He had envisioned countless scenarios for meeting this prodigious youth. Perhaps it would be one of surprise on the boy's part, or the arrogance of a youth who had achieved success, or even the nervousness that might accompany facing an 8th-tier soul master. Yet, he had never anticipated the scene before him. The boy stood within the doorway, tall and composed, his expression as tranquil as a deep pool. Those dark eyes seemed to penetrate the very heart, holding a faint, elusive smile, quietly observing him as though he were a host awaiting a tardy guest. "I have been awaiting your arrival." A simple statement, yet it struck Fan Yu's heart like a heavy hammer. Not only did the young man recognize him, but he had also calculated his visit. This transcends the realm of mere genius, bordering on the extraordinary. Suppressing the tumultuous waves of emotion within, Fan Yu, a figure of considerable stature within the Soul Guidance Department, took a deep breath to regain his composure and stepped into the fabled headquarters of the Tang Sect. The room was adorned in a manner that was both simplistic and opulent. Huo Yuhao, Bei, and Tang Yu stood solemnly on either side, their expressions grave, subtly forming a stable formation around Lin Feng, who appeared to be the undeniable core of this small assembly. "Please, have a seat, Director Fan Yu." Lin Feng gestured with a calm demeanor that belied his status as a mere newcomer, resembling more a lord welcoming subordinates within his dominion. Fan Yu chose not to sit, opting instead for a forthright approach to seize the initiative. "Lin Feng, I have come today for a singular purpose." Fan Yu's voice resonated with depth and authority. "I have reviewed your test report. Your talents ought not to be squandered on the meditations and battles of the martial soul system. Such endeavors are for the reckless." His azure eyes shimmered with an almost fervent obsession for soul guidance devices. "Join our soul guidance department and focus on the study of these devices. I can take you as my sole disciple and impart all my knowledge to you. All resources of the soul guidance department, including the most prestigious laboratories, shall be at your disposal." His proclamation rang with gravity, brimming with unparalleled allure. The prospect of being the direct disciple of the vice director of the soul guidance department, an 8th-rank soul master, was enough to drive any Shrek Academy student to madness. Bei and Tang Yu felt their hearts skip a beat, their breaths quickening in anticipation, anxiously glancing at Lin Feng, fearful that he might acquiesce immediately. Yet, Lin Feng remained calm, his serene smile unwavering. Only after Fan Yu concluded did he slowly respond, his words leaving everyone astounded. "I am deeply grateful for your kind offer, Director Fan Yu." Lin Feng inclined slightly in respect, yet his tone was resolute. "However, I must decline." "What?" Fan Yu's brow furrowed, clearly taken aback by the outright rejection of a proposal he deemed certain. "Why?" To the students, the relationship between martial souls and soul guidance devices was not one of choice, but of symbiosis. Lin Feng's voice, though measured, resonated clearly in the ears of all present. "The martial soul is the foundation that determines the heights we can achieve, while the soul guidance device is the means that dictates the speed and method of our ascent." Meeting Fan Yu's puzzled gaze, he introduced a novel concept. "Director Fan Yu, have you ever considered that future soul masters must inevitably be powerful soul masters themselves? A soul master with only a 1st-rank soul power, no matter how proficient in crafting 9th-ranked soul guidance devices, would find themselves unable to wield them. Conversely, a 90-ranked title de law, even with only the most rudimentary knowledge of soul guidance devices, could unleash destructive power far surpassing that of the former. The fusion of soul masters and soul guidance practitioners is the true path to greatness in the future. To specialize in one alone would only lead to a dead end." A few words, akin to the morning bell and evening drum, left Fan Yu momentarily stunned. He had never contemplated the issue from this perspective. The Shrek Academy, and indeed the entire realm of soul mentors across the continent, had been engrossed in the pursuit of enhancing the potency and techniques of soul guiding devices, neglecting the inherent limitations of the user themselves. Indeed, it is only a formidable soul master who can unleash the full potential of a soul guiding device. This young boy not only possessed an astonishing comprehension of technical aspects, but had also reached an awe-inspiring theoretical height. Observing Fan Yu lost in contemplation, Lin Feng sensed that the moment had arrived. He shifted the subject, seemingly nonchalantly sighing. "Alas, though the idea is splendid, its practical implementation is fraught with challenges. For instance, I have recently been conceptualizing a small gadget, yet due to the lack of suitable experimental conditions and materials, I have been unable to proceed." "A small gadget?" Fan Yu was instantly intrigued, eagerly inquiring, "What is it?" "A soul guiding device that assists in cultivation," Lin Feng replied with casual grace. "I have termed it the soul power amplifier. Its core principle involves utilizing several rare metals of specific frequencies to construct a miniature resonance array. When a soul master meditates, the array activates, actively attracting, purifying, and compressing the ambient soul power, infusing it into the soul master's body in a gentler and more efficient manner, thereby significantly accelerating the cultivation speed." Boom. It was as though thunder exploded in Fan Yu's mind, accelerating cultivation speed. These 4 words, like an incantation, ignited a fervor within his very veins. As an 8th-level soul mentor, he immediately grasped the revolutionary implications of this invention. If it were to succeed, it would be tantamount to the second revolution in the history of soul-guiding devices. Is this concept feasible? Fan Yu's voice trembled slightly with excitement. In theory, it is perfectly viable, Lin Feng replied with a confident smile. However, the required mithril and deep gold are exceedingly rare, and the precision and confidentiality required for the laboratory are extraordinarily high. Alas, it seems I must temporarily set it aside until the Tang Sect is more affluent. He spoke of relinquishing hope, yet his gaze subtly flickered towards Fan Yu. The expression upon his face, reminiscent of one possessing a priceless treasure, yet lacking the means to excavate it, nearly caused Bei and Tang Ye to burst into laughter. Impressive, truly impressive. The Grand Elder's strategy of feigned indifference had firmly ensnared the director of the Soul Guidance Department. Indeed, after a brief internal struggle, Fan Yu suddenly gritted his teeth and made a resolute decision. In comparison to a technology that could alter the very landscape of the continent, what was the mere title of a disciple? I will assist you with the laboratory and the rare metals, Fan Yu declared with unwavering determination. He retrieved a gleaming silver token from the soul guiding device and presented it to Lin Feng. This is the key to the highest level 7 laboratory in the Soul Guidance Department. Apart from myself, only the Dean may enter. From this day forth, it is yours, with perpetual rights to its use. As for the mithril and deep gold, a flicker of pain crossed Fan Yu's eyes, yet he resolutely declared, although the Academy's official channels may be insufficient, I can leverage my personal connections to procure them from the black markets of the Star Luo Empire and the Heaven Soul Empire. I shall advance the funds for you. Lin Feng awaited this very declaration. He did not immediately accept the token. Instead, he pondered for a moment, as if weighing the pros and cons, before reluctantly stating, with such generosity from Director Fan Yu, it would be ungracious for me to decline. Let us strike a bargain. Once the soul power amplifier has been successfully crafted, I will share the complete technical blueprints with you. Furthermore, I would like to formally appoint you as the Chief Technical Advisor for our Tang Sect's Soul Guidance Hall. What do you think? Chief Technical Advisor? Fan Yu was momentarily taken aback, then elated. This title not only provided him an honorable exit, but also deeply entwined him with this groundbreaking technology of the future. Excellent, 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 Fan Yu exclaimed thrice, fervently grasping Lin Feng's hand. Lin Feng, no, Elder Lin. Should there be any inquiries regarding soul-guiding devices, you may seek me at any time. Thus concluded a negotiation pivotal to the future of the Tang Sect, enveloped in an oddly harmonious atmosphere. After sending away Fan Yu, who departed with the satisfaction of one who had stumbled upon a rare treasure, Bei and Tang Ye could no longer contain themselves, their gazes towards Lin Feng brimming with fervent admiration. Elder, you are simply extraordinary, Bei exclaimed with genuine awe, with effortless ease. You have turned the Deputy Director of the Soul Guidance Department into a worker for our Tang Sect. Lin Feng smiled, tossing the heavy token of Laboratory No. 7 in his hand, before turning to the fervently eager Huo Yuhao. Let us go, Yuhao. Where to, brother? A profound smile graced Lin Feng's lips, his eyes alight with ambitions that span the cosmos. I will take you to see the first armory of our Tang Sect. At that very moment, a cold mechanical notification resonated quietly in Lin Feng's mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully incorporating Fan Yu, the Deputy Director of the Soul Guidance Department, into the development framework of the Tang Sect, thus leveraging the fulcrum of destiny. Reward, 1,000 points of destiny. New feature unlocked, technical sharing agreement. The host may selectively share acquired technologies with the agreement's counterpart and may terminate the agreement at any time. Chapter 21, Laboratory Number 7. This is the armory of the Tang Sect. Shrek Academy, Soul Guidance Department, Underground Level 7. The air here was slightly cool, infused with a faint scent of metal blended with soul power, so quiet that one could hear nothing but the heartbeat of oneself and those nearby. Huo Yuhao followed closely behind Lin Feng, each step taken with utmost caution, his eyes filled with an uncontrollable sense of shock and curiosity. He had never imagined that beneath the ancient and elegant architecture of Shrek Academy lay a futuristic metallic world. On either side of the passage, the familiar stone structures were replaced with shimmering silver alloy walls that glimmered with a soft light. Every 10 meters along the wall, there stands a formidable metallic door, intricately engraved with elaborate soul-guiding array patterns, numbered sequentially from 1 to 6. Their destination lies at the innermost recess of this passage, a singular, resplendent door gleaming in dark gold. Is this the core area of the Soul Guidance Department? Huo Yuhao could not help but whisper, his voice echoing distinctly in the vast corridor. Indeed, Lin Feng replied, his stride unwavering, eyes fixed on the magnificent dark golden door ahead, a smile gracing his lips. This is one of the hearts of Shrek, and it will serve as the armory for our Tang Sect in the future. Trailing behind them, Fan Yu was even more exhilarated than Huo Yuhao. He gazed at Lin Feng's composed silhouette, his eyes brimming with fervent anticipation. Disregarding Lin Feng's suggestion to prepare materials first, he insisted on witnessing the inauguration of this armory firsthand. He yearned to uncover the allure of this place, which Lin Feng held in such high regard that he was willing to trade with an 8th-level soul master for its sake. At last, the trio arrived before the door of Laboratory Number 7. This door was even more imposing than the previous 6 combined. adorned with a soul-guiding array that was intricately magnificent, resembling an exquisite piece of art. At the center of the door lay a circular recess, designed specifically for the insertion of a key. Director Fan Yu, please open the door, Lin Feng gestured, stepping aside. Understood. Fan Yu nodded solemnly, carefully placing the glimmering silver token into the recess. With a low, resonant hum, the soul-guiding array on the dark golden door illuminated instantaneously. Countless streams of light coursing through the patterns, ultimately converging at the crack of the door. Accompanied by a crisp mechanical click, the heavy door slid open slowly, revealing the wonders within. In that fleeting moment, Huo Yuhao's breath hitched. If the corridor outside represented the future world, then the scene beyond the door was a veritable realm of technological divinity. Before them lay an immense circular space spanning thousands of square meters. Its vaulted ceiling soaring to 100 meters, constructed from a single, unknown transparent crystal that emitted a soft, yet brilliant radiance, illuminating the entire laboratory as if it were midday. At the center stood a colossal multifunctional experimental platform, upon which floated dozens of soul-guiding apparatus arms of varying sizes and forms, their tips shimmering in a spectrum of colors, clearly intended for precision operations. Surrounding the platform were orderly rows of metallic workbenches, each laden with an array of unheard-of and unseen soul-guiding device components and testing instruments. Further afield, the walls were embedded with massive transparent metal cabinets, each meticulously organized to display countless rare metals, from the commonly known refined iron and secret silver to the legendary heavy gold and starlight steel, each emanating astonishing waves of energy. My heavens, Fan Yu murmured in a trance, his eyes filled with an almost obsessive fervor. This place, it is truly a paradise for soul masters. Even he, as the deputy director of the Soul Guidance Department, had only encountered descriptions of Laboratory Number 7 in literature. It was only upon witnessing everything firsthand that he comprehended the sheer depth of Shrek Academy's formidable legacy. However, Lin Feng's response remained composed. He resembled a sovereign surveying his realm, strolling into the laboratory, his gaze sweeping over the priceless equipment and materials, ultimately resting on the central experimental platform. Yuhao, come here. Oh, all right. Huo Yuhao snapped back to reality from his astonishment and quickly followed suit. Lin Feng retrieved a scroll of beast skin blueprints from his storage soul guide, unfurling it slowly on the light screen of the experimental platform. It was precisely the soul power amplifier design he had exchanged from the system. The moment the blueprint was revealed, Fan Yu's attention was instantly captivated, unable to look away even for a moment. The drawing depicted an exceedingly intricate core array composed of thousands of micro-soul guidance formations. The structure of each formation was exquisitely refined, and their interconnections were astonishing, far surpassing his existing knowledge framework. This is... Fan Yu leaned closer, his breath quickening, akin to a dragon beholding a rare treasure. This is the core of the soul power amplifier, Lin Feng said nonchalantly. In theory, it can enhance a soul master's meditation efficiency by at least 30%. With superior materials and exquisite craftsmanship, a 50% increase, or even more, is not out of the question. Fan Yu inhaled sharply. A 50% increase in cultivation speed. What does that signify? It means that a bottleneck that originally required 10 years to overcome now only takes less than 7. For the entire soul master community, this is akin to a cataclysmic earthquake. However, the structure of this core array is exceedingly complex. Many aspects of the energy circuits even contradict our existing soul guidance theories. Fan Yu pointed at several critical nodes on the blueprint, voicing his concerns. Thus, we require a translator. Lin Feng smiled faintly, directing his gaze towards Huo Yuhao. Me? Huo Yuhao indicated himself, bemused. Indeed, it is you. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with wisdom. Yuhao, your spirit, martial soul possesses the utmost spiritual detection capability. What I need from you is not to comprehend it, but to observe it. He pointed at the intricate blueprint, issuing his first command to Huo Yuhao. From this moment forth, utilize your spiritual power to meticulously replicate every detail, every energy flow node on this blueprint into your mind, forming a three-dimensional, disassemblable, and analyzable spiritual model. Can you accomplish this? Huo Yuhao gazed at the blueprint, which bore a complexity surpassing that of the starry sky, inhaling deeply. This was an unprecedented challenge for him. Yet, without a hint of hesitation, he nodded vigorously, a fierce determination igniting in his eyes. Brother, I can. Excellent. Lin Feng nodded with satisfaction, then turned towards the utterly dazed Fan Yu. Director Fan Yu. No, you should now be addressed as Consultant Fan Yu. Here I stand. Elder Lin. What commands do you have? Fan Yu instinctively straightened his posture, lowering himself in respect. Lin Feng's lips curled into a subtle, strategic smile. His voice, though not loud, resonated with undeniable authority. I require you to mobilize all your resources and connections to gather the first batch of materials indicated on the blueprints within 3 days. Furthermore, from today onward, Laboratory Number 7 will be officially sealed. Without my permission, no one is allowed to step foot inside. The Tang Sect is about to commence the creation of its own divine artifacts. Chapter 22. The Human-Shaped Lithography Machine. The True Use of Huo Yuhao. Within Laboratory Number 7, the air seemed to solidify. Huo Yuhao stood before the enormous blueprint of the soul power amplifier, feeling as though his breath had grown heavier. The intricate soul guide formations on the paper, resembling the trajectories of stars, seemed like an unfathomable vortex, intent on consuming his very essence. To replicate it entirely in his mind? To construct a three-dimensional model that could be disassembled and analyzed at will? Was this truly feasible? This was no mere test of memory. It was an ultimate trial of mental strength, control, comprehension, and even imagination. Each node, each energy circuit, was far more complex than anything he had ever encountered. Merely discerning every detail was enough to leave an ordinary soul master dizzy. He instinctively glanced at Lin Feng beside him. Lin Feng's expression was as calm as water, yet his gaze held an unwavering trust. As if he believed it was a matter of course for Huo Yuhao to accomplish this task. This trust ignited a flame within Huo Yuhao's heart. Indeed, since meeting his elder brother, had he not created countless miracles? Whether it was the perfect fusion with the heavenly dream eye silkworm or outsmarting the Tang Sect. Confronting Wang Dong, each feat had defied the impossible. If my brother believes I can do it, then I undoubtedly shall. I am beginning now, brother. Huo Yuhao took a deep breath, his eyes suddenly ablaze. A golden-purple radiance surged from the depths of his gaze, transforming his demeanor into one of ethereal focus. Spirit Eye, martial soul, activate. Mental detection and sharing, fully engage. In an instant, formless mental energy surged forth like a tide, morphing into millions of invisible tendrils that delicately enveloped the entire beast's skin blueprint. Buzz. Huo Yuhao's mind jolted as if an influx of information cascaded into his spiritual realm. The intricate blueprint no longer appeared as a flat design. Within his mental perception, it began to come alive, piece by piece. Each formation, every line, contained a unique soul power fluctuation. They resembled independent life forms, intertwining and influencing one another, forming an unimaginably complex ecosystem. Steady your mind. Do not attempt to comprehend it, only remember it. The voice of Lin Feng resonated at the opportune moment beside him, akin to a stabilizing anchor amidst the tumultuous sea of his spirit. Imagine it as a vivid painting, a solitary tree, a celestial expanse. Your task is not to become an astronomer, but to be the most precise of illustrators. Remember its form, its radiance, and the position of every pixel. Lin Feng's words unveiled a new realm for Huo Yuhao. He no longer fretted over the pathways of energy circuits or the complexities of the array formations. He emptied his mind, transforming himself into an intricate scanner, fervently and unreservedly recording every fragment of information. Time passed inexorably. Standing nearby, Fan Yu transitioned from eager anticipation to sheer astonishment, his mouth agape in disbelief, his eyes wide with incredulity. What had he witnessed? He beheld the growing brilliance of purple-golden light in Huo Yuhao's eyes, which ultimately reflected a miniature, three-dimensional star map composed purely of spiritual energy. The structure of that star map bore an uncanny resemblance to the design blueprint on the experimental platform. Was this the manifestation of spirit? No, it was something far superior. This was the direct transformation of information into a spiritual model. Fan Yu's voice trembled. He felt his decades of established soul guidance theory teetering on the brink. Assailed by this 11-year-old prodigy, what underpins the creation of soul guidance devices? It is calculation, illustration, and relentless experimentation and refinement. Yet now, Huo Yuhao had bypassed all intermediary steps, directly accomplishing the modeling within his mind using spiritual power. This was nothing short of a humanoid light engraver. Finally, as the last line was scanned, Huo Yuhao emitted a muffled sound, his complexion turning ashen, his body swaying slightly. Lin Feng, quick to react, supported him, channeling a gentle stream of soul power into his being to stabilize his turbulent vital energy. Brother, I did it. Huo Yuhao's voice was faint, yet his gaze was astonishingly bright. I know, Lin Feng smiled, offering him a vial of restorative soul power elixir. Well done. Now, close your eyes and behold the starry sky in your mind. Huo Yuhao complied. Within his spiritual realm, a vast, intricately detailed three-dimensional array floated serenely, every detail crystal clear, even more intuitive than viewing the original blueprints. Now, attempt to deconstruct it. Lin Feng's voice carried an enchanting allure. Break it down into 10 primary functional modules, and then subdivide each main module into 100 secondary units. What I require of you is to become the deity of this model, wielding it at your will. This presented yet another novel challenge. However, this time, Huo Yuhao hesitated not for a moment. Immersed in this unprecedented experience, his spiritual power moved with fluidity, beginning to dismantle, analyze, and reorganize the colossal model. Fan Yu had become utterly numb. He observed Lin Feng, who resembled an experienced mentor, continually presenting a myriad of astonishing demands to Huo Yuhao. To Fan Yu's astonishment, this human-shaped lithography machine was indeed capable of fulfilling each one. Suddenly, enlightenment dawned upon him. The reason Lin Feng dared to boast, the basis for his audaciously extraordinary design, and the conviction with which he employed such avant-garde theories to persuade others, lay not in some ethereal notion, but rather in Huo Yuhao. It was this prodigious young man, endowed with unparalleled spiritual talent. One proposed the concept, while the other executed the model. One was responsible for design, and the other for realization. Together, they transcended the confines of the Tang Sect. They epitomized a mobile, remarkably efficient super soul guide research center. At that moment of fervent contemplation, Lin Feng's voice anchored Fan Yu back to reality. Yes, Elder Lin, what are your instructions? Fan Yu exclaimed, his posture lower than before. I entrust you with the materials. The timeline is 3 days, no more, no less. The emergence of the Tang Sect's first divine artifact hinges upon your efforts. Rest assured, Elder Lin, I shall ensure the task is accomplished. Fan Yu declared, straightening his chest and nodding emphatically. Without uttering another word, he turned and strode purposefully outwards. His steps were heavy yet resolute, his eyes ablaze with an unprecedented fervor. He could scarcely contain his eagerness to witness the wondrous miracle that would unfold once all materials were assembled and the human-shaped lithography machine commenced its operation. As he watched Fan Yu's retreating figure, a profound smile graced Lin Feng's lips. He turned to gaze at Huo Yuhao, who was now completely immersed in his spiritual realm, and softly murmured, Tang-san, do you see? You endeavored to cultivate a tool to inherit your legacy. Yet I shall transform him into the foremost driving force that topples your throne of divinity. This game has only just begun. Chapter 23. The ownership of the sunken silver in the deep sea. The first stumbling block of the Tang Sect. Within laboratory number 7, time seemed to lose its significance. Huo Yuhao sat cross-legged at the heart of the vast experimental platform, his eyes closed. Though his countenance remained pale, his breathing had grown long and steady. Beside him stood Lin Feng, silently vigil, embodying both a guardian and a craftsman awaiting the completion of his masterpiece. At that moment, Huo Yuhao's spiritual world was undergoing a cataclysmic transformation. The three-dimensional model of the soul power amplifier design, composed of countless luminous points and lines, no longer hovered quietly. Under his mental command, it commenced a dazzling operation. Disassemble, reassemble. With a silent command resonating within, the colossal model instantaneously fragmented into tens of thousands of smaller foundational units, each resembling an independent star, radiating its unique luminescence. Immediately, the stars began to reassemble in a novel and entirely chaotic order. This process exacted a terrifying toll on his mental faculties. Each division felt akin to the tearing of one's own soul, while each reconfiguration resembled the meticulous stitching of one's spiritual essence with countless threads. The pain was profound, yet accompanied by an unprecedented sensation of mastery. However, it was not sufficient. Huo Yuhao furrowed his brow, acutely aware that his grasp on this model remained at the stage of mere recognition without understanding the underlying principles. He was merely a skilled puzzle solver, not the architect of the puzzle itself. Brother, I feel as though I can achieve more. Huo Yuhao did not open his eyes, but instead conveyed his thoughts to Lin Feng through his mental energy. The energy circuit of the model's 73rd subunit appeared to have a sense of dissonance when connected with other units. Although faint, he could perceive it. A glimmer of astonishment flickered in Lin Feng's eyes, yet his lips could not suppress a smile. It had arrived, the moment he had been anticipating. Magnify it. Lin Feng's voice resonated with calm encouragement. Trust your instincts. You are the deity of this world. Scrutinize the imperfections you discern. With Lin Feng's affirmation, Huo Yuhao's mental energy became intensely focused, locking onto the subunit the size of a fingernail. Within his mental realm, this unit was infinitely magnified, revealing energy circuits that were 100 times finer than a strand of hair, clearly laid out before him. He observed that at a bend in the main circuit, the flow of energy exhibited an almost imperceptible stagnation. It resembled a rapid river encountering an invisible rock, which, although not affecting the overall current, disrupted the flawless sense of fluidity. Why is this so? Huo Yuhao did not pose the question to Lin Feng, but instead began to summon all his knowledge regarding soul-guiding devices, gleaned from Fan Yu's lessons and the pages of books. In that moment, it transformed into a torrent of data, fervently comparing and calculating against the model before him. Time passed, second by second. Suddenly, Huo Yuhao's consciousness jolted. He realized that by adjusting the angle of this bend from 90 degrees to 89.7 degrees, that sense of stagnation vanished. The entire energy circuit became unprecedentedly smooth and harmonious. This revelation sent a tremor through Huo Yuhao's being. An indescribable joy and sense of accomplishment erupted from within him like a volcano. This was no longer replication, it was creation. Even though he had merely altered a negligible 0.3 of a degree, the essence had transformed entirely. Brother, Huo Yuhao excitedly opened his eyes, the golden-purple light in his gaze shimmering like stars. I see it, Lin Feng said, smiling as he patted Huo Yuhao's shoulder, his eyes brimming with approval. Well done, Yuhao. You have begun your transformation from a mere sketch artist into a designer. Remember this sensation. It is the most powerful aspect of your spiritual, martial soul, and, indeed, of yourself. He paused for a moment, then shifted his tone, his voice deep and resonant. Remember, Yu Hang, I have made you a humanoid lithographer not to render you a thoughtless tool. On the contrary, my intention is to transform you into the pinnacle of productivity in this world. Technology itself possesses no soul, yet the individuals who wield it do. Every optimization, every creation you undertake is a declaration to that lofty deity above, asserting that our fate shall not be dictated by you. Huo Yuhang nodded vigorously, his heart ablaze with fervor. He comprehended that what Lin Feng entrusted to him was a weapon capable of altering the very fabric of existence, and he himself was the whetstone that would render this weapon ever more formidable. Meanwhile, at Shrek Academy, within the Sea God Pavilion, this ancient edifice, erected in the heart of Sea God Lake, stands as a true sanctuary for the soul masters of the entire continent. At this moment, in the top-level conference room of the Sea God Pavilion, two elders stood by the window, their gazes seemingly piercing through the clouds, descending into the depths of the soul guidance department below. One of them, clad in simple gray robes, of average stature and unremarkable appearance, was the principal of Shrek Academy, Dragon God Dolong Muin. The other, adorned in a luxurious red robe, with fiery red hair cascading casually over his shoulders, was the head of the martial soul department. Tao Dai Deloi Yin Xiaozhe. Mu, do you also sense it? Yin Xiaozhe furrowed his brow. In the direction of the soul guidance department, since yesterday, an immense mental wave has been coalescing. Although shrouded in layers of concealment, it remains undetected by our senses. Moreover, that lad, Fan Yu, has been acting frantically today, requisitioning several top-tier treasures from the soul guidance department's vault. Muin did not turn around, a profound smile emerging on his aged visage. Youthful vigor is a good thing. That fellow named Lin Feng is no simple character. Lin Feng. Yin Xiaozhe was taken aback. Is he the one who caused Tang Seng's divine maiden to suffer greatly during the freshman assessment? I have heard that he not only joined the soul guidance department himself, but also lured Huo Yuhao over. He did not lure, he led. Muin replied slowly. This young man seems to be orchestrating a grand strategy. Even I find it somewhat inscrutable. However, since he has chosen to remain at Shrek, let us observe the unfolding events. I am quite eager to see what surprises he might bring to this long stagnant pond. Yin Xiaozhe nodded thoughtfully, refraining from further comment. Few individuals across the continent could earn such esteem from Muan. 3 days later, in the early morning, the heavy, dark golden door of Laboratory No. 7 finally swung open once more. Fan Yu, appearing weary, stepped inside, yet his eyes sparkled with an electrifying fervor and excitement. Elder Lin, I have not failed you. He gestured grandly, as dozens of storage soul guide devices were neatly arranged on the ground, with over 90% of the materials requested in the blueprints already assembled. Furthermore, their quality is of the highest grade. Lin Feng's gaze swept over the storage soul guide devices, nodding in satisfaction. Thank you for your hard work, Consultant Fan Yu. However, Fan Yu's expression suddenly darkened, and with a hint of difficulty, he remarked that they were still missing the final and most crucial core material, deep-sea submerged silver mother gold. Oh, Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, questioning whether, given Fan Yu's authority, he could not acquire it even at Shrek Academy. It's not that I cannot obtain it. Fan Yu's tone was tinged with frustration. It has already been reserved by someone else. This morning, when I went to the rare metals repository in the inner courtyard to exchange for it, I was informed that the only piece left, roughly the size of a fist, had just been claimed an hour ago. By whom? Huo Yuhao could not help but interject, a sense of foreboding rising within him. Fan Yu took a deep breath and squeezed out a name through clenched teeth. Inner courtyard, Xiao Xiao. Chapter 24, a conspiracy. Want to get the submerged silver? First, sign a contract to serve the Tang Sect. Inside laboratory number 7, the air seemed to freeze. The moment Fan Yu uttered the name Xiao Xiao, Huo Yuhao's pupils constricted sharply, instinctively glancing at Lin Feng, his expression filled with astonishment and confusion. Xiao Xiao, the girl who fought alongside them during the freshman assessment, possessing the tri-spirit soul of the 3 live soul ding and the 9 phoenixes dual soul flute? Why would she intervene at such a critical moment? Is it really her? Huo Yuhao's tone carried a hint of disbelief. What does she want with the deep-sea submerged silver mother gold? Her soul is supportive and offensive. It has no relevance to such a rare metal. In contrast to Huo Yuhao's shock, Lin Feng's reaction was eerily calm. He merely raised an eyebrow slightly, a playful smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth. Brother, you. Huo Yuhao observed Lin Feng's expression, and his anger and confusion subsided somewhat. He understood that whenever his elder brother displayed such a demeanor, it signified that matters were far more complex than they appeared. Advisor Fan Yu, please do not be anxious, Lin Feng spoke leisurely, his voice imbued with an air of omniscience. Do you believe this is mere coincidence? Fan Yu paused momentarily flustered by this unexpected turn of events. However, at Lin Feng's prompting, he quickly regained his composure. Furrowing his brow in contemplation, he suddenly smacked his thigh. It is not a coincidence. Although the deep-sea submerged silver mother gold is precious, it holds little value for soul masters outside the crafting discipline. Moreover, the price for it is exorbitantly high, requiring a full 5,000 contribution points. How could a freshman, barely half a year into their studies, possibly afford that? There must be someone behind this. Precisely. Lin Feng nodded in approval, then directed his gaze toward the laboratory ceiling. As if he could pierce through the heavy metal layers to glimpse the attic at the center of the sea god lake. It seems our little maneuvers have already attracted the attention of certain influential figures. He chuckled lightly, a tinge of mockery in his tone. This is a warning to us. And also a test. Huo Yuhao, with his keen intellect, immediately grasped the implication. Brother, do you mean this is a probe from the Academy's higher-ups? Almost certainly. Lin Feng approached the experimental table, grasping a piece of ordinary refined gold in his hand, weighing it thoughtfully. They wished to observe how our Tang Sect would respond when confronted with its first genuine obstacle. Would we, in a fit of rage, seek trouble with Xiao Xiao? Or would we succumb to helplessness and abandon our plans? Alternatively, a glimmer of cunning sparkled in Lin Feng's eyes. Perhaps we would resolve the issue in an unexpectedly exquisite manner. Fan Yu, observing Lin Feng's composed demeanor, felt his impatient heart settle, replaced by a profound curiosity. Elder Lin, what do you intend to do? Should I seek out Elder Mu or Dean Yan to intercede? No, Lin Feng decisively rejected the notion. Seeking help is the last resort. This challenge has been presented to us, and not only must we accept it, but we must do so with elegance, demonstrating to them that our Tang Sect is indeed worthy of their investment. He turned to Huo Yuhao, issuing his first command. Yuhao, employ your spiritual detection to locate Xiao Zhao's current position. Remember, do not alert her. I need to know where she is, what she is doing, and whom she is with. Understood. Huo Yuhao responded promptly, his violet eyes flashing as his intangible spiritual power surged forth like a tide. Moments later, he opened his eyes, a peculiar expression gracing his face. Brother, I found her. She is just outside our laboratory, in a small grove, sitting alone, seemingly waiting for someone. Waiting for us? Fan Yu instinctively inquired. Lin Feng snapped his fingers, exclaiming, it appears the examiners have even prepared the answers for us. Let us go. Yuhao, we shall confront this roadblock. Before departing, Lin Feng addressed Fan Yu once more. Please, organize the materials here and prepare a design for a top-tier soul guide, suitable for both assault and support-type soul masters, ideally one that harmonizes flawlessly with their martial souls. Though Fan Yu was puzzled, he nodded eagerly. No problem. I will get right on it. In the small grove outside the Soul Guidance Department of Shrek Academy, Xiao Xiao sat upon a stone, her delicate face etched with turmoil. Earlier that day, she had been summoned by Dean Yin Xiaojia of the Martial Soul Department, who assigned her a perplexing task, to use the contribution points he had allocated to reserve an item known as Deep Sea Silver Mother Gold, and then wait there. Wait for whom? The Dean did not say. What purpose did this item serve? He did not disclose that either. All she knew was that completing this task would earn her extra credits and an opportunity to receive guidance in the Sea God Pavilion, an irresistible temptation for any Shrek student. Yet, for reasons unknown, she felt an unsettling unease within her, as though she were engaged in something improper. As she pondered these thoughts, two figures gradually approached from a distance. At the forefront stood a youth clad in black, his hair as dark as his attire, wearing an expression of indifference. He was none other than Lin Feng, the very devil who had humiliated his teammate Wang Dong during the freshman assessment by making her don a pink princess dress. Beside him stood Huo Yuhao, a figure endowed with exceptional mental prowess. Upon sighting them, Xiao Xiao's heart raced, and instinctively she rose to her feet, assuming a defensive posture. Lin Feng, Huo Yuhao? What brings you here? She inquired, her voice betraying her unease. Lin Feng offered no response, instead fixating his piercing gaze upon her, as if he could see straight into her soul, causing her to feel unnerved. Xiao Xiao, do not be anxious, Lin Feng finally spoke, his tone casual as if engaging in small talk. We are not here to trouble you. We merely wish to inquire why you are seated here alone. Are you reveling in the scenery, or are you awaiting someone? Xiao Xiao's cheeks flushed slightly as she mustered the courage to retort. I am waiting for someone. What concern is it of yours? It is indeed our concern, Lin Feng replied with a smile, for the person you await is us. His words struck Xiao Xiao like a bolt from the blue, leaving her momentarily stunned. How could he possibly know? You are speaking nonsense. She stammered. Whether I speak nonsense or not. You are the one who knows best, Lin Feng said, stepping forward, his formidable presence causing her to involuntarily take a step back. Let me guess. Earlier today, a prominent figure sought you out, tasked you with a mission, and instructed you to use a windfall of contribution points to reserve a piece of metal whose purpose you do not even comprehend? Xiao Xiao's complexion drained of color, her lips quivering, rendered speechless. Each of Lin Feng's statements landed like a heavy hammer, striking directly at her heart. Then, this esteemed individual told you to come here and wait. He did not disclose whom you were to await, nor what you were to do, am I right? Lin Feng's tone remained calm, yet exuded an undeniable pressure, for he himself was uncertain of their next steps. This is an open-ended examination, and you, Xiao Xiao, are the crux of the inquiry. Huo Yuhao, standing nearby, felt an overwhelming admiration for Lin Feng, akin to a torrent of rushing water. This was no mere prediction. It was as if he possessed a divine perspective that revealed the entire landscape. I do not comprehend what you are saying. Xiao Xiao persisted in her final struggle, though her voice lacked conviction. That is of little consequence, Lin Feng shrugged nonchalantly. Whether you acknowledge it is immaterial. What matters is how we shall resolve this predicament. He shifted his tone, his gaze sharpening. Now, you have two choices. First, you can surrender the Deep Sea Silver Mother Gold to us. Our Tang Sect would owe you a favor, and you shall be handsomely rewarded in the future. Of course, the esteemed individual who assigned you this task might present you with minor inconveniences, but I doubt he would truly give you any significant trouble. Lin Feng paused, a smile creeping across his lips that sent shivers down Xiao Xiao's spine. Secondly, should you refuse us, we will employ our methods to ensure you willingly relinquish the item. Trust me, my approach may not be as gentle as it was when dealing with Wang Dong. A blatant threat. Yet, Xiao Xiao was acutely aware that Lin Feng was entirely capable of such actions. Her delicate face flushed crimson, a mixture of indignation and fear. With tears welling in her eyes, she was merely a freshman, obediently following orders. Why should she endure such pressure? Just as she was on the verge of breaking down, Lin Feng unexpectedly shifted his tone, his demeanor growing warm and inviting. Of course, the aforementioned two options were merely conventional choices. Now, representing the Tang Sect, I present to you a third option, the finest one. He gazed at Xiao Xiao, articulating each word with precision. Join us, become a part of the Tang Sect. What? Xiao Xiao was momentarily taken aback, unable to keep pace with Lin Feng's sudden leap in thought. You heard correctly. Lin Feng's expression turned grave. Xiao Xiao, you possess the formidable 3 Lives Soul-Catching Cauldron and the 9 Phoenixes Flute, both exceptional martial souls, one the finest food-type weapon soul on the continent, the other a powerful assault and support soul. But do you truly comprehend how to unleash their full potential? Before Xiao Xiao could respond, Lin Feng continued. Your cultivation method remains rooted in the most traditional practices of Shrek, enhancing soul power and acquiring soul rings. But have you considered that if your 3 lives soul-catching cauldron could transcend mere food production and become a war fortress embedded with core magical formations, enhancing attack effects? Or if your 9 phoenixes flute could produce not just sound waves, but infrasonic weapons capable of disrupting soul-guided rays and detonating soul-guided shells? Each of Lin Feng's words opened a gateway to a new world for Xiao Xiao. A war fortress? Infrasonic weapons? These terms were entirely foreign to her. Yet they felt extraordinarily exhilarating. Our Tang Sect is on a path of invincibility, perfectly merging soul masters with soul-guided devices. Lin Feng's voice brimmed with allure. We possess the most advanced theories on the continent, the finest designers, and soon, we shall have our own arms factory, and you will become one of the core members of our Tang Sect. Lin Feng stepped forward, extending his hand. The deep-sea silver mother gold, you need not surrender it. It will serve as your token of allegiance and technological equity upon joining the Tang Sect. From this day forth, you will no longer be a mere pawn at others' whims, but a comrade fighting alongside us. Come, Xiao Xiao, sign this contract of servitude, and we shall reveal to you the wonders of the entire continent. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, illuminating Lin Feng's confidently radiant face. Xiao Xiao stared blankly at him. At the hand he extended, her mind a blank slate. It felt as though she were being seduced by a devil, yet the future he painted was so enchanting that she found it irresistible. After a prolonged moment, she inexplicably extended her hand, gently placing it in Lin Feng's palm. I will join. Chapter 25, Killing 2 Birds with 1 Stone. Yan Xiao's shock and Mu Lao's favor. When Lin Feng returned to laboratory number 7 alongside Xiao Xiao, the anxious waiting trio, Fan Yu, Tang Ye, and Bei Bei, were left utterly stunned. Especially regarding Fan Yu. He glanced at the composed Lin Feng and then at the girl beside him, who appeared somewhat dazed yet sparkled with an enigmatic light in her eyes, her mouth agape, as if it could accommodate a soul-guided cannonball. This, Elder Lin, what is this? Fan Yu stammered, momentarily at a loss for words. He had envisioned countless scenarios. Lin Feng might negotiate with incentives, threaten with force, or even compromise by temporarily relinquishing the deep-sea, silver mother gold. However, he never anticipated that Lin Feng would return not only having resolved the issue, but also bringing back the obstacle sent by the examiner. What sorcery is this? Allow me to introduce, Lin Feng said, a faint smile gracing his lips, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. From this day forth, Xiao Xiao shall be the 5th official member of our Tang Sect. He turned to Xiao Xiao and continued, Xiao Xiao. These 3 are the elders of Tang Sect. Tang Ye, our sect master, Bei Bei, the senior brother, and this esteemed individual, our specially appointed chief technical consultant. Director Fan Yu, an 8th level soul master. Xiao Xiao took a deep breath, suppressing the tumult within her heart, and earnestly bowed to the 3. Xiao Xiao has met the sect master, the senior brother, and consultant Fan Yu. Her voice was melodious and bright, tinged with youthful shyness, yet underpinned by a resolute determination. Welcome, welcome. A warm welcome. Tang Ye was the first to respond, stepping forward with alacrity to grasp Xiao Xiao's hand, her face radiating genuine joy. With a genius like you joining us, our Tang Sect truly gains a formidable ally. Bei Bei also greeted her with a gentle smile. Welcome. Junior sister Xiao Xiao. Standing behind Lin Feng, Huo Yuhao observed the scene, his admiration for his elder brother reaching its zenith, transforming crisis into opportunity, converting obstacles into assistance. His brother's finesse was nothing short of extraordinary. Elder Lin, Fan Yu finally regained his voice, gazing at Lin Feng with eyes full of shock and disbelief. The matter of the deep-sea, silver mother gold. Lin Feng nonchalantly snapped his fingers, resolved. He looked at Xiao Xiao, who immediately understood, and carefully retrieved a piece of metal radiating a ghostly blue hue from her storage soul guide. It was indeed the deep-sea silver mother gold that had troubled Fan Yu. Now, it belongs to the Tang Sect, Xiao Xiao declared earnestly. Fan Yu's breath quickened as he fixed his gaze on the metal, then abruptly lifted his head to look at Lin Feng, admiration fully replacing his earlier astonishment. A brilliant scheme. This is the true essence of strategy. The Academy's higher-ups set a test to observe the Tang Sect's response. Yet the Tang Sect not only solved the problem, but also conveniently carried away the very examination itself. What an exquisite maneuver. Well then, now that everyone is gathered and the materials are in place, Lin Feng clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention. I hereby declare the commencement of the first official meeting following the expansion of the Tang Sect. Meanwhile, at Shrek Academy, within the Sea God Pavilion, the Dean of the Soul Engineering Department, Yin Xiaozhe, stood before a colossal water mirror that reflected the happenings within Laboratory Number 7. Upon witnessing Xiao Xiao produce deep-sea silver and mother gold, subsequently announcing her allegiance to Tang Sect, the esteemed title de law, known for his sternness and pride, displayed an expression of utmost astonishment, shock, disbelief, and ultimately, all emotions coalesced into a profound, bittersweet smile. This lad named Lin Feng is truly an anomaly who defies conventional wisdom. Yin Xiaozhe shook his head, his tone imbued with both helplessness and admiration. I merely sought to observe their reactions in the face of resource constraints, whether they would act impulsively, concede, or forge a new path. Who could have anticipated that he would outright sway my peace? His original intent was to use Xiao Zhao's actions as a means to admonish this recently ascendant organization, making them realize that mere talent and backing, Fan Yu, are insufficient in Shrek. They must also adhere to the rules. Yet Lin Feng, in a manner more sophisticated, elucidated to him what true vision entails. A soft, aged chuckle emanated from behind Yin Xiaozha. Startled, he swiftly turned and respectfully saluted Elder Mu. Unbeknownst to him, the dragon god Delaw, Muin, revered as the anchor of the sea god pavilion, had silently appeared at his back, his eyes seemingly perceiving all of existence, now gazing with keen interest at the unfolding scene in the water mirror. Xiaozha, your question is poorly posed, Elder Mu remarked with a hint of amusement. You are employing a genius with a twin martial soul to test another genius with a twin martial soul, expecting them to adhere to conventional reasoning? This is inherently unfair. Yin Xiaozha's face flushed with embarrassment as he conceded, Elder Mu, you are right. I admit I underestimated Lin Feng. His intellect and strategies far surpass what one would expect at his age. Huo Yuhao, by his side, holds limitless potential. Limitless potential, indeed, Elder Mu's eyes sparkled with wisdom. You have only recognized his means of resolving crises, but have overlooked his true objectives. True objectives? Yin Xiaozha was taken aback. Observe, Elder Mu gestured towards the water mirror. Inside the laboratory, the Tang Sect meeting had entered its substantive phase. Lin Feng stood at the forefront, speaking eloquently. Thus, our core objective at Tang Sect is not to partake in competitions or to hunt for soul rings, but rather, to achieve breakthroughs in technology. Advisor Fan Yu, starting tomorrow, I require you and your team to devote your full efforts to assist me in transforming the theoretical framework of the soul power amplifier into reality. I want to see the first prototype within a month. Huo Yuhao, your task is to collaborate with Advisor Fan Yu, employing your spiritual eye to analyze and simulate the operational core formation of the soul guidance device, identifying the optimal pathways for soul power transmission. Master Tang Yamen, Brother Bei, you are entrusted with the daily management and external communications of the Tang Sect. I require you to engage with those impoverished yet exceptionally gifted civilian students within the academy, conveying to them that the Tang Sect is willing to provide cultivation resources in exchange for their talents. As for Xiao Xiao, Lin Feng's gaze fell upon the new member. Accompanied by a hint of an encouraging smile, your task is particularly unique. I need you to temporarily set aside your identity as a soul master and immerse yourself in our development as a product experience officer. A product experience officer? Xiao Xiao blinked her curious eyes. Indeed, Lin Feng snapped his fingers, extracting a design from the prepared blueprints and presenting it to her. This is the soul guide device I have tailored for you, the initial concept of the 3 Lives Soul Resonance Battle Armor. It will completely transform your understanding of weapon spirits. I need you to inform me of the functionalities you desire and the combat methods you envision. We shall turn your ideas into reality. Observing the passionate and well-organized members of the Tang Sect in the water mirror, particularly the one at the center, issuing commands like an emperor, Lin Feng, Yin Xiaozha finally comprehended Mu Lao's intentions. He inhaled sharply, astonished, and remarked, he is not merely solving problems. He is utilizing my trial to unify his team and establish his absolute authority. Each crisis becomes a tool for him to galvanize the hearts of his followers. Every suppression turns into a stepping stone for his advancement. The depth of this young man's cunning is unfathomable. A promising talent, is he not? Mu Lao smiled with satisfaction, having not encountered such an intriguing young individual in quite some time. With him around, perhaps that child, Huo Yuhao, would traverse a path further and more steadily than we could imagine. He paused before instructing Yin Xiaozha. Relay my command to elevate the Tang Sect's privileges to the same level as that of the core disciples in the inner academy. Any resources they require, as long as they do not violate the academy's ironclad rules, should be granted without hesitation. Additionally, Mu Lao added, inform Xian Liner to unveil her best-kept skills. The Soul Guide department must not be outshone by a mere child. Yin Xiaozha's spirit stirred, and he nodded earnestly. Yes. Mu Lao. He understood that from this day forward, the group known as the Tang Sect would truly carve out its own place within Shrek Academy. And all of this stemmed from the remarkable youth named Lin Feng, a masterstroke of dual achievement. Chapter 26, The Human Light Engraving Machine, Activate. An examination from Xian Liner. The decree from the Sea God Pavilion spread like wildfire, swiftly reaching the higher echelons of Shrek Academy. Particularly, Mu Lao's directive for Xian Liner to showcase her ultimate skills ignited a considerable stir. However, at this moment, within the eye of the storm in Laboratory Number 7, the members of the Tang Sect remained blissfully unaware. They were enveloped in an unprecedented atmosphere of entrepreneurship, a blend of tension and exhilaration. All unrelated personnel, clear the area. The laboratory has entered a state of heightened alert. Fan Yu, the once composed 8th-level soul master, now resembles an impassioned devotee, his eyes gleaming with fervor. He personally directs his team of graduate students, meticulously organizing the interior and exterior of Laboratory Number 7. Various precious rare metals are neatly categorized, and the Soul Guide crafting station shines without a speck of dust, while the air is suffused with a unique blend of metal and soul power. Although Tangya and Bei are unable to contribute technically, they take charge of logistical support, ensuring that food, water, and rest areas reflect the meticulousness of the Tang Sect's leader and elder brother. Meanwhile, Xiao Xiao, the newly appointed product experience officer, gazes with wide, curious eyes at the bustling scene before her, filled with wonder and anticipation. She had never envisioned that the cultivation of soul masters could unfold in such a manner. Advisor Fan Yu, how is the material pretreatment progressing? Lin Feng stands at the central control console of the laboratory. His demeanor calm, yet imbued with an air of strategic command. He is the true commander of this arms factory. Reporting to Elder Lin, Fan Yu stands at attention, his voice resounding. The deep-sea silver mother gold has completed its preliminary purification and is stable. All auxiliary materials are also prepared, ready to commence the engraving of the core formation at any moment. As he speaks, a flicker of seriousness crosses his face. However, Elder Lin, the three-dimensional closed-loop array in your design is exceedingly complex and intricate. Even if I wield the tools myself, the success rate using traditional engraving methods may not exceed 30%. Should we fail, the loss of this deep-sea silver mother gold would be critical. The theoretical perfection of the soul power amplifier means little if it cannot be produced. This is the crux of the matter. This is precisely why Yin Xiaozhe and Elder Mu tacitly approved of this trial. They wish to observe how Lin Feng will tackle this technical dilemma that even the higher echelons of the soul guidance department find challenging. 30%? Lin Feng merely smiles faintly upon hearing this. If traditional methods are employed, the success rate would be less than 50%. Fan Yu is taken aback, then nods with a wry smile. His earlier estimation was indeed overly optimistic. Thus, from the very beginning, I had no intention of using traditional methods. Lin Feng turns, his gaze settling on the youth who has stood quietly behind him throughout. Yuhao. Yes, Brother Feng. Huo Yuhao straightens his back, his eyes filled with trust and determination. Next, it's your turn. Lin Feng's lips curl into a confident smile. Let them witness what constitutes the true productive power of our Tang Sect. Understood. Huo Yuhao takes a deep breath and slowly approaches the crafting station. He refrains from touching any tools, instead gently closing his eyes. In the next moment, an invisible yet immensely powerful mental force surges forth from him like a tidal wave, instantly enveloping the entire laboratory. Buzz. The assembled crowd, comprising graduate students of Fanyu, Tangya, Bei, and even Xiao Xiao, felt as though their minds were cradled gently by a warm and powerful hand, rendering the world around them astonishingly clear and profoundly insightful. Is it mental detection and sharing? Fanyu exclaimed in astonishment, his eyes brimming with disbelief. He was aware that Huo Yuhao was a mental-type soul master, yet he never anticipated the sheer magnitude of his mental prowess. This transcended mere detection. He was conjuring a realm of his own consciousness. However, what astounded him even further lay ahead. In the collective mental vista of all present, an intricately complex design for a soul power amplifier hovered in midair. Following this, countless lines composed of mental energy began to rapidly sketch, assemble, and interlace. Under Huo Yuhao's command, the two-dimensional blueprint astonishingly transformed at a visibly accelerated pace into a complete and intricate three-dimensional model composed of countless components and magical formations. Every detail, every angle was flawless. My heavens! A graduate student from Fanyu could not help but exclaim, feeling as though his worldview was being utterly dismantled. He was modeling with his mind. No, this was far more terrifying than mere modeling. Fanyu's voice trembled as he fixated on the soul guide model, which floated and rotated slowly in the air. He was conducting a dynamic simulation. Look at the energy flow in that core magical formation. Everyone focused intently, witnessing beams of simulated soul power flowing rapidly through the model's threads, thinner than a hair, perfectly recreating every operational state of the soul guide. A humanoid laser engraver. The term, once mentioned by Lin Feng, suddenly flashed in Fan Yu's mind. It was only at this moment that he truly grasped its significance. This was no mere human. It was evidently a divine-level soul guide manufacturing apparatus in motion. With such capabilities, what need was there for success rates? Any design flaw or energy transmission inefficiency could be simulated and rectified billions of times within the mental realm before the formal engraving. This was a terrifying ability potent enough to alter the entire landscape of the soul master world. Brother Feng, at that moment, Huo Yuhao's voice resonated within everyone's minds. I have identified an issue. At the junction of the 37th and 92nd energy nodes, a 1,000th of a second soul power delay occurs. Although exceedingly minute, prolonged operation could result in an energy loss exceeding 3%. Upon hearing this, Fan Yu's heart jolted. This problem, which had eluded him for an entire night, Huo Yuhao had discerned within mere minutes of simulation. Can it be optimized? Lin Feng's voice resonated calmly, as if everything was within reach. Indeed, in Huo Yuhao's voice resonated a formidable confidence. If the soul power at node 37 were to be directed with a deviation of merely 0.3 degrees, and the output power at node 92 were to be reduced by 2%, the two could align perfectly, with energy dispersion controlled within 1,000th. Excellent. Let us proceed as you suggested. Lin Feng made a decisive choice. Fan Yu, follow Huo Yuhao's instructions and commence the engraving. Indeed, without a moment's hesitation, Fan Yu's eyes gleamed with unprecedented fervor and reverence as he immediately led the team to meticulously carve the perfect path delineated by Huo Yuhao in the realm of spirit. Witnessing this miraculous scene, the newly joined Xiao Xiao was captivated, her beautiful eyes shimmering with excitement. Clenching her tiny fists, a singular thought reverberated in her mind. I have come to the right place. The dream of the resonant battle armor of the 3 lives and souls can truly be realized here. However, just as the atmosphere in the laboratory reached its zenith, with everyone reveling in the joy of a technological breakthrough, a thunderous bang echoed. The imposing door of Laboratory 7, forged from heavy alloy, was forcefully thrust open by an overwhelming surge of soul power. A tall, striking woman clad in a red outfit, exuding an aura of both beauty and menace, strode in. Flanked by a cadre of soul engineering instructors, she scanned the room, her gaze ultimately landing on Lin Feng, who was encircled by the group. Her voice, sharp as a blade, dripped with scrutiny and disdain. Who possesses such influence that even Elder Mu personally intervenes? After all this commotion, it turns out to be you, a bunch of inexperienced youngsters, playing house here? The newcomer was none other than Xianlin, the esteemed director of the Soul Engineering Department at Shrek Academy and an 8th-level Soul Master. Chapter 27. Slapping the face of the Soul Engineering Director. Is this what you call playing house? Xianlin's voice struck the air like a thunderclap, instantly shattering the once vibrant atmosphere of Laboratory 7. The engraving work came to an abrupt halt, and the graduate students under Fan Yu's command dared not express their anger, casting pleading glances toward Fan Yu and Lin Feng. Tang Ya and Bei furrowed their brows, stepping forward to subtly shield Lin Feng and Huo Yuhao, their soul power quietly circulating within. Meanwhile, Xiao, feeling somewhat out of her depth, gazed at the commanding figure of the Soul Engineering Director, her small face betraying her tension. Director Xianlin, what do you mean by this? Fan Yu's expression darkened in an instant. He could tolerate doubts cast upon himself, but he would not stand for anyone insulting Lin Feng and his team at such a critical juncture of Tang Sect's technological breakthrough. What do you mean? Xianlin crossed her arms, her fiery gaze filled with mockery as she scrutinized Lin Feng, regarding him as a foolish jester. I must inquire, Fan Yu, have you truly gained some skill? Abandoning the formal research projects of the Soul Engineering Department to indulge a group of children in this so-called game of genius inventors? The derisive emphasis she placed on the term genius inventors was palpable. Fan Yu was so incensed that his mustache nearly bristled. Xianlin, I implore you to exhibit a modicum of respect. We are engaged in a monumental research endeavor that has the potential to alter the course of Soul Master history. Monumental research? Xianlin scoffed, as though she had heard the most ludicrous jest. Based on him, a mere child, lacking in soul power and still wet behind the ears. Or perhaps he. Her finger gestured dismissively towards Huo Yuhao, her disdain palpable. A mental-type child, instead of meditating properly, has come to toy with soul-guiding devices? Fan Yu, it seems your judgment has been clouded. Her words were exceptionally scathing, leaving no room for dignity. The atmosphere in the laboratory plummeted to a frigid silence. Huo Yuhao's fists clenched tightly. Had it not been for Lin Feng's prior admonition to remain calm, he might have unleashed a soul shock in retaliation. Yet, as the object of ridicule, Lin Feng retained a faint, enigmatic smile, as if Xianlin's barbs were not directed at him. He gently patted Huo Yuhao's shoulder, signaling for patience, and then stepped forward, his gaze unwavering as it met Xianlin's fiery eyes. Director Xianlin, is it? Lin Feng's voice was soft, yet resonated clearly in the ears of everyone present. You just remarked that we are merely playing house. Isn't that the case? Xianlin's chin lifted, her demeanor imposing. It seems, by your definition, that what has garnered Master Mu's personal attention, what has led Din Yin Xiaojia to specially approve Laboratory Number 7, and what has persuaded Consultant Fan Yu to willingly assist, is indeed a game of considerable stature. Lin Feng's retort was delivered with an air of indifference. Yet it successfully enlisted the support of the esteemed figures Mu, Yan, and Fan Yu, subtly implying that Xianlin's skepticism cast doubt on their discernment. Xianlin's expression stiffened slightly. She had not anticipated that this seemingly innocuous youth would possess such sharp rhetoric. Humph, do not invoke Master Mu and the Dean to intimidate me, she retorted, her voice laced with forced justification. They are merely eager for talent, misled by some silver-tongued deceivers. If you wish to prove that you are not merely playing house, then do so. Show me your true capabilities. Her gaze swept across the room, ultimately resting on the deep-sea silver mother metal on the production table, which had barely 1/10 of the core formation completed. I have heard that you aspire to create a soul-guiding device that can enhance cultivation speed by 50%? A cruel smile curled at the corners of Xianlin's lips. Such grand aspirations. Do not speak of finished products. If you can simulate the complete energy cycle of this three-dimensional closed-loop array before me today, I shall concede that you are not playing house. She had thrown down what she deemed an utterly unattainable challenge. In her estimation, such a complex formation was beyond reach. Even the most elite team of the Shrek's Soul Guidance Department would require no less than 3 days for thorough simulations and calculations, even with the complete schematics in hand. To expect these youngsters to simulate it on the spot was nothing short of a fool's errand. Fan Yu's expression darkened instantly, ready to retort, but Lin Feng raised a hand to halt him. Very well. Lin Feng softly uttered 2 words, plunging the entire laboratory into an eerie silence. Everyone thought they had misheard him. Xianlin was momentarily taken aback, only to break into a sardonic smile. Young man, do you comprehend the gravity of your words? A live simulation? Do you fancy yourself a deity? With an enigmatic smile, Lin Feng replied, we do not place our faith in gods. We only believe in science. He turned to gaze at Huo Yuhao, his eyes brimming with encouragement and trust. Yuhao, it appears there exists a minor misunderstanding regarding the foremost productive capability of our Tang Sect. Now, please commence your demonstration. Yes, Brother Feng. Huo Yuhao nodded earnestly, suppressing the anger that simmered within him and transforming it into boundless motivation. He once again closed his eyes. A powerful surge of mental energy erupted forth, even more formidable and refined than before, sweeping through the space like a tempest. The group of soul engineer instructors brought by Xianlin felt their minds buzz, as if their very souls were being shaken by this terrifying mental pressure, their faces paling as they recoiled. Even Xianlin herself felt her pupils constrict sharply, a flicker of shock flashing in her eyes. What overwhelming mental power! Is this young man truly a newcomer? Yet, in the next moment, she found herself utterly bereft of thought. In her mental perception, the once static, incomplete model of the formation, upon which less than 1/10 of the work had been done, was suddenly connected by countless golden threads of mental energy, completing the design. A three-dimensional model, far more intricate and precise than the original blueprint, materialized in mere seconds. This is impossible. A sole engineer instructor screamed in disbelief, as if he had encountered a ghost. My eyes. He has marked all the energy nodes. A total of 3,600. Look, the energy is beginning to flow. Under the watchful gaze of all present, a simulated flow of soul power surged forth, resembling a golden dragon, instantly plunging into the complex array akin to a galaxy. It traversed, leaped, cycled, and accelerated between the 3,600 nodes at an unimaginable speed. The entire process was fluid and seamless, devoid of any hesitation. It was a pure, violent beauty that defied reason. It was as if the most exquisite answer had been forcefully presented to the faces of all doubters. No, this cannot be. The closed loop. He has truly achieved it. Xian Linner's body began to quiver slightly. Her once proud knowledge of soul engineering shattered before this miraculous display. Yet, this was not the end. Brother Feng, I have just had a new insight regarding the simulation. Huo Yuhao's voice, tinged with excitement, resonated in the minds of the crowd. Speak, Lin Feng prompted succinctly. I discovered that if we alter the frequency of the overall soul power output from a stable direct current mode to a pulsed high-frequency oscillation mode, perhaps we could further compress the soul power and enhance the amplification effect. As the words of Huo Yu fell, the already exquisite model underwent yet another transformation. The once smoothly flowing golden soul power suddenly began to oscillate at an imperceptibly rapid frequency. With each oscillation, the golden light grew increasingly resplendent and more substantial. Ultimately, when the soul power completed a full cycle and surged forth from the outlet, the brilliance of that golden light was astonishingly more than twice as vibrant as it had been at the entrance. Thud. A teacher from the soul guidance department could no longer endure the spectacle and collapsed onto the ground, eyes vacant, murmuring, "It's madness, utter madness. This is no longer a soul guidance device. It is a work of art. Nay, a miracle." Xian Linner stood frozen in place, as if struck by lightning. Her stunning and proud visage was now etched with shock, bewilderment, disbelief, and a tinge of fervent reverence. Playing house? If this could be called playing house, then what of her decades of proud research? It was hardly worth more than the mud of a kindergarten. Director Xian Linner. Lin Feng's calm voice roused her from her stupor. Do you still believe we are merely playing house? Xian Linner's lips moved, yet no words escaped her. A slap in the face? This was beyond mere humiliation. It was as if her very skin, along with the pride and confidence she had built over decades, was being torn away and trampled upon by the weight of undeniable facts. She inhaled deeply, her chest heaving violently, and her gaze towards Lin Feng and Huo Yu transformed entirely. It was the look of a shark sensing blood, a dragon discovering treasure. Young man, her voice, though hoarse, carried an unprecedented gravity. I retract my earlier statement. You are not merely playing house. You are creating history. With a sudden flourish of her hand, she bellowed at the group of teachers who had been rendered immobile. What are you all dawdling for? From this day forth, all research projects below level 7 in the Soul Guidance Department are to be suspended. All personnel are to be reassigned to Laboratory Number 7. Collaborate fully with the Tang Sect. Anyone who dares to express dissent shall be expelled from Shrek. With that, she hurriedly approached Lin Feng, her enchanting eyes fixed intently upon him, breathless as she inquired, that pulsed high-frequency oscillation, may I also join in? Chapter 28. Subduing the Queen of the Soul Guidance Department. A new order of the Tang Sect. As Xian Linner uttered that phrase, a rare expression of mingled desire, urgency, and even a hint of pleading appeared on her stunning, proud visage. She was no longer the lofty director of the Soul Guidance Department, but rather a most devoted scholar gazing upon a truth monument that she could never hope to reach in her lifetime. In the entire Laboratory Number 7, one could hear a pin drop. Fan Yu and his graduate students were utterly astonished, their eyes nearly bulging in disbelief. They could scarcely fathom that one day they would witness the Queen of the Soul Guidance Department, in a demeanor bordering on humility, beseeching a mere teenager to join a project. Tangya and Bei exchanged glances, each reflecting profound shock and a sense of pride in their shared understanding. This was Lin Feng, the esteemed elder of the Tang Sect. He possessed the extraordinary ability to transform the inconceivable into the miraculous, to make the impossible a reality. Confronted by Xian Linner's fervent gaze, Lin Feng merely smiled lightly, neither affirming nor denying her request. Instead, he turned and approached Fan Yu with poise, placing a reassuring hand upon the shoulder of this chief technical advisor, stating with a warm smile, "Advisor Fan Yu, you've worked hard. Today may have brought some grievances, but the outcome is favorable." Fan Yu felt a tremor run through him as a wave of warmth surged within. Lin Feng's words, seemingly casual, unmistakably conveyed to all present, especially Xian Linner, that Fan Yu was indeed one of Lin Feng's own, a vital pillar of the Tang Sect. Earlier, Xian Linner had caused him distress, and now, Lin Feng sought to comfort his ally. Xian Linner, ever astute, instantly grasped Lin Feng's underlying message. A chill ran through her as she reflected on her earlier impetuosity and arrogance, her heart tinged with a rare sense of regret. Indeed, She had not only belittled Lin Feng and Huo Yuhao, but had also trampled upon the dignity of Fan Yu, an 8th-level soul master. Now, if she wished to join this project, she had to first navigate through Fan Yu. This young man possessed remarkable cunning. Taking a deep breath, Xian Liner unexpectedly stepped forward, nodding slightly to Fan Yu, her tone sincere as she said, "I was in the wrong just now. I apologize for my ignorance and prejudice." Boom. Her words resonated more profoundly than Huo Yuhao's earlier display of brilliance, leaving the members of the Soul Guidance Department astounded. Xian Liner had actually apologized? She was known for reprimanding others. When had anyone witnessed her bowing her head? Fan Yu, equally taken aback, quickly waved his hands, saying, "No, no, no, Director. You are being overly gracious. No, you deserve it," Xian Liner interjected, her gaze fixed intently on Lin Feng. "Now, classmate Lin Feng, may we discuss the matter of joining?" She astutely shifted her address from youngster to classmate Lin Feng, lowering her stance considerably. Of course, Lin Feng finally nodded. Yet, his subsequent words left everyone once again in a state of astonishment. "However, Director Xian Liner, I believe you may have misunderstood a crucial point." Lin Feng's gaze swept across all present within the Soul Guidance Department, his voice clear and resolute. "Our Tang Sect does not seek to subsume the Soul Guidance Department, nor do we wish to annex anyone. What we desire is collaboration." Collaboration? Xian Liner was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, Lin Feng raised 2 fingers, outlining 2 principles. First, regarding ownership, the core technology of the Soul Power Amplifier, along with all subsequent derivative technologies, shall be wholly owned by the Tang Sect. There is no room for negotiation on this matter. Secondly, regarding the personnel structure, the Soul Guidance System may participate in this project through a technical equity investment. We shall establish a joint research and development center for the Tang Sect and the Shrek Soul Guidance System, with myself as the general supervisor and advisor, Fan Yu as the chief technical officer, responsible for the specific technical execution and breakthroughs. Lin Feng paused, his gaze finally settling on Xian Liner, a knowing smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "As for you, Director Xian Liner, I have a position that is unparalleled and awaits your acceptance." "What position?" Xian Liner instinctively inquired, her heart racing uncontrollably. "The chairperson of the Quality and Safety Supervision Committee." Lin Feng slowly articulated. "The chair of the Quality and Safety Committee?" Xian Liner pondered this unfamiliar title, a flicker of confusion crossing her eyes. Lin Feng smiled and explained, "This position grants you oversight over all project processes and the power of veto regarding the quality of all finished products. Simply put, if you deem any product to be less than perfect or unsafe, even if it is 99% complete, you possess the authority to order its destruction and reconstruction. Your task is not to dictate how fast we run, but to ensure how steadily we progress. You will be the most stringent, discerning, and indispensable guardian on our Tang Sect's technological journey. This position carries immense responsibility and equally significant power. It is reserved for those who are not only 8th-level soul masters, but also respected and impartial individuals. Therefore, Director Xian Liner, are you willing to accept this commission?" This discourse was impeccably articulated, granting Xian Liner due respect. It neither forced her to meddle in core technologies, averting the awkwardness of an outsider directing specialists, nor did it fail to provide her with a position of considerable authority, satisfying her desire for control and dignity as the head of the Soul Guidance System. More importantly, the designation of guardian made her feel that she was not a mere accessory, but rather an indispensable component of this grand endeavor. Remarkable, truly remarkable. Xian Liner gazed at the gentle smile of the youth before her, her mind consumed by these 2 words. Having lived for decades and prided herself on her discernment of character, she had never encountered such an extraordinary young man. His wisdom transcended the boundaries of his age. I accept," Xian Liner almost blurted out, fearful that Lin Feng might retract his offer. "Excellent." Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction, then turned to address all the faculty and students of the Soul Guidance System, proclaiming, "I hereby announce the official establishment of the Tang Sect and Shrek Soul Guidance System Joint Research and Development Center. All teachers and students willing to join may now register with Advisor Fan Yu. I promise that all participants, in addition to the Academy's regular subsidies, will receive triple the salary and project dividends from the Tang Sect. Furthermore, once the Soul Power Amplifiers are mass-produced, all core research and development personnel will be granted the first batch of complimentary usage rights." The crowd erupted into a frenzy. Triple salaries, project dividends, first batch of complimentary usage. These 3 conditions, any single one of which could drive a person to madness, let alone their confluence. I am signing up. Count me in. Damn it, I shall forego sleep. Today marks the beginning of my endeavors. Teacher Fan Yu. I have followed you for 3 years. You cannot cast me aside. Just moments ago, the graduate students, previously subdued under the pressure of Xian Liner, now surged towards Fan Yu like they had been invigorated by a potent elixir, the scene spiraling into chaos. Observing this fervent atmosphere, Xian Liner felt not a trace of anger. Rather, her eyes sparkled with excitement. She understood that from this day forth, the lethargic Soul Guidance Department was destined for transformation. All thanks to the enigmatic youth before her. Lin Feng smiled as he witnessed the unfolding spectacle, and once the fervor of the crowd began to settle, he raised his hand to gently redirect their attention. "Ladies and gentlemen, I sense your enthusiasm. However, we must approach our endeavors with patience, taking one step at a time." He turned his gaze towards his comrades from the Tang Sect. "Bei, from this day forth, you shall serve as the Minister of External Affairs for the Tang Sect. responsible for liaising with various departments within the academy to ensure our research environment remains undisturbed. Tanya, you will be the Minister of Logistics, overseeing all matters regarding personnel accommodations and salary distributions. You are our chief steward. Xiao, for now, you will act as my assistant, tasked with recording meeting minutes and organizing all technical documentation. The trio responded in unison, yes, Elder. Finally, Lin Feng's gaze landed on Huo Yuhao, his expression turning gravely serious. Yuhao, Brother Feng, I am here. Huo Yuhao straightened resolutely. From today onward, Laboratory Number 7 shall be your training ground. Your singular mission is to elevate your spiritual power to the next realm in the shortest possible time. Lin Feng's voice bore an undeniable authority. For we are on the verge of our first upgrade of the humanoid photolithography machine. I need you to grow stronger, strong enough to inscribe the next miracle that will reshape the entire continent. In an instant, a fierce flame ignited within Huo Yuhao's eyes. A miracle that could alter the continent's landscape. What could be more exhilarating than this? Yes, Brother Feng, I vow to accomplish this task. As Lin Feng observed the members of the Tang Sect each fulfilling their roles, and the students and faculty of the Soul Guidance Department brimming with enthusiasm, a brand new, vibrant technological empire was quietly being established within Laboratory Number 7. Standing at the center, Lin Feng envisioned the grand tapestry of the future unfolding before him. And all of this was merely the beginning. Chapter 29. The Evolution of the Humanoid Photolithography Machine. A gaze from Old Mo. As the night deepened, the clamor of Shrek Academy gradually faded, yet Laboratory Number 7 remained as bright as day, bustling with activity. Here, it had undoubtedly become an independent technological enclave, a veritable hub of innovation. On the second day following the establishment of the Joint Research and Development Center, productivity soared to astonishing heights. Under the enticing allure of triple salaries and project bonuses presented by Lin Feng, coupled with the dual pressure of direct supervision from Xian Liner, the chairperson of the Quality Assurance Committee, Fan Yu and his graduate students unleashed an astonishing 200% of their potential. Group 1. How is the theoretical model validation for the high-frequency oscillation core progressing? Fan Yu, clutching a recording crystal, his bloodshot eyes radiating fervor, inquired with fervent enthusiasm. Report. Teacher Fan Yu. Preliminary validation is complete. The formula provided by Elder Lin Feng is nothing short of divine inspiration. It perfectly addresses the 3% latent loss of soul power during transmission. My heavens, this places us at least a decade ahead of our current theories. One graduate student responded with palpable excitement, his gaze filled with fervent admiration as he glanced at the young man leisurely sipping tea nearby. Group 2. Any progress on the activation experiments for the deep-sea silver mother gold? Fan Yu turned to another side. Report. Significant progress has been achieved. Following Elder Lin Feng's proposed pulsed soul power stimulation method, we have successfully elevated the soul affinity of the silver mother gold by 17%. This implies that its capacity for soul power intensity and stability will far exceed theoretical limits. Group after group reported exhilarating news, each corner of the laboratory thrumming with excitement. The entire research team resembled an engine fueled by supercharged energy, operating at a frenzied pace. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, the mastermind behind it all, sat quietly to the side, occasionally offering a few key insights that illuminated the minds of researchers stuck at their bottlenecks. Xian Liner stood in the observation room on the second floor, arms crossed, her gaze sweeping over the vibrant scene below, her beautiful eyes sparkling with wonder. She had never anticipated that the Soul Engineering Department under her guidance could unleash such terrifying energy. Those students and teachers, often perceived as somewhat lethargic and lacking creativity, now resembled frenzied berserkers, invigorated and driven. How on earth did he manage this? She murmured to herself, her gaze ultimately resting on the composed young man. He resembled a general strategizing in the shadows, appearing inactive yet masterfully controlling the entire situation. At the opposite end of the laboratory, in the most crucial area, lay the exclusive training ground for Huo Yuhao. Here, the cacophony of research was absent, replaced by an atmosphere thick with nearly liquefied elemental energy and shimmering rare gemstones. These had been specially approved by Elder Mu for Huo Yuhao's cultivation of spiritual power. At this moment, Huo Yuhao sat cross-legged on a soothing jade platform. His eyes tightly shut, brow furrowed, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. Within his sea of consciousness, an unprecedented storm was brewing. Tianming, let's intensify the effort. Increase the strength by 30%. Huo Yuhao roared internally. Yuhao, are you certain? Your sea of consciousness is nearing its limit. Continuing like this could damage your essence. Tianming Bingsan's anxious voice echoed. Elder Feng has said, no pain, no gain. My mental fortitude must transform from liquid to solid in the shortest possible time. Only then can I keep pace with him and become the sharpest blade in his hands. Huo Yuhao's will is as steadfast as iron. He cannot forget the words Lin Feng spoke to him yesterday. I need you to grow stronger, strong enough to carve out the next miracle that will reshape the entire continent. These words are etched into the depths of his soul like a brand. He no longer wishes to be the burden trailing behind Brother Feng, passively receiving protection. He yearns to become Brother Feng's pride, to be the true core of the Tang Sect. All right, since you have made your decision, I shall accompany you in this madness. The heavenly dream ice silkworm was moved by his resolve, and its immense mental source poured forth unreservedly, manifesting as waves of mental impact that violently struck against Huo Yuhao's mental barriers. With a sudden spurt of blood, Huo Yuhao's face turned pale. Yet, instead of retreating, a glimmer of joy sparked in his eyes. He could distinctly feel that, under the violent onslaught, his once tranquil sea of mental energy was compressing and condensing at an astonishing rate. Delicate, crystalline threads began to coalesce at the center of his mental ocean, as if striving to form an indomitable core. It is effective. Huo Yuhao felt a surge of elation and immediately began to circulate the modified version of the purple extreme magic eye mental technique that Lin Feng had taught him, guiding the compressed mental energy into a continuous cycle. Meanwhile, at the Shrek Academy's Sea God Pavilion, within the ancient loft, Elder Mu reclined in his chair. A water mirror suspended before him, vividly reflecting all that transpired in Laboratory Number 7. He observed the fervent research team, the spirited Fan Yu and Xian Liner, and the tirelessly training Huo Yuhao. Ultimately, his gaze settled on the calm and collected youth, Lin Feng. That little fellow is truly intriguing. A rare glimmer of brilliance flickered in Elder Mu's murky eyes. Having lived for over 200 years and witnessed countless prodigies, from the upright Bei Bei to the exceptionally gifted Ma Xiaodao and the fortuitous Huo Yuhao, he had never encountered anyone quite like Lin Feng. You are enveloped in a shroud of mystery that even I cannot penetrate. With merely a second ring soul power, you compel 8th level soul mentors to willingly serve you. Despite being just a teenager, you possess a vision and acumen that even I find humbling. Elder Mu gently tapped the armrest, murmuring to himself, the Tang Sect, Soul Guidance Technology, the Joint Research Center, and that little device known as the Soul Power Amplifier. The scheme you have devised is far more intricate than merely revitalizing the Tang Sect. You intend to use this modest laboratory now, 7 to influence the future of the entire continent, do you not? At this juncture, a smile of satisfaction and anticipation slowly crept across Elder Mu's lips. Well, very well. I am eager to see, my little one, what remarkable surprises you can bring to this long-dormant continent. He slowly closed his eyes. A gentle, yet overwhelmingly authoritative thought quietly spreading, enveloping the entirety of the Shrek Academy's inner courtyard. Convey my orders. Designate Laboratory Number 7 as a top-level restricted zone. No one shall approach without my permission. Those who defy this order shall have their cultivation abolished and be expelled from the Academy. Furthermore, send a copy of the inventory list of all rare metals in the Academy's stock to Bei Bei, the head of the External Liaison Department of the Tang Sect. With the issuance of these commands, the Sea God Pavilion once again fell into tranquility. Inside Laboratory Number 7, Lin Feng, who was guiding the researchers, felt a subtle flicker in the golden vertical pupil of the Eye of Destiny deep within his gaze. He lifted his head, thoughtfully gazing toward the direction of the Sea God Pavilion, a knowing smile gracing his lips. It seems our first angel investor has been thoroughly hooked. Everything is under control. Chapter 30. The arrival of the angel investor. The debut of the primary productive force. The following morning, as the first rays of sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the floor of Laboratory Number 7, the entire Tang Sect was shaken by an unexpected piece of news. Bei Bei, the head of the External Liaison Department and the eldest senior brother, received a gift from the Sea God Pavilion. It was an extensive list detailing nearly all the rare metals in the inner treasury of Shrek Academy that could be used to manufacture soul-guiding devices. At the bottom of the list was a handwritten directive from Lord Moon of the Sea God Pavilion, allowing the Tang Sect Joint Research Center to utilize them as needed, unrestricted by the privileges of the inner disciples. My heavens, Bei Bei held that thin yet weighty list, his fingers trembling slightly. Fengzi this is. Tangya and Xiao Xiao gathered around, gazing at the names on the list that they had only heard of in legends: Star Iron, Secret Silver, Mountain Copper Essence Gold, each capable of driving any soul master to madness. And now, they were as readily available as cabbages in a market, ripe for the picking by the Tang Sect. I told you, our first angel investor has indeed been thoroughly ensnared. Lin Feng emerged from the laboratory with a cup of hot tea, wearing a serene smile that conveyed a sense of complete mastery. He had sensed Lord Mu's intentions through the Eye of Destiny the previous night, yet witnessing the list with his own eyes still sent a thrill through him. Lord Mu's investment was more generous and eager than he had anticipated. This indicated that the bait he had cast for a revolution in soul-guiding technology had successfully lured the dormant dragon of Shrek Academy. Angel investor? Bei Bei and Tang Yu exchanged glances, clearly puzzled by this new term. It signifies that someone has faith in our project and is providing us with funding and resources. Lin Feng succinctly explained, adding that this investor is the most formidable benefactor on the Doloa continent. Upon hearing this, everyone understood and collectively gasped in astonishment. The anchor of Shrek Academy, the limit Doloa Lord Mu, how highly he regards the Tang Sect. In an instant, the morale of the entire team soared to unprecedented heights. If there had been any lingering doubts regarding Lin Feng's plan, they had now dissipated entirely, leaving only boundless enthusiasm and confidence, with even Elder Mu expressing approval. How could there be any mistakes? Enough dawdling. Lin Feng clapped his hands, redirecting everyone's attention. The investors' funds had been received, and it was time to unveil our product. His gaze shifted to the innermost depths of the laboratory, where a concentrated mental energy, palpable in its essence, was gradually awakening. Boom. An invisible tempest of mental energy erupted around Huo Yuhao, sweeping through the laboratory with ferocity. The air within seemed to momentarily solidify, and every researcher felt a sharp pain in their minds, as if pierced by an unseen needle. Fan Yu and Xian Liner exchanged alarmed glances, immediately releasing their soul power to shield themselves. Is this a manifestation of mental power? No, it is something far more potent. Fan Yu gasped. Huo Yuhao slowly opened his eyes, and two beams of solid, purple-golden light shot forth, extending over half a meter before gradually dissipating. His entire demeanor underwent a transformative shift. If he had previously resembled a deep, tranquil lake, he now exuded the presence of an ancient, reclusive glacier. At the center of his mental sea, a diamond-shaped crystal, emitting a faint purple-golden glow, began to rotate slowly. The nascent core of his mental prowess had formed. With Elder Mu's boundless resource support and the impact of the Dream Ice Silkworm's essence, Huo Yuhao's willpower transcended its limits, compelling him to compress and refine his mental energy from a liquid state, thus taking the first step towards solidification. Brother Feng, Huo Yuhao, feeling an unprecedented surge of power within, turned to Lin Feng with eyes brimming with gratitude and fervor. He understood that without Lin Feng's plan and guidance, he would never have been able to touch the legendary realm of mental power that only a titled Delaw could aspire to, even at the second ring level. How does it feel? Lin Feng inquired with a smile. Unprecedentedly good. Huo Yuhao clenched his fists, exclaiming, I feel as though I could lift an elephant with my mental energy. Excellent. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. Now, are you prepared for your inaugural demonstration of productivity? He presented a piece of metal shimmering with a ghostly blue luster to Huo Yuhao. Indeed, it was the hard-won deep-sea, silver mother gold. Today, we have but one objective. Lin Feng's gaze sharpened with intensity to create the prototype of the soul power amplifier. The atmosphere in the laboratory ignited with fervor. Everyone paused their tasks and gathered around, their eyes fixed eagerly on the two figures at the center. The first groundbreaking product of the Tang Sect was on the verge of being born. Fan Yu and his team were responsible for assembling the external components, each part meticulously polished and calibrated. The most critical task of inscribing the core formation on the deep-sea silver mother gold was entrusted to Huo Yuhao. Huo Yuhao took a deep breath, adjusting his state to its zenith. His spiritual, martial soul activated, and his mental strength, unleashed without reservation, transformed into an invisible engraving knife, delicately making contact with the surface of the deep-sea silver mother gold. Within his mental vision, the intricately complex core formation design had materialized into a flawless three-dimensional model, with each node and every line rendered with astonishing clarity. Commence. With Lin Feng's command, Huo Yuhao's mental engraving knife sprang into action. Stroke after stroke, countless lines of soul power, finer than a strand of hair, began to slowly take shape within the mother gold. This was an exquisitely meticulous endeavor, demanding an unparalleled degree of control over one's mental faculties. As seconds ticked by, beads of sweat once again formed on Huo Yuhao's forehead. The core formation was now 90% complete, and everyone held their breath. Even Xian Liner clenched her fists in anxious anticipation. However, just as he was inscribing the final and most crucial main energy circuit, an unexpected mishap occurred. Huo Yuhao's mental strength, having only recently broken through, lacked the smoothness and finesse required. An exceedingly subtle fluctuation led to a deviation in the output intensity of the engraving knife, a mere 1,000th of a second. Crack. A faint yet piercing sound of fracture echoed in the silent laboratory. A nearly imperceptible crack appeared on the surface of the invaluable deep-sea silver mother gold. The first engraving attempt had failed. The laboratory was enveloped in an oppressive silence. The faces of all the researchers displayed expressions of regret and despair. With only a single piece of material available, failure meant that all prior efforts had been rendered futile. Fan Yu felt an acute pang of heartbreak, nearly fainting. After all, this was mother gold. Xian Liner's complexion turned grave as she glanced at Lin Feng, her eyes questioning. Lin Feng, have I been too lenient with you? Is this plan too reckless? Yet, contrary to everyone's expectations, Lin Feng exhibited neither disappointment nor anger. Instead, he smiled. Excellent. A single failure is quite beneficial. He approached the ashen-faced Huo Yuhao, gently patting his shoulder in consolation. Do not blame yourself, Yuhao. This is not your fault. My theory still requires refinement. Brother Feng. Huo Yuhao's voice quivered with emotion. Look at me. Lin Feng's voice, though soft, resonated clearly throughout the laboratory. He produced a brand new, blank sheet of paper and a pen from his pocket. Did you think my plan would hinge on a singular success? Lin Feng surveyed the room, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. Now, everyone, including teacher Fan Yu and director Xian Liner, pay close attention. He refocused his gaze on Huo Yuhao, and deep within his eyes, the long-dormant golden vertical pupil suddenly ignited, akin to a deity awakening. Yuhua, awaken your spiritual vision and meet my gaze. Now, let us embark on a true journey of information decryption and design optimization. I implore you to witness firsthand how I shall transform this flawed creation into a miraculous marvel that transcends perfection. Chapter 31. Rebuilding from Ruins. A miracle beyond the epic. Within the confines of Laboratory Number 7, the atmosphere felt as though it had solidified into a leaden block, heavy enough to stifle breath. The crisp sound of a crack echoed like the toll of death's bell, shattering the hopes of everyone present. It was a failure. After investing such immense effort and resources, and even bearing the weight of old Mu's promises for the future, this epic-defining product, hailed as the foremost productivity of the Tang Sect, declared its demise in the very moment before its birth. The faces of all the researchers were etched with despair and desolation. They gazed upon the deep-sea silver mother alloy, which bore the faintest of fissures, their eyes filled with sorrow, as if they were not witnessing a mere piece of metal, but the shattered future of the Tang Sect itself. Fan Yu staggered, his lips trembling, nearly losing his balance. As an 8th level soul master, he understood better than anyone that the internal damage to such a core material was irrevocable. Even a single crack, or a misalignment of molecular structures, was sufficient to render the entire material's soul power conductivity utterly futile. It was over, all was lost, he murmured to himself, feeling a decade older. Xian Linner's countenance darkened to an extreme, her chest heaving violently. She turned to Lin Feng with a gaze that for the first time bore a stern scrutiny and inquiry. Lin Feng, how do you explain this outcome? Did I indulge you too much by placing all our hopes on the mental prowess of a second-ring soul master? Was this plan too reckless from the outset? Her voice shattered the laboratory's silence, articulating the doubts that lingered in everyone's hearts. However, at the eye of the storm, the very youth whose actions had precipitated this failure, Huo Yuhao, merely bit his lip, his face as pale as parchment, his body trembling slightly from overwhelming guilt. Brother Feng, his voice quivered with tears, suffused with boundless regret. Yet, at the pinnacle of despair and doubt, an unexpected voice emerged, laced with a hint of mirth. Excellent. A single failure is quite commendable. It was Lin Feng who spoke. He exhibited no trace of despondency or anger, nor even the slightest hint of regret. A calm and composed smile graced his face, as if this invaluable failure were merely an inconsequential work of art. He strolled over to Huo Yuhao's side, amidst the incredulous gazes of the crowd, and gently patted his shoulder, his voice warm yet powerful. Do not blame yourself, Yuhao. This is not your fault. In fact, you executed it exceptionally well. This failure does not stem from your lack of control, but rather from my theory, which still lacks perfection. What? Everyone was taken aback. Xian Linner furrowed her brows tightly, unable to comprehend Lin Feng's reasoning. A failure was simply a failure. How could it be attributed to a theoretical flaw? As Feng Gu, Huo Yuhao lifted his head, tears welling in his eyes as he gazed at me. Lin Feng's voice, though soft, resonated with a reassuring strength. He surveyed the surroundings, absorbing the astonishment, confusion, and skepticism of those present, the enigmatic smile at the corner of his mouth becoming increasingly pronounced. Do you believe my plan hinges solely on a singular success? He queried. Do you think that a mere crack renders this mother gold obsolete? He paused, his voice suddenly rising like a booming bell, reverberating in the hearts of all. In my world, the term failure does not exist. What you deem a flaw is merely a misapprehension of how to harness it. The moment his words fell, Lin Feng's aura transformed dramatically. An indescribable pressure emanated from him. Not a manifestation of soul power or mental force, but an absolute confidence and control stemming from a higher dimensional existence. Yuhao, he called sharply, golden light flashing in his eyes. The long-dormant eye of destiny suddenly opened. A radiant golden vertical pupil replaced his original black iris, as if a deity had descended to perceive the very essence of all things. Awaken your spiritual eye and meet my gaze. Let us embark on a true journey of information deciphering and design optimization. Huo Yuhao's mind was abruptly shaken, instinctively activating his spiritual eye. A violet halo illuminated his vision, and at the moment his gaze met Lin Feng's godlike golden vertical pupil. Boom! Huo Yuhao felt as though a bolt of primordial lightning had struck his brain. His mental vision was instantaneously engulfed by an endless torrent of information, cascading like a waterfall of stars. He beheld, under the guidance of Lin Feng's eye of destiny, his perspective drawn infinitely closer and deeper. He witnessed the intricate molecular structure within the depths of the ocean's silver mother gold, far more complex than the trajectories of stars. He discerned every detail of the soul power energy flowing within. He even grasped the essence of the crack. It was not merely a fracture, but a violent energy impact causing a spatial lattice misalignment. Countless incomprehensible formulas, models, and theories surged into his mind like a divine revelation. Do you comprehend, Yuhao? Lin Feng's voice echoed like an oracle within his mental sea. This crack is not an end, but a beginning. It has disrupted the original energy circuit, yet has also birthed a new energy singularity, a superpassage capable of inducing a leap in soul power. Now heed my command. With your mental force, construct an energy rainbow bridge using the technique of reverse spiral resonance, linking the 3rd, 7th, and 19th main circuits to this singularity. Our goal is not to repair it, but to enable its evolution. This declaration, shared through Huo Yuhao's mental connection, resonated with Fan Yu and Xian Linner present as well. The two individuals stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. Energy singularity, quantum leap, reverse spiral resonance. These terms were utterly incomprehensible to them. Yet, from the vast flow of information, they sensed an unprecedented, terrifying theoretical framework that transcended at least a millennium beyond their current era. Could this truly be the product of human imagination? What are you waiting for? Lin Feng's voice roused them from their stupor. Advisor Fan Yu, Chairwoman Xian Linner, immediately calculate the new energy-bearing limits. Redesign the external soul power stabilization framework. Hurry. In an instant, the two were jolted into action, shaking off any lingering hesitation, as they fervently dove into new calculations and designs, energized as if by a potent elixir. Meanwhile, at the production table, a genuine miracle was unfolding. Huo Yuhao's eyes widened in astonishment, blood seeping from the corners, yet the brilliance in his gaze intensified. He pushed his nascent spiritual core to its utmost limits, channeling boundless mental energy into countless invisible golden threads that penetrated the depths of the mother gold. Under his command, the fracture that had initially signified failure was not only left unrepaired, but was meticulously expanded and reshaped. Subsequently, new microenergy circuits, shimmering with an extraordinary luminescence, were forcibly constructed around the fracture like a spider weaving its web. It was the epitome of transforming decay into miraculous artistry. Time lost all significance in that moment. After an indeterminate duration, when Huo Yuhao abruptly expelled a mouthful of blood and staggered backward, the deep-sea silver mother gold in his grasp had finally undergone its ultimate metamorphosis. It floated serenely in midair, radiating a gentle, gem-like glow. Most striking was the crack on its surface, which not only persisted but had become even more pronounced. At that moment, it was no longer a mere fracture but a golden secret pattern that resembled a dragon-shaped lightning bolt. It seemed to possess a life of its own, flowing across the surface of the mother gold, emanating a heart-stirring energy fluctuation. "We succeeded," Huo Yuhao murmured, expending his last vestiges of strength. Simultaneously, Fan Yu and Xian Liner completed their modifications to the external framework. When the brand new core was delicately embedded in the structure, a prototype of the soul power amplifier, more streamlined and aesthetically futuristic than the original design, finally revealed itself to all present. "Quick, test it." Xian Liner's voice trembled with anticipation. Fan Yu, his hands shaking, placed the prototype into the testing slot and injected a standard unit of soul power. Everyone fixed their gaze on the soul power detection crystal, their breaths held in suspense. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The crystal screen illuminated. A vivid red number, blindingly bright, surged forth in a frenzy. Amplification, 10%, 20%, 30%. My heavens, it's still rising. It has surpassed 50%. We did it. A graduate student exclaimed, overwhelmed with excitement. Yet, this is merely the beginning. 60%, 70%. Boom. Ultimately, when the figure stabilized at 72%, the entire soul power detection crystal emitted a lamentation under the strain, flickering briefly before extinguishing entirely. The testing apparatus had exploded. Silence. The entire Lab 7 succumbed to an eerie stillness. Everyone stood as if petrified, gazing blankly at the now-defunct instrument, their minds a void. 72%. This was no longer merely an amplifier. This was an artifact capable of driving all soul masters across the continent into a frenzy. A miracle, a divine phenomenon. Fan Yu's lips turned pale as he collapsed onto the ground. Xian Liner clamped her hand over her mouth, stifling a scream. Within her beautiful eyes, a mixture of unprecedented shock and fervor reflected as she gazed at Lin Feng, as if beholding a deity walking amongst mortals. Playing house? She felt utterly ashamed of her previous ignorance and arrogance. Meanwhile, within the Sea God Pavilion, the elder Mu, who had been observing everything through the water mirror, let his teacup slip from his grasp with a resounding crash, shattering into pieces. His eyes, which seemed to have witnessed the vicissitudes of life, were now filled with immense waves of astonishment. Slowly and laboriously, he rose from his reclined position. This child, he is not merely creating a soul-guiding device. The elder Mu's voice trembled with a reverence he himself had not realized. He is ushering in a new era. Chapter 32, Laying the Foundation. The pinnacle dialogue of the Sea God Pavilion. Within Lab 7, the silence continued to pervade. The shattered soul power detection crystal stood like a silent monument, quietly heralding the birth of a miracle. 72%. This number, akin to an indelible brand, was etched deeply into the souls of all present. It was not merely a cold statistic. It was a key capable of unlocking a new epoch for soul-guiding devices in the Doloa continent. A miracle, undoubtedly a miracle. Fan Yu, the 8th-level soul master, sat on the ground in a daze, repeatedly murmuring this phrase. His proud theoretical framework of soul guiding was rendered fragile, like a castle of sand before the energy singularity transition theory presented by Lin Feng. Xian Liner held her mouth tightly, her fervor nearly spilling over. Her gaze towards Lin Feng had irrevocably transformed. It was no longer a mentor's appraisal of a junior, nor a leader's admiration for a genius. It was a profound reverence akin to that of a devotee gazing upon the divine. She felt shame for her previous arrogance and ignorance. What had seemed like child's play and recklessness was now a grand joke in retrospect. He was not merely playing house, he was crafting history. As for Huo Yu, Xiao Xiao, and Wang Dong, their faces flushed with excitement, their bodies trembling slightly from overwhelming exhilaration. They gazed at Lin Feng's silhouette, filled with boundless admiration. This seemingly carefree youth, what other secrets that could upend the world's perception does he conceal? Amidst the intertwining atmosphere of shock and fervor, an aged, gentle voice, imbued with undeniable authority, unexpectedly resonated throughout every corner of the laboratory. Fan Yu, Xian Liner, bring Lin Feng to the Sea God Pavilion to see me. The voice seemed to transcend space, echoing directly within the souls of the onlookers. Boom. Fan Yu and Xian Liner were struck as if by lightning, abruptly springing up from the ground, their expressions transforming from fervent enthusiasm to profound shock and solemnity. The Sea God Pavilion. It was not merely the pinnacle of Shrek Academy's power, but also a sacred ground for the entire continent's spirit master domain. Those not of the Sea God Pavilion's Elder Council, nor the Academy's core authorities, could scarcely hope to step foot within it throughout their lifetimes. Yet now, the pavilion's master, Mu In, a legendary figure who had seldom summoned outsiders for decades, had personally spoken, requesting an audience with Lin Feng. This summons itself was an unparalleled recognition, an unprecedented honor. Yes, Elder Mu. The two dared not exhibit the slightest negligence, respectfully bowing towards the void before turning to Lin Feng. their expressions complex and ineffable. Lin Feng, please follow us. Fan Yu's voice quivered ever so slightly. Lin Feng maintained his composed smile, as if he had anticipated this moment. He gently nodded, reassuringly patting Huo Yu's shoulder, who was equally astonished, and then he stepped forward. The Sea God Pavilion, nestled on the heart island of the Sea God Lake within Shrek Academy's inner courtyard, bore no ostentatious decorations, but was instead a natural hall formed by an ancient golden tree, brimming with vibrant life. The air was imbued with a refreshing essence of vitality, making one feel as though every pore was expanding. As Lin Feng stepped onto the grounds of the Sea God Pavilion, guided by Fan Yu and Xian Lin Air, he could distinctly sense at least a dozen unfathomable auras sweeping around him, each potent enough to send a tidal Delaw into tremors. Yet, Lin Feng's stride remained steady and unwavering. Navigating through a corridor woven from roots and vines, they arrived at a spacious circular area. An elderly man, clad in a simple linen robe, lay quietly on a reclining chair, appearing to be an ordinary old man nearing the end of his days. However, when he opened his murky yet seemingly all-seeing eyes to gaze at Lin Feng, the very essence of life within the Sea God Pavilion seemed to freeze in place. He was none other than Shrek Academy's steadfast anchor, the ultimate Doloa, the dragon god Doloa Muon. You may leave now. Muon's voice was soft, yet it compelled both Fan Yu and Xian Lin Air to bow and respectfully exit the Sea God Pavilion. In the vast space, only Lin Feng and this legendary figure, the strongest on the continent, remained. Sit. Muon pointed to a tree stump beside him. Xiamu Lao and Lin Feng sat down with an air of dignity. Muon's gaze, reminiscent of the most profound starry sky, fixed intently on Lin Feng, as if attempting to see through him completely. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke, his tone imbued with a hint of nostalgia. Is that amplifier your independent design? It is based on the core theory and design proposal I presented, with the core engraving executed by Huo Yuhao's spiritual power, and further refined with the assistance of Fan Yu and chairperson Xian Lin's team. Lin Feng replied candidly, not claiming sole credit. This honesty deepened the appreciation reflected in Muon's eyes. Do you comprehend the significance of a 72% amplification? Muon's voice grew serious. I do, Lin Feng responded succinctly, surprising Muon with his clarity. It signifies a revolution in soul guide technology that will sweep across the continent. It means Shrek Academy will possess technological capital that surpasses the Sun-Moon Empire, heralding the dawn of a new era. Muon's pupils constricted sharply. He had initially perceived Lin Feng as merely a prodigious talent in the realm of soul guides. Yet he was astonished to discover that Lin Feng's vision and perspective had already elevated to a vantage point overlooking the entire continent. What a new era it shall be. Muon straightened his posture, shedding his previous languor, replaced by a commanding presence. So what brings you here today? What do you seek from me, from Shrek? He believed that someone like Lin Feng would not act without purpose. At last, the moment had arrived. Lin Feng had awaited this inquiry. He felt no anxiety. Instead, he met Muon's profound gaze with calm determination. What I desire is not to take, but to collaborate. Collaborate? Muon raised an eyebrow with interest. Indeed, a deep strategic partnership. Lin Feng's voice was clear and resolute. On behalf of Tang Sect, I wish to establish a top-tier strategic cooperation agreement with Shrek Academy regarding the Soul Power Amplifier project. Without allowing Muon to interject, Lin Feng enthusiastically unveiled his plan. Firstly, the mass production plan. I will provide comprehensive, scalable technical blueprints and processes, ensuring that the amplifier can be produced in bulk at a manageable cost. Naturally, to maintain absolute technological superiority, the amplification rate for the mass production version will be capped at around 30%, yet this will still surpass all comparable products on the market. Secondly, profit distribution. Lin Feng extended 2 fingers. Tang Sect will invest core technology, claiming 30% of the net profit. Shrek Academy will supply all rare metals, production resources, sales channels, and security assurances, taking 70%. We will not partake in management. Our responsibility will solely be technical iteration and updates. Upon hearing this distribution proposal, even Muon's breath quickened. 30-70 split. Shrek takes the larger share. This is tantamount to a gift. He could think of no valid reasons to refuse. Thirdly, the authority requirements. Lin Feng's tone took on a solemn gravity as he articulated his request for Shrek Academy to grant Tang Sect access to certain rare resources, including some strategically significant metals not available to the public. Concurrently, he sought the Academy's approval to designate an independent area within the inner court as a technological special zone for Tang Sect, allowing for the establishment of independent laboratories and production lines, accompanied by the highest level of security. These 3 conditions were intricately interlinked, each building upon the last, showcasing the immense value of Tang Sect while simultaneously expressing sincere intent, culminating in the presentation of his core demands. Muon gazed intently at the youth before him, his heart churning like a tempest. Having lived nearly 2 centuries and witnessed countless prodigies, he had never encountered anyone at Lin Feng's age possessing such formidable foresight, meticulous reasoning, and composed demeanor. This was no mere genius. This was an aberration. The collaborative proposal he had put forth, while seemingly relinquishing significant benefits, effectively bound Tang Sect and the colossal vessel of Shrek together with the most steadfast chains of mutual interest. With Shrek's resource allocation and support, Tang Sect's ascent would be unstoppable. In return, Shrek would gain dominion over the entire realm of soul-guiding devices and an ally of boundless potential, capable of continuously creating miracles. It was a win-win situation, no, a mutually beneficial alliance. What a magnificent Tang Sect. In Muin's eyes, an unprecedented brilliance ignited, prompting him to rise abruptly from his reclined position, an invisible pressure enveloping the entire Sea God Pavilion. Your conditions are not only accepted in full. Muin's voice resonated like thunder across the Sea God Pavilion. I shall also add 3 additional stipulations in the name of the Sea God Pavilion. First, I grant you, Lin Feng, the position of lifetime honorary elder of Shrek Academy, on par with the esteemed elders of the Sea God Pavilion. Second, all foundational infrastructure required for the Tang Sect's technological special zone shall be provided by the Academy. Security levels will be elevated to the highest standards, overseen directly by me at the Sea God Pavilion. Third, the Academy's treasury shall be permanently accessible to you, except for divine artifacts. You may freely take any rare treasures or metals. The support Mu-In offered far exceeded Lin Feng's expectations. This was no simple collaboration. It was an investment of Shrek Academy's entire resources into Lin Feng and the future of Tang Sect. Lin Feng felt a ripple of emotion within. Yet he maintained his outward composure. Rising to his feet, he bowed respectfully to Mu-In. Thank you, Elder Mu. From this day forth, Tang Sect shall be the most steadfast shield of Shrek. In that moment, within the sacred Sea God Pavilion, a pivotal dialogue that would shape the future of the continent drew to a close. The most solid and crucial cornerstone on the path to Tang Sect's rise had been firmly established. Chapter 33, Unprecedented. Tang Sect becomes wealthy overnight. As Lin Feng's figure reappeared at the entrance of Laboratory Number 7, time seemed to stand still. All eyes instantaneously converged upon him. The air was suffused with a palpable tension and anticipation, each heartbeat resonating with clarity. Huo Yuhao, Bei, Tangya, and Xiao Xiao, the original companions of the Tang Sect, felt their palms drenched in sweat. They understood that Lin Feng's journey to the Sea God Pavilion would decisively shape the future of the Tang Sect, whether it would soar to great heights or continue to struggle in the crevices of existence. Meanwhile, Fan Yu and Xian Liner, the giants of the Soul Guidance faction, were engulfed in a whirlwind of complex emotions. They were both exhilarated to witness history and anxious about the impending unknown. Elder Mu's personal summons contained boundless possibilities. Under the watchful eyes of the multitude, Lin Feng's face gradually blossomed into a radiant smile. He did not keep them in suspense. Instead, with a voice that was clear, steady, yet tinged with an uncontrollable fervor, he proclaimed to all, from this day forth, the Tang Sect shall establish the highest level of strategic cooperation with Shrek Academy. Elder Mu has personally promised that the Academy will invest vast resources, funding, and manpower into supporting our Soul Power Amplifier's mass production plan. We have succeeded. If the previous 72% amplification rate was akin to a deep water bomb thrown into a lake, then Lin Feng's declaration at this moment was a nuclear explosion that detonated throughout the entire Shrek inner court. After a brief silence, the laboratory was instantly inundated with a tsunami of jubilant cheers. We have succeeded. We truly have succeeded. Tangya wept tears of joy, tightly embracing Bei, her vision blurred by emotion. They had sacrificed so much for the revival of the Tang Sect, and today, they finally glimpsed the dawn of hope. Lin Feng, you are simply a prodigy, Xiao Xiao exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with excitement as she waved her tiny fists. Her gaze toward Lin Feng sparkling with admiration and something more profound. Huo Yuhao rushed forward, enveloping Lin Feng in a vigorous embrace. His voice trembling with emotion. I knew you could do it. Brother Feng. Fan Yu and Xian Liner exchanged glances, both recognizing the incredulous elation reflected in each other's eyes. They had envisioned the best possible outcome, yet they could hardly fathom the extent of Elder Mu's astonishing support. This was no mere collaboration. It was an unparalleled endorsement. The phrase highest level of strategic cooperation echoed repeatedly in Fan Yu's mind, causing his body to tremble with excitement. It signified that the Tang Sect's technology would be directly integrated into the Academy's foremost development agenda. Oh my, our Soul Guidance faction is on the brink of a revolution. This wave of ecstatic fervor, centered in Laboratory Number 7, swiftly swept across the entire Soul Guidance faction and throughout the Shrek inner court. Everyone was utterly stunned by this monumental news that had descended upon them. The Tang Sect, a sect composed of merely a handful of students, nearly forgotten, had, in a single leap, attained the pinnacle of strategic cooperation with Shrek Academy. This was more astonishing than hearing of the fall of a title de law. However, the truth was indisputable. The efficiency of Shrek Academy, under the personal directive of Master Mu, has unveiled an astonishing facet. Merely 1 hour after Lin Feng announced the news, a convoy comprised of core disciples from the inner academy, led by Dean Yin Xiaojia himself, transported heavy metal crates to the open space outside Laboratory Number 7. The instant the crates were opened, a dazzling brilliance nearly blinded all onlookers. Precious metals such as secret silver, deep silver, star iron, and cold marrow, countless rare metals, typically measured by the gram, were now piled high as if they were mere iron blocks. By the orders of Master Mu and the Sea God Pavilion, Yin Xiaojia's voice resonated powerfully, announcing the allocation of the first batch of rare metals totaling 20 tons. With a funding of 10 million gold soul coins and 300 support personnel, all to be deployed immediately. This was an unwavering commitment to the construction of the Tang Sect's production line. Gasp! The students and teachers in attendance could not help but draw in a sharp breath, their eyes nearly bulging out. 20 tons of rare metals, 10 million gold soul coins. What does this signify? This is enough to arm a top-tier Soul Master Legion. It could purchase half of Shrek City. And now, these resources, which would drive any nation to frenzy, lay casually before the members of the Tang Sect. A night of sudden wealth. This is truly a night of miraculous fortune. Tanya gazed at the mountain of resources before her, overwhelmed with happiness to the point of nearly fainting. The days when she and Bei fretted over a few hundred gold soul coins for sect expenses felt like a distant memory. The exhilarating contrast brought forth by this windfall made every member of the Tang Sect feel as though they were in a dream. In the face of this overwhelming wealth and the envious gazes of the crowd, Lin Feng exhibited an extraordinary calmness and composure beyond his years. He understood that this was merely the beginning. The real challenge for the Tang Sect lay in transforming these resources into genuine strength. He gathered everyone together, his gaze intense, and commenced his first official delegation as the leader of the Tang Sect. Everyone. Lin Feng's voice resonated clearly in every ear. The resources have arrived, and now, it is time for us to make history. I hereby declare the establishment of the first manufacturing plant for Tang Sect soul-guiding devices. He first turned his attention to Fan Yu, stating earnestly, Advisor Fan Yu, I officially appoint you as the general supervisor of the manufacturing plant, with full responsibility for the construction of the production line, personnel training, and daily management. I am confident that with your experience and capability, you will manage everything with utmost efficiency. Fan Yu trembled with excitement. He had awaited this opportunity for far too long. He puffed out his chest, responding emphatically, Rest assured, Sect Leader, I will ensure the task is completed. The title of Sect Leader was a heartfelt acknowledgement from him. Next, Lin Feng directed his gaze towards Huo Yuhao. Yuhao, your spiritual eyes are a divine gift. I appoint you as the Chief Quality Inspector for core components. Every core array of the mass-produced amplifiers must pass your inspection. I demand that each core leaving the factory be flawless. Understood, Brother Feng. Huo Yuhao nodded emphatically, his eyes brimming with a profound sense of responsibility. He understood that this was Lin Feng's trust in him, a testament to his capabilities. Xiao Xiao, Lin Feng smiled as he turned to the little princess of the team. Your 3 lives soul-calming cauldron possesses unparalleled advantages in material fusion and purification. I hereby appoint you as the leader of the Special Materials Processing Group, responsible for addressing potential material compatibility issues during mass production, as well as the development of new materials. Me? Xiao Xiao was taken aback, but her surprise quickly morphed into exhilaration. All right, leave it to me. Finally, Lin Feng looked towards Bei and Tanya. Senior brother, Teacher Xiaoya, you will oversee the management of the 300 newly recruited auxiliary personnel and handle all external affairs, ensuring the most stable environment for our production and research. Bei and Tanya exchanged smiles and replied in unison, no problem. With a clear division of labor, each person's talents were aptly utilized. The initial dizziness from their newfound wealth dissipated as everyone swiftly found their roles. A vibrant entrepreneurial spirit ignited within each heart, fervently ablaze. Observing this flourishing scene, Lin Feng's eyes reflected satisfaction. Days later, as the production line was nearing completion and everything fell into place, Lin Feng sought out Huo Yuhao one evening, who was diligently practicing the engraving of core formation arrays. Brother Feng, it's late. Do you need something? Huo Yuhao inquired with curiosity, putting down his carving knife. Yuhao, you have performed excellently in quality control. Lin Feng acknowledged his efforts before his expression turned serious. However, I have an even more significant and challenging task to assign to you. What task? Huo Yuhao immediately perked up, his interest piqued. Lin Feng handed him a new design blueprint, depicting a structure tenfold more intricate than a soul power amplifier. This is a new soul guide I have conceived, which I call the Shared Mental Detection Soul Guide. A spark of wisdom glimmered in Lin Feng's eyes. Its function is to amplify your mental detection abilities through the soul guide and share them with all teammates within range, granting them your divine perspective. Huo Yuhao's breath quickened instantly. Shared mental detection. What an extraordinary ability. If this can truly be realized, it would render us invincible in team battles. I need you to leverage your innate martial soul advantage while continuing your quality control work and begin exploring a deeper integration of mental power with the soul guide. Laying the technical groundwork for this project, Lin Feng stated gravely. The All-Continent Advanced Soul Master Academy Soul Fighting Competition is fast approaching, and I hope to unveil the first prototype before then. This is incredibly important. Huo Yuhao clutched the blueprint tightly, as if he were grasping the future of the Tang Sect. Brother Feng, rest assured, I will give it my all. Lin Feng nodded with approval, patting his shoulder. Before turning to leave, under the night sky, Huo Yuhao gazed at the blueprint in his hands, his eyes ignited with an unprecedented fervor. He understood that a brand new chapter belonging to the Tang Sect had fervently unfolded in the hands of him and Lin Feng. He would undoubtedly become the most brilliant star in this new era. Chapter 34, a stunning scheme. Your fate is a deception. The night was as dark as ink, and the stars dimmed. Huo Yuhao tightly clutched the blueprints for the spiritual detection shared soul guide, his fervor igniting within him. He felt as if he stood at the pinnacle of an era, with Lin Feng as the guiding light who had propelled him to the crest of this wave. Just as he was stirred with excitement and prepared to immerse himself in the research of this extraordinary soul guide, Lin Feng, who had taken a few steps away, suddenly halted. Yuhao. Lin Feng's voice resonated once more, devoid of its previous fervor and encouragement, now imbued with an unprecedented gravity. Huo Yuhao was taken aback, raising his head to see Lin Feng's silhouette appearing solemn under the cold moonlight. Brother Feng? Lin Feng slowly turned, his usually gentle countenance replaced with a serious demeanor. His eyes were as profound as the sea, seemingly concealing the birth and demise of countless stars, and an intangible pressure thickened the air around them. Follow me. There are matters that cannot be discussed here. Lin Feng offered no further explanation, merely gesturing for Huo Yuhao to follow. Instantly, the flame of excitement in Huo Yuhao's heart was supplanted by an inexplicable chill. He had never witnessed such an expression on Lin Feng's face, one that seemed to hint at unveiling the world's most brutal truths. He instinctively nodded, securing the blueprints, and hastened to catch up. The two traversed through the bustling production area, distancing themselves from the brightly lit laboratory, ultimately arriving at a secluded grove by the sea god lake. The surroundings were tranquil, with only the gentle lapping of water against the shore and the rustling of leaves in the night breeze. Lin Feng raised his hand to establish an invisible mental barrier, completely isolating this small space from the outside world. Once all was set, he turned his gaze back to Huo Yuhao, whose heart was now racing uncontrollably. The gravity of the forthcoming conversation was unmistakable. Yuhao, sit. Lin Feng gestured towards a nearby rock, while he leaned against an ancient tree. Brother Feng, what is it? Huo Yuhao could no longer contain his curiosity. Lin Feng did not respond immediately. Instead, he posed an unexpected question. Yuhao, do you believe in fate? Fate? Huo Yuhao was momentarily taken aback, never anticipating such an ethereal topic. After reflecting on his own experiences, he replied with a hint of self-deprecation. I didn't believe it before, but now I find myself somewhat inclined to. If it weren't for fate, I might have perished long ago in the Star Dough Forest, never encountering Brother Tianming, nor joining the Tang Sect, or meeting all of you. Oh, is that so? A meaningful smile curved Lin Feng's lips. Have you considered why such fortuitous events have so perfectly befallen you, the once forsaken scion of a duke's house? Huo Yuhao's heart sank heavily. Lin Feng's voice, though soft, struck deep like a heavy hammer against the very essence of Huo Yuhao's soul. Why, oh why, did the mythical Tianming iceworm, a soul beast of a million years coveted even by the limit de law, materialize precisely at his moment of utmost despair, choosing to become his wisdom's soul ring? Why did he encounter his elder brother and teacher Xiaoya at the periphery of the Star Dough Forest, who then guided him back to Shrek, thereby joining the already precarious Tang Sect? Why did Wang Dong, a prodigious talent with a mysterious background, exhibit such profound interest and intent towards him from the very beginning? As if their meeting was a meticulously orchestrated drama? With each question Lin Feng posed, Huo Yuhao's complexion paled further. These queries were not foreign to him. He had pondered them countless times, always attributing the outcomes to mere luck. Yet, as Lin Feng interconnected these coincidences and dissected them with such piercing insight, a chilling realization surged from his tailbone to the crown of his head. Indeed, why? Was all of this merely serendipity? Observing the drastic transformation in Huo Yuhao's expression, Lin Feng recognized that the dam of his understanding had been breached. He continued in a tone that was both mundane and merciless, casting down his final stone of revelation. Behind these so-called coincidences lay an invisible hand, deftly manipulating the strings of your destiny. It lifted you from the dust, paving a seemingly radiant path, granting you opportunities beyond ordinary imagination, yet all of it came at a price. Each step you take is accounted for in its calculations. Huo Yuhao's body began to tremble slightly, and he abruptly lifted his head, his eyes wide with shock and confusion. A hand? Whose hand? Why would they do this? Lin Feng inhaled deeply, finally unleashing a conclusion capable of shattering the very understanding of the Doloa continent. This hand, it originates from the divine realm. It belongs to a deity. Thunderous echoes resounded within Huo Yuhao's mind, as if a million bolts of lightning had struck simultaneously. He felt as though he had been struck by lightning, standing frozen in disbelief. God, divine realm, deity. These terms were realms away from the mundane, existing solely in legends and faith as the highest of beings. Yet now, Lin Feng revealed to him that his destiny was manipulated by a deity of such exalted stature. How could this be? It was utterly fantastical. No, this is impossible. Huo Yuhao's voice cracked, laden with incredulity and absurdity. I understand this is difficult to accept. A glimmer of pity flickered in Lin Feng's gaze. Yet this is the truth. You have been chosen by that deity to become a pawn in the mortal realm. Your future, your opportunities, even your destined beloved, may all be intricately crafted and arranged by him. All this, to ensure your growth aligns with his will, ultimately achieving his desired ends. A pawn, a marionette, a script. Huo Yuhao chewed on those words, engulfed by an unprecedented sense of humiliation and fury that erupted from the depths of his heart, like a volcano. Memories of his tragic childhood flooded back, along with the unwillingness of his mother on her deathbed, and the countless efforts and sweat he had poured into altering his fate. Was all of this merely a joke, penned by someone else? His so-called struggle, his attempts to defy destiny, were they all just a meticulously orchestrated performance? A chilling sense of despair coursed through him, making him shudder. If even his will and emotions could be so easily manipulated, could he still be considered a living being? No, he refused to accept it. Why should a god he had never met hold the power to dictate the course of his life? No. Huo Yuhao let out a suppressed roar, his fists clenched tightly, nails digging deep into his palms, blood trickling through his fingers. His eyes turned a fiery red. A terrifying surge of mixed emotions, anger, resentment, and murderous intent, exploding uncontrollably, causing the trees around him to tremble in fear. Lin Feng did not intervene. He simply observed Huo Yuhao's outburst in silence. He understood that this truth, potent enough to shatter a person's will, must be faced and processed by Huo Yuhao himself. When Huo Yuhao's emotions began to stabilize and his breaths grew heavier, Lin Feng slowly approached, placing a hand on his icy shoulder. Yuhao. Lin Feng's voice was steady and powerful, a beacon piercing through the darkness and despair in Huo Yuhao's heart. Your fate should be determined by you, not to be toyed with by some exalted deity. Huo Yuhao abruptly lifted his gaze to meet Lin Feng's. In the depths of Lin Feng's profound eyes, he saw unwavering determination, encouragement, and a fearless will powerful enough to challenge the divine. I, along with the entire Tang Sect, will help you reclaim your rightful destiny. This declaration struck Huo Yuhao's heart like a spark igniting a parched prairie filled with resentment and fury. Boom. The flames of rebellion were instantly ignited. Huo Yuhao's trembling ceased, replaced by an unprecedented resolve and determination. He looked at Lin Feng, each word a testament to his newfound vow, as if he had expended all his strength. My life is not dictated by heaven, nor by the gods. Whoever wishes to use me as a pawn shall find their chessboard overturned. Chapter 35, The Awakened Pawn. Forging the foundation of resistance through madness. The next day, as the first rays of dawn pierced through the mist of the sea god lake, casting light upon the increasingly bustling construction site of the Tang Sect, all disciples who beheld Huo Yuhao keenly sensed a subtle change. He remained the same handsome youth, clad in the simple attire of Shrek Academy, his face no longer bearing the pallor of the previous day's tumult. Yet, his gaze had transformed. Those once clear eyes, occasionally revealing a hint of confusion, now resembled the most tranquil and deep cold pool in the dead of night, so profound that its depths were unfathomable. Occasionally, a fleeting glimpse reveals not the youthful vigor of a boy, but rather a cold and resolute wisdom forged through the trials of life. He stood there in serene silence. Yet his entire demeanor underwent a profound transformation, as if, in a single night, he had been refined from a raw gem into a weapon of subtle brilliance. Yuhua, are you all right? Bei was the first to approach, his brow furrowed with concern as he regarded Huo Yuhao. The grave expression Lin Feng wore, while escorting him back to the dormitory, had kept him awake through the night. Huo Yuhao lifted his gaze to his elder brother, a calm smile gracing his lips, gentle as ever, yet imbued with a newfound steadiness, devoid of past reliance. Elder brother, I am well, better than ever before. This response momentarily startled Bei. He could sense the authenticity in Huo Yuhao's words. The unwavering resolve emanating from his very core was no mere fade. That is good to hear. Bei patted his shoulder, his mind swirling with countless questions, yet recognizing that now was not the time for inquiries. Throughout the morning, Huo Yuhao methodically attended to the various affairs concerning the Tang Sect's soul-guiding apparatuses. He scrutinized each procedure, guiding his juniors through technical challenges, and even offered incisive suggestions for improvements on several core energy circuits managed by Kai Tu. He exhibited an unparalleled reliability and focus, as if he had wholly emerged from the tumult of the previous night. However, only Huo Yuhao himself understood the tempest raging beneath his calm exterior. In the realm he referred to as the sea of his spirit, where ferocious waves surged, Lin Feng's words had etched indelibly into his soul the concepts of deity, pawn, and deception. In the stillness of the night, the humiliation of being manipulated and the seething anger burned within him like molten lava. Yet he refused to be consumed by these emotions. For Lin Feng's final words ignited within him a fiercer flame, resistance. My life shall not be dictated by fate, nor by any deity. Whoever desires to treat me as a pawn shall find their board overturned. This was no longer an empty vow, but the singular creed that would guide his future. The first step in overturning the board was to amass sufficient power. He would become stronger than the players themselves, strong enough that the lofty deity could no longer disregard or manipulate him. The spiritual detection, shared soul-guiding apparatus entrusted to him by Lin Feng marked the beginning of his journey. This was not merely a task, but the inception of his rebellion against destiny. From that day forth, Huo Yuhao transformed completely. He isolated himself within the Tang Sect's most pivotal laboratory, a chamber designed by Lin Feng himself, equipped with the highest level of protective and soundproofing formations. Henceforth, the members of the Tang Sect knew only that Huo Yuhao was engaged in a top-secret research endeavor, and his presence became increasingly elusive. He embarked on an almost frenzied quest for cultivation and innovation, where the deep integration of spiritual power and soul-guiding apparatuses became his mantra, his sacred text. On the laboratory desk lay an array of rare metals and soul-guide components. Huo Yuhao's eyes, bloodshot yet gleaming with an unsettling brilliance, revealed his fervent determination. His mental power was unleashed without reservation, akin to the most delicate tendrils probing into the intricate metallic structures and energy circuits. His objective was not merely to manipulate the soul guide with his mental force, but to integrate his consciousness into the very essence of the device, merging them as seamlessly as blood flows within a living body. This notion bordered on madness, an uncharted territory that no one in the millennia-long history of soul guide development in Doha continent had dared to explore. Failure was a foregone conclusion. With a thunderous crash, a piece of silver ore, overwhelmed by an excess of mental energy, shattered into fragments, sending sharp metal shards slicing across Huo Yuhao's cheek, leaving a crimson trail. Yet, he appeared oblivious, fixated on the residual energy traces left by the explosion, his brow furrowed in concentration. The conversion rate of mental power to soul force was amiss. The structure was unstable. He muttered to himself, hastily modifying the data on his blueprint with fervor. When hunger struck, he gnawed on a dry ration, When thirst beckoned, he sipped from a clear water source. When fatigue overcame him, he rested against the lab table for a brief slumber. In his world, the distinction between day and night had vanished, replaced solely by the dichotomy of success and failure in his experiments. His mental sea underwent remarkable transformations under the strain of such extreme exertion. Each time his mental energy waned and was subsequently rejuvenated through meditation, it became denser and more resilient. That indomitable will seemed to serve as the finest tempering agent. As the first inhabitant of Huo Yuhao's mental sea, the heavenly dream-eye silkworm felt these changes most acutely. Had he gone mad? The creature curled in a corner of the mental sea, astonished as it observed Huo Yuhao's spirit being drained repeatedly, only to be fervently replenished by his unwavering resolve. It could distinctly sense an unprecedented element within Huo Yuhao's mental power, an icy, sharp will infused with a ruthless intent. This will was no longer tethered to the protection of others or the thirst for revenge. Rather, it embodied a pure challenge directed toward a higher echelon of existence. Something was amiss, far too amiss. The heavenly dream ice silkworm swam restlessly, perceiving that since that fateful night conversing with Lin Feng, Yuhao had undergone a profound transformation. Though he had always exerted effort, he had previously followed the path laid out by fate, which was purportedly the best route. Yet now, it seemed as though he was intent on forging a path of his own, regardless of the obstacles. The creature felt an inexplicable sense of dread. It sensed that Huo Yuhao was veering away from the seemingly most luminous and correct trajectory ordained by the divine. This new path was fraught with uncertainty and peril, potentially leading not to the pinnacle of glory but to an abyss of no return. It longed to voice a warning, but each time it encountered the resolute will within Huo Yuhao's mental sea, capable of obliterating any divine or Buddhist obstruction, words lodged themselves in its throat. For the first time, he found himself perplexed by the very youth he had painstakingly created. Time flew rapidly amidst Huo Yuhao's fervent endeavors. Countless days and nights passed, and after enduring hundreds of failures and explosions, one fateful night, a gentle white light suddenly illuminated the laboratory. Huo Yuhao cradled a uniquely shaped headband crafted from secret silver, adorned with a moonstone the size of a dove's egg. Countless energy circuits, finer than a strand of hair, sprawled across its surface, ultimately converging into the moonstone. He slowly placed the headband upon his brow, inhaling deeply, as his mental strength cautiously delved within. A wondrous resonance instantly surged through his entire being. He felt as though his mental prowess had been magnified several-fold, and through this headband, he could radiate outward in an entirely novel manner. Closing his eyes, he infused a strand of mental energy into a nearby metallic disc, similarly inlaid with a moonstone. In the next moment, a miraculous spectacle unfolded, centered around the metallic disc. Every scene within a 3-meter radius materialized with astonishing clarity, displayed in a seamless 360-degree panorama within his mind. It was as though an additional screen had emerged within the ocean of his consciousness, allowing for real-time monitoring. He had succeeded. The prototype of the mental detection sharing soul tool had finally been developed. Although its current detection range was a mere 3 meters, highly unstable, and immensely draining, this was undeniably a groundbreaking first step. It established that the profound integration of mental strength and soul tools was indeed feasible. An overwhelming wave of joy and accomplishment surged within him, sweeping away the fatigue of countless days. Huo Yuhao clenched his fists tightly, his eyes gleaming with the light of victory. This was his inaugural weapon against fate. However, just as he prepared to press on and refine this epic-making creation, a series of urgent knocks resounded from the door of the laboratory. Huo Yuhao, I know you are in there. Come out. A familiar voice, crisp and melodious yet tinged with suppressed fury and complex emotions, pierced through the soundproof barrier, resonating clearly in his ears. Huo Yuhao's movements abruptly froze. That voice belonged to Wang Dong. What was he doing here? And judging by his tone, the visitor harbored no goodwill. Furrowing his brow, Huo Yuhao removed the headband and slowly approached the door. He understood that upon opening this door, he would confront a challenge potentially more formidable than the development of the soul tool itself. Chapter 36, Chief Tester, a grand gift from the Divine King. Title, Huo Yuhao, I know you are in there. Come out. The crisp voice, laced with suppressed anger, pierced through the laboratory's soundproof barrier, echoing distinctly in Huo Yuhao's ears. His movements came to an abrupt halt. The elation he had just felt from the successful prototype of the soul tool instantly washed away by the familiarity of that voice. Wang Dong, what could he possibly want here? Moreover, the tone of his voice suggested that his intentions were far from benevolent. Ever since the freshman assessment, although they were in the same class, the relationship between the two had remained lukewarm. Wang Dong's innate pride rendered him disdainful of associating with someone as ordinary as Huo Yuhao, while Huo Yuhao devoted all his energy to cultivation and Tang Sect affairs, resulting in minimal interaction between them. At this moment, his sudden appearance, coupled with a direct challenge, hinted at ulterior motives. Huo Yuhao furrowed his brow and slowly removed the uniquely shaped secret silver headband from his head, placing it carefully on the experimental table. The intense research he had engaged in for days had left his spirit in a state of fatigue after prolonged tension. Yet this unexpected challenge acted like a jolt of adrenaline, instantly reviving him. He understood that opening this door would lead him to confront a challenge potentially more intricate than the development of soul-guiding devices. Taking a deep breath, the weariness in his gaze was replaced by a cold, sharp clarity. He adjusted his somewhat disheveled attire and walked with measured steps towards the heavy metal door. With a creak, the weighty metal door slowly swung open, and the blinding sunlight outside caused Huo Yuhao, accustomed to the dimness of the chamber, to squint. In the newly constructed courtyard of the Tang Sect, Wang Dong stood there with youthful exuberance, clad once again in a clean and crisp Shrek Academy uniform. His light blue hair shimmered under the sun, and his delicate features, akin to a porcelain doll, were now etched with unabashed fury and combativeness. The beautiful almond-shaped eyes blazed with intense flames, fixated on Huo Yuhao. Behind him, core members of the Tang Sect, including Bei Bei, Kai Tu, Jiang Nan Nan, and Su Sanshi, hurriedly arrived, subtly encircling Wang Dong, each face betraying a hint of hostility and vigilance. Wang Dong, what is the meaning of this? Bei Bei, his brow furrowed, was the first to speak. This is the sacred ground of the Tang Sect, not a place for your reckless antics. I see, Huo Yuhao. You are of no concern to me. Wang Dong did not even glance at Bei Bei, his gaze piercing like a sword directed solely at Huo Yuhao. Huo Yuhao, stop hiding behind others. Do you dare to step forward and engage me in a fair battle to settle our grievances once and for all? This declaration stirred an uproar among the members of the Tang Sect. Ridiculous. When has our senior brother ever shied away from a challenge? Indeed, a defeated foe dares to provoke us? Junior brother Yuhao has poured his heart and soul into research for the Tang Sect. What right do you have to disturb him? Faced with the collective reproach, Wang Dong's expression fluctuated between pale and flushed, yet he stubbornly maintained his gaze on Huo Yuhao, as if attempting to penetrate him with his stare. Huo Yuhao regarded him calmly, yet his mind raced with thoughts. Grievances? The minor friction from the freshman assessment may have been a thorn in the side of the proud Wang Dong, but it hardly warranted such an outrageous confrontation. This felt more like an excuse, a reason forcefully imposed upon him, coupled with Lin Feng's astonishing remarks the previous night regarding deities and pawns. A bold hypothesis began to take shape in his mind. This challenge was likely not Wang Dong's true intention. The true orchestrator of this spectacle is none other than the lofty and intrigued deity, Tang San. Is this merely a probe? Just as the atmosphere in the courtyard brims with tension, a voice, tinged with nonchalance and amusement, emerges from the rear of the crowd. Oh my, how lively. As everyone turns to gaze, they discover Lin Feng, who has appeared unannounced, casually leaning against a pillar, arms crossed, a subtle smile gracing his lips, while his eyes glint with the sharpness of a hawk, sweeping over the expressions of all present. Lin Feng, upon seeing him, Bei Bei seems to have found his anchor. Lin Feng gives him a slight nod before striding over to Huo Yuhao, patting his shoulder, yet his gaze playfully scrutinizes Wang Dong, as though he were admiring an intriguing work of art rather than assessing a challenger. A challenge? Certainly. Lin Feng, with a beaming smile, speaks softly yet clearly, ensuring every ear catches his words. However, as the esteemed disciple of the Sea God Pavilion and a rare genius from Shrek Academy, is it not somewhat lacking in sincerity to challenge our core disciple of Tang Sect with empty hands? Wang Dong is taken aback, evidently unprepared for Lin Feng's response. He bites his lip and retorts, "What do you want?" "Nothing much," Lin Feng replies, his smile deepening. "I merely feel that if it is a challenge, there ought to be some stakes. Otherwise, winning would be rather pointless, and losing would be even more embarrassing, wouldn't you agree?" His words instantly put Wang Dong on the spot. His face flushes crimson with indignation as he snaps, "You, spare me the chatter. Just lay down the terms. If I, Wang Dong, so much as furrow my brow, I shall not be deemed a true man." Excellent. Such boldness. Lin Feng claps in delight, as if he had been awaiting this very declaration. He surveys the eager gazes of the Tang Sect members and Wang Dong's defiant visage before leisurely presenting a wager that leaves everyone astounded. "In that case, let us raise the stakes." Lin Feng extends a finger, gently shaking it at Wang Dong. "We shall not seek your gold soul coins, nor your soul-guiding devices. We wager on you, as a person. Should Yuhao fortuitously prevail, then you, Wang Dong," Lin Feng enunciates each word with penetrating allure, "shall come to our Tang Sect and serve as our chief tester for a month, free of charge, for our new soul-guiding devices." The moment the words chief tester resonate, the courtyard is enveloped in a profound silence. The disciples engaged in soul-guiding device development, including Kai Tu, initially stand in shock, only to be ignited by fervent enthusiasm. What a brilliant proposal. Who is Wang Dong? A disciple from the inner court of Shrek Academy, possessing twin martial souls, with unfathomable cultivation and combat experience that far exceeds the ordinary. Having him as a tester implies that Tang Sect could obtain the most elite and extreme practical data for soul-guiding devices. Every modulation of his soul power and every technique of his martial soul would yield immeasurable value for Tang Sect's research. This surpasses the mere acquisition of a few soul-guiding devices and the winning of tens of thousands of gold soul coins by countless magnitudes. For Wang Dong himself, this is an egregious affront. To have him, a child of destiny, reduced to serving as a mere guinea pig for those he despises? This is far more unbearable than a public beating. You must be dreaming." The color drained from Wang Dong's face, his body trembling with rage, his finger quivering as it pointed at Lin Feng. "What is the matter? Have you lost your nerve?" Lin Feng's smile remained unchanged, but his tone took on a hint of subtle derision. "Where did that bravado go? Or perhaps, do you lack confidence in yourself?" Wang Dong found himself at a loss for words, his chest heaving violently. He understood that he was ensnared in an inescapable dilemma. To acquiesce would be a tremendous humiliation, yet to refuse would be to cower, a defeat he could not afford. Should this news spread, his reputation within Shrek would be utterly obliterated. Lin Feng's seemingly casual wager was akin to an invisible net, completely severing all avenues of retreat. At that moment of indecision, the previously silent Huo Yuhao finally took a step forward. He met Wang Dong's complex gaze with calmness, devoid of anger or mockery. Instead imbued with a trace of compassion. Yes, compassion. In that instant, Huo Yuhao no longer regarded Wang Dong merely as a classmate or rival, but as a fellow soul. Ensnared by the whims of fate, the pride and fury that seemed so formidable in Wang Dong appeared feeble and insipid through Huo Yuhao's eyes. I accept. Huo Yuhao spoke, his voice steady and resolute, resonating throughout the courtyard. He turned to Lin Feng, nodding slightly in acknowledgement, grateful for the steps he had laid out before him. Then, he gazed back at Wang Dong, his deep eyes seemingly filled with the fading light of stars. Your challenge, I accept. Lin Feng's wager, I also accept. Wang Dong. In this contest, I will not only win, but I will also make you see clearly who truly deserves to be unshackled. As he spoke, he lifted his head slightly, his gaze piercing through the heavens, as if seeking the unseen forces that watch over all. This is not merely for the honor of Tang Sect, but to demonstrate that some things cannot be quantified or orchestrated, even by the divine. The moment his words fell, an invisible, cold, and resolute will surged from Huo Yuhao. Soaring into the sky, all present, including Wang Dong, felt their hearts constrict as if they were being scrutinized by an ancient, slumbering beast. Wang Dong stared in astonishment at Huo Yuhao, utterly bewildered by how a youth who usually appeared gentle and somewhat dull could unleash such a terrifying aura. Those words seemed directed at him, yet also declared war upon an even higher existence. Very well. Wang Dong gritted his teeth, forcing out 2 words through clenched jaws. I will wager with you. Time. Place. 3 days hence, at the Soul Fighting Zone. Huo Yuhao spoke softly, then turned away without casting another glance at him, making his way towards his laboratory. I await your arrival, as does our Tang Sect, Chief Tester. Lin Feng's voice, laced with amusement, was the final straw that utterly crushed Wang Dong's pride. Clenching his fists tightly, he watched the retreating figures of Huo Yuhao and Lin Feng, his eyes brimming with humiliation, rage, and a touch of confusion that even he himself had not recognized. Chapter 37, The Fateful Battle. The first counterattack of the Divine Chess Piece. 3 days later, at Shrek Academy's Soul Fighting Area, the air was filled with clamorous voices, a cacophony of excitement. As the official venue for settling personal grievances and honing soul skills, the Soul Fighting Area was never devoid of spectators. However, today, the crowd was far greater than usual, nearly causing the stands to overflow. The reason was simple. The spectacle of the competitors was simply too enticing. On one side stood Wang Dong, an undeniable genius from the Outer Academy's first year, wielding the powerful martial soul of the radiant goddess butterfly, shrouded in mystery with formidable strength. And a prized disciple of the Sea God Pavilion's Master Mu, who had shone brightly during the freshman assessment, hailed as a once-in-a-century prodigy of Shrek. Opposing him was Huo Yuhao, a name equally resounding, yet steeped in controversy. A first-level soul master with a primary martial soul. He was a champion member of the freshman assessment team, and had recently faded from the public eye, rumored to be in seclusion within the Tang Sect. Hey, who do you think will win this match? Is there even a question? It must be Wang Dong. After all, he possesses the radiant goddess butterfly, a top-tier martial soul. That's debatable. Huo Yuhao is no mere pushover. Have you forgotten his enigmatic mental type soul skill during the freshman assessment? He even broke through Xiao Xiao's formidable control. But what of it? In the face of absolute power, mental type soul skills are but a joke. Wang Dong is a strong attack-type battle soul master, while Huo Yuhao is merely a soul master. Up close, he's as good as dead. I've heard there's a staggering wager tied to this duel. Should Huo Yuhao lose, the Tang Sect will disband. And if Wang Dong loses, he must serve as the chief tester for the Tang Sect? Ha! Are they truly that desperate for money? The chatter surged, the majority of onlookers brimming with anticipation, characterizing this battle as a ruthless massacre of talent against perceived mediocrity. To them, Huo Yuhao's acceptance of the challenge was an act of foolhardy arrogance. Amidst the din of the crowd, in the contestant passage of the soul fighting area, Lin Feng was carefully placing a uniquely designed mithril headband upon Huo Yuhao's head. The headband was rough, adorned with intricate lines of soul power, with a crystal the size of a grain of rice embedded at its center, resembling an unfinished prototype. Remember, Yuhao, Lin Feng's voice was low, imbued with an unassailable calmness. This device currently serves a singular purpose, to refract and amplify your mental energy. It will not aid in your attacks, but rather assist in misdirection. He adjusted the angle of the headband, ensuring it fit perfectly against Huo Yuhao's forehead. Wang Dong is formidable, so powerful that none of your current offensive methods can directly challenge him. Therefore, do not entertain thoughts of overcoming him. What you must create is a moment in which he succumbs to his own defeat. A mere instant will suffice. Huo Yuhao closed his eyes, feeling a slight chill emanating from the headband. Lin Feng's words were as precise as a scalpel, cutting through the seemingly insurmountable chasm between him and Wang Dong. Indeed, he did not need to conquer the formidable Wang Dong. He merely needed to vanquish the Wang Dong who believed in his inevitable victory. I understand now, brother Lin Feng. Huo Yuhao opened his eyes, clarity illuminating his gaze, leaving no trace of confusion. Go ahead. Lin Feng patted his shoulder, stepped back, and revealed that signature smile of assured mastery, inviting the entire Shrek Academy to witness the unveiling of Tang Sect's new products, accompanied by the referee's resounding call. The two entered the spotlight of the Seoul arena, one after the other. Wang Dong's entrance ignited the crowd instantly. His powder blue hair shimmered brilliantly under the sunlight. His stature regal and his demeanor proud, as the luminous wings of the goddess of light, formed from soul power, unfurled majestically behind him, radiating a divine aura that captured everyone's attention. He resembled a born sovereign, basking in the thunderous applause of the masses. In contrast, Huo Yuhao's appearance was rather unremarkable. Dressed in simple school attire, devoid of extravagant soul power effects or an imposing presence, he quietly made his way to the opposite end of the arena, calmly regarding Wang Dong as if they were about to engage in an ordinary classroom exercise rather than a momentous gamble. A waste is a waste. He has already lost in momentum. Someone in the audience derided with a sneer. The referee's arm shot down decisively. The match begins. No sooner had the words left his lips than Wang Dong sprang into action. Buzz! The vibrant wings flared with a sudden beat, and his figure transformed into a streak of light, dashing towards Huo Yuhao with the swiftness of lightning. A deafening sonic boom reverberated through the air. So fast. To everyone's astonishment, Wang Dong had already traversed dozens of meters, now standing before Huo Yuhao. His slender, pale right hand, poised like a blade, emitted a fierce golden light from his fingertips, aimed directly at Huo Yuhao's throat. First soul skill, Light of the Butterfly God. This strike was not only swift but also ruthless, showing no hint of mercy. Yet, at the very moment the golden light was about to graze Huo Yuhao's skin, his figure shifted leftward like a specter, moving just half a step. It was this subtle maneuver, executed with exquisite finesse, that narrowly evaded the lethal blow. The fierce wind of the Light of the Butterfly God grazed his clothing, carving a deep trench into the ground behind him. A flicker of surprise crossed Wang Dong's eyes, but his assault remained relentless. Missing the first strike, he twisted his wrist, transforming the thrust into a slicing motion, unleashing a crescent-shaped blade of light aimed at Huo Yuhao's waist. Huo Yuhao's footwork shifted once more, employing the Tang Sect's ultimate technique, Ghost Shadow Mysterious Steps. His body reclined at an extraordinary angle, the light blade barely grazing the tip of his nose. In an instant, the situation in the arena became remarkably surreal. Wang Dong's assaults raged like a tempest, and with every flap of the wings of the goddess of light, a multitude of resplendent blades of light surged forth, enveloping Huo Yu. The entire soul fighting arena was a flurry of butterfly shadows and gleaming gold, the magnificent onslaught dazzling the spectators, leaving them breathless. Yet, regardless of how dense or cunning his attacks were, Huo Yuhao managed to navigate through the onslaught like a leaf caught in the wind, evading with the slightest of movements and the most astonishing angles. He never retaliated, he simply dodged. To the audience, it appeared as though Huo Yu was utterly suppressed, his predicament dire, as if he would be shredded into pieces by the cascading blades of light at any moment. However, only Wang Dong felt an increasing sense of terror. Each of his attacks was preemptively predicted by his opponent. It felt as though all his intentions were laid bare before Huo Yuhao, who seemed to anticipate his every maneuver, always one step ahead. It must end now. Frustrated by his inability to secure a victory, Wang Dong's pride compelled him to lose patience. He suddenly soared into the air, suspended mid-flight, his magnificent butterfly wings radiating brilliance. Second soul skill, Radiance of the Butterfly God. A sphere of golden light, reminiscent of the sun, coalesced before his chest, emanating a chilling wave of terrifying soul power. The temperature in the entire arena surged dramatically. This was an indiscriminate area attack. How could Huo Yuhao evade it now? The audience held their breath, knowing that the moment of decision had arrived. Yet, just as the sun was about to erupt, Huo Yuhao, who had been passively dodging, finally made his first counterattack. He lifted his head, and the inconspicuous mithril circlet on his forehead suddenly glimmered with an almost imperceptible dark light at its center. Soul impact. An invisible mental blade shot forth from his brow, aimed directly at Wang Dong. Suspended in the air, Wang Dong was already on guard, a hint of disdain curling at the corner of his mouth. A mental attack? In the face of the absolute power of radiance of the butterfly god, it was merely a futile endeavor. He was even too indifferent to defend himself, preparing to endure the blow and then utterly annihilate Huo Yuhao. But just as the mental force was about to strike him, an inexplicable occurrence transpired. The invisible mental blade, in midair, unexpectedly veered off course. Instead of directly assaulting Wang Dong's sea of consciousness, it circled behind him, like the craftiest of assassins, piercing his mental ocean from an utterly unforeseen angle. Thud! Wang Dong felt as though an invisible hammer had struck the back of his head, plunging him into darkness, his mind a blank slate. What kind of attack was this? A mental assault that could change trajectory. This was completely beyond his comprehension. The sun that was about to erupt from his chest faltered for an instant due to this momentary mental blinding, causing his soul power to momentarily stagnate. The brilliance dimmed instantly. Now was the time. A mere millisecond of vulnerability was sufficient for Huo Yu, who had been patiently awaiting his opportunity. His footwork, a blur of shadows, reached its zenith, transforming him into a wisp of ethereal smoke. Rather than retreating, he surged forward, charging toward Wang Dong, who was yet to fully unleash the brilliance of the butterfly god. With a flick of his hand, a powerful, invisible force erupted from Huo Yu's palm. Wang Dong, suspended in midair and rendered defenseless by the mental shock, was ensnared by that unseen power, plummeting helplessly toward Huo Yu. Everything transpired in the blink of an eye. As the audience emerged from the terror of the butterfly god's might, they beheld an unforgettable scene. Huo Yu stood serenely at the center of the arena, one hand gently resting on Wang Dong's throat. The golden sphere of light, capable of obliterating everything, had vanished without a trace. Wang Dong's enchanting peach blossom eyes were filled with confusion, shock, and disbelief. Had he truly lost? How could this be? The arena fell into a profound silence, punctuated only by the sound of a pin dropping. The spectators who had once mockingly derided Huo Yu now resembled ducks caught by the throat, mouths agape yet silent, their faces frozen in a comical yet horrified expression. Crushed? Indeed, it was a crushing defeat. Yet the outcome was entirely contrary to their expectations. Amidst the stillness, one individual remained unchanged in expression. Lin Feng slowly rose from the contestants' bench, strolling leisurely onto the arena stage. Ignoring the astonished gazes around him, he approached the still-dazed Wang Dong. Leaning down, a warm smile gracing his face, he spoke in a tone reminiscent of welcoming a new colleague. Welcome to Tang Sect. Chief Tester, your workstation is ready. Chapter 38. Welcome to the real world, daughter of the God King. At Shrek Academy, within the Tang Sect's premises, the morning sun filtered through the mist, casting light upon the unassuming courtyard, yet failing to dispel the gloom cast by the figure standing at the entrance. Wang Dong had lingered there for a quarter of an hour, clad in a brand new Shrek uniform. The edges of his attire fluttered in the breeze, yet his handsome visage, capable of captivating any maiden, was now etched with frost. In his powder blue eyes burned the flames of humiliation. He had lost. Under the scrutiny of the multitude, he had succumbed to Huo Yu, whom he had always regarded as insignificant. This outcome struck him like a merciless slap, landing harshly upon his face and his innate pride. The most unbearable aspect was the wager, to become the chief tester of Tang Sect for a month. It was a profound disgrace. He, the esteemed disciple of the sea god Pavilion Master Mu, possessed the extraordinary martial soul of the radiant goddess Butterfly, a paragon among prodigies. Yet, he was to toil as a laborer in a fledgling workshop comprised entirely of first-year students. When this news reached the sea god Pavilion, even the usually indulgent Master Mu remained silent for an extended period before finally uttering, "Go, fulfill your promise." The Shrek individuals can bear defeat. Bear defeat? No. He could not afford such a loss. This was not merely his own failure. It was the first time he had opposed his father's will. The thought of that distant, towering figure gripped Wang Dong's heart like an invisible hand, leaving him breathless. Creak. The simple wooden door of the Tang Sect was pulled open from within, interrupting Wang Dong's thoughts. Out stepped Xiao Xiao, who, upon seeing Wang Dong, appeared unfazed. She calmly nodded and stepped aside to clear a path. Come in. Brother Lin Feng is waiting for you. With a cold snort, Wang Dong stepped inside, determined to uncover what this so-called Tang Sect truly entailed. However, the moment he entered the Tang Sect, all the mockery and disdain he had prepared caught in his throat. It was not the chaotic mess he had envisioned, nor did he witness the arrogance of victors. The courtyard had been transformed into a vast open workshop, with an array of peculiar metal components and semi-finished soul-guiding devices meticulously arranged. In the center of the courtyard sat Huo Yuhao, his eyes bloodshot yet intensely focused on adjusting a headband-like soul-guiding device, the very source of his humiliation on the battle platform. So engrossed was he that he did not even notice Wang Dong's arrival. Meanwhile, Xiao Xiao had returned to her position, diligently refining a piece of rare metal with her soul power, the three live soul-settling cauldron hovering before her, exuding a steady and profound aura. The entire Tang Sect was enveloped in an atmosphere of tension and vitality. Each individual functioned like gears in a finely tuned machine, fervently dedicated to a shared purpose. This vibrant energy stirred within Wang Dong a sense of inexplicable irritation and strangeness. It was entirely different from the cultivation he was accustomed to. In his world, everything should proceed in an orderly fashion, adhering to the course of fate, steadily advancing toward the pinnacle. Yet here, there was an abundance of the unknown, creativity, and a force of wild growth. You have arrived. A calm voice emanated from the main house. Wang Dong looked up to see Lin Feng, casually leaning against the doorframe, a cup of hot tea in hand, wearing that signature smile which seemed to see through everything. There was no mockery, no ostentation, just those deep, tranquil eyes quietly observing Wang Dong. Under that gaze, for some reason, a chill surged within Wang Dong's heart. He felt as though he had been utterly stripped bare. All his pretenses and pride were laid bare before those eyes. An absurd thought flickered through his mind. Does he know my true identity? Welcome, Wang Dong. Or should I address you as the daughter of the God King, Tang Wudong? This statement resonated in Lin Feng's heart like a thunderclap, yet his expression remained unperturbed. He transformed this earth-shattering secret, capable of altering the very fabric of the Doa continent, into a meaningful smile at the corner of his lips. I know you are quite dissatisfied, Lin Feng remarked, taking a sip of tea, his voice soft yet clear enough for Wang Dong to hear. I also know you have someone backing you. Boom. Wang Dong's mind went blank in an instant. He knew. He truly knew. The phrase someone backing you struck him like a heavy hammer against his mental defenses. This was not speculation but a declaration. He forcefully suppressed the tumultuous waves within him and retorted with a facade of bravado. What nonsense are you spouting? I don't understand. Hee. Lin Feng chuckled lightly, neither confirming nor denying. It doesn't matter. Not understanding is perfectly fine. He set down his teacup and walked calmly before Wang Dong, his gaze steady as it met Wang Dong's. In a month, you will be grateful for this failure. For here, you will witness a world as it truly is. With that, he disregarded the pale-faced Wang Dong, turning to clap his hands, capturing the attention of Huo Yuhao and Xiao Xiao. All right, let us pause for a moment. Let us welcome the new member of Tang Sect, our chief tester, Wang Dong. Huo Yuhao, as if waking from a dream, noticed Wang Dong and offered a slight apology. Scratching his head, Wang Dong, you've arrived. Lin Feng did not afford them the chance for pleasantries. He directly picked up two oddly shaped soul devices from a nearby workstation and presented them to Wang Dong. One was a ring inscribed with intricate amplification runes, while the other was a bracelet exuding a deep azure aura of mental energy. Your task is quite simple. Lin Feng's tone grew serious. From this day forth, you are responsible for testing the maximum performance of all soul power amplifiers and mental interference soul devices. He pointed to the ring. Wear this and channel your soul power to its fullest until it shatters or your body can no longer endure. Huo Yuhao will record all data nearby. He gestured toward the bracelet. This one will continuously bombard you with varying intensities of mental shock. Your only duty is to resist. Again, until its energy is exhausted or your mental sea collapses. Wang Dong's complexion darkened immediately. This was not a testing position. It was clearly that of a living target, an expendable resource. You are humiliating me, he gritted out. No, I am assisting you. Lin Feng's expression was unprecedentedly earnest. I am helping you realize just how fragile the power you take pride in truly is. You shall also witness firsthand the world-altering potential of the soul devices you so disdain. He thrust the two devices into Wang Dong's hands, leaving no room for argument. Begin. Chief Tester, our time is precious. The Tang Sect does not harbor idlers. For Wang Dong, the ensuing moments would be akin to hell. As he donned the soul power amplifier ring and activated the radiant goddess butterfly martial soul, an overwhelming surge of terrifying soul power, far beyond his own limits, erupted from the ring. This force was wild and uncontrollable, rampaging through his meridians as if it sought to utterly tear his body apart. He had to exert every ounce of his strength to guide and suppress it, each breath accompanied by excruciating pain. Meanwhile, Huo Yuhao, with an impassive expression, recorded a series of data. The first amplifier reached an extreme output peak equivalent to the user's 4-ring level, lasting 17 seconds, with a structural overload damage of 3%. Recommending optimization of the core array. The testing of the mental interference soul guidance device was yet another torment. The instant he donned the wristband, a torrent of negative emotions, chaotic illusions, and jarring noises surged into his mental sea like a tidal wave. He had to constantly maintain his composure, using his mental strength to combat the endless onslaught of pollution. On several occasions, he even saw the imposing figure of his father shaking his head in disappointment, nearly causing him to falter in his resolve. After a long day, Wang Dong was utterly exhausted, his soul power and mental energy depleted to the brink of exhaustion. Resembling someone pulled from the depths of water, he collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, unwilling to lift even a finger. However, the other two members of Tang Sect remained spirited. Huo Yuhao, holding the recorded data, was engaged in an animated discussion with Lin Feng regarding improvement plans. Their faces flushed from the fervor of their debate, only to simultaneously display expressions of sudden realization before diving back into the new round of soul guidance device design sketches. Xiao Xiao meticulously organized a pile of refined materials and began preparing dinner, her movements deft, devoid of any complaint. The warm glow of the setting sun streamed through the window, casting a golden hue over the bustling scene. Wang Dong stared at this tableau in a daze. In his memory, cultivation was solitary, monotonous, a task aimed at achieving a predetermined goal. Yet here, he witnessed passion, creativity, and the pure struggle for a shared dream. They seemed so joyful. Why? Why would they find happiness in such tedious, repetitive, and even perilous endeavors? Lin Feng's words echoed in his mind once more. Here, you can see a real world, a genuine world. Was everything I experienced in the past merely an illusion? Was the destiny path to divinity arranged by my father flawed? A seed of doubt, for the first time, quietly took root and sprouted in the heart of this daughter of the God King. Chapter 39, The Golden Age. Tang Sect's first bucket of gold. Shrek Academy, Soul Guidance Department, Core Laboratory. Once the most bustling and sought-after place in the entire Soul Guidance Department. Today it appeared somewhat desolate, as all eyes were focused on the adjacent room, recently allocated to Tang Sect, which housed the largest special forging and assembly workshop. At the entrance of the workshop stood several distinguished figures whose mere presence could rattle the Shrek Academy. A formidable assembly comprising Yan Xiaozhe, the Dean of the Martial Soul Department, Xian Liner, the Dean of the Soul Guidance Department, and Fan Yu, the Deputy Dean and Director of Tang Sect's Soul Guidance Device Production. Their expressions bore an unmistakable gravity, yet beneath the surface lay an undeniable thrill and anticipation. Before them, an array of meticulously crafted metallic boxes was neatly arranged, each adorned with exquisite engravings featuring a brand new emblem, a blooming lotus, at its heart, a gleaming concealed needle. Have all been accounted for? Xian Liner inquired, her voice tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. As the captain of the Soul Guidance Department, she understood better than anyone the monumental impact this batch could have on the entire continent once its efficacy was validated. Taking a deep breath, Fan Yu nodded vigorously and responded in a booming voice. Report, Dean. The first batch of Tang Sect's soul power amplifiers consists of a total of 108 units, all having passed the final quality inspection with perfection. The final words were delivered with resolute conviction, brimming with unparalleled pride. Over the past month, he had practically made the workshop his home. witnessing firsthand how these epic-making creations transitioned from mere blueprints into intricately complex components, ultimately taking form. The design philosophy of Lin Feng, the unparalleled quality inspections by Huo Yuhao, and the exhaustive performance tests conducted by chief tester Wang Dong. All these elements forged the exquisite, soul-guiding devices before them, which could only be described as masterpieces. Each soul power amplifier resembled a meticulously polished gem, crafted entirely from mithril, presenting a seamless ring-like form. The inner walls were inscribed with a myriad of core formation arrays, exuding a profound aesthetic allure. Upon the infusion of soul power, the entire ring would emit a gentle white glow, as though cradling a handful of stars. Perfect. Yan Xiaozha pondered the word, his gaze sharpening immeasurably. He turned to Lin Feng, who stood calmly to the side, and inquired gravely, Lin Feng, are you certain that their effects are indeed as you claim, capable of providing users with a stable amplification of up to 70%? 70%. This was a staggering figure capable of unsettling the equilibrium of the Soul Master realm. For context, the most elite amplification soul-guiding devices available on the market offer merely a 30% enhancement, often accompanied by significant side effects and instability. 70% stability? It sounded like a fantastical tale. Lin Feng smiled faintly, opting not to respond directly. Instead, he gestured invitingly. Din Yan, Din Xian, hearing is one thing, but seeing is believing. The finest proof lies in first-hand experience. Xian Linner could no longer contain her excitement. She stepped forward briskly, opened one of the metallic boxes, and carefully retrieved a soul power amplifier. The moment the ring encircled her finger, an extraordinary sense of connection was instantaneously established. She tentatively began to channel her soul power as an 8th-level soul master into the device. Buzz! A faint hum resonated, and the core magic array on the ring suddenly illuminated, casting a resplendent light that instantly filled the entire workshop with brilliance. A torrent of pure soul power, far exceeding what she had previously infused, surged forth from the ring like a flood breaching a dam, flooding through her limbs and body in an overwhelming wave. Xian Linner's pupils constricted sharply. She could distinctly sense that the total amount of soul power within her had been dramatically elevated in that moment. The unprecedented surge of strength overwhelmed even her, the experienced dean of the soul engineering department, prompting an involuntary gasp of astonishment. This power. Beside her, Yan Xiaozha's gaze sharpened, and without hesitation, he donned another ring. As a super Delois of the 95th rank, his soul power was immensely formidable. When he activated his soul power, the small ring emitted a radiance akin to a miniature sun, blinding to behold. Incredible! Yan Xiaozha's voice brimmed with awe. The amplification effect was undeniably potent. Furthermore, the soul power output was remarkably stable, with virtually no loss or rejection felt. It was as if another self had materialized, simultaneously channeling soul power. He turned sharply towards Lin Feng, his expression akin to that of a man beholding a marvel. This was no mere soul-guiding device. It was a miracle. A strategic artifact capable of altering the course of warfare. With this, a 4-ring soul master could unleash destructive power comparable to that of a 5-ring soul king. A legion of soul masters equipped with such a device would have their combat prowess multiplied several times over. Name your price. The previously silent Elder Mu had appeared at the workshop entrance, his voice aged yet calm, yet his eyes sparkled with intensity. Lin Feng respectfully bowed to Elder Mu and extended a single finger. 1 ring, priced at 100,000 gold soul coins. Hiss. Even the likes of Yan Xiaozha and Xian Linner were taken aback by the staggering price. 100,000 gold soul coins for a single ring. 108 rings would amount to 1,080,000 gold soul coins. A sum astronomical enough to purchase a significant portion of Shrek City. However, Elder Mu slowly shook his head. No, he regarded Lin Feng and stated deliberately, this price is far too low. He turned to Yan Xiaozha and Xian Linner. Speaking with an authoritative tone, the Academy will acquire this batch of soul-guiding devices in full. They will be procured at the highest standard for strategic materials, with a 50% price increase. 150,000 gold soul coins per ring, totaling 16,200,000 gold soul coins, to be immediately transferred to the Tang Sect's account. Furthermore, this matter shall be classified as Shrek's highest secret. All Inner Academy disciples and inspection team members involved in the testing must sign the utmost confidentiality agreements. Elder Mu's words resonated like thunder, reverberating in everyone's ears. Strategic materials. Highest secrecy. These 8 words conferred unparalleled weight to this batch of soul-guiding devices. Tang Sect, Conference Hall. As Bei Bei and Tang Ye gazed at the long string of numbers displayed on the soul-guiding account terminal, the entire world seemed to fall silent. 16 million gold soul coins. Bei Bei's hands trembled as he rubbed his eyes vigorously, recounting the sum in fear of a miscalculation. Units, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s, no doubt about it. It was indeed 16 million gold soul coins. Tang Ye's breath quickened, her cheeks flushed with overwhelming excitement, and tears glimmered in her eyes. In the past, to sustain the operations of the Tang Sect, she had to humbly plead for a mere few hundred gold soul coins. Yet now, a sum she had never dared to dream of lay quietly in the Tang Sect's account. We are wealthy now. Tang Ye's voice quivered with emotion as she tightly grasped Bei Bei's arm, her nails nearly digging into his flesh. Bei Bei, we finally have money. The revival of the Tang Sect is within reach. Bei Bei nodded heavily, tears glistening in his fierce eyes. He envisioned the Tang Sect in his hands, regaining the glory it had possessed millennia ago. This was not merely a sum of money. It was the cornerstone of the Tang Sect's resurgence. The very confidence they needed to stand tall. Lin Feng observed the ecstatic pair, a smile of satisfaction gracing his face. This first pot of gold exceeded his expectations. With these funds, the Tang Sect's development would officially enter a fast track, acquiring rare metals, expanding laboratories, recruiting talents. All would no longer pose a problem. However, as the members of the Tang Sect reveled in their immense joy, an invisible undercurrent began to surge within Shrek City. There are no walls that do not let the wind through. The news of the Tang Sect's sudden wealth, along with rumors that Shrek Academy had classified a batch of mysterious soul-guiding devices as strategic resources, spread like wildfire across every corner of Shrek City and beyond, reaching the entire continent at astonishing speed. In an instant, countless forces turned their gaze toward this once obscure sect. The Body Sect, the Manga Hall, the Star Luo Empire, the Heavenly Soul Empire, and even the hidden darkness of the Holy Spirit cult, all grew intensely interested in this newly risen power. A morsel large enough to incite the frenzy of starving wolves had unexpectedly appeared before everyone's eyes. A great storm, revolving around wealth and technology, was quietly brewing. The Golden Age had arrived, but with it came unprecedented challenges and crises. Chapter 40. The calm before the storm, an unexpected visitor. In Shrek City, at the headquarters of the Tang Sect. Ever since the influx of that staggering sum of 16 million gold soul coins, the entire Tang Sect seemed to have been invigorated, operating with unprecedented speed. The once somewhat desolate courtyard was now bustling with activity, alive with the comings and goings of people. Fan Yu personally oversaw the operations, directing the elite students and craftsmen recruited from the Soul Guidance Department as they fervently expanded the production workshops. The newly established forging station, the intricately designed engraving table, and the expensive experimental apparatus have been procured at an astonishing rate, swiftly filling the once empty workshop. A brand new production line for soul-guiding devices, surpassing any previous scale, is taking shape with remarkable speed. Every member of the Tang Sect beams with an exuberance and pride that emanates from deep within. In the conference hall, Bei Bei and Tanya are intensely discussing over a massive map of Shrek City. According to Lin Feng's plan, the funds are divided into 3 segments. One portion is designated for the expansion of the production line and procurement of raw materials, a task overseen by teacher Fan Yu, leaving us untroubled. Bei Bei's finger glides across several prosperous commercial districts on the map. Another portion is allocated for establishing Tang Sect's own retail outlets. I have identified several locations, with the shop opposite the Gathering Treasure Pavilion boasting the prime spot, albeit at the highest price. Excitement glimmers in Tang Ye's eyes. Once troubled by a few hundred gold soul coins, she now discusses investments in the millions with the poise of an owner. We must secure it, no matter the cost. Our soul power amplifiers are unparalleled. They deserve the finest FAAD. We shall ensure that all of Shrek City is aware. The Tang Sect has returned. Indeed. Bei Bei nods emphatically, brimming with enthusiasm. The remaining funds will serve as the Tang Sect's reserve capital and research expenses. Xiaofeng has stated that our vision must not be limited to soul power amplifiers. More, stronger hidden weapons and soul-guiding devices represent the true future of the Tang Sect. Not far away, in the training grounds, Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong are drenched in sweat. The immense wealth has not led to complacency. Rather, it has ignited an even greater drive for cultivation. They both understand that formidable strength is the foundation for safeguarding all they cherish. Everything appears so vibrant and brimming with hope. Yet, amidst this fervent atmosphere, only Lin Feng stands at the window on the second floor of the conference hall, gazing out at the thriving Shrek City, a subtle furrow forming on his brow. His first soul skill, Fate Warning, has been communicating a faint yet persistent sense of foreboding since yesterday. It feels akin to an invisible needle, occasionally pricking at his nerves. This is not a life-threatening danger. Yet it resembles a net that is quietly tightening. Is a storm approaching? Lin Feng mutters softly, his gaze profound. He is aware that the sudden emergence of this substantial bounty for the Tang Sect could not escape the coveting eyes of hungry wolves. While Shrek Academy may provide temporary shelter, it cannot offer perpetual protection. Some troubles must ultimately be resolved by the Tang Sect itself. He awaits an opportunity, one that will compel all greedy individuals to reveal themselves, enabling him to ensnare them all at once. At that moment, a commotion arises from outside the courtyard. A Tang Sect disciple rushes in, a peculiar expression on his face as he reports, Sect Master, Senior Brother. Someone from the Gathering Treasure Pavilion requests an audience. Gathering Treasure Pavilion? Bei Bei and Tang Yu exchange glances, both taken aback. The Gathering Treasure Pavilion is the foremost super-commercial entity in Shrek City and the entire Heavenly Soul Empire, boasting immense financial resources and an unfathomable background. It is said that their business spans the continent, even intricately linked with the Starry Empire and the Sun Moon Empire. Although the Tang Sect has recently come into a windfall, it remains but a mere stream compared to the vast ocean that is the Treasure Pavilion. What brings them here? Bei Bei inquired, furrowing his brow. The visitors introduced themselves as the chief steward of the Treasure Pavilion, named Jin Buhuan. He also brought forth an exquisite invitation, stating that the master of the Treasure Pavilion, along with the leaders of several major factions in the city, has jointly organized a banquet for soul mentors, specifically inviting you, Sect Master. As he spoke, the disciple presented an exceptionally crafted invitation. The invitation was made from an unknown golden soul beast hide, warm to the touch. adorned with silver threads that embroidered the emblem of the treasure pavilion, emanating a faint wave of soul power. Merely the invitation itself held significant value. Bei took the invitation, and upon opening it, his expression darkened immediately. The wording of the invitation was exceedingly courteous, filled with praises for the young talent Lin Feng and admiration for the sudden emergence of the Tang Sect, only to ultimately reveal its purpose, inviting Lin Feng to the banquet that evening to discuss the future development of the soul guide market in Shrek City. Between the lines, there was an air of condescension and an unmistakable implication that refusal was not an option. The Hongmen banquet. Tang Ye's expression also turned icy. This was clearly a scheme to covet our soul power enhancers, seeking a share of our fortune. Not merely a share, Bei snorted coldly. I suspect they wish to seize the entire pot. Jointly organized? This is an attempt to bully us with their power. Lin Feng took the invitation from Bei, glanced at it calmly, yet a faint cold smile crept upon his lips. The sting of the fate warning became strikingly clear at that moment. The net has finally been cast. Xiaofeng, we cannot go. This is obviously a trap, Tang Ye urged anxiously. Indeed, Lin Feng. We should rely on the academy and develop quietly for now. Once we have amassed sufficient strength, it will not be too late to engage with them, Bei advised solemnly. Yet Lin Feng slowly shook his head, closing the invitation, and said softly, No, I must attend this banquet. Why? The two were perplexed. Because one cannot simply evade it. Lin Feng's gaze swept over the two, his eyes sharp as blades. Today, we may refuse the treasure pavilion. But tomorrow there will be the golden pavilion and the silver pavilion. As long as the soul power enhancers remain in our possession, the covetous glances will never cease. Rather than passively awaiting their next move, it is better to actively step into their game and discern their true intentions. He paused, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. Just as well, let them see how resilient the Tang Sect truly is. Observing Lin Feng's confident demeanor, Bei and Tang Ye found their anxiety miraculously quelled. They understood that Lin Feng never undertook actions without certainty. Very well, I shall accompany you, Bei declared immediately, eager to see who would dare to lay hands on a member of the Tang Sect. No, Lin Feng waved his hand. Senior brother, you and sister Tang Ye are to remain at Tangmen, ensuring the smooth operation of our production line. This is our foundation, and we cannot afford any mistakes. Are you going alone then? Bei exclaimed, alarmed. Of course not, Lin Feng replied with a slight smile, turning his gaze toward the entrance. I only need one companion. The group followed his gaze and saw Bei, who had somehow appeared at the doorway. Dressed in his simple gray robe, he stood with his arms crossed, leaning against the doorframe, a playful smile gracing his handsome face. Well, at least you have some discernment, Bei languidly remarked, though a spark of battle intent flickered in his eyes. Just right, I've been feeling a bit restless lately. Lin Feng's choice to bring Bei was abundantly clear. When dealing with a multitude of merchants, there was no need for an army. A negotiator who could sit down and converse, paired with a top-tier combatant ready to overturn the table, was more than sufficient. This was a statement, an expression of confidence so profound that it required no external validation. That evening, the most opulent hotel in Shrek City, the launching building, was ablaze with light, filled with the clinking of glasses and the murmur of conversation. Those present were none other than the prominent figures of Shrek City, including the presidents of various commercial guilds and patriarchs of esteemed families, with some representatives from other major cities in attendance. At the head table sat a somewhat plump, affable middle-aged man, draped in a luxurious robe embroidered with golden threads. His fingers adorned with an array of storage soul guide rings, exuding an air of extravagance. He was Jin Wansan, the master of the treasure pavilion. At that moment, he was engaged in lively conversation with several guests, yet his peripheral vision frequently darted toward the entrance of the banquet hall. Finally, under the gaze of countless eyes, two youthful figures appeared at the doorway. The leading boy, with black hair and black eyes, bore a striking countenance, clad in the simple attire of the Tangmen. Yet his demeanor radiated an aura of calm and composure. He surveyed the room, his gaze as tranquil as a still lake, as if the esteemed guests before him were no different from the flowers and grass by the roadside. This was Lin Feng, the master of the Tangmen. Following closely behind him was the tall and poised Bei, his expression indifferent, with his right hand habitually resting on the hilt of his sword. His sharp gaze was akin to that of a hawk, causing every individual who met his eyes to feel a shiver of trepidation. The arrival of Lin Feng instantaneously hushed the once boisterous banquet hall. Countless gazes, curious, scrutinizing, greedy, or disdainful, converged upon this exceedingly youthful figure. Ha ha! This must be Master Lin of the Tangmen, indeed a hero among youths. Jin Wansan promptly stood, his face alight with a warm smile as he approached. You are too kind, Master Jin, Lin Feng responded with a slight nod, maintaining a balanced demeanor. Come, Master Lin, allow me to introduce you. Jin Wansan enthusiastically took Lin Feng by the arm and led him toward the main table. This is Li Wanjin, the head of the Li family from the west of the city, who controls half of the medicinal business in Shrek City. This is President Wang of the Tongda Chamber of Commerce in Tiando City, a figure of considerable influence. He introduced a succession of 7 or 8 individuals, each capable of causing a significant stir with a mere stamp of their feet. This was not only an introduction, but also an unspoken display of grandeur and pressure. Throughout the proceedings, Lin Feng maintained a polite smile, nodding in acknowledgement to each person as if entirely oblivious to the underlying implications. Once everyone was seated and after several rounds of drinks, Gene Wanson finally set down his glass and cheerfully broached the main topic. Master Lin, we have gathered here today primarily because we, the old-timers, are utterly astonished by the soul power amplifiers recently introduced by the Tang Sect. Might such a miraculous artifact have originated from your esteemed hands? Lin Feng smiled with modesty. I am unworthy of such praise. It is merely a trifle left behind by the predecessors of the Tang Sect. A trifle? Exclaimed the head of the Li family, exaggerating his response. Master Lin is far too humble. An amplifier that can stabilize a 70% increase in soul power. If that is merely a trifle, then the items we sell must surely be worthless. Laughter erupted among the guests, the atmosphere turning remarkably amiable. Gene Wanson seized the moment to continue. Indeed, Master Lin, you may not yet be aware that your soul power amplifier has skyrocketed to 200,000 gold soul coins each on the black market, with demand far outstripping supply. What does this signify? It testifies to its immeasurable value. He then shifted his tone, revealing his true intentions. However, as the saying goes, one tree does not make a forest. Although the Tang Sect possesses the core technology, it ultimately lacks in production scale and distribution channels. If we could collaborate with the Jujiroge, leveraging our extensive networks across the continent to promote the soul power amplifiers, the spectacle would be nothing short of magnificent. At that time, both the prestige and wealth of the Tang Sect would reach unprecedented heights. Lin Feng, inwardly amused, maintained a composed facade. Oh? I am curious to know how President Gene envisions this collaboration. Gene Wanson's eyes glinted with ambition as he raised 3 fingers. We have 3 proposals from Master Lin to consider. First, a technical partnership. The Tang Sect would provide the complete manufacturing blueprints and core formations for the soul power amplifier, and we, along with several esteemed individuals present, would jointly invest to establish a new chamber of commerce dedicated to production and sales. The Tang Sect would need do nothing and would simply receive 30% of the shares. Second, an exclusive agency. The Tang Sect would handle production while we, Jujiroge, would manage distribution. We would purchase all output from the Tang Sect at an internal price of 50,000 gold soul coins each, leaving the pricing to our discretion. And as for the third option, Gene Wanson paused deliberately, his smile taking on a more significant meaning. We at Jujiroge would offer a one-time payment of 50 million gold soul coins to acquire all technical aspects of the soul power amplifier. From that point on, the Tang Sect could take this sum and live comfortably, free from the tumult of the outside world. Upon finishing his proposal, the banquet hall fell into a hush. All eyes fixed on Lin Feng, awaiting his response. Each of these 3 proposals was more ruthless than the last, with the first being a cunning ploy to seize the technology and subsequently eliminate its originator. The second proposal treats you as a mere inexpensive factory, where they reap substantial profits while you receive only scraps. The third is an unabashed display of coercion. Beibei's countenance darkened to the point where one could almost see water dripping from it, the veins on his hand gripping the hilt of his sword bulging prominently. Had it not been for Lin Feng's prior counsel to remain calm, he would have drawn his sword by now. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, Lin Feng, after hearing these 3 humiliating propositions, not only remained unperturbed but instead chuckled softly. He lifted his glass, gently swirling the clear liquid within, and spoke languidly. Master Gene, your proposals sound rather enticing. Gene Wanson assumed Lin Feng was intrigued, his smile broadening. Naturally, we come with the utmost sincerity. Lin Feng raised his gaze, his expression tranquil as he slowly articulated, regrettably, our Tang Sect will not select any of them. The smile on Gene Wanson's face froze instantly, and the atmosphere in the banquet hall plummeted to an icy silence. What do you mean by that, Sect Leader Lin? Gene Wanson's voice turned frigid. My meaning is quite straightforward. Lin Feng set down his glass, leaning slightly forward, enunciating each word. The soul power amplifier is the very foundation of the Tang Sect. Its technology will always remain in our hands, past, present, and future. Its distribution will solely occur through our own channels. I appreciate your goodwill, but I must decline. Youth, do not be overly impetuous. The head of the Li family coldly scoffed, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Do you know which formidable entity stands behind Master Gene? Mentioning it might frighten you. Oh, Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Gene Wanson's expression had darkened completely. He fixed his gaze on Lin Feng, shedding all pretense, his voice thick with undisguised menace. Lin Feng, I give you one last chance. Think carefully, here in Slake City, and indeed throughout the entire Heavenly Soul Empire. If my treasure-gathering pavilion wishes for an item to remain unsold, it will truly become nothing more than a pile of neglected scrap metal. Can your Tang Sect afford such a burden? As his words fell, an invisible pressure enveloped the banquet hall. Several formidable presences subtly focused on Lin Feng and Beibei. Tension soared, the atmosphere thick with anticipation. Beibei abruptly rose, his soul power surging, golden dragon scales beginning to shimmer on his arms, a murderous intent gleaming in his eyes. Yet Lin Feng remained as steadfast as a mountain. He slowly extended his hand, pressing it upon Beibei's shoulder, which was poised to unleash fury. He raised his head, meeting Gene Wanson's cold, avaricious gaze, and once again donned a serene smile. However, this time, the smile bore a chilling undertone that sent shivers down the spine. Chapter 41. Your backing isn't strong enough. A profound silence ensued. When Lin Feng's icy smile blossomed, it felt as though the very air within the banquet hall at the pinnacle of the launching tower had crystallized. That smile, calm, serene, and even tinged with a hint of mockery, resembled a chess player observing his opponent ensnared in a trap he had meticulously set, floundering in a pitiful display. Jin Wansan's heart sank abruptly. He had encountered countless tempests and had engaged in strategic battles with numerous formidable figures. Yet he had never witnessed such unfathomable tranquility in the eyes of one so young. It was not the reckless bravado of a naive youth unafraid of danger, but rather an absolute confidence that conveyed a profound understanding of all and mastery over the situation. This instinctively evoked a sense of unease within him. "What are you laughing at?" Jin Wansan's voice grew increasingly frigid, attempting to suppress this unease with his imposing presence. The several obscurely powerful guards behind him had reached the pinnacle of their soul power, poised to strike with a thunderous blow at his command. "I laugh at you." Lin Feng finally spoke, his voice not loud, yet resonating clearly in the ears of everyone present. He rose slowly, his gaze calmly sweeping over Jin Wansan, then over the so-called dignitaries of Shrek's city behind him, ultimately landing on the soul masters lurking in the shadows, who had already set their sights on him and Bei. "I laugh at the elaborate scheme you've orchestrated, hosting such a grand banquet and inviting so many esteemed predecessors, only to present this meager display." Lin Feng's tone bore unmistakable disappointment, as though he were witnessing a farcical performance. "You." Jin Wansan's plump face turned an angry shade of purple, seething with rage. "This meager display?" Li Wanjin, the head of the Li family, slammed his hand on the table and shouted, "Lin Feng, do not be so audacious. Every single person here could shake Shrek City with a stomp. The master of the Golden Pavilion has powerful figures backing him that you cannot even fathom. How dare you, a mere child, speak such bluster here? Powerful figures?" Lin Feng chuckled lightly, shaking his head. "True wise men would never take the field without first understanding my hand. They would merely do as they are now, pushing a clown like you to the forefront as a pawn for testing." He paused, his gaze locking onto Jin Wansan once more, each word a piercing insight. "Master Jin, do you believe that the great figure behind you is your true pillar of support? No, you are mistaken. In his eyes, you and everyone present are merely disposable tools. Should the task succeed, he will emerge to reap the rewards. Should it fail, you shall be the scapegoats. Do you believe that if I walk out of this door alive today, your Golden Pavilion will not be wiped from existence by that great figure tomorrow to appease the wrath of Shrek Academy?" Boom. Lin Feng's words struck like a thunderclap in Jin Wansan's mind. The anger on his face vanished instantly, replaced by a pallor of disbelief and terror. For every word Lin Feng uttered struck precisely at the core of his deepest fears. The powerful figure behind him had indeed instructed him. The task must be executed with utmost precision, without any entanglement with Shrek Academy. The implication was painfully clear. This matter remains a closely guarded secret between him and that significant figure. How could Lin Feng possibly know? "You are speaking nonsense. You are slandering me." Jin Wansan roared with a fierce yet quivering voice that betrayed his inner turmoil. "Am I truly speaking in vain? You are most aware of the truth in your heart." A cold smirk curled at the corners of Lin Feng's lips as he continued. "You have placed your hopes on a backing that is ready to sacrifice you. Yet you foolishly attempt to devour my Tang Sect. Do you not find this utterly laughable? Hence, I mock you. Your support is insufficiently formidable." The last 5 words were pronounced by Lin Feng with unwavering certainty, resonating throughout the hall. Silence enveloped the banquet hall, as everyone was rendered speechless by Lin Feng's proclamation. The sharpness of his insight and the audacity of his assertions sent shivers through the usually pampered leaders of business associations and family patriarchs, making them acutely aware that they had unwittingly become mere pawns on someone else's chessboard. Enough. Jin Wansan was finally incensed beyond measure, with intertwining feelings of fear and humiliation morphing into a frenzied desire for vengeance. He waved his hand violently, his face contorted as he bellowed, "Seize him, bring them down, regardless of the cost." At this point, retreat was no longer an option. The only way to conceal everything was to ensure that Lin Feng and Bei remained here forever. In an instant, the banquet hall was saturated with an explosive surge of soul power. 7 figures, like phantoms, shot forth from every corner of the hall. The 2 leading individuals exuded the most terrifying aura, their soul power fluctuations unmistakably reaching the level of a 6-ring soul emperor. The remaining 5 were all 5-ring soul kings. The 7 formidable experts joined forces, their target fixed on Lin Feng and Bei, the murderous intent locking down the entire space in an instant. The leaders of the business associations, paralyzed with fear, scrambled to the corners, gazing in horror at this imminent confrontation. They had never anticipated that Jin Wansan would dare to take such lethal action within the confines of Shrek City. Seeking death, Bei, who had been suppressed by Lin Feng until now, was finally liberated. His long-restrained fury erupted like a volcano. A resounding dragon's roar reverberated through the air. A brilliant golden light erupted from Bei, illuminating the entire banquet hall in an instant. Diamond-shaped golden dragon scales rapidly enveloped his right arm, and a ferocious and domineering aura surged forth like a cataclysmic tidal wave. The 6th soul ring. It turned out to be a soul emperor. The 2 foremost soul emperor-level experts were taken aback, their expressions shifting dramatically. The intelligence they had received indicated that the strongest member of the Tang Sect was merely at the soul king level. Yet, the soul power emanating from this young man clearly surpassed their expectations. But with the arrow knocked, it must be released. Together, let us first deal with him. The 2 exchanged glances, resolutely activating their most potent soul skills. However, they still underestimated Bei's true strength. As the premier genius of Shrek Academy's inner court, Bei, personally favored as the next core talent, possesses combat prowess that no ordinary Soul Emperor can rival. His first soul skill, Thunder Dragon Claw. His fourth soul skill, Dragon Emperor's Vanquishing Strike. With a fierce battle intent blazing in his eyes, Bei advanced rather than retreated, charging directly at the two Soul Emperors. His right hand transformed into a colossal claw adorned with golden dragon scales, entwined with violent azure-purple lightning. As he struck, the air emitted a mournful wail under the unbearable strain. Boom! A deafening roar erupted. In the eyes of all present, filled with dread, those two seemingly invincible Soul Emperor-level powerhouses could not muster even a semblance of resistance before Bei's claw sent them hurtling backward. Their protective soul power shattered like fragile paper, their chests caving in instantaneously, blood gushing forth as they crashed violently into the distant wall, their fates uncertain. In a single move, merely one move, and he annihilated two Soul Emperors of equal standing. What terrifying strength was this? The remaining 5 Soul Kings were utterly paralyzed with fear, halting their advance. Staring in horror at Bei, who appeared as a divine being descended from the heavens, no longer daring to take a single step forward. The arena fell into an eerie silence. The sinister smile on Jin Wansan's face froze, replaced by an overwhelming terror. His greatest reliance had been utterly dismantled by a single strike from his opponent. How could this be possible? Yet, this was not the end. Just as Bei seemed to have secured victory over the battlefield, an unexpected turn of events transpired. A chilling, sinister shadow materialized without warning behind Lin Feng. This shadow seemed to merge seamlessly with the darkness, moving with unparalleled swiftness. Clutched in its hand was a dagger as black as ink, exuding a heart-stopping aura of lethal poison, aimed directly at Lin Feng's vulnerable back. This was a long-hidden assassin, a true killer, whose power surpassed even that of the two Soul Emperors from earlier. Caution! Bei's eyes widened in alarm, desperate to assist, yet it was already too late. Hope ignited anew in Jin Wansan's eyes. This was his ultimate trump card, a genuine 7-ring Soul Sage-level assassin. However, in the face of this lethal strike, Lin Feng did not even turn his head. Instead, he merely lifted his left hand, where a uniquely shaped silver metallic headband suddenly radiated a faint glow. Buzz! An invisible wave of mental energy emanated from Lin Feng, instantly expanding outward. The Soul Sage assassin's advancing figure abruptly froze. He felt as though his brain had been violently struck by an invisible hammer, distorting, folding, and shattering his perception of reality. He saw countless silhouettes of Lin Feng, each one strikingly real, yet continuously flickering and shifting positions. The dagger in his hand was utterly incapable of locking onto the true target. A mental illusion? The assassin was struck with profound dread, unable to comprehend how a seemingly weak young man could possess such formidable mental interference capabilities. This fleeting moment of distraction, in a duel among elite warriors, proved fatal. A chilling voice, akin to a death sentence, resonated in his ear. Good evening. The assassin abruptly turned, only to find Huo Yuhao had inexplicably materialized behind him. Huo Yuhao's visage bore no trace of his former youthful innocence. Instead, it was replaced by a near-cruel coldness. One of his eyes shimmered with a resplendent amethyst hue, while the other was a deep, shadowy white, an embodiment of his second martial soul, the Ice Emperor Scorpion. With his second soul skill, Wrath of the Ice Emperor, an overwhelming chill erupted instantaneously. The assassin felt as if his very soul had been frozen. A thick layer of ice crystals rapidly forming on his body, causing his thoughts to sluggishly lag. Soon after, a fist enveloped in golden radiance expanded rapidly within his field of vision. Spirit Eye Soul Skill, Soul Shock. Tang Sect's ultimate skill, Xinyu Hand. Another Tang Sect's ultimate skill, Control the Crane and Seize the Dragon. Boom. Huo Yuhao's fist struck forcefully against the chest of the Soul Sage assassin. A terrifying fusion of power, biting cold, and overwhelming mental shock obliterating all vitality within him. The 7-ringed Soul Sage could not even utter a cry before he was transformed into a sculpture of ice, which then shattered into countless icy fragments. Another instant kill. If Bei could annihilate 2 Soul Emperors through sheer strength, leaving onlookers in awe, then Huo Yuhao, wielding merely the cultivation of a 4-ringed Soul Master, obliterating a 7-ringed Soul Sage assassin represented a complete dimensional suppression. The entire world seemed to fall silent. The last vestige of color drained from Jin Wansan's face. His legs buckling as he collapsed to the ground, the fabric of his pants rapidly darkening with a warm liquid. It was over. Everything was over. Lin Feng slowly turned, casting a glance at the icy remnants on the ground, then at Huo Yuhao, who had quietly retreated behind him, nodding in satisfaction. This was the future he envisioned for the Tang Sect, a perfect amalgamation of skill and strength. Finally, his gaze settled upon the crumpled Jin Wansan, his smile remaining as tranquil as ever. Guild Master Jin, now, may we engage in a proper discussion regarding the compensation for your 3 proposals? Chapter 42, Submission Through Defeat. This is the code of the Tang Sect. Compensation? As Lin Feng casually uttered these 2 words, the prostrate Jin Wansan and the hushed assembly of guild leaders behind him believed their ears had betrayed them. How audacious! How domineering! You have slain our men and incapacitated our top-tier combatants, and now you dare to demand compensation from us? Is there no justice left in this world? However, when the principles of justice fail to stand by your side, then the fist becomes the only embodiment of righteousness. gazing at the scattered shards of ice on the ground and the two soul emperors, lifeless and indistinguishable from the filthy mud on the wall, and then casting a glance at Bei Bei and Huo Yuhao, who stood guard beside Lin Feng like demonic deities. The flickering embers of resentment and anger in everyone's hearts were instantly replaced by an overwhelming chill of terror. They harbored no doubts that uttering a single word of defiance would lead them to share the same fate as that fallen soul saint assassin. Lin's Sect Master. Jean Wanson stammered, his voice trembling like a sieve, as he forced a smile that was more grotesque than tears, struggling to articulate. You jest, surely. Yes. We were blind to the majesty of the Tang clan and have offended its authority. We are willing to offer compensation, truly willing. Oh? Lin Feng casually pulled up a chair and sat down in a relaxed manner, crossing his legs. It appears that Sect Master Jean is indeed a wise man. Now, let us first calculate the initial compensation. He extended a finger. For emotional distress, my companions and I have endured considerable fright tonight, which will leave an indelible psychological scar on our future cultivation. I believe it would not be unreasonable to request 1 million gold soul coins from each of you present. A gasp escaped the lips of one chamber president, who nearly fainted at the mere mention of that figure. 1 million gold soul coins. Why don't you just rob us? Among those present, apart from Jean Wansan, there were 8 other leaders of various factions. 1 million each amounted to a staggering 8 million gold soul coins, a sum that represented the majority of their life as savings. Lin's Sect Master. Li Wanjin's face turned as pale as a sheet, his voice quivering. We truly cannot produce such an amount. I beg you, have mercy and spare us this one time. Cannot produce? Lin Feng's gaze turned icy in an instant, an invisible pressure enveloping the room. When you conspired together to lay a trap, intending to forcibly seize the Tang clan's techniques, did you ever consider whether you could afford such risks? Now you come to me lamenting your poverty? It is too late. He changed his tone, his voice chilling as the depths of the abyss. I shall grant you merely 10 breaths of time to deliberate. After 10 breaths, for every additional breath, the compensation will double. Alternatively, you may choose not to pay. Lin Feng smiled slightly, yet the smile sent a shiver down everyone's spine. In that case, I shall personally visit your residences to claim something far more valuable than 1 million gold soul coins. A blatant threat. Yet no one dared to question the veracity of his words. Who would dare to obstruct a force capable of effortlessly annihilating a 7-ring soul saint? I will pay. I will pay. So will I. Please, Lin's Sect Master, spare us. The psychological defenses crumbled entirely. These merchants, who usually wielded power with impunity, were now scrambling to produce their gold soul coin cards, fearing that any delay would invite Lin Feng's special attention. Before long, 8 million gold soul coins lay before Lin Feng on the table. He didn't even glance at them, but shifted his focus back to Jean Wansan. Now, let us settle the substantial matters between us. Jean Wansan's heart plunged into despair. He understood that the true drama was only just beginning. Master Jean, the 3 proposals you presented to me are far from satisfactory, Lin Feng remarked, his fingers gently drumming on the table, producing a rhythmic tapping sound akin to the ominous beat of a death knell. Now, allow me to propose a plan of my own. First, I demand the unconditional transfer of all assets owned by the Treasure Pavilion in Shrek City, including stores, warehouses, and personnel, to the Tang Sect. Second, all sales channels of the Treasure Pavilion within the Heavenly Soul Empire must be entirely open to the Tang Sect, granting us preferential rights of use. Third, Lin Feng paused, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. You shall personally compensate the Tang Sect with 50 million gold soul coins as a token of your contrition for your attempted assassination of our sect leader this evening. Silence enveloped the banquet hall. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. If the previous demand of 8 million gold soul coins had merely pained them, the 3 conditions now posed by Lin Feng sought to uproot the Treasure Pavilion completely, leaving nothing behind. This was no longer a matter of compensation. It was outright annexation. Lin Feng, do not push your luck. Jean Wansan could no longer contain himself, his eyes blazing with fury, akin to a gambler who had lost everything. He roared, "You seek my life. I shall fight you to the death." He summoned his soul power, preparing for a desperate struggle. However, Bei Bei merely snorted coldly. A tremendous dragon might descended upon him, instantly shattering his meager soul power into fragments. Jean Wansan coughed up blood, collapsing to the ground in defeat. Do not test my patience. Lin Feng stood, looking down upon him with disdain. Jean Wansan, you seem oblivious to your predicament. From the moment you chose to act against the Tang Sect, you sealed your fate. My negotiation with you is not a discussion. It is a chance for you to save your life. Jean Wansan was left speechless, his face a canvas of despair. At that moment, an ancient and authoritative voice unexpectedly resonated throughout the banquet hall. Young man, show mercy where you can. Leave a thread for future encounters. The voice seemed to emanate from all directions, carrying an undeniable pressure that made the souls of all present tremble. In Jean Wansan's eyes, a spark of ecstasy ignited, as if he had grasped a final lifeline. My lord, save me. Please, I beseech you. From behind the scenes, the figure finally emerged. Lin Feng's brow arched slightly as the Eye of Destiny quietly activated. He sensed an exceptionally subtle, yet formidable mental force enveloping the entire star-gathering tower. The strength of this mental power surpassed that of Huo Yuhao, and was even greater than that of the Elder Su he had encountered. A title Dolua, moreover. A title Dolua of the mental system. Playing tricks, Lin Feng thought with a cold smirk, his expression betraying no fear. He understood that the true form of his opponent had yet to arrive. The intimidation was merely a manifestation of their spiritual power, indicating that he still harbored trepidation towards Shrek Academy and the formidable Elder Mu of the Sea God Pavilion. He did not dare to act personally. This, indeed, was Lin Feng's greatest source of confidence. Leave a way out. Lin Feng raised his head, addressing the empty void with a resonant voice. Senior, such words are better suited for your hound. It was he who denied my Tang Sect any means of survival, and now he dares to implore me for mercy? What kind of logic is that? Impudent. The ancient voice was tinged with a hint of anger. I spare you due to your youth, and offer counsel. Do you truly believe that with Shrek Academy's protection, I am powerless against you? Powerless against me? Lin Feng laughed, his smile radiant. I, the leader of the Tang Sect. Stand right here. If you possess true capability, then come and test your strength against me, right now, without delay. You may wager that at the moment you attempt to strike me, Elder Mu's assault from the Sea God Pavilion will arrive first. You. The immense mental pressure abruptly faltered. Clearly, the mention of Elder Mu struck like a heavy hammer upon his vulnerable spot. Muon, that legendary limit Doloa, who had lived for over 2 centuries, with unfathomable strength. As long as Muon remained at Shrek Academy, any titled Doloa daring to act recklessly within Shrek City must ponder the weight of their own lives. Silence. A profound silence lingered. After a tumultuous wave of mental pressure, it gradually receded like the tide, leaving behind a chilling and piercing statement. Very well, the mountain may not shift, but the waters will flow. We shall meet again. The threat was palpable, yet the ecstatic expression on Jin Wansan's face had frozen entirely. They are leaving? Just like that? He had been forsaken. Truly, he had become a discarded pawn. With a cough, he spewed forth a mouthful of blood, his gaze dimming as if decades had been added to his age in an instant. Lin Feng refocused on him, his voice calm and steady. Master Jin, do you possess any other options now? I agree. Jin Wansan, with the last remnants of his strength, uttered those 3 words, collapsing completely. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction and approached the trembling presidents of the commerce associations, a warm smile returning to his face. Esteemed guests, this evening's events were merely a misunderstanding. We shall remain friends henceforth. Friends? Who would dare to be your friend? They muttered in their hearts, yet wore forced smiles that were more grotesque than tears, agreeing repeatedly. Since we are friends, we should assist one another in the future. Lin Feng shifted his tone, as the Tang Sect is new here. There are many customs I am yet to learn. Therefore, I wish to take this opportunity to establish a new rule together with all of you. He surveyed the entire assembly, articulating each word with precision. In the Tang Sect, we adhere to 3 fundamental principles. First, we diligently engage in research and development. Second, we conduct our business with fairness. Third, should anyone undermine our interests, we shall retaliate with equal force. The soul power amplifiers will be available for purchase throughout the continent through the Tang Sect's own establishment at a standardized and transparent price. Anyone, regardless of their background or influence, is welcome to partake in this venture. We embrace all forms of equitable commercial collaboration. However, Lin Feng's gaze suddenly sharpened, like a blade. If anyone attempts to employ underhanded tactics, monopolize the market, or intimidate others through their status, then the fate of the Gathering Treasure Pavilion today shall be your fate tomorrow. This is the code of the Tang Sect. Do you all comprehend? Silence. A deathly stillness enveloped the room. Then, in unison, came a chorus of nods. In the face of absolute power, all schemes and machinations appeared utterly feeble. After tonight, the commercial landscape of the entire Shrek City, and indeed the entire Heavenly Soul Empire, will be irrevocably transformed by this young man and the force known as the Tang Sect. Chapter 43, The Golden Age. Igniting Shrek City. The events that transpired that night at the Star Gathering Tower were akin to a magnitude 12 superquake, swiftly engulfing the upper echelons of the entire Heavenly Soul Empire from the epicenter of Shrek City. No one knew precisely what had transpired in the banquet hall. All that was known was that by dawn the next day, the largest commercial guild in Shrek City, the Gathering Treasure Pavilion, had changed hands overnight, with all its enterprises now under the banner of the Tang Sect. The once mighty guild leader, Jin Wansan, fled like a lost dog before dawn, vanishing without a trace. Those who participated in the banquet, the presidents of various guilds and heads of families, collectively fell silent, shrouded in secrecy, as if they had experienced an unspeakable horror. When inquiries were made, their faces turned pale, and they waved their hands in terror, as if the mere mention of the Tang Sect was a forbidden incantation. Speculation ran rampant. Some claimed that the Tang Sect was backed by the Sea God Pavilion of Shrek Academy, and that Jin Wansan had foolishly stumbled upon a formidable opponent. Others insisted that the Tang Sect was not a declining sect, but rather an ancient force that had remained hidden for a millennium, now making a powerful resurgence, claiming the Gathering Treasure Pavilion as a tribute. Yet others spun fantastical tales, asserting that Lin Feng, the leader of the Tang Sect, was the reincarnation of a divine being who, on the night of the banquet, had effortlessly repelled a tidal Dalaw with a mere word and dispatched a 7-ring soul sage with a single gesture, reducing the Gathering Treasure Pavilion to ashes amidst playful banter. Regardless of the myriad conjectures circulating, one consensus emerged among all. The Tang Sect, this newly established force, is undoubtedly formidable. Its strength, its enigmatic background, and its tyrannical means far exceed anyone's expectations. As the storm intensified, and the entire Shrek City turned its gaze upon the Tang Sect, the Tang Sect finally made its next move. 3 days later, the most central and prime location of the former Gathering Treasure Pavilion, after a brief renovation, reopened its doors. On the plaque, 3 majestic golden characters danced vividly. Tangmen. On the day of its opening, there were no resounding drums, no crackling firecrackers, and not even a proper ribbon-cutting ceremony. Tangmen merely hung a massive notice board at the entrance, succinctly detailing the sole product available for sale today, the Soul Power Amplifier. Exclusively crafted by Tangmen. Effects: it can stably amplify the user's soul power output by 70% for a duration of 10 minutes. Price: 200,000 gold soul coins per piece. Limited sale today, 100 pieces. Each person may purchase only one, while supplies last. At the moment this notice was displayed, the entire Shrek city erupted in fervor. What? The Soul Power Amplifier is truly on sale? My goodness. 200,000 gold soul coins for one. While the price is steep, it is still a reasonable deal compared to the black market, where it has skyrocketed to 300,000 with no availability. Quickly, inform the boss. If we can buy even one, our mercenary group S strength will surely ascend to a whole new level. Don't shove. Let me see first. A stable amplification of 70% soul power. This is nothing short of a divine artifact. With it, I will fear nothing when I next venture into the Star Doe Forest. The news spread like wildfire. Reaching every corner of Shrek City, countless soul masters surged from their training chambers, rushed back from the adventurer camps outside the city, and poured out from various taverns, inns, and guilds, frantically racing towards the Tangmen store. They may not comprehend the events transpiring between Tangmen and the Treasure Pavilion, but they understood clearly what the 5 words Soul Power Amplifier signify for a soul master. It means enhanced combat prowess. It signifies a higher success rate for missions. It represents an extra life in the face of peril. In less than half an hour, the spacious street in front of the Tangmen store was packed to the brim with eager patrons. The throng of people stretched from one end of the street to the other, an endless sea of bodies, the fervor surpassing even the annual enrollment ceremony of Shrek Academy. Inside the store, Bebe and Tanya gazed anxiously at the terrifying crowd outside, their palms clammy with sweat. This is too exaggerated, I assent it? Tanya stammered, unable to fathom witnessing such a frenzied buying spree in her lifetime. Yet Lin Feng appeared remarkably composed, leisurely sipping his tea from behind the counter, as if everything unfolded according to his expectations. This is merely the beginning. He took a sip of tea and remarked nonchalantly, when a groundbreaking product emerges, it ignites a fervor that consumes the entire era. Senior brother, prepare yourself. The golden age belonging to Tangmen officially commences today. Open the doors. At Lin Feng's command, the shop's entrance slowly swung wide. The soul masters who had been waiting outside erupted in excitement. Charge. Don't push me. That spot was mine first. Whoever dares to snatch it from me, I will fight. The crowd surged towards the entrance of the shop like a relentless tide. However, just as they were about to rush inside, 10 young individuals clad in the uniform attire of the Tang Sect stepped forward in unison, forming a formidable barrier. At the forefront stood Huo Yuhao, his expression icy, as he quietly released his spiritual power, an invisible pressure emanating from him. Everyone line up. His cold voice resonated clearly in the ears of every individual present. Line up? Nonsense. Whoever seizes it first, it belongs to them. A burly soul master, emboldened by his considerable strength, disregarded Huo Yuhao entirely and bellowed as he attempted to charge forward. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Huo Yuhao's eyes. Spirit Eye Soul Technique. Soul Shock. Buzz. The advancing figure of the soul master suddenly froze, a sharp pain coursing through his mind, and with a cry of agony, he crouched down, clutching his head. This display immediately quelled the unrest among the crowd. Huo Yuhao surveyed the scene, his voice low yet imbued with undeniable authority. This is the Tang Sect. If you wish to purchase something, you must adhere to the rules of the Tang Sect. The first rule, line up. Anyone who dares to cut in line or create a disturbance will have their purchasing privileges revoked and will be permanently blacklisted by the Tang Sect. Now, I will count to 10. Anyone who fails to line up properly by then will leave. With that, he began to count slowly. 10, 9. Faced with Huo Yuhao's frigid gaze and the earlier bizarre mental assault, the previously chaotic crowd fell into a deep silence. They exchanged glances, and then, with remarkable self-discipline, began to form an orderly line. After all, who would dare provoke a mysterious powerhouse capable of effortlessly dispatching a soul master for the sake of a mere spot in line, only to risk losing their chance to purchase a coveted artifact? Soon, an impressively long queue emerged neatly along the street. Inside the shop, Tanya watched in astonishment, unable to suppress her admiration for Lin Feng, giving him a thumbs up. Xiao Feng, you truly have a way. Lin Feng smiled faintly, aware that to establish a great brand, one must set rigid rules from the outset. Without rules, nothing can be accomplished. The sales commenced in earnest. The first customer to acquire a soul power amplifier was a lone wanderer who had spent years hunting soul beasts on the outskirts of the Star Doe Forest. As a 4-ring soul master, he trembled with excitement as he handed over 200,000 gold soul coins to Tanya in exchange for the delicate metal disc, tears of joy brimming in his eyes. Ha! With this, I can finally challenge that damned 1,000-year-old phoenix tail coxcomb snake. He howled joyfully, bursting out of the shop in exhilaration. His success ignited the enthusiasm of all those who followed. Transactions proceeded in an orderly fashion. Tanya handled the payments. Bei Bei maintained order, while Huo Yuhao presided over the center. utilizing his formidable spiritual power to monitor the entire scene and prevent any unscrupulous attempts to take advantage of the situation. In less than an hour, 100 soul power amplifiers were sold out, 20 million gold soul coins. This is the revenue generated on the inaugural day of Tang Sect, a figure that would drive any commercial enterprise into a frenzy. And this is merely the beginning. Those who failed to secure their purchases did not leave. Instead, they lingered eagerly at the storefront, incessantly inquiring about the next release. The emergence of the soul power amplifier was akin to a seismic bomb, stirring tumultuous waves within the tranquil waters of Shrek City. It is foreseeable that for a considerable duration to come, the name Tang Sect will become the most fervently discussed topic across the entire continent. A new epic belonging to soul-guided devices, an illustrious golden age for Tang Sect, has officially commenced with this unprecedented frenzy of acquisitions. Chapter 44, The Wealth Nuclear Explosion, the comprehensive evolution of Tang Sect. If the explosive success on the first day of Tang Sect merely rippled through the circles of soul masters in Shrek City, by the following day, the storm ignited by the soul power amplifier spiraled completely out of control. Countless soul masters, merchants, and nobles from surrounding cities, even from other duchies and kingdoms, flooded into Shrek City like a swarm, all with a singular purpose, to procure a soul power amplifier produced by Tang Sect. The influx of visitors to Shrek City surged by 30% within a matter of days. Hotels and inns were filled to capacity, and even an enormous tent city spontaneously arose outside the city. The long queue at the Tang Sect storefront has not diminished since the day of its opening. Countless soul masters, eager to secure a prime position, were willing to pay exorbitant sums to purchase queue privileges from others. At one point, a position near the front of the line was being traded for over 10,000 gold soul coins by scalpers. The name Tang Sect completely supplanted Shrek Academy, becoming the most coveted moniker in the city. Yet, within the Tang Sect, the atmosphere starkly contrasted with the fervor outside. It was a scene of bustling activity, filled with joy. In the newly expanded production workshop, illuminated brightly, work continued around the clock. Fan Yu personally oversaw the operations, leading a carefully selected group of students from the Soul Guidance Department, who devoted themselves wholeheartedly to production. Each soul power amplifier's core formation was meticulously engraved by Huo Yuhao himself to ensure absolute quality and stability, while other auxiliary tasks were entrusted to these students. Nonetheless, the output of soul power amplifiers remained woefully insufficient to meet the market's insatiable demand. Inside the Tang Sect's conference hall, a crucial meeting was underway. This is our total sales revenue for the past 7 days, Tang Yu announced, standing before a massive blackboard, her voice slightly trembling as she revealed a staggering figure that left everyone breathless: 140 million gold soul coins. Despite being psychologically prepared, when the figure was announced clearly, all present, including Bei Bei, Su Sancher, and Jiang Nannan, could not help but gasp in astonishment. 7 days. Merely 7 days. Tang Sect has created a financial legend sufficient to purchase half of Shrek City. This figure transcends the notion of overnight wealth. It is akin to a wealth nuclear explosion. Too insane, Su Sancher muttered to himself, gazing at the gold soul coin card in his hand, feeling that what he once prided himself on now appeared as nothing but a jest. This is merely the beginning. Lin Feng, seated at the head of the table, calmly tapped on the surface, drawing everyone's attention. Money is merely a tool for us to achieve our goals, not the goal itself. Now that we possess ample funds, the development of Tang Sect will officially enter its second phase, comprehensive evolution for all members. His gaze slowly swept across every individual present. From this day forth, Tang Sect will spare no expense in providing the finest cultivation resources for all core members. Bei Bei, your blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex martial soul requires a plethora of lightning attribute treasures to refine your dragon power. I will dispatch individuals to scour the continent, with a singular objective, to elevate your soul power to the pinnacle of level 69 before you participate in the continent-wide Advanced Soul Master Academy Battle Tournament. Sancher, your Xianming Turtle Shell shield boasts unparalleled defense, yet your attack power is a weakness. I shall tailor a set of Xuanwu's Fury Soul Engineer armor for you, compensating for your offensive deficiencies, transforming you into a mobile fortress capable of both offense and defense. Nannan, your soft-bone rabbit martial soul excels in close-quarters combat. In addition to a soul power enhancer, we will equip you with the latest teleportation soul device and energy shield, elevating your mobility and survivability to unprecedented heights. With each name called, the individual's breath quickened. Flames ignited in the eyes of all present. An unparalleled allocation of resources. Custom-crafted top-tier soul devices. What an extravagant treatment. Throughout the continent, perhaps only the core members of the Sun Moon Empire's royal family could enjoy such a level of cultivation. As for Yuhao, Lin Feng's gaze finally settled on Huo Yuhao, filled with anticipation. Your tasks are the most critical. First, continue to optimize the production process of the soul power enhancer, attempting to gradually delegate the core formation engraving work to your most trusted juniors, thereby liberating yourself. Second, devote your efforts to our next core project, the mental detection shared soul device. I need you to produce at least 10 complete sets before the tournament begins. This equipment will be our Tang Sect's true trump card in team battles. Third, Lin Feng's voice grew exceedingly solemn. Do not neglect your own cultivation. Your objective, before the commencement of the grand competition, is to consolidate the essence of spirit and elevate your soul power beyond the 50th level. thereby ascending to the rank of a true Soul King. Yes, Master. Huo Yu rose abruptly, his eyes ablaze with fervor, exhibiting no hint of hesitation or retreat. Lin Feng's proclamation delineated a remarkably clear path of empowerment for each member of the Tang Sect, supported by immense wealth. The Tang Sect's war machine shall commence an unparalleled and terrifying upgrade, evolving at an extraordinary pace. Moreover, there remains one final matter. Lin Feng stood and approached the window, gazing towards the distant direction of Shrek Academy. Our strength is ascending rapidly, yet we must avoid arrogance and complacency. In this world, the true powerhouses remain those who occupy the pinnacle of the pyramid, the title de law. Our collaboration with Shrek Academy must be deepened further. I shall personally meet with Elder Xian, utilizing our latest developed secret weapons to secure the highest level of protection from the Sea God Pavilion for our Tang Sect. Simultaneously, the Tang Sect must begin to recruit our own forces. We seek not quantity, but quality. Those common soul masters who have demonstrated sufficient potential and commendable character during this purchasing frenzy may be approached by Sister Tanya to be absorbed as outer disciples of the Tang Sect. A great sect must possess not only sharp spears and sturdy shields, but also a continuous influx of fresh blood. Every word from Lin Feng resonated like nails, embedding deeply in the hearts of all present, crafting an extraordinarily grand blueprint for the future. Everyone realized they were actively participating in and witnessing the birth of a legend. A new force, destined to disrupt the entire continental landscape, was rising steadily in their hands. Following the conclusion of the meeting, the entire Tang Sect operated with a heightened fervor and efficiency. Each individual, like a wound-up spring, fervently dedicated themselves to the shared goal of relentless cultivation, research, and labor. Meanwhile, within the inner sanctum of Shrek City, at the Sea God Pavilion, the usually languid Elder Xian, who had been dozing in his chair, now stared in astonishment at the peculiar metallic headband delivered by Lin Feng. Beside him stood several venerable elders, their hair as white as snow and their presence as profound as the ocean. They were all esteemed elders of the Sea God Pavilion, the true pinnacle powerhouses of the Doloa continent, capable of triggering tremors with a mere stamp of their feet. This object. One elder trembled as he examined the testing report, astonishingly allows the sharing of an individual's spirit detection range among all wearers, and with almost no delay or loss. Incredible. Simply astounding. Another elder, flushed with excitement, proclaimed that the strategic value of this device is immeasurable, if deployed within the military. The reconnaissance efficiency of a 100-man squad could rival that of a 10,000-strong legion. This is truly an artifact capable of altering the very fabric of warfare. Master Xian gently set down the sample of the spiritual detection shared soul guide device in his hand. For the first time, a remarkably grave expression surfaced in his half-closed eyes. He glanced towards the direction of the Tang Sect outside the window and murmured to himself, Lin Feng, the Tang Sect. What secrets does this young man and his sect still conceal that could potentially upheave the world? It seems the time has come for me to personally meet this intriguing young fellow. Chapter 45. The Turmoil of the Goddess of God. The Seed of Reality. At the Tang Sect's Soul Guide testing ground, the most heavily fortified area of the Tang Sect headquarters, Fan Yu had personally arranged dozens of surveillance and defense Soul Guide formations. Even a Soul Sage-level powerhouse would find it impossible to infiltrate unnoticed. At this moment, in the center of the testing ground, a striking figure was moving at high speed, leaving a trail of fragrant wind in her wake. It was Wang Dong. Dressed in a form-fitting black combat outfit, her perfect physique was accentuated exquisitely. Her once proud powder blue hair was now neatly tied back, and the stunning visage that once bore an air of pride and aloofness was replaced by a complex expression of focus, astonishment, and confusion. Adorning her was a uniquely designed set of silver-white light armor. This armor did not cover her entire body, but instead protected critical areas such as her wrists, ankles, and abdomen, inscribed with profound soul guide formations that shimmered with a soft glow. With a slight hum of energy, Wang Dong's figure suddenly vanished from her original position. In the next instant, she appeared like a phantom behind a humanoid target 100 meters away. The teleportation soul guide. Huh, Wang Dong exclaimed, and in an instant, the radiant goddess butterfly martial soul manifested, her brilliant butterfly wings unfurling behind her. A layer of crystal-clear, Xian jade gloves enveloped her delicate fists, exuding an indomitable aura as she struck fiercely at the back of the humanoid target. Boom. The humanoid target, crafted from a century-old blend of silver and refined gold, capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a Soul King, shattered in response. Phew. Wang Dong gradually retracted her fist, her chest slightly heaving. Fine beads of sweat dotting her forehead. She gazed down at her unscathed fists, feeling the abundant soul power still surging within her, her beautiful eyes betraying her astonishment. Incredible. This set of Butterfly Dance Series soul guides, personally designed by Lin Feng and tailored for her by Huo Yuhao, was simply astonishing. The teleportation wristband granted her mobility comparable to that of a speed-oriented soul emperor. The Xian Jade gloves fused Tang Sect's ultimate technique with soul guide technology, amplifying her close combat destructive power by at least 50%. Moreover, the energy shield generator at her waist could generate a shield capable of withstanding attacks from Soul King-level opponents in critical moments, significantly enhancing her survivability. Most terrifying of all, the energy consumption of this entire set of soul guides was negligible. This is an entirely new form of combat, one that she has never encountered before. It has completely overturned Wang Dong's understanding of her divine identity as the God King and the light goddess butterfly martial soul, cultivated over the past decade. Is it truly possible for combat to manifest in such a manner? Can the ingenuity of mortals indeed create miracles that rival the might of deities? What do the test results indicate? Lin Feng's voice resonated from the observation room nearby. Wang Dong snapped back to reality and glanced at the data displayed on her soul guide wrist device, hesitantly articulating. Overall combat power has increased by 120%. This figure left her momentarily breathless. It implied that clad in this equipment, she could effortlessly defeat two versions of her former self. Within the observation room, Lin Feng and Huo Yuhao exchanged satisfied smiles as they scrutinized the detailed data reflected on the light screen. Indeed, the energy circuits operate stably, with soul power conduction efficiency exceeding 95% and virtually no energy dissipation. The butterfly dance type 1 can be considered a success, Lin Feng affirmed with a nod. Huo Yuhao's eyes sparkled with excitement. And this is merely type 1. According to your design, if we can miniaturize the core formation of the soul power amplifier and integrate a mental locking module, the performance of butterfly dance type 2 could be enhanced by at least 30%. The two engaged in fervent discussion, completely immersed in their technological realm. Wang Dong stood silently at the center of the testing ground, listening to their exchange while tumultuous waves surged within her heart. Ever since her defeat that day, which forced her into the role of chief tester for Tang Sect, her worldview had been consistently dismantled and reshaped. She initially believed this was merely a humiliating punishment. Yet gradually, she realized that she was delving into an unprecedented and profoundly authentic world. In this realm, there were no divine halos, no ordained fates, only a group of comrades fervently striving towards a shared goal. She witnessed Lin Feng work tirelessly for 3 days and nights, inscribing tens of thousands of runes on draft paper for the design of a soul guide formation. She saw Huo Yuhao push his mental faculties to their limits while carving a core component, fainting multiple times before immediately returning to his work upon regaining consciousness. She observed Bei Bei, Tang Ya, Su Sanshi, Jiang Nan Nan, and every member of Tang Sect engaged in grueling training for the impending competition, each filled with the pure, relentless passion to grow stronger. There were no intrigues or deceptions here. What existed was absolute trust, unreserved sharing of knowledge, and the fervent blood and passion of youth ignited for a singular purpose. This atmosphere was something she had never experienced in the divine realm, beside her exalted father. In the divine realm, everything was meticulously arranged and laid bare. Her life's trajectory, her future companion, and the divine responsibilities she must fulfill have all been meticulously orchestrated by the great hand known as destiny. She resembled a canary, resplendent and noble, caged within a gilded confinement, never having truly lived. That was until she arrived at the Tang Sect. A fissure had been struck in this cage, allowing her to glimpse the world beyond. It was a realm brimming with infinite possibilities, a tangible world where she could alter her fate through her own endeavors. Hey, the test is over. What are you still doing there? The voice of Huo Yuhao interrupted Wang Dong's reverie. Unbeknownst to her, he had approached and offered her a bottle of water. His gaze remained as frigid and resolute as ever. Yet, Wang Dong perceptively discerned a flicker of concern concealed beneath that icy exterior. Wang Dong stammered as she took the water, hastily averting her eyes from his piercing gaze, whispering, I was merely contemplating a few matters. Thoughts of your lofty father and your ludicrous trials? Huo Yuhao's voice carried a hint of barely perceptible mockery. Wang Dong's body tensed abruptly. She lifted her gaze to meet Huo Yuhao's penetrating eyes. Her lips moved, yet no words escaped her. Observing her bewildered expression, Huo Yuhao suddenly found the encounter rather uninteresting. He shook his head and turned to leave. Wait. Wang Dong summoned her courage to call after him. What is it? Huo Yuhao glanced back. Wang Dong clenched the water bottle tightly, her knuckles whitening from the strain. She inhaled deeply, as if summoning every ounce of strength, and posed the question that had lingered in her heart for far too long. Do you truly believe that destiny can be altered? Huo Yuhao's footsteps faltered. He turned around and gazed deeply into Wang Dong's eyes. This time, his expression bore no chill, no mockery, only an unwavering resolve akin to that of a steadfast rock. I once did not believe, but now I do. For the Tang Sect walks a path that defies the heavens, treading upon destiny itself. With that declaration, he ceased to linger and strode away, leaving Wang Dong standing in a daze, repeatedly savoring his final words. Defying the heavens, treading upon destiny. This phrase fell upon her heart like a seed imbued with enchantment, quietly taking root in her already wavering spirit. She raised her gaze towards the direction of Shrek Academy, her eyes seemingly piercing through the endless void, glimpsing the distant divine realm, where her father stood, eternally imposing and invariably righteous. For the first time, a flicker of doubt emerged within her heart regarding the so-called divine will and the alleged design of fate. Perhaps, they were the ones who were truly correct? This seed, named truth, once sown, will inevitably take root and blossom into a towering tree one day. Chapter 46. The Angel Investment of Elder Xian and the Leap in Team Strength. Nightfall in Shrek City, at the Tang Sect headquarters. In stark contrast to the clamor and revelry imagined by the outside world, the Tang Sect, which had just stirred the entire continent with an auction, now appeared remarkably tranquil. The experimental zone of the Soul Guidance Hall was ablaze with light. The sounds of metal clashing and soul power surging intertwining to create a rousing symphony, the unique heartbeat of a technological revolution. Insanity, sheer madness. Within the core laboratory of the Soul Guidance Hall, Qiuer, sporting two prominent dark circles under his eyes, radiated a brilliance surpassing the stars. He carefully cradled a core formation array that had just cooled, its intricate and precise engravings seemingly imbued with the profound truths of the universe. Following the modular and standardized theory provided by the sect leader, we have deconstructed the production process of soul guidance devices into hundreds of independent units. Now, a skilled soul master can assemble parts in one day that previously required 3. The efficiency has surged threefold. His voice trembled with disbelief. This is not merely an enhancement in efficiency, it is a revolution. A productivity revolution capable of overthrowing the entire realm of soul masters. Beside him, Huo Yuhao was wholly engrossed in another, even more groundbreaking project. Suspended before him was an oddly shaped metallic headband, connected by dozens of fine silver threads to a complex soul power amplification and conversion device. This was the epic-making invention proposed by Lin Feng, the prototype of a soul guidance device for shared mental detection, poised to alter the landscape of future warfare. Yet, it was still insufficient. Huo Yuhao furrowed his brow, slowly removing the headband and massaging his slightly throbbing temples. His mental detection could clearly cover a radius of 1,000 meters, relaying all information to his mind. The challenge lay in broadcasting this vast flow of information in real time, without loss, to teammates lacking mental detection abilities. It was akin to seeing an incredibly clear battlefield map, yet being unable to share it with allies in real time. He had tried various methods, but the mental signal attenuated too drastically during transmission, proving far too unstable to establish effective sharing. Do not rush, Yuhao. Lin Feng's voice came from beside him, as he offered a glass of warm water. What you are encountering is a channel capacity and encoding-decoding issue in signal transmission. We are far ahead of our time, with no existing theories to reference, and we must explore step by step. You are doing remarkably well. Huo Yuhao accepted the water, his agitation calming significantly. He recognized Lin Feng's wisdom. Each step of this groundbreaking creation was a venture into uncharted wilderness. At that moment, a subtle wave of soul power rippled from outside the laboratory, followed by a resonant and venerable voice that seemed to burst forth directly from the depths of their souls. Splendid, Tang Sect. What a golden era. The old man expressed his curiosity, eager to uncover the mysteries at hand. Even before his words faded, a figure appeared at the laboratory entrance like a specter, effortlessly bypassing all the protective arrays surrounding the Tang Sect. Tall and imposing, with hair and beard as white as snow, his piercing eyes seemed capable of discerning the very depths of one's soul. Clad in a simple gray robe, the aura of formidable power emanating from him caused the air in the laboratory to thicken with tension. He was none other than the venerable elder of Shrek Academy's Sea God Pavilion, the glutton de law, Xian Lao. Xian Lao? Both Huo Yuhao and Qiuer were taken aback, quickly rising to pay their respects. However, Xian Lao paid them no heed. His gaze was fixated on the metallic circlet before Huo Yuhao, filled with shock and disbelief. This is a mental-type soul guide. No, that cannot be right. What is this structure, this soul power circuit attempting to achieve? Xian Lao, a figure of great renown, instantly recognized the extraordinary nature of this soul guide. Lin Feng approached with a slight smile, maintaining a respectful yet self-assured demeanor. Your late-night visit is a great honor for the Tang Sect. This is merely a trivial invention of ours, not worthy of your esteem. A trivial invention? Xian Lao furrowed his brow, striding to the experimental table and grasping the circlet. An immense wave of mental energy surged into it. Buzz. The circlet emitted a soft hum, its intricate soul power circuits illuminating in an instant. The expression on Xian Lao's face shifted from curiosity to astonishment, ultimately transforming into profound horror. With his mastery of mental cultivation, he swiftly comprehended the design philosophy and ultimate objective of this soul guide. Sharing mental detection. Xian Lao exclaimed, his voice altering in pitch. You mean to say that you aim to grant every ordinary soul master the panoramic vision typically reserved for mental-type soul masters? This concept is audacious, utterly insane. If realized, what would it mean for a soul master team equipped with such a soul guide? It would signify a battlefield rendered transparent. It would mean an overwhelming advantage in information. It would entail a dimensional assault. In the presence of such a team, any ambush, sneak attack, or deception would be rendered laughable. They would possess an omniscient view of all movements on the battlefield. This is a strategic-level soul guide capable of altering the very landscape of warfare on the continent. Xian Lao's hands trembled slightly as he regarded Lin Feng, his gaze akin to that of one beholding a monster. How has Shrek Academy endured for millennia? It relies not solely on its formidable title de law, but also on its mastery of the continent's most advanced technologies and talents. The potential displayed by this young man and his Tang Sect has far surpassed Xian Lao's imagination. Alas, they seem to have encountered a bottleneck. Lin Feng spoke candidly. The stable transmission of mental signals and multi-threaded sharing is indeed a challenge. Xian Lao took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his excitement, and fixed his gaze on Lin Feng. What, precisely, is the Tang Sect? A sect of soul masters, or a den of monsters? We are the Tang Sect, dedicated to safeguarding all that we hold dear through technology and wisdom, Lin Feng replied, his words unwavering. Xian Lao fell into silence. He fell silent for a full minute, grappling with conflicting thoughts in his mind. Ultimately, he slowly lowered the headpiece, his gaze transforming into one of profound gravity. Young man, I represent the Sea God Pavilion, and I am here to extend a significant angel investment to your Tang Sect. What? Both Huo Yuhao and He Kaitu were taken aback. However, Lin Feng's lips curled into a subtle smile. He sensed that the bait had been taken. The Sea God Pavilion would bestow upon your Tang Sect 3 invaluable offerings. Xian Lao raised 3 fingers. First, the premier laboratory of the Soul Guidance Department at Shrek Academy will be fully accessible to you. You will have the highest priority in accessing all rare materials. Second, the Sea God Pavilion will establish a dedicated team, personally led by me, to provide comprehensive theoretical and practical support for your technological research and development, including assistance in resolving the challenge of mental synchronization. Third, Xian Lao paused, enunciating each word with deliberate weight. The Sea God Pavilion will mobilize resources to ensure that each member of your Tang Sect's reserve team is equipped in the shortest possible time with the soul bones they require. Boom. If the first 2 conditions were surprises, then the third condition was akin to a heavyweight nuclear bomb to provide soul bones for everyone. What does that even mean? Even empires like Xing Luo and Tianhun would never be able to wield such influence. A suitable soul bone enhances a soul master's capabilities in every aspect. It's worth surpassing that of certain 10,000-year soul rings. Huo Yuhao, He Kaitu, Xiao Xiao, Jiang Nanan, Su Sanshi. Each one of them would undergo a transformative rebirth because of this. What does the Sea God Pavilion desire? Lin Feng inquired calmly, aware that there are no free lunches in this world. What we seek is quite simple. A glint flashed in Xian Lao's eyes. First, the first batch production models of the mental detection shared soul guidance devices must grant priority equipment rights to the Shrek inspection team. Second, during the upcoming Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Soul Duel competition, your Tang Sect must represent Shrek and achieve nothing less than victory. You are to crush all opponents with absolute strength, demonstrating to the entire continent who the true future sovereign is. Xian Lao's voice resonated powerfully, imbued with an undeniable aura of dominance. This was no mere investment. It was a strategic alliance. What the Sea God Pavilion coveted was the boundless potential represented by the Tang Sect. Lin Feng and Xian Lao locked eyes, and it felt as if electricity crackled in the air between them. After a long moment, Lin Feng smiled. It's a deal. 3 days later, at Shrek Academy, in the Sea God Pavilion's exclusive training area, when Huo Yuhao and the others were summoned here, they were all left in awe by the sight before them. 7 soul bones, each radiating a distinct glow, floated silently in front of them. Each soul bone emanated powerful and pure waves of soul power, with the youngest among them exceeding 30,000 years in age. This was astonishing. Su Sanshi's eyes widened, fixated on a particular piece of torso bone that shimmered with a dark, ethereal light. The aura emanating from that soul bone resonated with a hint of his own Xianming tortoise martial spirit. According to the unique attributes and developmental trajectories of each of you, the Sea God Pavilion has meticulously selected soul bones for you. Xian Lao's voice resonated at an opportune moment, emphasizing the Academy's investment in you, as well as its expectations. With the competition looming, I implore you to transform this power into your strength in the shortest time possible. Jiang Nanan received a left arm bone from a soft bone rabbit, aged over 50,000 years, which will significantly enhance her agility and instantaneous explosive power. Xiao Xiao obtained a right leg bone from a 40,000-year soul-settling cauldron, providing her with a more stable foundation and accelerating her soul power transmission. He Kaitu acquired an exceedingly rare 6,000-year head bone, exclusive to the cigar Martial Soul, which will amplify the potency of his soul power cigar while reducing its consumption. As for Huo Yuhao, Xian Lao personally selected for him a left arm bone from an ice blue scorpion, nearly 80,000 years old. This bone resonates perfectly with his own ice blue emperor scorpion torso bone, generating an ultra-cold energy that seems on the verge of freezing the very air itself. Regarding Wang Dong, she gazed at the dazzlingly radiant wing-shaped external soul bone before her, her expression somewhat complex. Undoubtedly, this was the most suitable soul bone for her. Yet from Xian Lao's hopeful gaze, she sensed an underlying significance, one akin to a senior's admiration for their most outstanding junior. This gaze stirred the seed of doubt within her once more. Before the competition, you have but one task. Xian Lao's voice echoed in everyone's ears. Absorb the soul bones and engage in extreme training. Adjust your state to an unprecedented peak. The fangs of the Tang Sect must be made evident to the entire continent. As Xian Lao's words concluded, an unparalleled sense of urgency and soaring combat spirit ignited fervently within the hearts of every Tang Sect member. The competition is imminent. A storm that will sweep across the entire continent is about to unfold. Chapter 47. The Bottleneck of the Ace. The Challenge of Mental Synchronization. At Shrek Academy, in the Soul Guidance Department, within the 7th Core Laboratory. This is the most securely guarded, well-equipped, and resource-rich hub for soul guidance device development within the entire Academy. Typically accessible only to core projects authorized by the Sea God Pavilion. Now, it has transformed into the exclusive research and development center for the Tang Sect. The atmosphere within the laboratory is as fervent as a volcano on the verge of eruption, thanks to Xian Lao's angelic investment. The Tang Sect's technical research team has undergone a complete metamorphosis, acquiring the continent's most advanced experimental environment in one fell swoop. Countless rare metals, once existing solely on theoretical blueprints, now lie in abundance within the materials repository, as if they were free for the taking, ready for the Tang Sect to utilize. Under Xian Lao's leadership, the Sea God Pavilion even dispatched 3 8th-level soul engineers and 5 7th-level soul engineers to form an extraordinarily luxurious technical advisory group, fully assisting in the development of the mental detection shared soul guidance device. With such an unprecedented investment, the hardware development of the project is progressing at an astonishing pace. It's perfect. This is nothing short of a masterpiece. Kaitu caressed the freshly formed shell of the soul guidance device, his eyes filled with admiration. The shell is forged from a blend of mithril and dark silver, remarkably lightweight, yet possessing unparalleled soul energy conductivity and physical defense capabilities. The internal core array, meticulously optimized over 100 iterations under the guidance of Elder Xian and others, has enhanced the efficiency of soul energy operation by at least 30% compared to the initial prototype. From the energy source to the conduction circuit and signal amplification module, every hardware component has reached the theoretical limits of the current era. However, as all these flawless parts were assembled, ready for the most crucial software debugging, that daunting bottleneck re-emerged. During the 173rd test, the attempt at mental synchronization resulted in failure. Huo Yuhao, pale-faced, removed the headband, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. The several soul mentor advisors beside him wore grave expressions, shaking their heads in dismay. The issue lay once again in the multi-threaded synchronization of mental signals. To illustrate with a common analogy, Huo Yuhao's mind is akin to an infinitely powerful central server, with his mental detection yielding high-definition, real-time data packets encompassing the entire battlefield dynamics. The function of this soul guide is to act as a super router, transmitting this data packet to multiple teammates, clients, in real time, without loss or delay. This challenge transcends mere soul energy conduction. It delves into the realm of information transmission principles that Lin Feng had previously mentioned, which they had never before encountered. This simply cannot work. An 8th-level soul mentor, wiping sweat from his brow, expressed his frustration, stating, "We have attempted the most traditional diversion array, but once Huo Yuhao's mental signal is split, it diminishes too severely. By the time it reaches the receiving end, the integrity of the information is less than 30%. The visuals are akin to peering through thick frosted glass, devoid of practical combat value. We also tried a parallel amplification circuit," another advisor interjected, attempting to copy and retransmit the signal. Yet, replicating mental signals is exceedingly challenging. The copied signals interfere severely with one another, producing a cacophony of distorted echoes that the receiver's mind cannot process, potentially leading to mental trauma. With each failure, the atmosphere in the laboratory grew increasingly oppressive. All eyes turned to Elder Xian, the pinnacle of existence among 9th-level soul mentors, who might possess a solution. With a furrowed brow, Elder Xian personally approached the testing apparatus. "Huo Yuhao, unleash your mental detection to the fullest. I shall attempt to build a bridge for your signal using my mental energy." "Yes." Huo Yuhao's spirit surged as he immediately channeled his soul energy. A resounding hum echoed as a magnificent torrent of mental energy surged from Elder Xian's brow, instantaneously forming a visible golden conduit of pure mental energy in the air. One end connecting to Huo Yuhao's soul guide, and the other to the receiving headband representing his teammates. "Establish the first connection," Elder Xian commanded. As the signal was established, a clear and stable image instantly appeared on the receiving end's display screen. Though it may not compare to the original artwork witnessed by Huo Yuhao, the clarity has indeed reached the demands of practical application. "Have we succeeded?" Kaitu exclaimed excitedly. "Do not rush. Connect the second one." However, Xian Lao's expression was unusually grave. As the second receiver attempted to link to this mental bridge, an unexpected occurrence transpired. Bang! The golden mental conduit trembled violently, resembling a bridge buckling under pressure, instantly covered in cracks. The display at the second receiver flickered wildly, filled with chaotic snowflakes and noise. Uft! Xian Lao stifled a groan, his complexion paling significantly, as he was actually subjected to a mental backlash. This cannot stand. He forcefully severed the connection, his eyes brimming with shock and confusion. How could his formidable mental strength not even bear 2 signals simultaneously? This phenomenon transmits not merely energy, but also a set of rules, an informational framework we have yet to comprehend. Xian Lao's failure extinguished the last flicker of hope in everyone's hearts. Even the mental prowess at the extreme Doloa level could not resolve the issue through brute force, indicating that their path had been misguided from the very beginning. This was not a problem that could be solved through sheer strength. It was an entirely new realm of technology they had never encountered before. Thus, the Project's development found itself in complete stagnation. Meanwhile, other members of the Tang Sect were undergoing a profound transformation. In the training arena, Jiang Nannan moved with ghostly swiftness. Every jump and dodge left behind trails of pink afterimages, having absorbed the soul bone of the soft-bone rabbit for 50,000 years. Her speed and agility had reached an astonishing level, allowing her to predict and evade Su Sanchure's shimming replacement before it was even activated. As for Su Sanchure, after merging with the torso bone that perfectly aligned with his martial soul, his Shinming power became increasingly weighty and enigmatic. At this moment, when he activated his martial soul's true form, he could withstand the full force strike from Xiao Xiao's 9 phoenixes without sustaining any injury. Each individual's strength surged rapidly, and the morale of the Tang Sect's preparatory team rose higher with each passing day as the competition approached. This heightened battle spirit, in turn, loomed over the hearts of every member of the Soul Guidance Hall like an invisible mountain. They all understood that the true ace of the Tang Sect, the trump card capable of delivering a decisive blow in the competition, lay quietly in the laboratory, separated by an invisible barrier. As night fell, Huo Yuhao sat alone in the cold laboratory, his eyes bloodshot, fixated on the intricately complex core array schematics before him. He was intimately familiar with every soul power circuit, each detail forged through relentless effort, yet no matter how he deduced, he could not find the path to success. Why? Why indeed? The direction was correct. The hardware flawless. Why could he not achieve that most crucial step? The overwhelming sense of frustration, helplessness, and the guilt of disappointing everyone consumed him like a relentless tide. He began to doubt whether Lin Feng's proposition truly transcended the limits of the era, rendering it an insurmountable task at this stage. In the shadows of the laboratory, Lin Feng observed the scene with a profound gaze. He perceived the confusion and self-doubt in Huo Yuhao's eyes, as well as the futile efforts of the elite soul masters revolving around traditional theories. He understood that mere technical support had reached its limits. These geniuses, shackled by the constraints of their times, did not require additional resources or enhanced soul power. What they needed was an epiphany capable of shattering their cognitive barriers. The key to unlocking this revelation lay firmly in Lin Feng's hands. He slowly turned and exited the laboratory. It was time. It was time to show Huo Yuhao what true dimensionality reduction meant. Chapter 48, Lin Feng's cross-domain theory and Huo Yuhao's enlightenment. In Shrek City, at the treasure-gathering auction house. This establishment is the largest and oldest auction house within Shrek City, where countless treasures circulate daily amidst the cacophony of voices and vibrant activity. Huo Yuhao followed Lin Feng into the VIP box on the top floor, feeling somewhat bewildered. He could not fathom why, at a moment when the project was at a standstill and everyone was in a state of anxiety, the master would bring him to this place. Did he intend for him to unwind? Yet, he found no inclination to divert his thoughts elsewhere. Master, why have we come here? Huo Yuhao could not restrain himself from speaking, his tone tinged with unease. Look, Lin Feng did not respond verbally, but merely gestured towards the vast auction hall below. Huo Yuhao followed the direction of his finger. The enormous hall was filled to capacity, with thousands of bidders situated in various sections according to their status. The auction had reached a fever pitch, with a rare 10,000-year soul bone igniting fervent interest and bids echoing throughout the crowd. 35,000 gold soul coins. I bid 38,000. 40,000. The clamor of bids, discussions, and announcements from attendants merged into a chaotic and colossal wave of sound that reverberated through the hall. Huo Yuhao furrowed his brow, the tumultuous atmosphere exacerbating his already fatigued mind. Yuhao, use your mental detection and listen closely. Hear what each person in the hall is saying. Lin Feng's voice was calm and clear. Though puzzled, Huo Yuhao complied and shut his eyes. His immense mental power surged forth like an invisible net, enveloping the entire auction hall in an instant. In the next moment, his complexion turned ashen. Boom. Thousands of distinct voices flooded into his mind simultaneously, like a dam bursting. 41,000 gold soul coins. This soul bone is mine. Darling, do you find that necklace appealing? Where shall we dine tonight? That gentleman in blue seems to be the third prince of the Xinghua Empire. A torrent of chaotic, fragmented, and disjointed information surged forth, akin to thousands of steel needles relentlessly piercing his mental ocean. The agony he felt surpassed the torment experienced during previous tests of the soul-guiding device 100-fold. With a sudden gasp, Huo Yuhao opened his eyes, nearly expelling a mouthful of reverse blood. He forcibly severed his mental probing, gasping for breath, his complexion as pallid as parchment. How do you feel? Lin Feng inquired, offering a glass of water, as if he had anticipated this outcome all along. Chaotic, immense, unmanageable. Huo Yuhao replied, still haunted by the experience. It resembles a cacophonous marketplace where all information is jumbled together, rendering it impossible to discern any meaningful content. Indeed. Lin Feng nodded, gesturing towards the center of the venue where the chief auctioneer, wielding a gavel and commanding the atmosphere with a resonant voice, orchestrated the proceedings. Observe him. Huo Yuhao turned his gaze. The auctioneer faced thousands of bidders, his tone steady and strong, enunciating clearly. Lot number 89, bid at 45,000 gold soul coins. Is there a higher bid? 45,000 gold soul coins once. Excellent. Bidder number 77 in the front row has offered 46,000. Any higher? He then pointed to the attendants weaving through the hall, diligently relaying information. Now observe them. The attendants, well trained, eschewed loud proclamations, instead employing a unique set of gestures and simple phrases to swiftly and accurately convey the bidding information from various areas to the auctioneer on stage. See, Lin Feng's voice seemed imbued with a peculiar magic, steering Huo Yuhao's thoughts. In the midst of thousands engaged in information exchange, why does your mental probing yield chaos? While this auction house, through the auctioneer and attendants, establishes a seemingly noisy yet orderly channel of communication, Huo Yuhao stood transfixed, gazing at the tumultuous yet subtly organized scene below. Lin Feng's words resonated in his mind like the tolling of a great bell, awakening him to realization. Indeed, why? My mental probing is akin to pressing my ear to thousands of mouths simultaneously, resulting in sheer confusion. Yet the auction house resolves this through established protocols. First, they have a singular center for information reception and dissemination, the auctioneer. Secondly, they format the bids of all participants through the attendants' gestures and vocalizations, filtering out irrelevant noise. Finally, The auctioneer processes this formatted information and broadcasts it with a booming voice, ensuring all receive the same crucial updates. Center, formatting, broadcasting, Huo Yuhao murmured, his eyes growing brighter and his breath more rapid. In his mind, the tightly shut door seemed to be violently pried open by a flash of lightning, revealing a narrow crack. Our previous line of thought had been utterly misguided. Huo Yuhao's voice quivered with excitement as he exclaimed, "We have been fixated on the notion of replicating my spiritual power in its entirety, redirecting and transmitting it to my teammates. This is akin to attempting to cram the voices of an entire marketplace into a single person's ear. The outcome would inevitably be chaos. We do not need to transmit all information. What we require is not the transmission of my spiritual power, but rather the conveyance of my detection results." As this revelation struck him, it spread through his mind like a raging wildfire, consuming every thought. Spiritual power serves merely as a vessel for information. Much like air carries sound, the true value lies within the information itself. Encoding. Yes, it is encoding. Huo Yuhao, in a fit of exhilaration, grasped Lin Feng's arm. Speaking in a fervent rush, just as an auctioneer uses gestures to signify prices, we can devise a unique system of spiritual encoding. We can represent the critical information I detect, such as enemy positions, soul power levels, and martial soul types, with the most succinct codes. For example, a strong mental pulse could signify danger, while 3 consecutive weak pulses could indicate 30 meters to the southeast. In this manner, the originally vast, complex, and chaotic stream of spiritual information can be compressed and formatted into the most concise and efficient data packets. Subsequently, we will create a router, which serves as the core processor of the soul guide. Its purpose is not to replicate my spiritual power, but to receive the encoded signals I emit, decode these signals, and finally broadcast the decoded information to all teammates using the most stable fluctuations of soul power. Thus, what the teammates receive will no longer be a disordered mental shock, but a remarkably clear three-dimensional battlefield map composed of countless coordinates and labels. We have effectively established an entirely new information channel, a channel that operates independently of traditional spiritual power transmission, characterized by its efficiency, stability, and resistance to interference. I understand now. I finally comprehend. Huo Yuhao, in a state of ecstatic fervor, paced back and forth in the VIP box, his eyes shimmering with the light of enlightenment. The conundrum that had plagued him and the continent's elite soul master team for over half a month was shattered in this moment by a seemingly unrelated interdisciplinary theory. He finally grasped the meanings of channel capacity and encoding-decoding, as previously articulated by Lin Feng. All their prior efforts had resembled attempts to widen a country road to accommodate a torrent of steel, a futile endeavor. In contrast, Lin Feng had directly guided him beyond the conventional mindset of road construction, revealing that one could opt to build a highway or even take to the skies. This is the essence of dimensionality reduction, employing theories of a higher dimension to resolve problems of a lower dimension. Lin Feng gazed at Huo Yuhao, who was now wholly immersed in a state of enlightenment, a smile of satisfaction gracing his face. He understood that from this moment forth, Huo Yuhao would no longer be merely a talented soul master or soul mentor. His vision and intellect had genuinely stepped into a brand new realm, transcending the confines of this era. "Let us proceed," Lin Feng said, patting Huo Yuhao on the shoulder as they made their way back to the laboratory. "Let us create a miracle that belongs to us." "Indeed, master." Huo Yuhao nodded emphatically, his gaze imbued with an unprecedented sense of determination and confidence. Upon their return to the laboratory, all the advisors and Elder Xian were still furrowing their brows over the blueprints. "Yuhao, where have you been? Do you have any new ideas?" Elder Xian asked wearily. Taking a deep breath, Huo Yuhao approached the vast core magic array blueprint, seized a pen, and, to the astonishment of all present, drew a large cross over the most crucial module for spiritual energy diversion. "Elder Xian, esteemed seniors, we have strayed from our previous path. Now, allow me to introduce a completely new concept, information encoding and decoding, along with multi-channel transmission protocols." Chapter 49, Wang Dong's Dream and the Unsealed Imprint. Inside the 7th Core Laboratory, the atmosphere was as solemn as if a sacred ceremony were about to commence. In the brief span of just 5 days following Huo Yuhao's proposal of the information encoding and decoding theory, the entire project made groundbreaking advancements. The continent's foremost soul mentors, guided by a prophet, unleashed astonishing creativity. A brand new core magic array was meticulously redesigned, abandoning the old spiritual energy diversion module in favor of an intricately structured information encoding and decoding processor, inscribed with countless delicate soul power circuits. Its purpose was to efficiently compress and encode the complex information gleaned from Huo Yuhao's spiritual probing, transforming it into a novel and succinct spiritual cipher, which would then be broadcast through specially designed soul power channels. Meanwhile, the other members of the Tang Sect's reserve team were each given a receiving headband. This headband's function was to receive the spiritual cipher and decode it into a clear, intuitive, three-dimensional battlefield map, directly presented within the user's mind. Today marked the momentous occasion for the inaugural full-scale practical test of this epic-making soul-guiding device. "Is everyone prepared?" Lin Feng inquired, his gaze sweeping over the assembly. Huo Yuhao, Wang Dong, Xiao Xiao, Jiang Nanan, Su Sanshi, and Kai Tu stood in formation, each displaying a blend of tension and excitement upon their faces, adorned with uniquely designed metallic headbands. "We are ready." The group responded in unison, their voices brimming with anticipation. Yuhao, initiate spiritual probing, channel frequency 1. Encoding protocol Tang Sect beginner, commence sharing. Lin Feng commanded. Understood. Huo Yuhao inhaled deeply, closing his eyes. The eye of fate at his brow quietly opened, and an intangible force of spiritual energy instantaneously enveloped the entire laboratory, extending outward to encompass everything within a 1,000-meter radius. Meanwhile, he began to encode the detected information according to a groundbreaking theory. A sudden tremor coursed through the bodies of Wang Dong and his fellow team members. In the next moment, an unprecedented and extraordinary vision unfolded within each of their minds. It was a three-dimensional spatial realm centered around themselves, composed of countless shimmering lines and luminous points. They could distinctly perceive a bird soaring past the treetops from the southeast, a mouse scurrying swiftly through the underground pipes, and even a soul mentor in the adjacent room, nearly dropping the components in his hands due to drowsiness. The entire world seemed to have been stripped of all its disguises in an instant, presenting itself before them in the most essential and unadulterated form of information. Oh my god, Xiao Xiao exclaimed in astonishment. I can see Elder Xian. He is drinking tea at the Sea God Pavilion. I can even see the cracks on his teacup. Is this panoramic vision? Su Sanchi's voice trembled. In this field of vision, any enemy's stealth and ambush would be rendered utterly futile. They had succeeded. The team's sole guide device, named the Eye of Insight, achieved an extraordinarily remarkable success in its first test. Elder Xian and several soul mentor advisors were moved to tears, fully aware that they had created a miracle worthy of being recorded in history. However, while everyone was immersed in the joy of success, no one noticed the subtle change in Wang Dong's expression. Her brow furrowed tightly, and a hint of pain and confusion appeared on her exquisite face. Unlike her fellow teammates, her martial soul was the radiant goddess butterfly, endowing her with exceptional spiritual talent, and there existed a peculiar resonance between her and Huo Yuhao's spiritual eye martial soul. Within the high-frequency information channel established by the Eye of Insight, she seemed to receive more profound insights than the others. Initially, the images in her mind appeared normal. Yet, as the mental connection persisted, she felt her consciousness being drawn along the invisible channel by a strange force, continually probing deeper into the source. Deep within Huo Yuhao's sea of consciousness, gradually, the images she perceived began to blur and distort. The three-dimensional map composed of light points and lines vanished, replaced by bizarre and fragmented scenes. She beheld an infinite starry sky, where countless stars floated, emanating a terrifying majesty that sent shivers through her soul. She glimpsed a palace so magnificent that words could scarcely describe it. Inscribed upon its plaque were two golden characters she did not recognize but instantly understood the meaning of divine realm. With a shift of vision, she saw a vibrant sea of flowers, where innumerable butterflies radiating with colorful brilliance danced gracefully within. In the heart of the floral sea, a vague yet imposing figure, whose features remained obscured, tenderly gazed at a powder blue butterfly adorned with peculiar golden patterns, resting delicately upon his fingertip. This figure evoked a profound sense of familiarity and reverence within her. Yet, as Wang Dong's consciousness fixated on the butterfly, an excruciating pain erupted from the depths of her soul. A piercing scream escaped her lips as she clutched her head, her body collapsing weakly to the ground. Wang Dong, among those nearest to her, Huo Yuhao reacted swiftly, catching her in his embrace, while instantly severing the soul power output of the Eye of Insight. The three-dimensional map in her mind vanished in an instant, restoring normal vision to all, who were left aghast at Wang Dong's sudden fall. What happened? Lin Feng rushed over, placing his fingers on Wang Dong's wrist, a pure essence of soul power probing into her being. The soul power remained steady, yet the fluctuations within her spiritual sea were tumultuous, as if provoked by some intense stimulus. Lin Feng's brow furrowed tightly. I am fine, Wang Dong murmured as she slowly regained consciousness, her complexion as pale as parchment, her eyes filled with an unprecedented terror and confusion. I merely had a dream, she whispered. A dream? In a state of heightened mental connection, how could one suddenly dream? Huo Yuhao regarded her with concern. What did you dream about? Wang Dong's lips moved, yet no words escaped. What could she say? That she beheld the divine realm? That she witnessed a starry expanse not belonging to the Dolua continent? That she encountered the towering figure who inspired both warmth and awe within her? And the powder blue butterfly? Why did merely seeing it inflict such agony upon her soul? It felt as if something was striving to emerge from the deepest recesses of her memory. These visions, she was certain, did not belong to Huo Yuhao. For within those fragmented glimpses, she experienced it all in the first person. Whose memories were they? Were they mine? If not, why do they surface in my mind? If they are, then who am I? Countless questions surged like a tide, crashing against her understanding. The seed of doubt sown by Lin Feng had, at that moment, absorbed sufficient nourishment to take root, blossoming into a towering tree of uncertainty. As she gazed into the concerned faces of those around her, particularly Huo Yuhao's visage etched with worry, an intense sense of alienation blossomed within her heart for the first time. She felt like an outsider, a stranger cloaked in the identity of Wang Dong. No, I must ascertain the truth. What is truly happening? An unprecedented obsession surged from the depths of her being. She would no longer passively question. She would actively seek to uncover the buried truth of her identity, to find the ultimate answer to the enigma of who I am. Wang Dong gently pushed away Huo Yuhao's support and stood up, the fragility and confusion in her eyes replaced by a rare glimmer of determination. I am fine. It may just be the first time using it, resulting in excessive mental strain. She offered an excuse she scarcely believed herself. Lin Feng cast a profound gaze upon her, a flicker of understanding passing through his eyes. He comprehended that the cornerstone of the cage known as destiny, meticulously crafted by the God King, had utterly crumbled. From a mere pawn to an awakened being, and now, a proactive disruptor of the game. The true journey of the God King's daughter into the real world was finally poised to embark upon its genuine beginning. Chapter 50. The eve of the grand competition. Undercurrents in the fangs of the new Tang Sect. On the eve of the All-Continent Advanced Soul Master Academy Soul Fighting Competition, Luo City, the ancient and majestic capital of the empire, had become the focal point of the entire Doloa continent. The city was bustling with crowds and vehicles, as soul masters, nobles, and merchants from all corners of the continent gathered to witness this pinnacle event representing the utmost combat prowess of the younger generation. The air was thick with a tense atmosphere, reminiscent of an impending storm. In the heavily guarded independent courtyard designated for the Shrek Academy representative team, the atmosphere grew even more solemn. The Tang Sect reserve team, which constituted the official participants from Shrek Academy for this competition, sat upright, their demeanor serious. At their forefront sat the team leader, Ding Yan Xiaojia, accompanied by Lin Feng as the tactical advisor. Ding Yan's expression was grave as he distributed a newly arrived dossier embossed with gold. This is the final roster and key intelligence on all participating teams, compiled jointly by the Luo Empire and the Academy. Please examine it closely. The assembled individuals immediately opened the dossier, their breaths momentarily hitching at the astonishing words and data within. The Royal Sun Moon Academy of Soul Engineers, led by Captain Xiao Hongchun, wielding the martial soul three-legged golden toad, a 6th-level soul engineer and soul emperor. The vice captain, Meng Hongchun, with the martial soul vermilion-eyed ice toad, also a 6th-level soul engineer and soul king. A gasp escaped Su Sanchi's lips. What kind of joke is this? 2 6th-level soul engineers under 20? The Sun Moon Empire must be cultivating soul engineers as if they were cabbages. The dossier highlighted the Sun Moon Academy representative team in striking red. All 7 of their main competitors were above 5th-level soul engineers. Among them, the sibling duo of Captain Xiao Hongchun and Vice Captain Meng Hongchun had reached the terrifying 6th-level soul engineer standard. Such a phenomenon was unimaginable in previous competitions. It is worth noting that on the Doloa continent, achieving 5th-level soul engineer status before the age of 20 is an extraordinary feat of genius. Their approach to soul tool crafting is fundamentally different from ours. Lin Feng's voice broke the silence. They place greater emphasis on the power of the soul tools themselves, pursuing ultimate destructive capability. In contrast, our Tang Sect follows an entirely different path. Yan Xiaojia nodded thoughtfully and added, aside from the Sun and Moon Academy, the Xinghua National Academy and the Royal Academy of the Tianhan Empire are equally formidable. Although they may lack in soul guidance devices, the levels of their soul masters and the quality of their martial spirits are unparalleled. Notably, the captain of the Xinghua National Academy, Dai Yaoing, possesses the legendary White Tiger martial spirit, renowned as the strongest beast martial spirit, making his strength unfathomable. As the intelligence reports were reviewed, the expressions of the gathered individuals grew increasingly grave. This year's competition is poised to be the fiercest in nearly a century, with prodigious talents converging from all directions. Each opponent looms like an insurmountable mountain. However, in stark contrast to the solemnity etched on the faces of his comrades, Lin Feng maintained a serene demeanor, tinged with an undercurrent of anticipation. Excellent. He closed the intelligence dossier, rising slowly with a confident smile gracing his lips. Strong adversaries are a welcome challenge. If they were merely a flock of insignificant fowl, this performance would undoubtedly lack excitement. His gaze swept across everyone present, his calm eyes seemingly imbued with a stabilizing force. Ding Yan, may I take over from here? Lin Feng inquired, looking directly at Yan Xiaojia. Meeting his gaze, Yan Xiaojia discerned absolute confidence and control within the young man's eyes. He nodded in affirmation. I leave this to you. With that, he stood and exited the conference room, leaving the space entirely to the young members of Tang Men. Lin Feng approached the center of the room and snapped his fingers. Kai Chao, coming master. Kai Chao responded eagerly, emerging from his storage soul guidance device with 7 identical silver metal briefcases, which he meticulously arranged before the assembly. What is this? The onlookers exchanged puzzled glances at the briefcases. Open them, Lin Feng smiled. With a soft click, all 7 briefcases were simultaneously unlatched. In the next instant, a chilling glimmer of metallic fangs captured everyone's attention. Inside the briefcases, lined with black velvet, lay sets of sci-fi-inspired, intricately designed personal soul guidance equipment. On the top layer rested the Eye of Insight receiving headband they had previously tested. Beneath it lay a sleek, silver-black soul guidance pistol, exuding a sense of violent elegance, inscribed with the Tang Men emblem and the words armor-piercing. Adjacent to the pistol were uniformly sized energy magazines, categorized into 3 types: penetration, explosion, and rapid fire. Additionally, there was a Xuanwu shield, defensive soul guidance device capable of instantaneously forming a tortoiseshell shield, as well as a pair of Wind God feet boosters designed to temporarily enhance explosive speed. What is this? Gazing upon the fully armed soul guidance equipment, everyone was left astounded. It felt as though they were not beholding mere devices, but rather, witnessing the emergence of ferocious steel beasts bearing their fangs. From this day forth, this will be the standardized equipment of our Tang Men. the Tangmin Type 1 combat suit. Lin Feng's voice reverberated through the tranquil conference room, imbued with an undeniable authority. The Inside Eye system will provide us with comprehensive, all-encompassing information support. Before it, any adversary's tactics will be rendered transparent. The armor-piercing pistol, with an effective range of 300 meters, under standard soul power infusion, fires penetrating rounds capable of breaching the defenses of a 4-ring soul master. If it were in your hands, Kai 2, its power could even pose a threat to a 6-ring soul emperor. The Xuanwu shield can withstand any formidable assault from opponents below the 5-ring soul king level. The Wind Goddess foot enhances your instantaneous speed by 50% within 3 seconds. With each piece of equipment Lin Feng introduced, the heartbeats of the audience quickened. After he concluded his presentation, the conference room was filled only with heavy breaths. How can we possibly fight under such circumstances? Once they donned this entire set of soul-guided devices, coupled with the information provided by the Inside Eye, they could scarcely envision any opponent capable of withstanding the onslaught of such a future combat team. Remember, Lin Feng's gaze sharpened. Our adversaries are not merely the academy teams on stage. They are the antiquated and decayed combat philosophies of this era. Our aim transcends merely winning the competition. We intend to declare to the entire continent, through a series of resounding, indisputable victories, the advent of a new era, a golden age belonging to the soul-guided devices. An era that rightfully belongs to our Tang Sect. Tomorrow, let the entire world witness the fangs of a new Tang Sect. Roar. An uncontrollable surge of lofty ambition exploded within the hearts of every young Tang Sect member. They looked at the silver briefcases in their hands, their eyes ablaze with fervent combat spirit. The weight of pressure brought on by formidable opponents had long since dissipated, replaced by overwhelming confidence and an insatiable thirst for the imminent battle. On the eve of the grand competition, currents of anticipation surged. While the entire continent marveled at those so-called geniuses, no one knew that a steel behemoth from the future had quietly opened its eyes, revealing fangs capable of tearing through the veils of time. Chapter 51, The Glory of Soul Guidance. An arrogant declaration from the smiling red dust. Star Luo City. This millennium-old imperial capital, transformed today into a boiling sea of excitement. The opening ceremony of the continent's prestigious Soul Master Academy Soul fighting competition commenced under the watchful eyes of all, officially unfolding in the largest square of the empire. Star Luo Square. The square was a throng of people, jostling shoulder to shoulder. From a bird's-eye view, the crowd resembled a dense swarm of ants, converging into waves of sound that surged towards the sky. In the center of the square, a massive, temporary podium rose majestically, resplendent in gold and brilliance, showcasing the empire's grandeur. Emperor Su Joe of the Star Luo Empire was present, seated at the central position, flanked by the elite figures from the continent's major powers. At Shrek Academy, the esteemed figures of Dean Yin Xiaojia, Vice Dean Kai Meyer, and the heads of the Martial Soul Department and Soul Guidance Department, Xian Liner and Fan Yu, respectively, gathered with solemn expressions, representing the pinnacle of honor within the Spirit Master realm. Opposite them, not far away, sat the representatives from the Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy, led by the president Jing Hongchun, whose face, often adorned with an air of arrogance, now radiated an unwavering confidence, brimming with ambition. What a magnificent spectacle! This is indeed the grandest event on the continent. In the Tang Sect's rest area, Xiao Xiao could not suppress a gasp of astonishment, her youthful face flushing with excitement. Beside them stood the official competitors from Shrek Academy, led by Ma Xiaotao and Dai Yaoheng, clad in their unified dark green uniforms, their demeanor exuding pride as they basked in the cheers and reverence from the crowd. As the reigning champions, they undeniably commanded the spotlight. In contrast, the 7 members of the Tang Sect donned striking black and gold uniforms, designed by Lin Feng himself, exuding a sharp and futuristic style, standing next to the Shrek team and appearing distinctly exceptional. Look, that is Shrek Academy, the eternal sovereign. And beside them, is that the Tang Sect? The very same that has recently stirred up a storm in Shrek City? Indeed. It is said they are participating as a special invited team this time. One can't help but wonder about the sheer luck they must have encountered. The surrounding murmurs reached Dai Yaoheng's ears, causing him to furrow his brow as he cast a sidelong glance at Lin Feng, who remained composed. A complex expression flickered in his eyes, as he struggled to comprehend why the Academy's higher-ups would permit this newly established troop, barely a year old, to share in Shrek's glory. Lin Feng seemed oblivious to the scrutinizing gazes, his gaze instead fixed upon the podium, a subtle smile playing on his lips. He awaited a performance he had long anticipated. As the host's fervent voice announced the official commencement of the ceremony, representatives from each participating academy began to enter in succession. When the flag of Shrek Academy unfurled above the square, the atmosphere was ignited to its zenith, the thunderous applause underscoring the Academy's esteemed status in the hearts of many. However, as another team made their entrance, the cheers strangely diminished, replaced by an intricate blend of reverence, curiosity, and hostility. The Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy, clad in silver uniforms, each member stood tall, their eyes reflecting a superiority born from technological prowess. Leading the procession was a tall young man, his brilliant golden hair gleaming in the sunlight, a devil-may-care smile adorning his handsome visage. He is the captain of this year's team from the Sun Moon Academy, Jing Hongchun's own grandson, lauded as a once-in-a-millennium genius in the Soul Guidance Department, Xiao Hongchun. According to protocol, as the runner-up from the previous competition, Sun Moon Academy was entitled to address the audience during the opening ceremony. Under the gaze of countless spectators, Xiao Hongqian stepped gracefully onto the speaking platform. He did not seek the gaze of Emperor Xingluo, nor did he acknowledge the dignitaries on the podium. Instead, his attention was firmly fixed on the Shrek Academy team, ultimately resting upon Lin Feng's tranquil visage. Good afternoon, everyone. The voice of Xiao Hongqian resonated through the amplification soul guide, clear and resounding. It is an honor to stand here and represent the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy. He paused, surveying the crowd, his smile broadening. At every grand competition, we hear a single word, glory. Shrek Academy has clung to their so-called honor of soul masters for far too long. So long, in fact, that they seem to have forgotten that times are destined to progress. This statement incited an uproar. Within Shrek Academy's ranks, Yin Xiaozhi's expression darkened instantly. Xian Linner's beautiful eyes brimmed with fury, nearly on the verge of explosion. This was no mere insinuation. It was a blatant provocation. Yet, Xiao Hongqian appeared oblivious to the seething gazes directed at him. He raised a hand, palm upward, as a silvery, liquid metal materialized, ultimately coalescing into a sophisticated core of a soul guide. Behold, this is the future of power. It is the era of soul guides. His voice was laced with seduction. While you toil in meditation, risking your lives to venture into the Star Dove forest for a soul ring, we have harnessed advanced technology and precise calculations to create formidable forces that rival, even surpass, soul skills. The glory of the old era will inevitably be supplanted by the innovations of the new age. The so-called might of martial souls pales before the systematic soul guides, reduced to mere primitive brute force. With a deft shift in tone, his gaze became a blade, piercing the Shrek battle team. Thus, I stand here not to challenge anyone, but to declare a fact. From this competition onward, the landscape of the continent will be redefined by us, the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy. The era of soul masters is drawing to a close. The brilliance of soul guides shall illuminate the entire continent. Arrogant, brazen, the atmosphere in the Xinghua Square, after a brief silence, erupted with fervor. Countless supporters of Shrek Academy voiced their indignation, while the adherents of the Sun Moon Academy responded with fervent cheers. On the podium, Emperor Xingluo's expression took on a bemused quality. Jing Hongqian appeared smug, as if his grandson's words had articulated sentiments he had long suppressed. This fellow is insufferably arrogant. Huo Yuhao clenched his fists, his teeth grinding in anger. Wang Dong's face mirrored his discontent, flames of rage igniting in his powder blue eyes. Only Lin Feng remained unperturbed. He observed the spirited golden-haired youth on the stage, and rather than feeling anger, he merely shook his head gently, whispering, "The parameters are still too narrow." Chapter 52. The Fateful Confrontation? Surprises at the Drawing Ceremony. Xiao Hongqian's haughty proclamation was akin to a boulder cast into a serene lake, sending ripples of turmoil across the surface. The atmosphere in the Xinghua Square became charged with tension, saturated with the scent of impending conflict. The members of Shrek Academy glared fiercely, and their captain, Ma Xiaotao, emanated an aura of barely contained rage, clearly incensed. Had it not been for Yin Xiaozhi's silent intervention, she might have charged onto the stage to teach that audacious golden-haired youth a lesson in true honor. Lin Feng, are you not the least bit angry? Wang Dong turned to Lin Feng, only to find him unfazed, exuding an air of tranquil indifference, as if the preceding remarks had nothing to do with him. Lin Feng smiled lightly and countered, "Why should I be angry? A frog confined to a well believes it has seen the entirety of the sky. Should you leap down to argue about the expanse of the heavens? Frog?" Huo Yuhao paused, then quickly comprehended, unable to suppress a laugh. The metaphor was exceedingly apparent. To him, soul-guiding devices represented the pinnacle of technology, the sky he perceived. Yet little did he realize that within Lin Feng's intellectual framework, the proud soul-guiding technology he revered was merely a nascent steam engine emerging from the shadows of ignorance. Perspective. Lin Feng's voice, though soft, resonated clearly among his companions. Dai Yueheng and Ma Xiaotao exchanged glances, confusion flickering in their eyes. They had assumed Lin Feng would share their indignation but were taken aback by his assessment. Perspective? What perspective? They struggled to grasp the concept, yet his words struck them like a nail driven into their hearts. The tumult of the opening ceremony finally subsided. Thanks to the intervention of Emperor Xingluo, yet everyone understood that the rift between Shrek Academy and Sun Moon Academy had been irrevocably forged. The competitive atmosphere of this tournament was palpable from the very beginning. After an interminable ceremony, they finally reached the most exhilarating segment, the drawing of lots. A total of 133 teams from the three great empires of Tianhun, Doling, and Xingluo were participating. The tournament would follow an elimination format, with multiple matches held daily until a champion emerged. The draw would determine the matchups for the first round. A colossal golden lottery box was placed at the center of the podium, containing numbered balls representing all participating teams. To ensure fairness, Emperor Xingluo presided over the draw personally. First up, Shrek Academy. As the Emperor's resonant voice boomed, all eyes focused intently. Being the defending champions, speculation arose about who their first opponent would be. Undoubtedly one of the most intriguing aspects. A ceremonial attendant retrieved a numbered ball from the box and presented it to the Emperor. Shrek Academy versus Tianhun Royal Academy. The announcement elicited a chorus of dismay from the audience. The Tianhun Royal Academy was also among the continent's elite teams, and drawing Shrek in the first round almost certainly signaled the premature end of their tournament journey. Next up, the Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy. An air of anticipation gripped everyone once more. Against Manga Hall, This outcome brought a sigh of relief to many. Although Mingda Hall is indeed a formidable team within the Sun and Moon Empire, it ultimately belongs to the Sun and Moon Academy. Thus, their internal conflict in the first round has inevitably drained some of their strength. Jing Hongchen's expression was somewhat grim, clearly dissatisfied with this outcome. The drawing of lots proceeded with palpable tension and order as the matchups were revealed one by one, eliciting a mix of anxiety and bursts of astonished gasps from the audience. Finally, it was time for the Tang Sect, an invited team. When the name Tang Sect was uttered by Emperor Xingluo, a brief silence enveloped the square, quickly followed by an uproar of discussion more intense than any prior. They have arrived, the enigmatic Tang Sect. I am eager to witness what capabilities they possess to challenge the likes of Shrek and the Sun and Moon Academy. Humph. They are merely seeking attention. They will likely be brought back to reality in the first round. Almost all gazes fixated upon the golden lottery box, eagerly anticipating the opponent for the Tang Sect. Lin Feng's expression remained calm, yet his fingers unconsciously tapped gently on his knee, seemingly calculating something. The attendant once again retrieved a numbered ball. This time, upon seeing the name inscribed on it, Emperor Xingluo's expression momentarily faltered, followed by an odd smile. He cleared his throat and announced in a tone laden with significance, Tang Sect, first round, against Songhui Academy. Boom. This name detonated like a bomb among the crowd. Songhui Academy. This name is all too familiar to the citizens of Shrek City. Not long ago, they had just staged a farcical debacle at the gates of the Tang Sect, ultimately driven away by Lin Feng's formidable intervention, becoming the laughingstock of all Shrek City. Who would have imagined that fate would so dramatically intertwine them in the first round of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Soul Fighting Competition? My heavens. What a divine draw. One wouldn't dare script such an event. Ha ha ha. This promises to be a spectacle. Songhui Academy must be on the brink of madness. The opportunity for revenge has arrived. Revenge? More like a one-way ticket to disaster. Have you forgotten how they shamefully retreated from Shrek City last time? The audience erupted in excitement, each face alight with anticipation. This clash, steeped in enmity and vendetta, is far more exhilarating than any mundane competition. In the resting area of Songhui Academy, the atmosphere plummeted to a freezing point. Their captain, Shinian, whose already somber countenance was now darker than a stormy sky, clenched his fists tightly, nails digging deeply into his palms, with droplets of blood seeping through his fingers. Tang Sect. He nearly spat the words through gritted teeth, his eyes radiating resentment and murderous intent, unmasked. For them, this was not only a humiliation, but also the finest opportunity for revenge. Under the watchful eyes of the entire continent, they must trample the Tang Sect underfoot to avenge the disgrace they previously endured. On the side of the Tang Sect, the reactions of the crowd varied greatly. Is it really them? Xiao Xiao was the first to lose control, bursting into laughter. Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong exchanged glances, their expressions nothing short of extraordinary. They had not anticipated such fortuitous luck. This was bound to be entertaining. Huo Yuhao touched his nose, his eyes glimmering with excitement. Only Lin Feng, upon hearing the result, slightly curved his lips upward, as if everything had unfolded according to his expectations. He turned to his eager companions beside him and spoke in a calm, yet assertive tone. Prepare yourselves. Our debut is about to commence. Chapter 53, The Invisible War. A prophetic dimensional strike. The atmosphere at the Starfall Square reached a crescendo early the next day, as the match between the Tang Sect and the Songhui Academy was scheduled during the prime morning slot, indicating the organizers' deep understanding of audience engagement. On the massive arena, the two teams stood opposed, the air thick with tension. The 7 members of Songhui Academy donned dark green uniforms, their eyes fierce, their expressions betraying unrestrained animosity. The captain, Shinian, stood at the forefront, fixated on Lin Feng with a gaze that seemed capable of devouring him whole. Today marks your demise, Tang Sect. You shall pay in blood for the humiliation you inflicted upon us. Shinian's voice was hoarse and filled with venom, resonating throughout the arena via the amplification soul device. In the face of such a murderous provocation, the members of the Tang Sect remained remarkably composed. Lin Feng didn't even lift his eyelids, merely focusing on adjusting a peculiar metallic wrist guard that adorned his arm, embedded with a pale blue gemstone that shimmered brilliantly. Teams, prepare. The referee's voice was loud and authoritative. The match begins. At the instant the command was given, the 7 members of Songhui Academy were enveloped in the radiant glow of their soul rings. 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black. The optimal soul ring configuration. Each member of the team was at least a soul master, with their captain, Shinian, reaching an impressive level of 58 as a soul king. A powerful surge of soul power swept across the entire arena. By heavens, Songhui Academy's power is astonishing. That captain, Shinian, must be a soul king. The Tang Sect is in grave peril. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the audience. To them, Songhui Academy's lineup was undoubtedly among the upper echelons of all participating teams. The relatively obscure Tang Sect seemed doomed to face dire consequences. However, just as everyone presumed that the Tang Sect would promptly unleash their martial souls and brace for battle, an inexplicable scene unfolded. The 7 members of the Tang Sect did not move a muscle. They neither unleashed their martial souls nor formed a battle formation, nor did they even display their soul rings. They stood there, eerily still, as if petrified by fear. What were they doing? Had they given up? This was utterly absurd. Not even activating their martial souls. As the audience buzzed with speculation, and even the referee wore a perplexed expression. The offensive from Tang Hui Academy commenced. The 7th soul skill. Wu Huan True Body, Illusionary Serpent of Time. At that moment, Shi launched the initial assault, his form rapidly transforming within a purplish-black radiance, morphing into a colossal illusionary serpent measuring 10 meters in length. The serpent's eyes glimmered with a cruel light as it opened its gaping maw, exuding a foul wind, and lunged directly towards the members of Tang Men. Simultaneously, his 6 teammates unleashed their own attacks. The 4th soul skill, Gem Ray. The 3rd soul skill, Mental Shock. In an instant, a kaleidoscope of colorful soul skill lights wove together into a deadly net, enveloping the 7 members of Tang Men from all directions, sealing off every possible avenue of retreat. This was a crushing defeat devoid of suspense. At least 99% of the spectators present held this belief. In the resting area of Shrek Academy, Dai Yaoheng, Ma Xiaotao, and others wore furrowed brows. They too could not decipher Tangmen's intentions. What on earth is Lin Feng scheming? Ma Xiaotao could not help but mutter under her breath. However, at that moment, the elder Xian on the podium suddenly opened his seemingly murky eyes wide, his pupils radiating a brilliant light. He fixed his gaze intently on the wrist guards of the Tang Men team members, sensing a faint yet exceedingly pure mental fluctuation emanating from them. This is, just as all attacks were about to make contact. The 7 members of Tang Men finally moved. Their movements were not hasty, one might even describe them as leisurely. Yet, each action was executed with utmost precision, as if calculated 1,000 times. Huo Yuhao sidestepped to the left, narrowly evading a gem ray that zipped past him. Wang Dong tilted her body slightly, as an invisible mental shockwave grazed the tips of her hair. Xiao Xiao merely lowered her body slightly, allowing Shi's illusionary serpent of time to roar overhead, the gust of wind ruffling her long hair. 7 individuals, 7 simple actions. The seemingly inescapable barrage of Tang Hui Academy's attacks, astonishingly, missed entirely. Not a single strike found its mark. The entire Star Luo Plaza fell into a profound silence. Everyone's eyes widened, mouths agape, as if witnessing a miracle. How could this be possible? A coincidence? Luck? No, this was no mere fortune. If the first instance was a coincidence, then what transpired next completely shattered everyone's understanding. With one strike failing, the members of Tang Hui Academy were clearly taken aback. But being seasoned soul masters, they quickly regained their composure and launched a second round of attacks. This time, their assault was even more concentrated and devious. However, the outcome remained the same. The 7 members of Tang Men moved like the most graceful dancers in a ballroom, effortlessly navigating through the hail of soul skill lights. Every movement they made, every evasion they executed, was executed with unparalleled finesse, always managing to avoid harm at the very last moment with minimal cost. What on earth is happening? It seems as though they can foresee the future. Are these individuals truly monsters? The audience erupted into a frenzy. They were utterly bewildered, completely unable to comprehend. This mode of combat had transcended their understanding entirely. What unfolded was no longer a battle, but a one-sided performance, a form of art known as dimensionality reduction strike. The members of Tang Hui Academy were in utter disarray. Their soul power was rapidly depleting, yet they could not even graze the hem of their opponent's garments. That profound sense of helplessness nearly drove them to the brink of vomiting blood. Impossible. This is absolutely inconceivable. What sorcery have you employed? Xinian bellowed in madness, his enormous serpentine eyes brimming with bloodshot intensity. Lin Feng finally raised his head, a cold smirk gracing his lips. He regarded the seemingly frenzied Xinian and spoke slowly, his voice soft yet resonant in the ears of all present. The war has long since begun. Before you unleashed your first soul skill, on the battlefield within our minds, you have already perished 1,000 times. What? Xinian struggled to grasp the meaning of these words when suddenly, a chilling aura enveloped him from behind. Unbeknownst to him, Huo Yuhao had materialized like a specter at his back, wielding an ice-blue dagger, his soul tool, the ice-blue Emperor Scorpion's stinger. It is over. The cold blade glided silently. Shinian's colossal serpentine form stiffened abruptly, and in an instant, a delicate line of ice swiftly spread from head to tail. Crack! With a sharp sound, the once mighty illusionary time serpent shattered into a myriad of ice crystals. Simultaneously, the other 6 members of Tang Sect launched their counterattack. Their strikes were not flamboyant, yet they were precise and lethal. Each blow landed perfectly on the opponent's weakest points, where their old strength had waned and new strength had yet to manifest. The battle, which had commenced just 3 minutes prior, came to an abrupt halt. All 7 members of Tang Hui Academy lay defeated, stripped of their combat capability. Meanwhile, the 7 from Tang Sect remained unscathed, not even having released their martial souls. Chapter 54. Tears of an Era. An information revolution that shatters perceptions. Silence. An eerie stillness enveloped the arena. Hundreds of thousands of spectators stood in complete silence, as though ensnared by a binding spell, staring blankly at the 7 black golden figures on the competition stage, who had not even unleashed their martial souls, their minds a void. Victorious? Just like that, victorious? A contest that appeared to be at least evenly matched in the eyes of all had concluded in a mere 3 minutes, in a manner that was nearly overwhelming, even humiliating. At Tang Hui Academy, a team boasting a Soul King powerhouse stood before Tang Men like 7 clumsy children. Their every attack devolved into a farcical display, ultimately being effortlessly vanquished by their opponent with the simplest and most direct of methods. Am I dreaming? A tremulous voice shattered the silence, echoing through the air. Boom. In the next instant, the entire square erupted. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. It must be an illusion. How could Sanghui Academy be so feeble? Sorcery. This must be some collective illusion type, soul skill unknown to us. Yes, it must be. Yet, throughout the entire ordeal, they had not even manifested their soul rings. How can this be explained? Doubt, conjecture, astonishment, and fear intertwined, coalescing into a tremendous wave of sound that nearly threatened to lift the dome of Xinghua Square. People fervently debated, striving to unearth a rational explanation for the utterly incomprehensible match they had just witnessed. However, the more they analyzed, the deeper the chill from their very souls became. For they could find no reasonable explanation. The combat style exhibited by Tang men had transcended their understanding of soul master duels entirely. On the podium, the atmosphere was equally tense. The countenance of Emperor Su Jiawei of Xinghua reflected none of the earlier ease and leisure. It had been replaced by an unprecedented seriousness and gravity. He fixed his gaze intently on Lin Feng, as if attempting to see right through the young man. Beside him, the dignitaries from Shrek Academy and Sun Moon Academy displayed a myriad of expressions, their hearts tumultuous with conflicting emotions. Director Yin, do you comprehend what just transpired? Xian Liner asked, her voice tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. As an 8-ring soul Doloa, she prided herself on having encountered countless unique martial souls and strategies. Yet the scene before her still left her profoundly perplexed. Yin Xiaozhi's expression was so grim it seemed almost to drip with darkness, and he shook his head. Speaking in a low tone, I cannot comprehend it. Their movements resemble not a battle, but rather a calculation, as if every step lay within their meticulous design. Calculation? The gleam in Dean Fan Yu's eyes flared, and he abruptly turned to Elder Xian, inquiring urgently, Elder Xian, have you discerned it? It is a soul guide. That wristband upon them is undoubtedly a novel type of soul guide. Instantly, all eyes converged upon Elder Xian. He slowly exhaled a breath of stale air, his aged eyes brimming with awe and elation. Indeed, it is a soul guide. His voice, though soft, resonated like thunder in the ears of the audience, heralding an epic-making invention, one that had the potential to alter the very landscape of warfare on the continent. Fan Yu, do you recall the soul-power dualism theory proposed by Lin Feng back at Sigad Pavilion? Fan Yu jolted, exclaiming in disbelief. You mean to say they have transformed that theory into reality? It is most likely so. Elder Xian's voice carried a hint of nostalgia. We have all underestimated him. We thought he was merely a commercial genius, a theorist. Unbeknownst to many, he had silently instigated an information revolution. This was neither foresight nor sorcery. As Elder Xian surveyed the astonished faces around him, he articulated each word with deliberate precision. This is the disparity of information. A battlefield of unilateral transparency. Before the Tang Sect, every intent of attack from Sanghui Academy, every fluctuation of soul power, and even each heartbeat could be accurately captured, analyzed, and anticipated by the adversary. This is an unseen war. Before Sanghui Academy could make its move, they had already lost. Elder Xian's words sent a chill coursing through the ranks of Shrek Academy, striking from their feet to the crown of their heads. A battlefield of unilateral transparency. What a terrifying concept. If such technology were to be applied to the military or in national conflicts, the consequences would be unfathomable. Meanwhile, at the Sun and Moon Academy, the expression on Jing Hongchen's face was one of utmost concern. He too recognized that the wristband was a soul tool. Yet he could not comprehend what kind of soul tool could achieve such astonishing effects. Grandfather, what is that? Xiao Hongchen's usual arrogance had dissipated, replaced by a tone laced with gravity. Jing Hongchen did not respond. He merely fixated intently on the wristband adorning the Tang Sect member, his eyes shimmering with both greed and apprehension. He realized that his so-called declaration of soul tool glory paled in comparison to the novel technology exhibited by the Tang Sect. It was truly a mere jest. In the Divine Realm, at the Sea Goddess Temple, a vast water screen vividly displayed the events transpiring in Star Plaza. For the first time, Tang Sen furrowed his brow, deeply troubled. He too found himself at a loss. With his godly insight, he could not fathom how such an enigmatic tactical system could emerge from a realm where soul tool technology was still in its infancy. This was not the power one would expect from mere mortals. Anticipation? No. Even a spirit master specializing in mental arts could not achieve such precision with such effortless grace. Tang San's gaze ultimately settled upon Lin Feng. This individual, whom he had always perceived as merely a clever variable, seemed to be advancing towards an unpredictable and uncontrollable direction with reckless fervor. The Eye of Insight, a system? He murmured, for the first time feeling a twinge of doubt about his carefully laid plans. He sensed that the intricate web of fate he had woven was being breached by an unseen force, and this breach was expanding at an unimaginable pace. Chapter 55, The True Power. Wang Dong's Quest for Truth. The shockwaves from the Tang Sect's debut reverberated like a violent earthquake, the aftershocks lingering long after. That evening, within the resting area of the Tang Sect at Shrek Academy's Inn, the atmosphere stood in stark contrast to the external clamor, exuding an unusual tranquility. A resounding victory had not led the team members to hubris. Huo Yuhao, Xiao Xiao, and others sat together, analyzing the day's match with fervor. The Insight Eye terminals on their wrists had been activated, and a series of pale blue data streams intertwined in the air before them, weaving intricate dynamic models that precisely restored every detail of the match. According to the data replay, My evasive maneuver at 2 minutes and 13 seconds had an excessive deviation of 0.3 degrees, resulting in a 0.2 increase in soul force consumption. This mistake was avoidable. Huo Yuhao pointed to a node within the model, his expression grave as he engaged in self-reflection. My issue is more significant, Xiao Xiao remarked, furrowing her brow. Upon receiving the coordinated attack command, my mental strength experienced a delay of 0.5 seconds, although it did not affect the final outcome. It could prove fatal when facing formidable opponents. This method of review, which seemed implausible to outsiders, had become second nature to them. Lin Feng sat quietly to the side, refraining from participating in the discussion, simply smiling as he observed the proceedings. His aim was not merely to forge a powerful team, but to cultivate a learning organization adept at harnessing information and data for continuous self-evolution and iteration. Today's match was merely the first unveiling of this system's prowess to the world. Wang Dong did not partake in the review. She sat alone in a corner, her delicate pink eyes shimmering with complex emotions. At times, she glanced at the exquisite wrist guard on her arm, and at others, she directed her gaze toward Lin Feng, the architect of it all. The impact of the day's match on her was far more profound than anyone else's. It was a wondrous sensation. When she donned the inside eye and connected her mental strength to the system network, the entire world transformed. Every movement of the opponent's soul force, every intent to attack, manifested as clear lines of code, displayed in advance within her vision. She no longer relied on instinct and experience for judgment, but instead executed the most precise evasions and counterattacks based on the optimal solutions provided by the system. It felt as though she had awakened to a divine perspective. Powerful, unprecedentedly powerful. Yet, simultaneously, a deeper confusion arose from within. Is this what you refer to as reality? At some point, Lin Feng approached her with a cup of steaming tea and sat beside her. Wang Dong's delicate frame trembled slightly as she raised her head. Her complex gaze meeting Lin Feng's eyes, deep and starry like the night sky. I do not understand, she whispered, her voice tinged with bewilderment. This power is formidable. So powerful it feels unreal. We even defeated a Soul King team effortlessly without employing our martial souls. Is this truly our strength? This question struck at the heart of the matter. Upon hearing her, Lin Feng did not refute but instead nodded in approval. The fact that you can pose this question indicates that you are not deceived by power itself, which is commendable. He handed the warm tea to Wang Dong and slowly said, let me pose a question to you in return. What do you believe constitutes true power? Is it the innate strength of a formidable martial soul? The formidable soul force earned through rigorous training? Or is it the potent soul skills? Wang Dong found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Are these not true? In the traditional understanding of Dolua continent, this is the criterion by which a soul master's strength is measured. Lin Feng discerned her confusion and continued to guide her. The martial soul is the inheritance of bloodline. Soul power is the accumulation of energy. And soul skills are the methods of energy application. These are merely different manifestations of power. However, none of them define the essence of power. So what is the essence? Wang Dong could not help but inquire. It is cognition. Lin Feng's response was simple yet profound. It reflects the depth of your understanding of this world and of power itself. He gestured towards the data models that Huo Yuhao and the others were reviewing. In terms of cognition, they had already surpassed Sanghui Academy. What they perceived was a battlefield composed of data and information, one that could be calculated and predicted. In contrast, Sanghui Academy still viewed it as a chaotic and vague battlefield dominated by soul skills and brute force. When a generational gap in cognition occurs, what is termed as battle becomes a one-sided massacre. This is the true power bestowed upon us by the eye of insight, the elevation of cognition. We did not employ martial souls because, in this battle, the power of that dimension is no longer the optimal solution. A lower-dimensional information warfare is sufficient for an effortless victory. Why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? Lin Feng's words struck Wang Dong like a bolt of lightning, clearing the fog in her mind. Cognition. So this is what he had been trying to convey to her all along. He was neither dismissing the martial soul nor the cultivation of soul masters. Rather, he was redefining strength from a higher dimension. But what, then, is my cognition? Wang Dong murmured to herself. She recalled the deeply ingrained beliefs in her mind, those tenets about love and peace, about the triumph of justice. In the face of the harsh and real world that Lin Feng unveiled, they seemed so feeble, so false. Your cognition is what you are seeking. Lin Feng's gaze seemed to penetrate her heart. The common knowledge forcibly instilled in your mind is clashing violently with the reality you witness with your own eyes. This process will be painful, but it is also the necessary path to breaking free from shackles and discovering your true self. My heart raced. Do not fear to doubt. Wang Dong. Lin Feng's voice softened, yet carried an undeniable strength. Question everything you see, doubt everything you believe in, and even doubt yourself. When you begin to actively seek answers rather than passively accept the answers given to you, you embark on the path to truth. And this path is one that no one can traverse for you. You need a heart that seeks the way. A heart that seeks the way. These 4 words struck Wang Dong like a heavy hammer upon her heart. She looked at the man before her and for the first time felt a quality within him known as a mentor. He was like a guide, illuminating a beacon for her, lost in the dark forest. I understand now. For a long while, Wang Dong slowly raised her head. The confusion that once lingered in her beautiful powder blue eyes had vanished, replaced by an unprecedented sense of determination and clarity. Lin Feng, thank you. She stood up, no longer hesitating. and strode towards Huo Yuhao and the others, who were engaged in a debriefing. Wait a moment, regarding the recent collaborative attack, I have an idea. Observing her actively integrating into the team, Lin Feng's lips finally curled into a faint smile of gratification. The mental seal imposed by the God King, the most formidable barrier, was not the blockade of memory, but the confinement of perception. Now, this confinement had been breached by Wang Dong herself, who had opened a crack with her own hands. A new seed had been sown. Henceforth, let it take root and flourish on the grand stage of this competition. Chapter 56, The Eye of the Storm. A conspiracy against the Tang Sect. Shrek City, and indeed the entire spirit master world of Doloa continent, was engulfed in an unprecedented frenzy of public opinion following the Tang Sect's debut. The footage of that match spread like wildfire through various channels. Whether via the opulent crystal audiovisual soul guide devices of noble families or the most modest information bulletin boards on street corners, the scene that defied comprehension was replayed incessantly. The reserve team of the Royal Sun and Moon Academy, a group heralded as the future prodigies of soul guides, was manipulated with surgical precision under the unseen assaults of the Tang Sect, reduced to mere puppets until their eventual collapse. A dimensional strike. This is a revolution of the era. What unfathomable techniques does the Tang Sect possess? Praise surged forth like a tidal wave, and the reputation of the Tang Sect reached its zenith overnight. Those who had invested in Tang Sect bonds early on were grinning from ear to ear, as the bond prices tripled within a single day, yet remained scarce in the market. The Tang Sect had undeniably become the hottest dark horse of this competition, with some even beginning to draw comparisons to the legendary Shrek 7 monsters. However, beneath this fervent acclaim, a torrent of undercurrents was quietly converging. When a light shines too brightly, it inevitably attracts the hostility of those who wish to remain in the shadows. In the temporary conference room of the competition committee, the atmosphere was stifling, akin to a solid block of iron. This is unfair. An official clad in the attire of the Sun and Moon Empire slammed the table, his face ashen. The methods employed by the Tang Sect are not the combat style befitting a soul master. They have relied on external forces from beginning to end, which contradicts the very purpose of this competition. Beside him, an elder from the body sect nodded slowly, his gaze sinister. Indeed, the Soul Master competition is a test of martial souls, soul skills, soul rings, and the combat wisdom of the soul masters themselves. To fight relying on some form of external guidance, which we do not yet comprehend, is akin to cheating. The representatives of the Xinglua Empire and the Tianhun Empire remained silent, yet their grave expressions spoke volumes. The prophetic abilities exhibited by the Tang Sect had surpassed their comprehension. If such capabilities were employed on the battlefield, what a terrifying spectacle that would be. A military force capable of foreseeing all your strategies is simply invincible. This represents a profound upheaval of the existing power dynamics, posing a threat that all ancient hegemons cannot tolerate. A representative from Shrek Academy, an elder from the Sea God Pavilion, argued vehemently, what a farce. Do soul-guiding devices not count as external forces? Do medicinal elixirs not count as external forces? The Tang Sect employs a tactical system of their own design. Why should they be constrained? Is innovation a crime? Innovation? Sneered an official from the Empire of the Sun and Moon. That must occur within the confines of established rules. Their innovations have severely disrupted the balance of the competition. If left unchecked, what suspense will remain in the subsequent matches? We might as well award the championship to the Tang Sect outright. As the quarrel intensified, the elder's heart gradually sank. He understood that Shrek Academy was likely to succumb to the mounting pressure, for the Tang Sect was encroaching upon everyone's interests. Indeed, after several hours of heated debate, the competition committee hastily promulgated a supplementary rule under the pretext of maintaining fairness and the spirit of competition. The new regulation, though succinct, detonated like a powerful bomb, instantly igniting a firestorm in Shrek City. New regulation, to ensure the demonstration of independent combat capabilities among contestants, from the next round onwards. The transmission of any external information into the competition arena is prohibited. All participants are forbidden from wearing any soul-guiding devices that may be used to receive information during the competition. Upon the announcement, public sentiment reversed dramatically. Huh, I knew it. The Tang Sect is nothing but a cunning fraud. Now they've been exposed for what they truly are. There's no prophecy. It's just cheating from the sidelines. Truly a disgrace to the realm of soul masters. Oh no. The Tang Sect bonds I just purchased at a high price are about to plummet in value. The winds of change swept through the discourse with alarming rapidity. Previously hailed as a revolutionary force, the Tang Sect was now branded as deceitful tricksters. As the walls fell, the multitude turned against them. The higher they had been exalted, the harder they fell. Almost all public opinion shifted to a stance unfavorable to the Tang Sect. The prevailing belief was that, stripped of their miraculous foresight, this dark horse would scarcely qualify as even an ordinary steed. Within the lounge of the Royal Soul Master Academy of the Sun and Moon, a figure named Xiao Hongqian observed the news on the crystal screen, a smirk of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. Brother, it seems the Tang Sect has lost its chance. Beside him, Meng Hongqian gleefully remarked, such a dimensional strike is merely a display of petty cleverness. Xiao Hongqian shook his head, a glimmer of intellectual superiority evident in his gaze. No, you misunderstand. This precisely underscores their formidable nature. The mere fact that the committee and so many factions united to alter the rules specifically for them is, in itself, an honor. Unfortunately, their foundation remains too shallow. He paused, his eyes glinting with a light named arrogance. True power is unrestrained by any rules. The glory of soul-guiding devices will ultimately be defended by our empire of the sun and moon. The Tang Sect? Merely an intriguing stepping stone. In the eye of the storm, at the Tang Sect stronghold, the atmosphere was stifling, rendering one breathless. This was nothing short of a despicable ploy. Xiao Zhao's face flushed with indignation. It was apparent they were intimidated by us. They had deliberately crafted rules targeting us. How shameless. It was not merely shameless. It was an outright conspiracy. Su Sanshur wore an unprecedentedly grave expression. His usual sardonic smile long vanished. They aimed to nullify our greatest advantage, dragging us into the melee combat, where they excelled. Huo Yuhao clenched his fists tightly, his complexion somewhat pale. As the core operator of the Eye of Insight system, no one understood the impact of this new regulation on the Tang Sect better than him. The intelligence warfare system, designed by Lin Feng and implemented by him, had been rendered obsolete by a simple rule. It was akin to possessing cataclysmic nuclear weaponry, only to have the adversary alter the rules to prohibit the use of gunpowder. Frustration, powerlessness, and a hint of fear of the unknown enveloped them. All eyes inevitably converged on the figure seated calmly by the window. Seemingly untouched by the tempest outside, Lin Feng. He was meticulously polishing a semi-finished soul guide core, his expression focused, seemingly oblivious to the discussions around him. Brother Feng. Huo Yuhao's voice was somewhat hoarse, unable to suppress his inquiry. Is our Eye of Insight rendered useless? This question echoed the sentiments of all present. The air felt as though it had solidified. Finally, Lin Feng ceased his actions, lifting his gaze to survey the worried, angry, and bewildered expressions of the crowd. And suddenly smiled. That smile, light as a cloud, carried an air of profound insight. Useless? He placed the soul guide core on the table with a crisp sound, echoing in the hearts of everyone present. Who says it is of no use? Quite the contrary, Lin Feng stood up and approached the tactical analysis diagram, his eyes shimmering with a blend of wisdom and sharpness. When all believed our eyes were blinded, they had merely stepped into the true trap I had prepared for them. Chapter 57. The Method to Break the Deadlock. The internal circulation of the Eye of Insight. Lin Feng's words acted as a balm, instantly dispelling the shadows that loomed over the Tang Sect members' hearts. They gazed into Lin Feng's profound and confident eyes, and their restless spirits miraculously calmed. It was as if, with this man present, no monumental issue was insurmountable. Brother Feng, do you mean? Huo Yuhao's breath quickened as he seemed to grasp something, yet hesitated to confirm. Lin Feng approached him, patting his shoulder, and smiling as he elucidated. Yuhao, have you forgotten the original intent behind the design of the Eye of Insight system? It was never merely a one-way information receiver. He turned to the others, his voice clear and powerful. I anticipated this situation from the very beginning. When a technology exhibits the potential to overturn the tide of battle, it will inevitably attract regulatory constraints. This is a grand scheme, as well as the most instinctive reaction of all vested interests. Therefore, when I designed the Eye of Insight, I ensured it possessed a secondary operational mode. A secondary mode? Wang Dong inquired, her eyes widening in curiosity, utterly unaware of this aspect. Indeed, Lin Feng replied, snapping his fingers as a radiant glow illuminated the tactical analysis chart, revealing the core architecture of the Eye of Insight system. Observe, he said, pointing to an independent module. I refer to this as the internal cycle combat resource allocation mode. In the previous battle, we employed the external information access mode, where Yuhao, positioned outside, utilized mental scanning to oversee the battlefield, relaying optimized tactical commands to each of you in real time. The advantage of this mode lies in its comprehensive information and precise instructions. However, its glaring drawback is its dependence on external communication. Once constrained by regulations, it becomes incapacitated, as we see now. He shifted his tone, his eyes sparkling with intellect. However, the internal cycle mode is entirely different. In this mode, we no longer require Yuhao to command from the sidelines. Instead, we shall place him directly in the arena. What? Gasps of astonishment arose from the crowd, allowing Huo Yuhao to enter the fray. He is a control-type soul master, with the lowest soul power level in the team. Is this a jest? I understand your thoughts. Lin Feng seemed to penetrate their minds. Having Yuhao participate does not imply he will engage in direct confrontation. His role is far more crucial than any assault-type warrior. He will serve as the tactical server of our internal cycle strategy. Lin Feng's gaze shifted back to Huo Yuhao, imbued with a hint of scrutiny. Yuhao, do you recall the emphasis I placed on training your mental multitasking abilities? Huo Yuhao shuddered, instantaneously comprehending the implication. His eyes igniting with incredulity. Brother Feng, you mean for me to connect us all simultaneously on the competition field? Correct. Lin Feng nodded approvingly. The new regulations prohibit external information influx, yet they do not, and cannot, restrict internal communication among team members. Under the internal cycle mode, Yuhao will utilize his mental probing and sharing to fully integrate the 7 of you into a cohesive unit. He will become the brain of the team. Each of your positions, remaining soul power, opponent movements, and even your subsequent attack intentions will be calculated and shared in real time within his mental network. No longer will I need to issue commands from the sidelines, for each of you will become both executors and responders of the commands. Your combat will no longer consist of 7 independent individuals, but rather a super combat cluster with 7 attacking terminals. A thunderous revelation. If the previous Eye of Insight merely unveiled a battlefield map, then the current internal cycle mode is akin to installing a supercomputer equipped with a local area network and tactical capabilities directly within the team. Can this truly be achieved? Xiao Xiao murmured, grappling with a theory that had surpassed her imagination. Absolutely. The one responding to her was Huo Yuhao, his voice quivering slightly with excitement. Yet his gaze remained unwaveringly resolute. The theory of information entropy and mental strength that Feng had previously imparted to him was devised to address the interference issues encountered during multi-threaded connections. Given time to acclimate, he was certain he could succeed. Observing the rekindled fighting spirit among his comrades, Lin Feng's lips curled into a faint smile. However, he understood that mere theory was insufficient. This tactical approach, which I shall refer to as the computational strategy, demanded a more serious tone from Lin Feng. Its essence lay not in power or speed, but in calculation, analyzing each attack from the opponent and determining the optimal response for his team, all while minimizing expenditure to maximize results. This methodology imposed nearly rigorous demands on each individual's collaborative capability and execution. Any misstep in the process could precipitate the collapse of the entire tactical chain. Thus, from this moment until the next competition, your sole focus shall be on conducting high-intensity training sessions until you can transform this computational strategy into your instinctive combat response. Do you understand? Understood. The members of the Tang Sect thundered in unison, their voices resonating through the venue. All prior frustrations and anxieties transformed into boundless fighting spirit and a fervent desire for victory. They finally comprehended that what Lin Feng brought them was never a mere shortcut or cheat, but rather an entire avant-garde system of thought. Rules may confine tools, but they can never restrain the mind. While the outside world reveled in the misfortunes of the Tang Sect being reduced to their original state, they could scarcely fathom that a more profound and revolutionary combat transformation was quietly brewing within. Lin Feng gazed at his companions, now fully engaged in the simulation training room. His eyes imbued with depth. He approached the window, observing the bustling Shrek city outside, his heart tranquil. Afade of conspiracy, he mused softly. You believe this to be a constraint upon me, yet it is precisely what I desire. The external mode of insightful I is merely a temporary expedient, fostering a dependency within the team. Only when this system is truly internalized as their own strength will the fangs of the new Tang Sect be honed to their true sharpness. Thank you for creating an optimal pressure testing environment for my team, Lin Feng thought, a profound smile gracing his lips. The identities of hunter and prey are not determined by rules from the outset. Chapter 58, The Battle of Natural Counter? Absolute Defense of the Armored Sect. The second round of the tournament's draw ceremony drew widespread attention. When the name of the Tang Sect appeared on the drawing stage, the atmosphere in the venue seemed to freeze for a moment. Countless gazes converged, filled with scrutiny, curiosity, and unabashed glee at their plight. Look, it's the Tang Sect. I wonder who their opponent will be this time. Who else could it be? Regardless, without that seemingly cheating command system, they would surely revert to their original state. I am quite curious to see just how badly they will lose. The grandeur of the previous victory contrasts starkly with the impending defeat that looms ahead. Whispers buzz like flies, filled with anticipation for the impending judgment of the Tang Sect. The officiant responsible for the drawing of lots seems to relish prolonging the suspense, methodically extracting a slip from the urn, raising it high, and dramatically announcing, the opponent for the Tang Sect's second round is. He deliberately elongates his tone, stirring the curiosity of the crowd to a fever pitch, before pausing abruptly to reveal the name that sends shockwaves through the assembly. Xiangjia Sect Academy. A cacophony erupts in the venue. What? Xiangjia Sect? Surely I must be mistaken. Good heavens. This is nothing short of divine retribution. Ha ha. Now we have a spectacle to behold. The Tang Sect has truly encountered an insurmountable obstacle. Nay, a mountain. Incredible. Such is the cycle of fate. In the previous round, the Tang Sect cunningly outmaneuvered the Sun and Moon Academy. But now they must confront the continent's most formidable bastion of defense. One that fears no tricks. In the audience, the leading teachers and team members from various academies cast sympathetic, if not pitying, glances towards the Tang Sect's resting area. If there exists a team that the Tang Sect most dreads facing, it is unequivocally Xiangjia Sect Academy, one of the 7 great sects. Xiangjia is renowned for its unparalleled defensive strength. Its core ancestral martial soul, the Diamond Mammoth, is hailed as the finest defensive beast martial soul on the continent. The practitioners of this sect appear to possess minds as fortified as their bodies, adhering to a singular doctrine. As long as my defense is impenetrable, you shall never triumph over me. The Xiangjia Sect Academy embodies this philosophy to its utmost. Their 7 members are all defense-type soul masters, each equipped with the Diamond Mammoth martial soul. When these 7 human fortresses unite, their defensive line is said to withstand even the 9th soul skill of a title de law. Such a team is the very nightmare of all technique-oriented and agile attack teams. No matter how exquisite your attack or how swift your movements, striking them feels akin to mere scratching, utterly futile. And what of the Tang Sect? In everyone's perception, the Tang Sect is a technique-focused team that thrives on information disparity and intricate coordination. They lack a definitive powerhouse and explosive force. Now, their lifeline, the advantage of information, has been nullified by the rules, and they must confront a team that is impervious to all techniques, one that solely measures raw strength against them, the Iron Tortoise team. It is as though an assassin has been confined within an impenetrable iron chamber to duel a titan clad in 3 layers of heavy armor. By all accounts, it appears to be a deadlock. It's over. This is utterly disastrous. In the VIP section, a wealthy investor who recently backed the Tang Sect pales, nearly losing grip on his wine glass. It seems the legend of this dark horse has reached its conclusion. Another individual shakes their head in lament. Even the leading teachers from Shrek Academy wear furrowed brows, their expressions heavy with concern. They are acutely aware of the formidable nature of the Xiangjia sect. Even the elite members of Shrek would require considerable effort to confront them, and a moment's carelessness could lead to their utter exhaustion. But what of Tang Min? In the lounge of the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Master Academy, Xiao Hongqian, upon witnessing the draw results, was momentarily taken aback before erupting into laughter. How amusing. Truly amusing. He clapped lightly, initially intending to crush them himself, yet someone else has taken on that task for us. Let us witness the expressions of utter despair that will grace their faces when the schemes of these clever individuals fall utterly to ruin. Meng Hongqian unabashedly reveled in the prospect. They deserve it. After their arrogance in the previous match, brother, how many minutes do you think they can withstand the unyielding defense of the Xiangjia sect? Minutes? Xiao Hongqian scoffed, shaking his head disdainfully. I wager they won't even breach their defenses. In that moment, it felt as though the entire world stood in opposition to Tang Min. All gazes and discussions coalesced into an invisible net, ensnaring Tang Min, upon which were inscribed 2 words, despair. In the Tang Min lounge, the atmosphere starkly contrasted with the external clamor, possessing an eerie tranquility. Xiao Xiao and Zhang Nanan's faces paled, clearly intimidated by the Xiangjia sect's formidable reputation. Su Sancher and Bei Bei wore solemn expressions, well aware of the terrifying strength of the 7 mammoths when united. Yet, a few remained unperturbed. Huo Yuhao closed his eyes, seemingly calibrating his mental energy. Wang Dong observed the distant figures of the Xiangjia sect, towering like iron towers, with curiosity. Lin Feng, however, did not even lift his eyelids, continuing to scribble on his tactical board, as if the opponents drawn were mere inconsequential figures. Coughing, Bei Bei could no longer contain himself and broke the silence. Junior brother, this Xiangjia sect poses quite a challenge. A challenge? Lin Feng finally paused his writing, lifting his head with a hint of playful amusement on his face. Senior brother, what do you find challenging about them? Their defense is excessively strong, Su Sancher interjected gravely. We lack a powerful attacker capable of delivering a decisive blow. Once we are drawn into a war of attrition, it would be highly unfavorable for us. My Xinming replacement can disrupt their formation, but with the 7 of them standing together, they function as a cohesive whole, making it difficult to find a breakthrough. Lin Feng nodded, seemingly unsurprised by this assessment. Rising, he approached the group, his gaze sweeping across each face. You are all correct. By conventional tactics, our chances of victory are virtually non-existent. He shifted his tone, a glint of sharpness igniting in his eyes. But who told you that we must adhere to conventional tactics? Lin Feng moved to the tactical board, where he had drawn 7 dots representing the Xiangjia sect members, forming an impenetrable formation. Look, what is the essence of the Xiangjia sect's absolute defense? Without waiting for a response, he answered his own question. It is unity. They interconnected the soul power, defensive soul skills, and even the bodies of 7 individuals into a cohesive entity, forming a shell that was both energetic and physical. To breach this shell using sheer brute force would be the most foolish approach. The correct strategy lies in deconstructing it. Lin Feng took up his pen and inscribed several precise red arrows upon the impenetrable formation, indicating several seemingly inconsequential nodes within the array. The essence of a calculative offensive strategy is to identify and exploit the system's vulnerabilities. No matter how formidable the defense of the Elephant Armor sect may be, it is still composed of 7 distinct individuals, and as human beings, they must possess limits and weaknesses. Our mission is not to shatter their shell, but rather to initiate an internal collapse through precise, continuous, and high-intensity coordinated attacks. What I require of you is to transform each of your strikes into a mathematical equation aimed at deconstructing this turtle shell. Lin Feng's voice, though not loud, resonated with a persuasive charm. The members of the Tang Sect gazed upon the intricate sequence of attacks and energy conduction analysis displayed on the tactical board, their expressions gradually shifting. Fear and apprehension began to wane, replaced by a burgeoning excitement. Could combat truly unfold in such a manner? What seemed to be an impenetrable absolute defense was, in Lin Feng's eyes, merely a mathematical problem to be calculated and dismantled. A revolutionary thought arose simultaneously in everyone's minds. Perhaps, the outcome of this battle, which appeared to be a foregone conclusion to the entire world, would diverge entirely from their expectations. Chapter 59, Deconstructing Myths. Calculative Coordinated Assault. The match commenced. With the referee's command, the atmosphere within the Star Doe Great Forest competition area ignited instantly. However, contrary to the audience's anticipation of fierce clashes, the situation on the field presented an eerie stillness. The 7 members of the Elephant Armor sect unleashed their martial souls simultaneously. The Diamond Mammoth. Roar. 7 deep. Thunderous roars converged, manifesting as a visible, earthy sound wave that swept across the arena. 7 towering illusions of elephants, each 5 meters tall, emerged behind them, their immense forms exuding an unparalleled sense of power and pressure. Without a moment's hesitation, they swiftly converged to form an impenetrable circular shield formation. The captain, Huyen Li, bellowed, and the first and third soul rings simultaneously shone, enveloping the 7 with a heavy, wall-like, earthy light shield. further protected by a layer of crystalline sheen that shimmered like diamonds. First soul skill, unmovable as a mountain. Third soul skill, indestructible. With these two formidable defensive soul skills layered and jointly activated by 7 soul king-level powerhouses of the same lineage, an indomitable aura enveloped the arena, leaving all onlookers breathless. Here it comes. The Iron Wall battle array of the Elephant Armor Sect. This defense was utterly flawless. How would the Tang Sect strike? All eyes turned toward the Tang Sect. The 7 members of the Tang Sect did not charge recklessly like headless flies. Instead, they swiftly distanced themselves, forming a seemingly loose yet intricately strategic formation that encircled the Xianjia sect. At the heart of this formation stood Huo Yuhao, the one whom everyone believed should not be present. With his eyes tightly shut and the eye of destiny subtly activated on his forehead, a barely perceptible wave of mental energy enveloped all his teammates in an instant. The mental link has been established. Internal combat resource allocation mode activated. Commencing data modeling, target, Iron Wall formation. In that fleeting moment, a calm and clear voice, foreign yet authoritative, resonated within the minds of all Tang Sect members. Subsequently, a vividly detailed three-dimensional tactical diagram, constructed from mental energy, unfolded within their consciousness. In this diagram, luminous points representing both allies and foes flickered in real time, with 7 faint blue data chains connecting the members of the Tang Sect. At their center, the luminous point representing Huo Yuhao pulsed with astonishing speed, processing an overwhelming amount of information. First round, probing attack. Lin Feng's voice echoed in their minds. Yet this time, he merely offered a suggestion. The true command emanated from Huo Yuhao's supercomputer. Command issued. Wang Dong, azimuth angle 37 degrees, target. Enemy formation position 3, knee joint. Attack mode, butterfly goddess light. 30% soul power. A glimmer of understanding flashed in Wang Dong's eyes, and almost instantaneously upon the command's issuance, the wings of the goddess of light behind her flared, unleashing a resplendent blue-golden blade of light that sliced precisely towards the designated target. Clang. A crisp sound resonated as the butterfly goddess light struck the ochre shield, merely stirring a negligible ripple before dissipating into nothingness. Ha! Useless. Hu Yanli's boisterous laughter echoed. Such an attack is no more than a tickle to us. The crowd outside jeered in disbelief. What is going on? Is that it? I expected the Tang Sect to possess some grand strategy, yet it is merely a gentle scratch. However, the faces of the Tang Sect members bore no trace of disappointment. For at the very moment Wang Dong launched her attack, Huo Yuhao's voice resonated once more. Data collection complete. Defense feedback at position 3, knee joint. Energy structure strength 72. Physical resistance 85. Energy conduction efficiency 0, 3 seconds. Command issued. Xiao Xiao, azimuth angle 125 degrees, target. Enemy formation position 5, left shoulder. Attack mode, 3 lives soul calming cauldron, shockwave. Without hesitation, Xiao Xiao unleashed the 3 lives soul calming cauldron, which split into 3 in midair, descending in a triangular formation towards the specified location. Boom. A dull thud echoed, yet the defense array of the Xianjia sect remained steadfast as a mountain. Data collection complete. Defense feedback at position 5, left shoulder. Command issued. Su Sanshur, azimuth angle 210 degrees, target. In the ensuing seconds, an extraordinarily peculiar scene unfolded on the battlefield. The members of the Tang Sect, akin to the most sophisticated of machines, commenced a series of seemingly unrelated and feeble assaults on various positions of the Iron Wall formation. Each strike was initiated by Huo Yuhao's precise commands, which were instantaneously followed by the collection of feedback data. Wang Dong's light blade, Xiao Zhao's quaking cauldron, Su Sanchi's mystic turtle shell, and Zhang Nanin's flexible bone lock. All these attacks, upon colliding with the defenses of the Elephant Armor Sect, elicited ripples scarcely more significant than raindrops upon a lake's surface. The jeers from the sidelines grew increasingly pronounced. I could not comprehend the situation, yet I was profoundly shaken. What was Tang Sect attempting? Were they collectively engaging in a futile exercise? How amusing. Was this their so-called method to break the impasse? I had anticipated something far more formidable. The members of the Elephant Armor Sect appeared to be on the verge of dozing off. Even the dignitaries in the VIP section wore expressions of bewilderment. Only in the Shrek Academy's resting area did the murky eyes of Elder Xian flicker with a glint of uncertain intrigue. Something is amiss, he murmured. This is not a mere ineffective assault. They are measuring? On the competition stage, Hu Yanli's earlier mockery gradually faded, replaced by a tinge of unease. Although the opponent's attacks were harmless, the experience felt exceedingly strange. Each strike landed at a different location, with varying force, attributes, and angles. It was as though a master blacksmith were meticulously hammering away at your armor with a tiny mallet, testing the strength and connection points of each plate. He was unaware of the opponent's intentions, yet this enigmatic strategy instinctively instilled a sense of danger within him. At that moment, Huo Yuhao, who had been in deep contemplation, suddenly opened his eyes wide. What a pair of eyes they were. The golden light seemed to coalesce into substance, as countless enigmatic data streams flashed rapidly within the depths of his pupils. Data modeling complete. Energy structure diagram of the Iron Wall formation generated. Structural weaknesses detected. 3. Energy conduction nodes found. 12. Optimal deconstruction plan being calculated. Computation complete. Phase 2. Deconstruction commencing. Huo Yuhao's voice took on a chilling, machine-like quality for the first time. Attention everyone. Initiating coordinated attack sequence. BB, Thunder Dragon Claw. Target, Node 7. Soul Power Output, 70. Wang Dong, Butterfly God Slash. Target, Weakness 1. Soul Power Output, 100. Su Sanshur, Mystic Turtle Shock. Target, Node 3. Soul Power Output, 50. In an instant, 3 commands were issued simultaneously. BB, Wang Dong, and Su Sanshur, as if they had rehearsed this countless times, executed their attacks without hesitation. Roar. BB's blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex spirit erupted forth, its dragon claw, shimmering with lightning, no longer targeting the surface of the protective shield, but instead, with an exceptionally cunning angle. It viciously grasped the ankle of a member to Huyen Li's left. There, precisely at the 7th node calculated by Huo Yuhao, the entire battle formation's soul power flowed seamlessly. Almost simultaneously, Wang Dong made her move. She transformed into a streak of light, her wings folding together, merging with the butterfly god to become a colossal golden sword that soared with unyielding momentum, striking towards the shield connection of a team member on the right side of Huyen Li. That was the most vulnerable point of the entire defensive formation. Meanwhile, Su Sanshur did not attack. Instead, he forcefully slammed the Xianming turtle shell shield onto the ground. Boom! An invisible shockwave rippled across the surface, precisely disrupting another team member's rhythm as he channeled soul power towards the core of the formation. The timing, positioning, and force of the 3 attacks were exquisitely orchestrated. Crack! A barely audible, yet crystal clear shattering sound resonated in the ears of all Tang Sect members. For the first time, a faint crack appeared on the seemingly indestructible earthen wall of the Elephant Armor Sect's formation. Although the crack was fleeting, Huyen Li's complexion turned ashen in an instant. He sensed it. Just a moment ago, the soul power operation of the entire formation had momentarily stagnated. This is bad. Alarm bells rang in his mind. However, the Tang Sect's assault was only just beginning. Second sequence. Jiang Nan, Soft Bone Lock. Target Node 2-9. Xiao Xiao, Shock of the Cauldron. Target Weakness 2. Just as one wave subsided, another surged forth. The members of the Elephant Armor Sect experienced their first taste of chaos. The Tang Sect's attacks were no longer the previous tentative probes, but had transformed into an extremely sharp and precise onslaught. Each strike targeted their most uncomfortable and awkward points. It was as if a martial arts master was being precisely struck at every acupoint by an ordinary person. Although each individual attack was not lethal, the sensation of disrupted meridians and internal energy imbalance nearly drove them to the brink of vomiting blood. Steady, everyone, hold your ground. Huyen Li roared frantically, channeling his soul power to restore the formation's operation. But it was too late. When every flaw is clearly marked by a supercomputer, your defeat has already entered the countdown. Final sequence. All members. Target. Core Weakness 3. Attack Mode. Saturation. Energy Resonance. Huo Yuhao's voice resonated like the final judgment. In that moment, the 7 members of the Tang Sect moved in unison. They no longer fought individually. Instead, they directed their soul power towards a single point, following the specific frequency and trajectory calculated by Huo Yuhao. That point was the very heart of the Iron Wall formation, the core of all energy flow. 7 soul power attacks, each with a different attribute, yet astonishingly harmonious in frequency, converged together. There was no earth-shattering explosion. Only a sound, reminiscent of shattering glass, echoed softly. Snap! Amidst the incredulous gazes of the audience, the colossal luminous shield, renowned for its absolute defense, shattered like the tranquil surface of a lake disturbed by a stone, sending forth violent ripples. Subsequently, from the core point of the assault, web-like fissures spread uncontrollably. 1 second, 2 seconds boom. The myth crumbled. Chapter 60, The Power of Fusion. The ultimate strike that shattered the turtle shell. A profound silence enveloped the arena. Everyone seemed ensnared in a spell, staring blankly at the soil-toned light shield, which crumbled into fragments like shattered glass, their minds a void. It shattered? The so-called absolute defense. A bastion so formidable that even the titled Doloa found it challenging to shake, was reduced to ruins? There was no earth-shattering collision, no cataclysmic soul technique. Everything transpired so subtly, yet resonated with profound shock. At that moment of breach, the 7 members of the Elephant Armor Sect suffered grievous injuries, simultaneously spitting blood. Their faces paling instantaneously. Their breaths were intertwined. They shared triumph and loss alike. This is impossible. Captain Huyen Li's eyes turned crimson, fixated on the Tang Sect members. His gaze filled with humiliation and disbelief. He could not comprehend. The absolute defense, a legacy of his sect for a millennium. Why had it succumbed in such a humiliating and dismembered manner? There is nothing impossible. A calm voice, through the spiritual connection of Huo Yuhao, resonated clearly within his mind. It was Lin Feng. Your absolute defense is riddled with flaws before my calculations. You, Huyen Li, in a fit of frustration, attempted to retort but coughed forth another mouthful of blood. Outside the arena, the audience finally emerged from their shock, erupting in a thunderous wave of astonishment. My heavens, what have I witnessed? A miracle? The Tang Sect, they truly breached the defenses of the Elephant Armor Sect. How did they accomplish this? It is utterly unfathomable. This was not a battle. It was a precise, surgical operation. All previous derisions and doubts transformed into scorching slaps, striking their own faces. They finally grasped the magnitude of their error. The Tang Sect has never been a band of opportunistic deceivers. They are revolutionaries. pioneers who wield wisdom and technology to upend the traditional perceptions of the Soul Master realm. In the VIP section, Elder Qian abruptly rose from his seat, his aged eyes igniting with unprecedented brilliance as he fixed his gaze intently upon the youth at the center of the arena, Huo Yuhao, who appeared to be in complete command of the situation. No, he was not merely observing Huo Yuhao. He was perceiving through him the true mastermind. The soul of this team, Lin Feng. What a remarkable young man. What an extraordinary Lin Feng. Elder Qian's voice quivered with excitement. This transcended mere tactics. This was the art of war. However, on the battlefield, the fight is far from over. With a primal roar, the enraged Huyan Li unleashed a beastly growl. He understood that in conventional combat, they had faced defeat. Yet, within the lexicon of the elephant-armored sect, the concept of surrender does not exist. Even in death, they shall gnaw a piece of flesh from their adversaries. A flicker of resolute determination flashed in his eyes as he exchanged glances with his 6 comrades, each recognizing the madness mirrored in the other's gaze. The martial soul fusion technique erupted forth as the 7 roared in unison, channeling their remaining soul power unreservedly into Huyan Li's being. The earth-shaking mammoth. Boom. A surge of overwhelming, savage, and ferocious energy ascended from Huyan Li, far surpassing anything witnessed before. His body expanded at a visible pace, diamond-like patterns emerging upon his skin, while the colossal phantom of the mammoth solidified behind him, as if it were truly descending from the primordial chaos of ancient times. A despairing oppressive force enveloped the entire arena. It was the martial soul fusion technique, the trump card of the elephant-armored sect, the fusion technique of 7 souls united. Tang Sect was in peril. Their defenses shattered. They could not withstand this strike. The audience, who had just cheered for Tang Sect, found their hearts lodged in their throats once more. Faced with this cataclysmic might, the members of Tang Sect altered their expressions significantly. Alert. Detection of super high energy response. Opponent's energy level assessed. Soul Sage. Our standard defenses are insufficient. Repeat, insufficient. Huo Yuhao's urgent voice resonated within everyone's minds. A dire predicament. A true deadlock. Yet, at this critical juncture, Lin Feng's voice remained calm, devoid of any tremor. So, you finally decided to unleash it. Very well. It saves me the trouble. Yuhao, switch to the final plan. Unleash the power of fusion. Lift the restrictions. Receive. Final plan. Power of fusion activated. Huo Yuhao's voice turned cold and precise once more. In the next instant, a remarkably intricate diagram of soul power circulation appeared in the minds of all Tang Sect members. This was a blueprint designed to completely amalgamate the soul powers of the 7 of them into a singular force. This is. Bei felt an explosion of ecstasy in his eyes as he perceived the profound diagram in his mind. Was this not the ultimate battle strategy he had always yearned for, one that could consolidate everyone's strength into a single point? Do not lose focus. Follow the diagram. Guide the soul power. Lin Feng's voice resonated like the rhythmic tolling of a bell, striking each heart. Yes, the 7 members of Tang Sect, devoid of any hesitation, synchronized their efforts and transmitted their soul power without reservation. Yet this time, the culmination of their soul power was not directed towards Huo Yuhao or Lin Feng, but rather towards Bei, the one possessing the mightiest explosive martial soul within the team. Buzz. Bei's form was instantly enveloped in a resplendent array of colors. It was the radiant power of Wang Dong, the ultimate ice of Huo Yuhao, the mysterious water force of Su Sanshi, the suppressive might of Xiao Xiao, the pliant strength of Jiang Nan, and the extraordinary soul power of Lin Feng, imbued with the essence of truth. 7 distinctly unique powers, harmoniously fused with Bei's own thunderous might, in a manner that could only be described as sublime, under the precise calculations and orchestration of the Eye of Insight. A thunderous roar echoed, a dragon's cry that resonated through the ages, emanating from Bei's mouth. The ethereal silhouette of the blue lightning tyrant dragon behind him surged to an astounding height of several dozen meters. It was no longer merely blue lightning. It transformed into a divine dragon, entwined with frost, ablaze with light, and shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors. An aura of terror, rivaling that of the tyrant mammoth, erupted from Bei with ferocious intensity. What was this? The audience was utterly numb. The impact of this match overwhelmed them more than the cumulative experiences of the past several decades, centered around one individual. The fusion of the entire team's strength transcended the realm of spirit fusion techniques, surpassing them entirely. Elder Qian murmured in disbelief, pondering how this young man accomplished such a feat within the arena. 2 forces of annihilation reached their zenith. Perish. The tyrant mammoth, manifested from Huyan Li, advanced with heavy steps, like a moving mountain, exuding a momentum capable of crushing all in its path. Meanwhile, Bei's eyes sparkled with dazzling lightning as he slowly raised his right claw. That dragon claw was completely enveloped in iridescent scales, each heartbeat summoning thunder from the heavens. With this strike, Bei's voice resonated through the skies, declaring, Tang Men. He swung his claw. There were no extravagant effects, no earth-shattering sounds, only a streak of colorful light, seemingly tearing through the boundaries of space and time, gently collided with the immense tyrant mammoth. In that moment, time appeared to stand still. 1 second, 2 seconds. A soft crack echoed. A minute fissure appeared on the colossal body of the tyrant mammoth, originating from the point of contact with the 7-colored light. This crack swiftly spread across its form like a spider's web. Boom. in Huo Li's despairing yet defiant gaze. His pride in the strongest trump card of the Tang Sect melted away like snow under the sun, shattering into countless fragments. The immense body disintegrated into a myriad of luminous specks, dissipating into nothingness. Huo Li and his 6 teammates were sent flying like kites with severed strings, crashing heavily to the ground, unconscious. The arena fell into a profound silence. Only Bei remained, slowly retracting his dragon claw, still striking the pose of an invincible war god. The referee stood in stunned silence for a moment before finally regaining composure. With a trembling voice, he announced the astonishing result that shattered everyone's perceptions. Tang Min had triumphed in this match. In that instant, a thunderous cheer erupted, breaking through the heavens. Tang Min, with an indisputable victory, declared to the world that their success was not born of any underhanded tactics, but rather the exquisite amalgamation of strength and technology. Chapter 61, A Divine Warning. The Empire of the Sun and Moon trembles. Night fell upon Starry City, in the exclusive resting area for competitors. Unlike the external clamor and fervor, the atmosphere within the Royal Soul Master Academy of the Empire of the Sun and Moon was oppressive. Akin to the depths of the ocean, an invisible low pressure pervaded the air, rendering each breath laborious. In the center of the room, a colossal soul-guided screen incessantly replayed the footage of the same match, Tang Min versus the Elephant Arm Sect. The image repeatedly froze at the moment when Bei unleashed the Dragon Emperor's Exorcism Fist, a culmination of the team's collective power, shattering the barriers of celestial defense. Even through the screen, the scene exuded an unsettling sense of oppression. However, what truly rendered everyone present speechless was not the violent beauty of that final strike, but rather the preceding 10-minute deconstruction that defied belief. With a sharp sound, Mr. Ma, the leading instructor of the Sun and Moon Academy and a renowned 8th-level soul master, pressed the pause button. His typically impassive face was now etched with gravity, even tinged with incredulous amazement. His gaze swept over his 2 most esteemed disciples, Xiao Hongchen and Meng Hongchen. Xiao Hongchen, once hailed as the brightest young talent of the Empire of the Sun and Moon, was now fixated on the screen. His handsome visage drained of color. His lips quivered slightly, his eyes reflecting a profound shock and confusion, utterly upended from his previous understanding. Everything he had prided himself on appeared laughable and primitive in the face of Tang Min's tactical system. Do you comprehend? Mr. Ma's voice was hoarse and low, shattering the silence. Xiao Hongchen did not respond, seemingly oblivious to the question. His mind was still reeling, replaying every detail of the match, striving to grasp the extraordinary scenes that unfolded. Why did the Elephant Arm Sect's proud absolute defense crumble before Tang Min, like precisely measured paper, torn apart at its weakest connection? Why did every charge from Huo Yuhao seem to be deftly evaded or blocked by Tang Min with minimal cost and utmost precision? That was not combat. It was a public execution. It was a dimensional strike of a higher civilization against a lower one. Brother, Meng Hongchen gently tugged at her brother's sleeve, her complexion equally as pale. Unlike Xiao Hongchen's technical shock, she felt a chilling fear emanating from the depths of her soul. The movements of the 7 members of Tang Min were precise, efficient, and calm, as if they were a singular entity. Between them, there was scarcely any verbal communication. All tactical intentions were instantaneously conveyed through an invisible network. Each individual's positioning, each release of soul technique, resembled the optimal solutions meticulously calculated by an unseen supercomputer. In that battle, there was no visible passion, no fervor, and even the randomness inherent to humanity was absent. Only cold calculations and absolute execution prevailed. They appeared less like humans. Dream Red murmured in barely audible tones, akin to a cohort of machines donned in human guise. This statement struck like a bolt of lightning, cleaving through the chaos in Laughing Red Dust's mind. Machines, he muttered, dazedly repeating the word, as terror ignited in his eyes. I understand. I finally comprehend. He abruptly raised his gaze to Master Ma, his voice sharp with excitement. Teacher, it is the system. They have constructed a system. Master Ma slowly nodded, a hint of bittersweet admiration flickering in his eyes. Indeed, it is a system. A tactical framework that integrates 7 independent soul masters into a singular super combat unit. He gestured to the soul guiding screen, revealing a close-up of the monocles worn by the Tang Sect members. The crux of the matter lies here. Master Ma pointed at the seemingly unremarkable lens. I have studied this countless times and can assert with certainty that it is no mere communication or auxiliary aiming device. It is a terminal, a node of data interaction. Taking a deep breath, he articulated his earth-shattering hypothesis in a near dreamlike tone. The Tang Sect, or rather the boy named Lin Feng, has accomplished what all soul masters yearn for but deem impossible. He has digitized combat. Digitized? Both Laughing Red Dust and Dream Red Dust exclaimed in unison. Indeed, a tremor laced Master Ma's voice. Within that system, the position of each Tang Sect member, the remaining soul power, the cooldown of soul techniques, their physical condition, even the tiniest facial expressions of their opponents, the quivering of muscles, and the flow of soul power, all transformed into quantifiable data streams. And that Huo Yuhao, his main spirit, the Spirit Eye, serves as the central processing unit of this system. He is responsible for receiving and processing all data, instantaneously calculating the optimal counter-strategy and disseminating instructions to each member through those terminals. Thus, what we observe is not the battle of 7 individuals, but the flawless performance of a super entity. This elucidates why their coordination is seamless and how they can anticipate every move of the enemy. In their realm, combat has morphed into a mathematical equation. Boom. Master Ma's explanation resonated like a thunderclap in the minds of Laughing Red Dust and Dream Red Dust. They finally grasped the source of that dissonance. It turned out that what they regarded as the glory of the soul-guiding device was utterly trivial in the face of the Tang Sect system, which transforms humanity itself into precise computational units. In that moment, Laughing Red Dust's pride was utterly shattered. He recalled his disdain for the Tang Sect prior to the competition, and the arrogant declaration of his soul guide as the future, feeling an intense heat flush across his face. His defeat was not unjust. The proud soul guide technology of the Sun Moon Empire, in the face of Lin Feng's constructed information warfare system, resembled a primitive spear wielded by cavemen against a transcendent laser cannon. Was this system truly insurmountable? A hint of despair tinged Meng Hongchen's voice. No. Master Ma shook his head, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. Every system has its limits. While this tactical system is formidable, its weaknesses are equally apparent. He pointed to Huo Yuhao at the center of the screen. First, it is heavily reliant on performance. Should Huo Yuhao's mental energy be disrupted or forcibly interrupted, the entire system will collapse in an instant. Second, any calculation requires time. Processing any information demands computational power. The offensive patterns of the Elephant Armor Sect are relatively straightforward, allowing Huo Yuhao to manage them with ease. But what if he faced attacks potent enough to push his computational limits to the brink, even to overload? A frenzied and perilous light flickered in Master Ma's eyes. For instance, an indiscriminate, relentless barrage of flame attacks. Before his words could settle, there was a knock on the lounge door. A staff member entered, presenting the latest battle roster. Master Ma took it, his gaze landing on the next opponent for the Tang Sect, his pupils suddenly constricting. Round 13. Shrek Tang Sect vs. Blaze Academy. Blaze Academy, renowned for its team of fire attribute assault soul masters, had but one tactical approach: Solar Storm. With the most ferocious and unreasonable flames, they transformed the arena into a sea of fire. Was this mere coincidence? Master Ma slowly raised his head, as if he could pierce through walls to see the youth rewriting the tactical history of the continent. Meanwhile, in the Tang Sect's lounge, Lin Feng's fingers gently tapped the table as he gazed at the name of Blaze Academy on the battle roster, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. A saturation attack? You wish to induce my overload? He murmured softly, his eyes sparkling with wisdom and confidence. Just what I desire. It is time for a rigorous stress test of the system. Chapter 62. The Limit. A warning from the scorching sun. The Tang Sect's next opponent was Blaze Academy. As this news spread throughout Star Luo City, the attention of the entire continent was reignited. If the confrontation between the Tang Sect and the Elephant Armor Sect was a battle of whether calculations could overturn traditional understanding, then the clash between the Tang Sect and Blaze Academy was universally defined as the ultimate showdown between spear and shield. Blaze Academy, a team characterized by its distinct style. 7 members, all fire attribute assault soul masters, 5 of whom possessed top-tier fire martial souls, the Flame Demon. Their tactics were simple to the point of brutality, yet despairingly effective: the Solar Storm. This approach entirely forsook the precision of single-target attacks in pursuit of maximal area destruction. As the competition commenced, the 7 individuals unleashed their soul abilities simultaneously, transforming the entire arena into a fiery inferno, leaving their opponents with no opportunity to evade or catch their breath. Before them, any intricate maneuvers or cunning techniques appeared utterly futile. One could either withstand the searing flames that consumed all, or succumb to the endless sea of fire and be reduced to ash. This was undeniably the most formidable adversary Tang Sect had ever faced since its inception. Within the grand gambling establishment, Tongtian Treasure Pavilion, in Star Luo City, the chief analyst fervently articulated the unfolding battle to a throng of fervent gamblers. The inside eye system of Tang Sect excelled in precise calculations and predictions. Yet, the Solar Storm of the Shining Sun Academy required no such foresight, as its attacks enveloped every corner of the battlefield. How could one evade? Where could one hide? Indeed, it was akin to possessing unparalleled swordsmanship, yet finding oneself submerged in lava, devoid of any space to execute one's skills. I wager on the victory of Shining Sun Academy. Their flames are potent enough to melt the intricate soul-guiding devices of Tang Sect. I remain skeptical. That lad named Lin Feng from Tang Sect is quite extraordinary. He consistently produces concepts that defy conventional wisdom. Perhaps he has already discovered a means to counteract the sea of flames. In an instant, the entire soul master community across the continent became polarized into 2 factions, engaged in heated debate. One side contended that, in the face of absolute power and indiscriminate area attacks, all techniques were mere illusions, while the other firmly believed that this dark horse, Tang Sect, would undoubtedly create yet another miracle. The attention surrounding this match surpassed any previous encounters, including the showdown between Shrek Academy and the Sun Moon Empire, as it symbolized the ultimate clash of 2 radically different combat philosophies. The external clamor scarcely affected the preparation rhythm within Tang Sect. Inside their dedicated training facility, Lin Feng stood before a vast tactical analysis board, which meticulously detailed the profiles of all members of Shining Sun Academy, along with their soul ability release data from previous matches. On the surface, the tactics of Shining Sun Academy appeared to rely solely on brute strength. However, at its core, it represented a form of information saturation attack. Lin Feng's voice resonated clearly throughout the room, reaching the ears of every team member. Information saturation attack? Kaito scratched his head, puzzled. Lin Feng smiled slightly and elucidated in simpler terms. You may envision Huo Yuhao's mental detection as a radar system. Previously, when battling the Elephant Armor Sect, there was only one clear target displayed on the radar screen, allowing Yuhao to effortlessly lock on and calculate its every movement trajectory. However now, what Shining Sun Academy aims to achieve is to ignite thousands of false flame signals on our radar screen simultaneously. These signals will create a searing cacophony, completely drowning out their 7 true targets. He turned to Huo Yuhao, his expression growing serious. Yuhao, when the time comes, your mental realm will no longer be a clear battlefield, but rather an ever-burning, flickering sea of flames. An endless tide of heat and visual information will surge into your mind, overwhelming your perception. Your task is to extract the 7 hottest stones from this magma of information. Huo Yuhao's expression grew solemn. He closed his eyes, merely envisioning the scene, and was immediately struck by a wave of mental dizziness and searing pain. This was undoubtedly the most formidable challenge he had faced since the awakening of his spiritual, martial soul. Boss, this is unfair. This is outright cheating. Xiao Xiao exclaimed indignantly. This is not a battle. It is an assault on Yuhao's mind. No, it is fair, Lin Feng replied, shaking his head. This is also a part of combat. The Radiant Sun Academy has identified the Achilles heel in our tactical system. They are employing the most primitive energy to attack the very core of our information processing. What should we do? Bei Bei inquired gravely, as all eyes turned to Lin Feng. Since this is an information attack, we can defend ourselves with information as well, Lin Feng said, a confident smile gracing his lips. I have devised a counter-strategy, which I call noise reduction and heat dissipation. He produced 7 brand new, modified insight terminals from the Soul Guide device. I have rewritten parts of the terminal's core algorithms and incorporated a flame information filtering system. From now on, the terminals will pre-process a portion of the useless environmental heat energy data, only transmitting high-intensity, threatening soul power fluctuations to Yuhao. This is noise reduction. Simultaneously, he turned to Huo Yuhao. I have optimized the way you connect mentally with the others, distributing some of the basic computational load to the terminals of the other 6. They will act as your distributed coprocessors, helping to alleviate the heat and assist you in locating your targets. This is heat dissipation. Though the members of the Tang Sect were not entirely familiar with these unprecedented terminologies, they could distinctly feel the powerful confidence in Lin Feng's words, as well as the intricacy and depth of this tactical system. This was no longer merely a battle between soul masters. It was an entirely new form of warfare, one that they could not fully comprehend, yet was undeniably formidable. Of course, Lin Feng continued, every algorithm has its limits. If the intensity of the flames from the Radiant Sun Academy exceeds our system's processing threshold, Yuhao could still be at risk of being burned. His gaze swept over each individual. Thus, the crux of this battle lies not only in whether Yuhao can withstand the onslaught, but also in whether you can, before he falters, tear through that inferno and uncover the enemy's true form. Understood. The members of the Tang Sect responded in unison, their eyes ignited with fierce battle spirit. The next day, the 13th round of the competition, the highly anticipated focal battle, officially commenced. As the 7 members of the Tang Sect and the 7 from the Radiant Sun Academy ascended the arena simultaneously, a palpable wave of heat surged outward, radiating from the Radiant Sun Academy. The 7 competitors from the Radiant Sun Academy were tall and muscular, their skin exhibiting an abnormal dark red hue, as if molten lava coursed through their veins instead of blood. They even needed no martial soul to be released, simply standing there. The fluctuations of their soul power distorted the air surrounding the arena. Wow, it's so hot. The spectators in the front row began to wipe the sweat from their brows, feeling as though they were seated beside an enormous furnace. Huo Yuhao took a deep breath and donned the brand new Inside Eye terminal. In that instant, as the mental link was established, an unprecedented sensation of searing heat pierced through his spiritual realm like a glowing steel needle. Warning, warning, detected ultra-high intensity mental interference. Environmental information flow overload. Overload rate 120. Noise reduction system activated. Filtering redundant thermal information. Heat dissipation system initiated. Computational pressure is being distributed across various nodes. A series of chilling notifications resonated within Huo Yuhao's mind. He bore the agonizing burn of his soul, as everything in his field of vision morphed into a blinding crimson hue. He understood that this was not merely a physical temperature, but a mental alert of impending danger. The Sunfire Academy had not yet made a move, yet had already delivered a formidable warning to him. On the competition stage, the captain of the Sunfire Academy, a young man with a mane of fiery red hair, grinned broadly, revealing a set of glaringly white teeth, and sneered at the members of the Tang Sect. Are you ready to face the sun? The next moment, the referee's booming voice echoed throughout the arena. The match has begun. Boom. 7 robust golden-red fire pillars surged into the sky simultaneously, instantly transforming the entire competition platform into a veritable inferno. Chapter 63, Deprivation of Vision. Battling blindly in the information inferno. Boom. The sound of the starting whistle for the match was nearly drowned out by the explosive roar of the 7 fire pillars ascending. In an instant, the entire arena was engulfed in a churning sea of flames. The crimson gold flames rampaged, rising high, scorching the hard granite ground until it glowed red hot. The air warped under the intense heat, creating visible ripples, as if even space itself was groaning under such extreme temperatures. Gasps of astonishment from the audience merged into a cacophonous ocean. Those seated nearby could even feel their eyebrows curling, compelled to channel their soul power to fend off the oncoming wave of heat. Good heavens! Is this the solar storm of the Sunfire Academy? How can one possibly fight against this? Where are the Tang Sect members? They are entirely invisible. It's over. The myth of the Tang Sect is about to come to an end. Under such indiscriminate assault, their exquisite coordination cannot be executed at all. Everyone's hearts raced in their throats, fixated on the sea of flames, desperately attempting to catch a glimpse of the 7 members of the Tang Sect amidst the chaos. However, the flames soared high, and the heat surged, revealing nothing but the 7 Sunfire Academy members, who appeared as demonic figures amidst the fire. At that moment, within the heart of the inferno, the members of the Tang Sect were enduring unimaginable trials. With a swift motion, Wu Qiuer unleashed his turtle shell shield, enveloping the 7 of them in a thick protective layer of soul power. Yet, the insatiable flames continued to mercilessly lick at the shield, producing an agonizingly corrosive sound. As the soul power within the shield was being consumed at an alarming rate. More terrifying is the chaos stemming from the inside eye system. Warning: environmental temperature exceeds limits. Performance of some soul-guiding components is diminishing. Warning: intense light interference. Optical sensors are malfunctioning. Warning: information flow overload rate at 350. Occupancy at 998. Noise reduction system has reached its performance limit. A torrent of redundant information is flooding in. In an instant, Huo Yuhao's complexion turned as pale as paper. Beads of sweat the size of mung beans rolled down his forehead, instantly evaporating under the sweltering heat. His mental ocean, at this moment, had ceased to be a sea and had transformed into an erupting volcano. An endless, chaotic, and searing flow of information surged like the most violent lava, violently assailing his consciousness. In his field of vision, the distinct image of the enemy had vanished, leaving only a whirlwind of red snowflakes composed of countless light points and thermal signals. The noise reduction system, in the face of the unreasonable and overwhelming eruption of the solar storm, could barely endure for less than 3 seconds before declaring an overload. Yuhao. Beibei's voice resonated through the team channel, filled with urgency. Without Huo Yuhao's precise commands, they resembled blind giants, brimming with power yet unable to locate their targets for attack. I can no longer see them. Huo Yuhao's voice quivered slightly under the immense mental strain. The entire battlefield is engulfed in red. I cannot lock onto them. This was the first and most thorough malfunction of the Tang Sect's insight since the commencement of the match. Ha! Useless. The captain of the Chariots of the Sun Academy's laughter pierced through the flames. In the brilliance of the sun, all shadows shall be revealed. Your little tricks must come to an end. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a dark red fire line, deeper in hue and higher in temperature than the surrounding flames, pierced through the wall of fire like a venomous serpent, heading straight for the center of the Tang Sect's shield. Be careful. At this critical moment, Lin Feng's voice rang out calmly. He did not glance at the fire line, but instead issued an astonishing command. Beibei, 30 degrees to the left, Dragon Claw. Su Sanshi, rear right, Xuanwu exchange. Wang Dong, prepare the goddess of light butterfly, target your own head. This command was entirely contrary to conventional combat logic. However, fueled by near-blind trust in Lin Feng, Beibei and Su Sanshi acted without hesitation, launching their attacks in an instant. Roar! The golden dragon claw tore through the air, accurately striking the empty flames. Yet, at the moment the claw descended, the dark red fire line seemed to have collided with it, scattering upon impact. Simultaneously, Su Sanshi activated Xuanwu exchange. A flash of black light illuminating the scene as he exchanged positions with a fragment of stone on the verge of melting. Just as he vacated his original position, 3 enormous fireballs plummeted from above, blasting a charred crater where he had just stood. Most peculiarly was Wang Dong. Following the command, she flapped her wings, and countless golden butterflies of light soared upwards, forming a resplendent cloud of butterflies above her head. In the next instant, an intangible net woven from flames descended from above, only to be obstructed by the cluster of butterfly clouds. Countless luminous butterflies collided with the fiery net, resulting in their annihilation and producing a thunderous explosion. 3 attacks. 3 flawless predictions. This entire sequence unfolded in the blink of an eye. The spectators scarcely comprehended the events transpiring before them, only witnessing violent bursts of energy amidst the sea of fire. Yet this spectacle caused a momentary halt to the laughter of the captain of the Radiant Sun Academy, a flicker of doubt flashing in his eyes. How could this be? Under the cover of the solar storm, the trajectory of their attacks should have been completely obscured. The adversary's soul guiding system should have malfunctioned. How were they able to ascertain the location of the attack? It was you. The captain of the Radiant Sun Academy suddenly fixed his gaze upon Lin Feng, the remarkably composed youth throughout the ordeal. Amidst the inferno, a cold, sharp smile gradually formed at the corner of Lin Feng's lips. His eyes had transformed into a profound silver. Countless minute data streams cascading like waterfalls within the depths of his pupils. The essence of the Eye of Insight had never belonged to Huo Yuhao or those terminals, but to him, Lin Feng, and the martial soul residing in his mind known as the Book of Truth. At the moment the noise cancellation system overloaded, Lin Feng had already activated his contingency plan. He relinquished his comprehensive monitoring of the battlefield, instead transforming himself into a secondary entity. forcibly taking over a portion of the computational tasks. He lacked Huo Yuhao's ability to perceive the entire scene, yet possessed something far more formidable, the ability to deduce based on the flow of energy. He did not need to see the enemy. By analyzing the abnormal movements of every flicker of flame and the subtle fluctuations of soul power, he could infer the attacker's position and intent. This was no longer a mere battle. It had evolved into a calculation, a blind combat transcending visual perception within an inferno of information. Yuhao, abandon the panoramic scan. Lin Feng's voice resonated in the team channel, calm and commanding. Switch to infrared point scanning mode. Condense your mental energy into a needle rather than a net. I will provide you with coordinates. Received. Huo Yuhao's spirit surged, immediately altering the output of his mental energy. Everyone, maintain the defensive formation. Prepare to execute the scalpel plan. After experiencing initial chaos, the Tang Sect's ranks stabilized with astonishing speed. The tortoise-shell shield continued to deplete vigorously, and the temperature of the inferno relentlessly escalated. Yet every member of the Tang Sect felt an unprecedented sense of tranquility. They understood that as long as that man's voice resonated, the Tang Sect would never falter. Wishing to play with fire in my realm? Lin Feng lifted his head, his silver eyes seemingly capable of piercing through layers of flames. Locking onto the position of the Radiant Sun Academy's captain, allow me to demonstrate to you the essence of the flame of information. Chapter 64, Solar Storm. The memory of the Divine King, forged by fire. Initiate infrared point scanning mode. With a fierce roar, Huo Yuhao forcefully suppressed the excruciating turmoil of his mental sea. His previously dispersed mental energy, under Lin Feng's command, instantly contracted and coalesced into an almost imperceptible yet remarkably solid sphere of mental energy. In an ephemeral moment, the tempestuous sea of flames, composed of countless redundant pieces of information, vanished from his mind. In its place emerged an absolute darkness. At the center of this obscurity, a minuscule yet pulsating red light flickered. It was the coordinate provided by Lin Feng. Coordinate confirmed. Direction, due east, elevation angle, 15 degrees, distance, 40 meters. The target's soul power fluctuation is at the Soul King level. Huo Yuhao's voice resonated clearly through the team channel to each of his companions. That's the one. Lin Feng's tone was cold and resolute. Wang Dong, Xiao, execute plan number 7. Target, enemy support assault specialist. Received. Wang Dong and Xiao, who had long been poised for action, sprang into motion the moment the command was issued. Butterfly God's Light. 3 life, soul suppression cauldron. Wang Dong's wings unfurled with a sudden flourish, as brilliant blue-gold light coalesced into an unmatched blade of light, slicing directly toward the coordinate provided by Huo Yuhao, without any extraneous movements. Simultaneously, Xiao unleashed her first soul skill, summoning an ancient black cauldron that appeared out of thin air. Instead of opting for suppression, it was hurled toward the trajectory of the light blade at an ingeniously calculated angle. This seamless combination flowed like water, imbued with both meticulous calculation and aesthetic grace. The Butterfly God's Light was responsible for piercing through the fiery barriers along the way, while the 3-life soul suppression cauldron would utilize its formidable shockwave and suppressive force to create a temporary soul power vacuum around the target, leaving them with no avenue of escape. What? On the other end of the inferno, a participant from the Radiant Sun Academy, focused intently on unleashing their soul power, suddenly felt an acute and lethal lock-on. Before they could react, a blue-gold blade of light had already torn through the wall of flames before them, descending directly upon them. They were gripped by terror, instinctively attempting to evade, but the incoming black cauldron caused the surrounding air to become stiflingly dense, as if ensnared in a quagmire, delaying their movements by a fraction. With a sickening thud, a spray of blood erupted midair. The unfortunate participants screamed in anguish. Though they narrowly avoided a fatal blow at the last moment, their arm was severed cleanly at the shoulder by the Butterfly God's Light. A successful strike. The Tang Sect members were invigorated by the triumph. Next coordinate. Lin Feng's voice, devoid of emotion, commanded, southwest direction, 7 o'clock, distance, 35 meters. Received. Plan number 3. Bei, Jiang prepare. The ensuing battle evolved into a bizarre game of predation. The 7 members of the Tang Sect remained steadfast behind the protection of the Xuanwu shield, unyielding in their positions. However, precise and deadly attacks continued to rain down like the scythes of death, mercilessly harvesting the members of the Radiant Sun Academy from the sea of flames. The Radiant Sun Academy was thoroughly bewildered. Their prideful solar storm, instead of reducing their adversaries to ashes, had transformed into a colossal prison, ensnaring themselves within. They could not perceive the location of the Tang Sect. Every assault they launched vanished into the abyss, while their opponents' strikes effortlessly penetrated the dense flames, locating their most vulnerable points. It felt akin to 7 robust men, in a pitch-black night, being methodically singled out by a top-tier assassin wielding night vision. Fear began to seep into the hearts of the members of the Radiant Sun Academy. Captain, we cannot hold on. Their attacks are too elusive. We have already sustained injuries to 3 of our members. Steady. Increase the output of our soul power. I refuse to believe their tortoise shell can endure indefinitely. The captain of the Radiant Sun Academy bellowed in fury. He placed all his remaining soul power into the solar storm, a desperate gamble. Boom. The flames on the competition platform deepened in color, shifting from a dazzling golden hue to a disquieting dark red. The temperature surged once more. The fire elements in the air became so dense they approached a liquefied state. The ground beneath the Tang Sect members began to crack and melt, transforming into a genuine sea of magma. Uft. Su Sanshi, responsible for maintaining the Xuanwu shield, suddenly spewed forth a mouthful of blood, his complexion instantly paling. The radiance of the Xuanwu shield dimmed to its utmost limit. This is bad. The defense is about to break. Yuhao, can you still lock on? No. My voice is filled with anguish. The flame energy is too intense. My spirit spike has been melted. The final connection is severed. The Tang Sect was once again plunged into a state of blindness. This time, even Lin Feng furrowed his brow tightly. His logical deductions became obscured due to the complete chaos of the energy field. A crisis. An unprecedented crisis. Just at this precipice of life and death. An unforeseen change occurred. Amidst the extreme heat and violent light, Wang Dong's body suddenly trembled violently. Her eyes lost focus in an instant. A profound agony, long sealed within the depths of her soul, erupted along with the external brilliance and heat. Countless chaotic, shattered golden shadows surged into her mind like a flood breaking through a dam. She saw it. She beheld an incredibly tall and imposing golden figure, wielding a golden trident, standing atop the endless sea of stars. The figure was both hauntingly familiar and disconcertingly strange. It slowly turned to face her, its gaze imbued with an incomprehensible sorrow that shattered her heart. Diao air, a sigh that seemed to transcend the ages echoed within her soul. Following this, the golden figure abruptly raised the trident, pointing towards the boundless void. Let there be light, declared the divine. Boom. A golden radiance, 1,000,000,000 times more brilliant than the sun, erupted from the tip of the trident. This light, suffused with unparalleled majesty and sanctity, seemed capable of purifying all darkness and chaos in the world. Wang Dong's mind was a blank slate. Her consciousness appeared to be thoroughly pierced and cleansed by that golden beam. The ideological steel seal, established by the god King Tang San, named Love and Peace, for the first time, revealed a barely perceptible crack in the face of this supreme divine illusion belonging to the sea god Tang San. A pained cry escaped Wang Dong's lips, and 2 streams of golden tears flowed from her beautiful eyes. An overwhelming and sacred force of light, far exceeding her soul king level, erupted uncontrollably from within her. The wings of the goddess of light behind her seemed, in an instant, to be coated with a layer of pure, otherworldly divine gold. Chapter 65, Trust Beyond Calculation. The conclusion under the divine light. Wang Dong. The sudden turn of events astonished everyone. The power surging from Wang Dong was so vast and sacred, exuding an air of authority that seemed alien to the mortal realm. In the wake of this force, the furious crimson flames around them hissed and retreated as if they had encountered a nemesis. Su Sanshi's Xuanwu shield, infused with this power, surged with brilliance, instantly stabilizing. Her soul power fluctuated, breaking through the soul emperor level. Huo Yuhao gasped in disbelief, his eyes filled with incredulity. What on earth is happening? No one could comprehend the scene before them, including Lin Feng. His book of truth could calculate soul power and devise strategies, but it could not fathom the human heart, nor could it predict the memory of the God King, transcending time and space. Warning. Unknown high-dimensional energy detected. Target Wang Dong data model collapse. Unable to analyze. Unable to predict. A piercing alarm echoed in Lin Feng's mind. This was the first time his system encountered an incomprehensible target. The captain of the Qiang Academy also sensed this chilling power, gazing uncertainly at Wang Dong, who radiated divine golden light, hesitant to approach. The battlefield fell into a peculiar equilibrium. However, Lin Feng knew that this balance would not last long. Wang Dong's state was extremely unstable. Although her power was formidable, it resembled a volcano poised to erupt at any moment, fraught with uncontrollable peril. A decision had to be made immediately. Should he opt for the safest course, leveraging Wang Dong's explosive power to hold firm and wait for the enemy's soul power to deplete? Or should he take a gamble? Lin Feng's gaze swept across Wang Dong's face, contorted with pain, yet emanating a hint of divine radiance. He saw the flickering golden tears in her eyes and felt the struggle deep within her soul. In that instant, all calculations, all strategies, and all contingency plans vanished from his mind. Only a singular thought remained, a decision rooted in the purest trust in comrades, transcending all calculations. Everyone, abandon defenses. Lin Feng's voice resonated clearly through the team channel, reaching each member's ears. What? Except for Huo Yuhao. Everyone believed they had misheard. Abandon defenses? In this inferno capable of incinerating a person in an instant? Was that not akin to courting death? Boss, you, Bei inquired urgently. Trust me. Lin Feng's voice was resolute, devoid of any hesitation. Su Sanshi, withdraw the Xuanwu shield. He Kaitu, infuse your soul power into Bei. Zhang Nannan, Xiao Xiao. Restrain the enemy captain's movements. Yuhao, link all your mental strength to Wang Dong. Support her, guide her. But what about you? I will create opportunities for you. Lin Feng took a deep breath. The flow of data within his silver eyes surged to an unprecedented limit. Execute. Yes. After a brief moment of shock, the Tang Sect members chose unconditional obedience. Xuanwu, retract. Su Sanshi roared, dismantling the precarious shield. Boom. With the final barrier lost, the endless sea of flames surged towards the 7 like a breaking dam. In that instant, Lin Feng moved. He did not retreat. Instead, he stepped forward, arms outstretched as if to embrace the inferno. Book of Truth, Second Soul Skill, Logic Singularity. A hum resonated as an invisible, distorted force field erupted centered around Lin Feng. The flames, capable of melting gold and iron, slowed as they approached a 3-meter radius around him, as if entrapped in an unseen quagmire. The form of the flames began to destabilize, decomposing into their most primal light and heat, forcibly pulled and twisted, ultimately merging into Lin Feng's body, vanishing without a trace. He had single-handedly forged a 6-meter diameter absolute safe zone amidst the inferno. Yet, his complexion visibly paled at an alarming rate, clearly indicating the immense burden of maintaining this singularity. Now, Wang Dong. Huo Yuhao's voice echoed like a morning bell in Wang Dong's chaotic mental realm. Listen to me. Do not resist that force. Feel it. Follow it. Release it. Huo Yuhao transformed his mental strength into the gentlest of threads, carefully entwining Wang Dong's turbulent divine power. Akin to the most skilled rider attempting to tame a celestial steed. Butterfly. A sigh from a distant time and space reverberated deep within Wang Dong's soul. The confusion in her eyes gradually yielded to a dawning clarity. She slowly raised her right hand, her fair palm now adorned with a radiant arm armor, seemingly composed of pure light. The butterfly wings behind her gently fluttered. No violent fluctuations of soul power, no dazzling soul skills. Only an exquisite, pure light, seemingly capable of purifying all things. Butterfly God / Wang Dong's voice resonated, ethereal and commanding, as if it no longer belonged to her. She gently extended her right hand forward. A blade of blue-gold light, indescribable in words, emanated from her palm. This blade was not immense, merely over a meter in length. But the moment it appeared, the entire arena, all flames, all brilliance, and all sound seemed to have been pressed on pause. Time appeared to freeze in that instant. Then, that blue-gold blade, at a velocity surpassing the limits of visual perception, sliced through the fabric of space. It did not target any individual. Instead, it aimed at the very core of this solar tempest, the energy nexus maintained by the convergence of the 7 members of the Qiyang Academy, who upheld this inferno. There was no cataclysmic explosion, only a profound silence. In the next moment, the dark red flames that had engulfed the heavens and boiled the seas vanished soundlessly, like a deflated balloon, dissipating outward in concentric circles until they faded into nothingness. The arena returned to its original clarity. The 7 members of Qiyang Academy remained poised in their stances of releasing their soul skills, yet their faces were etched with bewilderment and terror. The soul power within them had been utterly drained by that one strike, severing their connection. With a soft thud, the 7 of them collapsed to the ground like puppets stripped of their strings, unconscious. A profound stillness enveloped the venue. Everyone stood in stunned silence, gazing at this miraculous scene, their minds blank, until the trembling voice of the referee pierced the air. Victory goes to Shrek Academy, Tang Sect. A thunderous cheer erupted, akin to a cataclysmic landslide, nearly lifting the dome of the Xinghua Square. On the arena, the divine light in Wang Dong's eyes gradually faded, her body softening as she fell back, caught by Huo Yuhao. Lin Feng also retracted the logical singularity, staggering slightly, his complexion as pale as parchment, yet a genuine, radiant smile graced his lips. He looked at his companions, at the Tang Sect members who, despite their injuries, stood tall, and softly declared, "We have won." Indeed, they had triumphed, not just in the match, but in earning a trust that transcended computation. In that moment, Lin Feng profoundly realized that the true strength of the system he had constructed lay not in the cold algorithms and terminals, but in this group of companions who were willing to entrust their backs to him, who were ready to embark on madness together. Chapter 66. The Trident from the God King of Fate. The clamorous atmosphere of Xinghua Square seemed to be separated by an invisible wall, while the ambience in Shrek Academy's lounge was quietly oppressive. The victory against the Solar Storm Squad did not yield the anticipated ease and joy. The Solar Tempest, capable of incinerating Huo Yuhao's spiritual sea in its final moments, along with the golden trident apparition that Wang Dong glimpsed in a moment of mental disarray, loomed over everyone's hearts like a shadow. While others silently meditated to restore their soul power, Wang Dong, with her striking azure eyes, was filled with anxiety and confusion. Instead of sitting in quiet contemplation, she approached Lin Feng, who stood by the window with his hands clasped behind his back. What was that? Her voice was soft, yet carried an undeniable insistence. After enduring so much, particularly as Lin Feng repeatedly shattered her perceptions with reality, Wang Dong had learned to confront her inner uncertainties rather than passively accept them as she had in the past. Lin Feng turned to face her, his expression calm, as if he had anticipated her inquiry. What did you see? He countered. A golden trident, Wang Dong replied, her brow furrowed as she endeavored to recall the fleeting vision. It seemed to emerge from the sun, or perhaps, from within me. The sensation was peculiar, both familiar and alien, as if I were destined to recognize it. Her tone grew more fervent, tinged with a hint of unacknowledged grievance, akin to a child who has had their beloved toy taken away, faintly remembering its shape, yet unable to recall its name or origin. Indeed, a colossal and majestic golden trident, one that appears capable of judging all, Lin Feng affirmed. Nodding in acknowledgement and elaborating on the details of the vision, Wang Dong's eyes widened in astonishment. You saw it too? No, I did not see it. Lin Feng shook his head, delivering a startling revelation, but I knew it would manifest. This statement shocked Wang Dong more than if he had simply admitted to witnessing it. You knew? I would rather say I calculated its emergence, Lin Feng's gaze was profound, as if he could pierce through the surface of reality to grasp the fundamental logic of the world. Wang Dong, do you recall the theory of the true nature of our world that I mentioned? The reality we inhabit, along with our fates, might be scripted by entities of a higher dimension. Wang Dong nodded. This revolutionary theory had long taken root in her mind. In the script, Huo Yuhao's spiritual power would be severely compromised by the solar storm, potentially leaving him with lasting damage. And you, at a critical juncture, would unleash latent potential triggered by some ancestral or spiritual resonance to save him. That was the predetermined plot. Lin Feng spoke slowly. However, one has emerged. This term was somewhat unfamiliar to Wang Dong, yet she understood its essence. Yes, she affirmed. Lin Feng's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile. That is me. That is Tang Sect. Our emergence has allowed Huo Yuhao's spiritual strength to far exceed the scripted limits. He not only escaped significant harm, but withstood the assault. This resulted in the predetermined narrative being thwarted, causing a logical conflict within the compiler of the script, the underlying rules of this world. He extended a finger, gently tapping the air. An inevitable outcome. You were touched by divine power, unable to trigger normally. In an unexpected turn of events, Huo Yuhao withstood the attack. When these two conflicting forces collided, the world's rules, in a bid to forcibly continue the narrative, were compelled to execute a corrective measure. Lin Feng's gaze fell upon Wang Dong as he spoke with deliberate clarity. That golden trident apparition is the product of this enforced correction. It is the Divine King's mark that was supposed to be passively activated within you. Yet due to the absence of triggering conditions, it manifested briefly in an exceedingly unstable manner, akin to a data leak. You may perceive it as a blunder in the script of fate. A blunder, Wang Dong murmured. Lin Feng's explanation was utterly astonishing, yet curiously resonated with all her prior feelings. Familiar, foreign, and the unsettling sense of incongruity that should not have arisen. What will happen next? She inquired, her heart unwittingly quickening its pace. What would an adept programmer do upon discovering an error in their code? Lin Feng did not provide a direct answer, but posed another question. Wang Dong was momentarily taken aback. Then a word sprang to her mind. Repair? Precisely. Lin Feng snapped his fingers, or more accurately, applied a patch. The Divine King, or rather, the architect of the script, would never permit such glaring logical inconsistencies to mar their creation. They would employ a more formidable and irrefutable event to forcibly overshadow the repercussions of this incident, steering the entire narrative back onto the path they had predetermined. A patch. Wang Dong's complexion paled slightly. She sensed a whiff of danger from this term. This patch could manifest as an unforeseen crisis, an unavoidable confrontation with fate, or perhaps, a battle that compels one to confront the truth. Lin Feng's tone was calm, yet imbued with an oppressive clarity. It would ruthlessly tear apart the fade of your memories, compelling you to remember who you truly are, and then continue along the path they desire. The air in the lounge felt as though it had solidified. Wang Dong's breath quickened. She looked at Lin Feng, and for the first time, her powder blue eyes reflected an emotion beyond fear, anger, a fury at the manipulation of her fate. So I must simply wait? Her voice trembled. Wait for this so-called patch to descend upon me, passively accepting everything like a marionette? No. Lin Feng shook his head, a glimmer of approval in his gaze. You have a second choice. What choice? Before the patch arrives, actively seek the truth. Lin Feng's voice was laced with seduction. You can choose to remain passive, allowing memories and fate to propel you forward, or you can choose to be the one to tear apart the script yourself. When you uncover all truths, when you see your authentic identity and mission clearly, that so-called patch will no longer be a tool for correcting errors, but rather an opportunity for you to seize. An opportunity? An opportunity to completely break free from control and seize one's own destiny. Lin Feng's words resonated like a thunderclap in Wang Dong's mind. Should one passively accept fate or actively take charge? To remain a blinded pawn or to become the player wielding the pieces? The answer was self-evident. After a fleeting moment of confusion, struggle, and anger, Wang Dong's gaze transformed into an unprecedented determination. It was a resolution akin to burning one's boats. Unperturbed by the path ahead. I understand now. She inhaled deeply, straightened her back, like a standing tall amidst the storm. Lin Feng, tell me, what should I do? Observing the brilliance in her eyes, Lin Feng recognized that the ideological steel stamp implanted by the God King had begun to show a critical fissure. It is quite simple. He smiled gently. From the next competition onward, feel with your heart rather than merely seeing with your eyes. Your strength, your memories, are concealed deep within your soul. Combat will be the finest key to awaken them. Meanwhile, in the office of the competition organizing committee, a staff member responsible for the draw ceremony preparations stared at the semi-final match list just printed from the sealed soul guide, his expression evolving from calm to astonishment, finally culminating in utter shock and disbelief. After confirming 3 times, he tremulously picked up the intercom, his voice trembling. Chairman, the semi-final matchups are out. You should come and see for yourself. A commanding voice responded from the other end. What is the matter that has you so flustered? The staff member swallowed hard, struggling to convey Shrek Academy versus Shrek Academy. Chapter 67. A thrilling script. Who is the strongest of Shrek? The following day, at the Star Luo National Stadium, filled to capacity with an audience of 100,000, even the aisles overflowed with passionate spectators. The air was thick with a fervent blend of sweat, barbecued meat, and anticipation. The prestigious Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy competition, having endured several rounds of merciless eliminations, finally arrived at the much-anticipated semi-final draw ceremony. The 4 teams vying for supremacy were the Shrek Academy main team, the Shrek Academy Tang Sect, the Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy, and the Star Luo National Academy. These 4 names represented the pinnacle of the contemporary generation of Soul Masters across the continent. On the massive display Soul Guide screen, promotional footage of the 4 teams played in a continuous loop. The Shrek main team's unmatched ultimate martial soul, the Sun Moon Academy's devastating soul engineering devices, the Star Luo Academy's harmonious traditional tactics, and the Tang Sect's revolutionary computational strategies. Each team possessed the strength and hidden cards capable of claiming the championship title. Dear audience, welcome to the live draw ceremony for the semifinals. The host's voice resonated through the amplification Soul Guide, instantly igniting the enthusiasm of everyone present. Today, we shall witness the pinnacle confrontation that will determine the path to the championship. Will it be the glory of the ultimate martial soul or the revolutionary era of soul engineering technology? Is it the formidable rise of the host or the unexpected triumph of the Tang Sect? The wheel of fate is about to turn. The atmosphere on site has been utterly ignited, with cheers akin to a roaring tsunami threatening to lift the stadium's roof. In the VIP section, the representatives of various factions exhibit a spectrum of emotions. Lin Jiai, the disciple of Jing Hongqin from the Sun Moon Empire, wears a countenance so grim it appears it could weep. The clash between the Tang Sect and the Xiangjia Sect has thoroughly disrupted his plans. Their tactical system, known as internal circulation, has adeptly circumvented all the targeted strategies they had previously envisioned. Merely a collection of flashy tricks to garner attention. Beside him, Xiao Hongqin dismissively curled his lip, yet the flicker of uncertainty in his eyes betrayed his inner turmoil. His sister, Ming Hongqin, is far more forthright, her gaze fixed intently on the direction of the Tang Sect's resting area as she murmurs, "Brother, I have a premonition that we will encounter them." "That would be splendid," replied Xiao Hongqin, a glint of fierce determination flashing in his eyes. It was time for the entire continent to witness that, in the face of absolute strength, any ostentatious tactics are but mere trifles. Meanwhile, Wang Qiuer, the leader of Shrek Academy, exudes an air of contentment, basking in the envious gazes from all around. The fact that Shrek has secured 2 positions among the top 4 is an unparalleled honor. "Mr. Wang, who do you hope we will draw?" asked Ma Xiaotao with keen interest. Wang Qiuer adjusted his glasses and smiled. From a tactical perspective, drawing the Star Luo National Academy would be the optimal choice. However, from my personal standpoint, his gaze swept over the Tang Sect members not far away. "I am quite eager to see who among you and that group of youngsters can better represent the future of Shrek." As soon as he finished speaking, a flicker of complex emotions sparked in the eyes of main team members such as Dai Yaoheng and Ling Luoqing. There was a blend of fighting spirit, curiosity, and an almost imperceptible hint of wariness. In the Tang Sect's resting area, the atmosphere is considerably more relaxed. "Brother Feng, who do you think we will draw?" Xiao Xiao asked, a hint of nervousness in her voice. Lin Feng, reclining in his chair with eyes closed, replied calmly, "It matters not who we draw." "Such confidence?" Bei Bei chuckled. "This is not confidence. It is calculation." Lin Feng opened his eyes, his gaze clear. "Our tactical system theoretically counters all opponents reliant on fixed patterns. The soul guidance devices of the Sun Moon Academy have a predetermined trajectory. The formations of the Star Luo Academy follow a set coordination. And even the ultimate martial souls of Shrek's main team have a defined eruption cycle. As long as we are afforded sufficient time to calculate, victory is merely a matter of time." His words carried an air of inherent tranquility that instilled a sense of reassurance in his teammates. Only Huo Yuhao, upon hearing the mention of Shrek's main team, subtly furrowed his brow. His spiritual sense detected an inkling of unease, as if something beyond calculation was about to unfold. "Now, captains, please come to the stage." At the host's summons, the leaders of the 4 teams slowly ascended the competition platform. Dai Yaoheng, Xiao Hongqin, the captain of Xinghua Academy, and Bei Bei, representing the Tang Sect, stood before the colossal lottery Soul Guide, each embodying a distinct system of power. Every breath they took resonated with the hearts of the 100,000 spectators present. The rules of the draw were straightforward. As the host proclaimed with a booming voice, for crystal spheres, 2 white and 2 black, teams drawing the same color would become adversaries. Who shall step forward first? A profound silence enveloped the venue, all eyes fixated on the 4 individuals upon the stage. With a cold sneer, Xiao Hongqin stepped forward without hesitation. Reaching into the draw box, moments later, he withdrew a crystal sphere, black in hue. He shook the black sphere in his hand, casting a defiant glance at Dai Yaoheng and Bei Bei, silently challenging them to determine who would be his opponent. The next to approach was the captain of Xinghua Academy, who took a deep breath and also retrieved a crystal sphere, white. A chorus of regretful sighs erupted from the crowd, as this signified that Xinghua Academy would not face the Sun Moon Empire in the semifinals. Now, all anticipation rested upon the 2 teams from Shrek Academy. Dai Yaoheng and Bei Bei exchanged glances, each perceiving a hint of gravity in the other's eyes. Dai Yaoheng stepped forward first, extending his hand into the box. In that moment, the entire stadium was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. The audience held their breath, their gaze intensely locked on his hand. Time seemed to stretch infinitely. When Dai Yaoheng's hand emerged from the box, a crystal sphere lay quietly in his palm, white. The crowd erupted in exhilaration. "White! This indicated that Shrek's main team would face Xinghua Nation Academy in the semifinals. All attention then shifted to Bei Bei, the last yet to draw, and the solitary crystal sphere remaining in the box before him. There was no need to draw any further. The outcome was abundantly clear. The last crystal sphere must be black. The Tang Sect would clash with the Royal Soul Engineer Academy of the Sun Moon Empire. Oh, the fateful duel. Indeed, it was a destined confrontation. The pinnacle of traditional soul masters. The ultimate collision of soul guide technology. How thrilling. The audience was utterly ecstatic. This draw result fulfilled all their fantasies for the semifinals. Every match promised to be a battle of titans, devoid of any lackluster encounters. A cruel yet satisfied smile spread across Xiao Hongchen's face as he made a throat-cutting gesture towards Bei Bei. However, just as everyone believed the outcome was sealed and prepared to cheer for this dramatic revelation, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The host's voice, trembling with an uncontainable shock, resonated through the amplification soul guide, echoing across the arena. Wait. Please, everyone quiet down. An unforeseen circumstance has arisen. An unforeseen circumstance? The venue fell silent in an instant, all present left in a state of bewilderment. On the stage, the judge responsible for overseeing the draw, a member of the royal family from the Star Luo Empire, stood pale-faced, pointing at the white crystal ball held by Dai Yaoing, his lips trembling, unable to utter a single word. Under the gaze of tens of thousands, the white crystal ball, symbolizing safety, suddenly manifested intricate cracks without warning. The sharp sound of shattering resonated painfully in the silent arena. In the next moment, under the horrified stares of all, the white crystal ball shattered. A handful of white powder slipped through Dai Yaoing's fingers. Among that powder lay a smaller, pitch-black crystal ball, exposed to the air. A ball within a ball. This was a thoroughly disguised black crystal ball. The arena fell into silence. Time seemed to come to a standstill in that instant. Dai Yaoing stared blankly at the black crystal ball in his palm, his mind devoid. The smile on Xiao Hongchen's face froze. The expression of the Star Luo Academy captain shifted from relief to confusion. Bei Bei's pupils suddenly constricted. After a brief silence, an uproar erupted, akin to a volcanic explosion, capable of overturning the entire Star Luo city. Black, it was indeed black. How could this be? A ball within a ball. This meant that everyone's gaze, like iron filings drawn by a magnet, frantically turned towards the remaining two teams. The Shrek Academy main team had drawn black, and Tang Sect, with its last untouched crystal ball, must also be black. The draw results had undergone an astonishing reversal in the final second, in a manner that no one could have anticipated. In the semifinals, the first match would be Shrek Academy versus Shrek Academy. Shrek Internal Battle. Chapter 68. The Bed of Sea God Pavilion. Fighting for Shrek's future. The internal conflict of Shrek. This draw result detonated like a heavy bomb, creating monumental waves in Star Luo City and across the Doloa continent. That evening, every tavern and tea house in Star Luo City buzzed with a singular topic of discussion. A ball within a ball. It was utterly unprecedented. This was undoubtedly a conspiracy. A soul master slammed the table, filled with righteous indignation. A conspiracy? I believe this is fate. Another retorted, consider this. On one side is the embodiment of Shrek's orthodoxy, a peerless team with ultimate martial souls, and on the other, the revolutionary Dark Horse Tang Sect with disruptive tactics. To force them to meet early is to stage a fateful battle to determine who is truly the strongest in Shrek. This is far more interesting than watching them battle outsiders. Indeed, I've been eager to see them face off. Which is more formidable? Dai Yaoing's White Tiger or Tang Sect's cunning? I bet on the Shrek main team. The unparalleled might of the ultimate martial soul is not something that can be compared to mere flashy tactics. I stake my trust in the Tang Sect. Did you not witness the downfall of the Elephant Armor Sect? The Tang Sect is all about elite prowess. Public opinion has reached a fever pitch, with an abundance of speculations, analyses, and betting pools springing forth. The Starry Soul Master Gazette even dedicated an entire page to a highly provocative headline, Tradition and Innovation. Who will represent the glory of Shrek? The article elevated this internal conflict to a monumental struggle over the future direction of Shrek Academy, instantly igniting the attention of all. At the eye of the storm, the resting area of Shrek Academy remained eerily calm. Within the Tang Sect strategy meeting room, Lin Feng stood before the tactical board, all eyes fixed upon him, awaiting his elucidation. The patch of fate had arrived. Lin Feng spoke with a composed demeanor. His voice, though not loud, sent shockwaves through every individual present, particularly Wang Dong. Brother Feng, are you suggesting that the outcome of the drawing was orchestrated by that divine being? Bei Bei inquired, his brow furrowing with incredulity. No, it is not that he is so trivial as to personally manipulate a drawing soul guide, Lin Feng replied, shaking his head. I am more inclined to believe that this is a self-correction of the world's rules. Do you remember what I mentioned? Our existence in the Tang Sect has caused a deviation in the predetermined script. This internal conflict is merely the simplest and most brutal patch imposed by the system. He turned to Wang Dong, his gaze piercing. He requires a battle of sufficient weight, one that compels you to unleash your full potential without reserve, to forcibly trigger the divine seal upon you, returning the narrative to its rightful course. What could be more effective than pitting you against those you hold dear, your most trusted seniors, in an all-out battle that brings forth your complete potential? Wang Dong's complexion drained of color in an instant. She understood. This internal strife had been aimed at her from the very beginning. It was a stage meticulously crafted for her, a trap designed to force her awakening. This was utterly shocking, causing Xiao Xiao to draw in a sharp breath, as if her worldview was being repeatedly shattered. It was madness, yet it made perfect sense. Lin Feng's tone remained calm, for in the eyes of the script's author, we are but emotionless pawns. All they require is a result. And this internal conflict is the optimal path toward the outcome they desire. Then we shall play along. Huo Yuhao spoke, his voice somewhat hoarse. We shall meet their scheme with our own. A cold, sharp smile graced Lin Feng's lips. If they wish to witness a spectacle, we shall perform for them. If they desire us to engage in infighting, we shall conduct a conflict that even they cannot comprehend. The more they wish for Wang Dong to awaken, the more we must ensure that she chooses to do so of her own volition, rather than passively accepting her fate. His gaze swept over everyone before settling on Wang Dong. Wang Dong, remember, starting tomorrow, you are not fighting for Shrek, nor for the Tang Sect. You are fighting for your own truth. Trust your judgment, trust your teammates, and above all, trust yourself. Wang Dong clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging into her palms. She nodded emphatically, the confusion in her eyes dissipating, replaced by an unprecedented resolve. At that moment, a knock resounded at the door of the lounge. Standing outside was the stern-faced teacher Wang Yan. Everyone, Elder Xian wishes to see you. On the top floor of Shrek Academy's exclusive lounge. On a terrace not open to the public, Elder Xian appeared in his usual disheveled manner, holding a large wine gourd. His back turned to the group as he gazed out over the dazzling nightscape of Xinghua City. The 7 members of the Tang Sect and the 7 from the Shrek main team, 14 of Shrek's most exceptional young talents, stood in solemn rows, the atmosphere grave. Silence enveloped them, broken only by the whispering night breeze. After a long pause, Elder Xian finally turned, taking a hearty swig from the gourd, the murky depths of his old eyes gleaming with insight. The matter of the draw has been investigated by the Academy. It was a mere accident, he stated bluntly, his tone calm, yet imbued with undeniable authority. However, whether it was an accident or fate, discussing it now was futile. His gaze gradually swept across each individual present. From Dai Yueheng's resolute countenance to Ma Xiaotao's fiery eyes brimming with combat spirit, and then to Lin Feng's tranquil demeanor, lingering for a moment longer on Huo Yuhao. I have called you here today, not to mediate, nor to spout empty platitudes about camaraderie. Elder Xian broke into a grin, revealing a set of yellowed teeth. I am here to inform you that in tomorrow's battle, you must fight with all your might. At these words, everyone's expression shifted, save for Lin Feng. Elder Xian. Dai Yueheng could not restrain himself from speaking. Silence. Elder Xian shot him a glare. Do you think this is just an ordinary match? Do you believe this merely decides who advances to the finals? Fool. He slammed the wine gourd onto the ground, producing a resounding thud. Open your eyes and see. Elder Xian's voice suddenly rose, echoing like thunder. What do these 2 teams represent? He pointed at Dai Yueheng and the others. You. The Shrek main team. You embody the Academy's most orthodox and illustrious legacy. Supreme martial souls, dominance through strength. This is the foundation upon which Shrek has stood for millennia. It is glory. It is tradition. Then he gestured towards the Tang Sect members. And you, the Tang Sect. You represent an unprecedented variable for Shrek. Soul tools, tactics, information, calculations. You are treading a path that has never been walked before. It is innovation. It is the future. Elder Xian took a deep breath, his aged voice carrying an unprecedented weight, which will lead Shrek further in the impending turmoil, tradition or the future. Neither Mu Lao nor I can see the answer. Thus, we require a trial, and your internal conflict serves as the perfect proving ground. This battle is devoid of personal grudges or individual honor. You are fighting for the future of Shrek. The Sea God Pavilion is watching you. The entire Academy is watching you. The victor will gain far more than just a simple advancement to the finals. Elder Xian articulated a statement, each word deliberate, that sent shockwaves through the hearts of all present. Your victory will directly influence the allocation of the next generation's Sea God Pavilion heir. The impact of this declaration was more explosive than the Shrek Civil War itself. The phrase Sea God Pavilion heir epitomizes the utmost authority within Shrek Academy. Dai Yueheng's breath grew heavy. As the heir of the White Tiger Duke, he comprehended the profound significance of those 5 words more than anyone else. In Ma Xiaotao's eyes, a wild fire of excitement flickered uncontrollably. Meanwhile, on Tongmen's side, apart from Lin Feng, who remained composed, the faces of the others were etched with astonishment. They had never anticipated that this competition would be imbued with such grave significance. Have you all understood? Elder Xian resumed his languid demeanor, lifting the wine gourd once more. So, I expect all of you to muster your spirits. Tomorrow, hold nothing back, show no mercy, and forget any notions of fraternity. Reveal all your skills and trump cards to me. Let me see, and let those old fellows of the Sea God Pavilion see, who truly deserves to inherit the future of Shrek. Chapter 69, The Ultimate Suppression, a divide that cannot be crossed. As the first rays of morning sunlight pierced the clouds, cascading over the Star Luo Plaza, the vast city transformed into a seething volcano. Every street leading to the grand stadium overflowed with throngs of people, who flocked from all directions, their faces alight with fervent anticipation, chanting a singular name, Shrek. The Shrek Civil War. This confrontation, laden with the significance of ideological conflict and the battle for the future, drew an allure that transcended even the final match. When the 2 teams stepped onto the competition stage, the cheers of the crowd, numbering in the tens of thousands, coalesced into a visible wave of sound, soaring skyward as if to rend the very clouds above. Dear spectators, the host's voice trembled with excitement. We are witnessing a historic moment. Shrek Academy will present to us the most magnificent and brutal civil war, demonstrating what it truly means to be the #1 on the continent. On the competition stage, the 14 competitors stood at a distance from each other, the atmosphere taut as iron. The Shrek main team, led by Captain Dai Yaoing, stood alongside the fiery Ma Xiaodao. Susan Star Crown, the steadfast Bei Bei, the insightful Yao Haoshuan, the formidable bone dragon Gongyang Yamo, and the supportive Chen Zifeng. The 7 exuded an aura as solid as a mountain. Simply standing together, the pressure emanating from their bloodlines and martial souls thickened the air. On Tongmen's side, there remained Bei Bei, Huo Yuhao, Wang Dong, Xiao Xiao, Kai Tu, Jiang Nan, and at the center of the team, the calm Lin Feng. Both sides ready. The referee's voice rang out with remarkable clarity amidst the tumultuous roars of the crowd. Dai Yaoing stepped forward, his gaze sharp as a blade, locking onto Bei Bei and Lin Feng, and solemnly declared, "Junior brothers, we have all heard Elder Xin's words. Thus, unleash your full strength for the future of Shrek, and engage in a fair battle." Bei Bei inhaled deeply and proclaimed, "What a coveted opportunity. Senior, please." The match commenced. The referee's right arm swung down with authority. Boom. Almost instantaneously, an indescribable aura of terror surged from the 7 members of the Shrek main team, ascending into the heavens. Dai Yaoing emitted a thunderous roar, his platinum hair erupting into a wild growth, his form expanding beyond 3 meters. The intense essence of metal enveloped the arena in a blinding golden light. Ultimate power. Beside him, Ma Xiaodao held nothing back. With a resounding cry of the phoenix, dark red flames surged forth, the terrifying heat distorting the surrounding air. This was no ordinary flame, but an ultimate fire imbued with destruction and ominous energy. One force, one flame. The 2 supreme martial souls entered their strongest combat stance within the very first second of the match. Even more formidable were the others. Xuanwu replacement, Starlight Guardian, Bone Dragon Barrier. Captain Dai Yaoing and Ma Xiaodao led the offensive, while the remaining 5 executed a dazzling display of defense and enhancement in an instant. Layers of auras, barriers, and shields encased the 7, forming an almost impenetrable moving fortress. There was no probing, no feints, no tactical maneuvers. From the very first second of the match, the Shrek main team opted for the most straightforward, most aggressive, and utterly unreasonable strategy, a frontal assault. Insightful eye, data link established. On Tang Sect's side, Huo Yuhao activated his mental detection at once, a torrent of information flooding into his mind. Warning. Detected a source of extraordinarily high energy. The opponent's soul power output exceeds the threshold. Warning. The opponent's defensive system is flawless. Conventional soul-guided rays cannot penetrate. Calculations underway. Optimal path planning initiated. Path planning failed. The opponent's speed is too swift to lock onto. A cacophony of alarms blared within Huo Yuhao's mental realm. How could this be? Huo Yuhao's expression shifted dramatically. For the first time, his mental detection encountered a situation beyond calculation. It was not that the opponent's tactics were particularly brilliant. On the contrary, they had no tactics whatsoever. Dai Yaoing and Ma Xiaodao charged forward like a heavily armored tank, moving at an utterly illogical speed straight toward the Tang Sect formation. It was a pure sense of oppression derived from sheer power and velocity. In their perception, there were no options for evasion or defense. In their lexicon, only one word resided: destroy. Block them. Bei Bei roared fiercely as the golden sacred dragon enveloped him, charging bravely toward Dai Yaoing. Boom. The dual claws of dragon and tiger clashed violently in midair. Bei Bei could only feel an irresistible force of terror surge through his arm. His body struck as if by a battering ram hurtling at high speed, causing him to spew a mouthful of blood and be sent flying. Just one move. Merely a single strike, and Bei Bei, a formidable soul king of the assault type, was utterly defeated. Is this the epitome of power? He fell to the ground, struggling to rise, his eyes filled with horror. His blue lightning tyrant dragon martial soul, before Dai Qian's sinister-eyed white tiger, possessed not even the slightest capacity for resistance. It was an all-encompassing oppression derived from the very essence of the martial soul. Chaotu, fire suppression. Lin Feng's voice rang out, maintaining his composure. With Chaotu already prepared, the shoulder-mounted soul cannon locked onto Ma Xiaodao in midair, unleashing a blinding white beam. Yet, Ma Xiaodao, faced with a soul cannon capable of flattening a small hill, did not even attempt to evade. She merely scoffed disdainfully, waving her right hand forward. A dark red flame barrier materialized out of thin air. The soul cannon's beam, capable of melting steel, upon contact with the flame barrier, evaporated instantly without even causing a ripple, as if an ice cube had been tossed into lava. What? Saodo's eyes nearly bulged out in disbelief. His level 6 soul cannon had been effortlessly deflected by a mere gesture from her? Your flames are far too weak. Ma Xiaotao's voice resonated like a queen's decree, laced with a cruel mirth. In the next moment, she flickered, appearing at the flank of the Tang Sect formation, unleashing a fan-shaped wave of dark red flames that engulfed the area where Xiao Xiao and Jiang Nanan stood. The ultimate fire, phoenix wings soaring. This is bad. Xiao Xiao and Jiang Nanan's expressions shifted dramatically. They sensed the destructive aura contained within the flames. To be touched by it would mean far more than mere injury. 3 lives, soul-settling cauldron. Teleport. In a moment of peril, Xiao Xiao summoned the black cauldron to shield her, while Jiang Nanan activated her 4th soul skill, narrowly evading the direct onslaught of flames. Boom. The flames collided with the soul-settling cauldron, producing a deep reverberation. The indestructible black cauldron's surface began to glow red at a visible rate. Xiao Xiao grunted softly, a trickle of blood escaping her lips, clearly suffering significant internal damage. The battle had commenced, and in less than 30 seconds, the Tang Sect's pride in their control, powerful assaults, and long-range firepower crumbled under the overwhelming onslaught of Shrek's main team and their ultimate martial souls. Bei Bei was gravely injured. Cao Dou's firepower was nullified. Xiao Xiao and Zhang Nannan were suppressed. The entire battlefield exhibited a one-sided crushing momentum. How could this be? In the audience, countless supporters of the Tang Sect found themselves engulfed in a profound silence. Their once proud dark horse, the miraculous team that had overturned everyone's perceptions through strategy and calculation, lay utterly defeated before the true aces of Shrek. Is this the Shrek main team? Is this the terror of ultimate martial souls? The tactics of the Tang Sect have utterly failed. In the face of overwhelming power, all techniques are rendered futile. In the VIP section, Lin Jiai, a disciple of Jing Hongchun, wore a solemn expression, now tinged with concern. He pondered, if the Sun Moon battle team were to take Tang Sect's place, how long could they endure against such unreasonable aggression? The answer was clear, not long at all. It is over. Beside him, Xiao Hongchen slowly uttered 3 words. His gaze filled with trepidation. On the competition stage, the formation of the Tang Sect had been completely shattered. Dai Yaoheng, like a god of slaughter, was unstoppable, charging straight towards Lin Feng and Huo Yuhao, who were being shielded by their companions. Lin Feng, Huo Yuhao, where are your calculations? He bellowed, his voice echoing like thunder. In the face of absolute power, what could you possibly calculate? Huo Yuhao's complexion turned ashen, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. His mind raced, pushing his mental prowess to its limits, desperately seeking a glimmer of weakness amidst the chaotic battlefield. There was none, absolutely none. The opponent's attacks were broad and unrestrained, leaving no space for calculation or prediction. It was akin to a Go master confronted by a brute who merely smashed the board with his fists. All of your intricate strategies became utterly meaningless. This was a dimensional strike, a merciless crushing from a higher echelon of power. Just then, Zhang Nannan, responsible for protecting the flank, was caught off guard and struck head-on by a beam of starlight from the opposing support-type Soul Master, letting out a muffled groan as her body was sent flying, unconscious in midair. For the first time, the Tang Sect suffered casualties in battle. A dire predicament. An unprecedented crisis. Nannan. Upon seeing Zhang Nannan knocked out, Bei Bei's eyes widened in fury, struggling to rush forward, only to be repelled by Dai Yaoheng's claw. Receiving another grievous wound to his chest, defeat was imminent. For the first time since its inception, the Tang Sect felt such a profound sense of helplessness in a team battle. This was not a tactical error or a lapse in coordination, but a pure qualitative crushing from a higher plane of existence. Such is the terrifying nature of the ultimate martial souls. Huo Yuhao's mind was overloaded to its limit. It felt as though countless currents of electricity were surging chaotically within his mental sea, the intense pain nearly causing him to faint. All calculations, all predictions, became a mere joke in the face of the opponent's tempestuous onslaught. Dai Yaoheng's White Tiger Demon transformation unleashed boundless power, as if each swipe of his claws summoned the essence of metal from the heavens. Ma Xiaodao's Phoenix Cry, a fiery inferno that seemed capable of igniting even space itself, made them appear as if they were players with invincible and infinite soul power, disregarding any semblance of game rules. No, something was amiss. At the very moment when Huo Yuhao's consciousness was on the verge of being consumed by excruciating pain, a languid yet uncertain voice echoed from the depths of his spiritual sea. It was the voice of the dreaming ice silkworm. Brother Tianming, you have awakened? Huo Yuhao exclaimed, a mix of surprise and joy flooding his being. Silence. I am deep in thought. Tianming's tone was imbued with an unprecedented seriousness. Xiao Yuhao, this battle seems rather peculiar. Peculiar? Huo Yuhao inquired. Indeed, Tianming pondered. That white tiger and that fiery bird are formidable, but they are not formidable enough to this extent. I sense an indescribable force aiding them, as if the very fortunes of the arena are gravitating towards them. Meanwhile, on your side, everything seems to go awry. Even drinking cold water feels like a chore. Fortune? Huo Yuhao was taken aback. This term exceeded his comprehension of soul master battles. I cannot articulate it, but it is merely a feeling. Tianming's voice carried a hint of agitation, especially regarding the girl with the butterfly. Her aura was quite strange. Although she appeared strong, it seemed as though something was suppressing her, rendering her power inaccessible. That fortune seemed to be primarily targeting her. The girl with the butterfly, Wang Dong, targeting Wang Dong. Fortune? Boom. A flash of lightning erupted in Huo Yuhao's mind. He was instantly reminded of Lin Feng's words to Wang Dong on the eve of the competition. A patch for fate. It requires a battle of sufficient weight to compel you to unleash your full potential and forcibly trigger the Divine King's imprint upon you. It is a stage tailored for her, a trap designed to force her awakening. So that was it. The might of the Shrek main team was merely a facade. What truly rendered them invincible was the clandestine augmentation from the world's rules. It was fate itself, stepping onto the stage as their 7th member. This force was mercilessly suppressing Tang Sect, while simultaneously employing brutal methods to provoke Wang Dong, seeking to elicit the Divine King's power within her and forcibly steer the narrative back on track. Understanding all of this sent a chill surging from his feet to the crown of his head. They were not merely battling the Shrek main team. They were contending against the very script of this world. Lin Feng, without a moment's hesitation, Huo Yuhao swiftly transmitted his conjecture and Tianming's warning to Lin Feng through the data link of the inside eye. Warning: unknown high-dimensional power interference detected. Target: Wang Dong. Determined as fate patch activation. Our opponent is the entire world. On the other end of the data link, Lin Feng, who had maintained a calm demeanor as though detached from the chaos, experienced a barely perceptible contraction of his pupils upon receiving this information. Gradually, he lifted his gaze, his eyes piercing through the frenzied assaults of Dai Yueheng and Ma Xiaotao, landing precisely on Huo Yuhao. Their gazes intertwined amidst the tumult of battle. In the absence of language, an unadulterated flow of information surged between the two individuals. In Huo Yuhao's eyes, a mixture of anxiety and inquiry shimmered. What should we do? Faced with the rules of the entire world, do we still stand a chance? Conversely, Lin Feng's gaze remained as tranquil as a placid lake. He offered no tactical directives. Instead, he transmitted a seemingly unrelated question through the data link. Since the script is already written and the actors are in place, why not attempt to deceive the director? Deceiving the director? What could this mean? Huo Yuhao's mind raced at an extraordinary velocity, processing the notions of script, actors, director, and deception. A fantastical, even mad idea. Akin to a lightning bolt piercing the night, illuminated the vast ocean of his consciousness. Abruptly, he turned his head to observe the white, soul ring on his right wrist. Forged from the essence of the million-year soul beast, the Dream Ice Silkworm, which had never truly displayed its power before others. The Dream Ice Silkworm had bestowed upon him two soul skills. The first was mental detection and sharing, the cornerstone of the Tang Sect's tactical framework. The second, however, was a soul skill so enigmatic that even the dream itself could scarcely articulate it, a legendary ability that might not conform to the world's established rules. A skill that, once unleashed, could lead to the complete collapse of his spiritual realm due to information overload. Simulation. This was not a mere imitation of soul skills, but a comprehensive, multi-dimensional replication and disguise of the very essence of the soul, the aura of the martial spirit, the fluctuations of soul power, and even the trajectory of fate. Its purpose was neither to attack nor to defend, but to deceive, to mislead opponents, to fool soul beasts, and even to beguile the world itself. If this world were a sophisticated computer, with everyone's destinies written as lines of code, then the function of the simulation soul skill was to identify one line of code and flawlessly obscure it with another. So this is your true application, Huo Yuhao murmured, his eyes gleaming with a madness and determination. He comprehended Lin Feng's intent. Since the director desired to witness the protagonist, Wang Dong, erupting from the depths of despair, what if the protagonist were to vanish from the stage? What if another identical protagonist appeared in his stead? Would the rules of this world succumb to a fleeting moment of logical chaos? That transient confusion would be their only opportunity. He resolved to take the gamble. In Huo Yuhao's eyes, all hesitation and fear evaporated, replaced by a fervent resolve reminiscent of crossing the Rubicon. He inhaled deeply, his mental focus sharper than ever, and issued one final command to all remaining comrades who were still able to fight. Bei, Wang Dong, Xiao Xiao, Kai Tu, exerting every last bit of their soul power. They would spare no effort to grant me just 3 seconds. Although the members of the Tang Sect were unaware of his intentions, their unwavering trust, forged over time, left no room for hesitation. Very well, Bei roared, his 7th soul ring radiating with brilliant light, as his martial spirit, the golden sacred dragon, descended once more, charging recklessly towards Dai Yaoheng in a self-sacrificial manner. The brilliance of decay, the light of the butterfly god, Wang Dong also erupted, her radiant goddess butterfly emitting an unprecedentedly sacred and resplendent glow for the first time, transforming into a torrent of light aimed at Ma Xiaotao. Xiao Xiao and Kai Tu likewise unleashed their most formidable soul abilities. In that moment, the Tang Sect launched a final counterattack, akin to moths drawn to a flame. And within that fleeting moment, earned through their very lives and soul power, Huo Yuhao slowly raised his right hand. The ethereal white soul ring, symbolizing 1,000,000 years, blossomed with its true radiance for the first time before the world. Second soul skill. His voice resonated as if from the heavens, imbued with an undeniable authority. Chapter 71, The Deceptive World. The script of the false god's descent. In the Star Luo Square, all eyes were fixed upon the scene. The air seemed to solidify into crystal, each ray of light refracting tension and anticipation. The semi-final battlefield, a fierce internal conflict within Shrek Academy, had reached a boiling point. Boom. Amidst the thunderous roar, Dai Yaoheng's white tiger shield clashed once more with Bei's thunder dragon claw, unleashing a tempest of soul power that swept across half the arena. With soul power far exceeding Bei's, Dai Yaoheng stood his ground, his gaze regal and commanding, exuding a kingly dominance. You've performed admirably, Bei. Dai Yaoheng's voice was as steady as a mountain, but this is where it ends. No sooner had he spoken than the soul rings of Ma Xiaotao, Ling Luochen, and Chun Zifeng behind him began to shimmer sequentially, their overwhelming soul pressure crashing upon the 7 members of the Tang Sect like a tangible tsunami. The might of the Shrek main team was an all-encompassing force. Dai Yaoheng's and Zhu Lu's martial spirit fusion technique, the ethereal white tiger, was poised to strike. Ma Xiaotao's ultimate fire phoenix, ready to unleash its devastating roar, and Gong Yang Mo's starry barrier had long enveloped the 7 from the Tang Sect. with each attack weakened and drawn by the power of the stars. Most despairing of all was the seemingly endless healing power from CC's 9-heart begonia. As long as she drew breath, the main team was nearly invincible. An insurmountable chasm was calculated. Was defeat imminent for the Tang Sect? In the VIP section, the Star Luo Emperor furrowed his brow slightly. Beside him, Su Jiawei, a level 9 soul master, revealed a hint of regret in his eyes. In the audience, countless supporters of Shrek experienced a tumult of emotions, proud of their team's strength, yet lamenting the impending downfall of the Dark Horse, the Tang Sect. It was over. In the resting area of the Sun and Moon battle team, Captain Ma Rulong coldly assessed the situation, concluding that their inferior strength could no longer be compensated by tactics. That Lin Feng was, after all, no deity. The siblings, Xiao Hongchun and his sister, exchanged a grave glance, both recognizing the formidable power of the Shrek main team, which exceeded their expectations. Yet, at this moment, when nearly everyone, including the Shrek main team, believed the outcome was certain, Lin Feng, who had seemed like an outsider since the beginning of the match, wore a subtle, unnoticed smile. Through the internal channel of the insightful eye, he issued a command that left everyone bewildered. Yuhao, are you ready? Ready, brother Feng. Huo Yuhao's voice quivered with barely contained excitement, not born of fear, but of the thrill of about to overturn the entire game. Lin Feng's gaze pierced through the swirling storm of soul power, landing on Dai Yaoheng's resolute and confident visage as he softly uttered, "Let us begin." Begin what? Dai Yaoheng astutely observed Lin Feng's lips, a sense of ominous premonition flashing through his mind. The next moment, an unprecedented change occurred. Without any warning, an overwhelming and soul-chilling malevolent aura enveloped the Star Luo Plaza, akin to a frigid wind from the depths of the underworld. The sky, under the gaze of all present, darkened without forewarning. No, it was not darkness, but rather a bizarre, ink-stained crimson hue. A blood-red crescent moon appeared out of thin air, looming ominously above the plaza, casting an unsettling glow. What is this? Why has the sky changed? My martial soul, it trembles. An evil soul master. It must be an evil soul master. There is no mistaking this aura. The audience erupted in chaos, countless soul masters rising in alarm, their terrified gazes fixated on the heavens. The purity and terror of that aura stirred their soul power into a frenzy, frightening enough to seem as though it threatened to freeze and devour their very souls. In the VIP section, the Emperor of Star Luo suddenly stood, his face pale. The soul masters guarding him swiftly surrounded him, as if facing a formidable enemy. The chief judge, an 8-ring soul Doluo, was likewise stricken with horror. He exclaimed, "How is this possible? The Star Luo city's defensive system is unresponsive. How did they get in?" Yet, a more terrifying scene was yet to unfold. As the blood moon hung high, dark fissures began to tear open in the air surrounding the arena. One by one, figures in black robes, exuding a sinister aura, emerged from the cracks. Some were tall and imposing, while others were hunched and diminutive, but all radiated an undeniable sense of repulsive malevolence and death. Each black-robed figure bore at least 7 soul rings. The foremost 2 glimmered with a total of 8 soul rings in hues of purple, black, 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 red, red, red. 2 evil soul master soul Doluos, accompanied by over 10 evil soul master soul saints. A harsh, discordant laughter, reminiscent of metal scraping against the soul, reverberated throughout the venue. One of the leading soul masters slowly lifted his head, revealing a face as pale as parchment, devoid of any color. His gaze swept across the crowd, finally resting upon the 2 teams on the competition stage. The prodigies of Shrek Academy, truly, the finest of sacrifices. Protect His Majesty. Activate the city's highest level of defense. All soul masters, prepare to confront the enemy. In mere seconds, the Star Luo Plaza transformed from a highly anticipated competition into a hell poised for a bloodbath. Panic, screams, and commands intermingled, causing order to collapse instantaneously. No one doubted the authenticity of the scene unfolding before them. The malevolent aura was too palpable, the oppressive presence of the blood moon too real, and the fluctuations of soul power emanating from those wicked soul masters bore no trace of deception. This was Huo Yuhao's second soul skill, simulation. In the original narrative, it was merely a supportive technique used for disguising soul rings and concealing one's aura. However, under Lin Feng's theoretical guidance and the vast spiritual support from the heavenly dream ice silkworm, this skill had been developed to an astounding degree, capable of deceiving the world. It no longer merely simulated the colors of soul rings or fluctuations of soul power. It simulated information. Through the eye of insight system, Huo Yuhao's spiritual energy formed a subtle connection with the spiritual energies of all present. He did not create an illusion. Rather, he directly infiltrated the information package of the evil soul masters, forcefully embedding it into the perceptions of everyone around. Visual, auditory, olfactory, and soul power perception, an all-encompassing deception. Amidst this monumental ruse, the only ones maintaining their clarity were the 7 members of the Tang Sect, who had already received their orders. In stark contrast, their opponents, the main team of Shrek Academy, found themselves engulfed in utter chaos. Evil soul masters? Dai Yaoheng's pupils constricted sharply. The threat he sensed was even greater than that posed by the soul masters in the stands. As the future leader of Shrek Academy, his immediate reaction was not to continue the competition. Protect the honor of the academy. Confront the enemy. With a fierce roar, Dai Yaoheng redirected his momentum from targeting the Tang Sect to those wicked soul masters emerging from the spatial rift. Ma Xiaotao, Ling Luocheng, and the others followed suit. As members of the Shrek inspection team, battling against evil soul masters was ingrained in their very essence. Almost instinctively, they relinquished their suppression of the Tang Sect's 7 members, turning their skills toward the unwelcome intruders. This was an instinctual reaction that could not be overcome by reason, for they were the pride of Shrek and guardians of justice on the continent. Yet, in that very moment of turning, they laid bare their greatest vulnerability before the Tang Sect. At the eye of the storm, Lin Feng's lips curled into a full smile. Now is the time. Cold and precise commands resonated simultaneously in the minds of the 7 members of the Tang Sect. The script had reached its final chapter. Chapter 72, Victory and Defeat in a Second. Reality rewritten by information. On the battlefield, the tide of victory often hangs by a mere breath. As Dai Yaoheng bellowed defiantly at the enemy, exposing his back entirely to the Tang Sect, time seemed to stretch infinitely. For the Shrek main team, ensnared in the deceptive invasion of the evil soul masters, their world was one of tragic doom, a solemn determination to uphold justice. Their soul power roared, their fighting spirit ignited, with their sights set on the terrifying shadows emerging from the rifts in space. Yet, for the 7 members of the Tang Sect, who remained in absolute clarity, this moment revealed a fleeting logical flaw amidst the chaotic data stream of the battlefield. Attack. Lin Feng's command was devoid of emotion, akin to a cold execution code, instantly activating the Tang Sect's 7 members, who were poised for action. There was no hesitation, no doubt. This embodied the essence of their calculated collaborative strategy, absolute trust, and unwavering execution. The first to strike was not Bei Bei nor Xiao Xiao, but rather the seemingly unassuming Hikaitu. With a faint hum, the soul-guided cannon slung over Hikaitu's shoulder burst into dazzling light. Yet, instead of unleashing a devastating projectile, it emitted a vast silver net woven from soul power. A level 5 soul-guiding device, the soul-locking net. The target of this net was not any member of the main team, but the ground beneath their feet. As the net landed, it retracted, and countless delicate silver threads sprang up from the ground, swirling like living vines to ensnare the ankles of the Shrek main team. Just as Dai Yaoheng and his companions surged towards the evil soul masters, they were abruptly halted by the sensation of binding at their feet. With their strength, breaking free from the soul-locking net would be instantaneous. However, what the Tang Sect needed was precisely this fleeting moment. At that very instant when their movements were hindered, Xiao Xiao's 3 lives soul-calming cauldron stirred. The cauldron's shock. Rather than opting for the more controlled cauldron's wave, they chose the cauldron's shock, which had the broadest range and could induce immediate paralysis. An invisible shockwave erupted violently from the center of the soul-locking net. This is bad. Alarm bells rang in Dai Yaoheng's mind. He finally realized that, regardless of the truth behind the evil soul masters, their greatest threat always loomed from behind. But alas, it was too late. The momentary paralysis induced by the cauldron's shock, even if it lasted only a fraction of a second, could prove fatal. For Wang Dong was already in motion. The withering in radiance, the golden path, the resplendent golden light transformed, no longer mere wings of the goddess of light, but coalesced into a straight, menacing golden avenue, precisely laid from Wang Dong's feet to those of the Shrek main team. This path connected life and death. The powerful control effect of the golden path erupted instantaneously, ensnaring Dai Yaoheng and his companions, who had just escaped the cauldron's shock, in a momentary paralysis once more. Continuous control, as precise as a textbook. If the soul lock network created by Hikaitu serves as the first line of defense, and Xiao Zhao's Ding Zhizhan represents the second layer of control, then Wang Dong's golden path is the clarion call for a full-scale assault. At the moment the golden path was laid out, an ethereal figure emerged at the center of the Shrek main team's formation. It was Huo Yuhao. He did not cast his gaze upon the still-performing illusions of the evil soul masters. Instead, his bright spiritual eyes had transformed into a profound shade of purple gold. Soul impact. An invisible mental storm erupted, centered around him. This time, he chose not to focus on a single target. Rather, he dispersed his mental energy, launching an assault on 7 individuals simultaneously. First struck was Cici, the auxiliary soul king wielding the 9 hearts Si Tang, who was the weakest in terms of mental strength. Under the onslaught of the mental storm, her mind felt as though it had been violently struck by a heavy hammer. Darkness engulfed her, and she lost consciousness in an instant. The brilliance of her 9 hearts Si Tang dimmed, and it fell gently to the ground. The Shrek main team's most powerful sustaining core was the first to be eliminated. Following closely, Gonyang Mo, Chen Zifeng, and others emitted muffled groans. Though they did not succumb to unconsciousness like Cici, the excruciating pain in their minds left them disoriented, causing their soul skills to falter. Only Dai Yaoheng and Ma Xiaotao, fortified by their formidable cultivation and willpower, managed to withstand this assault. However, what they beheld was a scene that made their hearts ache with fury. A figure, bathed in the radiance of thunder, had already charged before them. It was Bei Bei. He did not unleash the formidable thunder dragon claw, nor summon the overwhelming dragon god's descent. Instead, his right arm was adorned with densely packed blue-purple dragon scales. Yet all the lightning was highly compressed, coalescing into a single point. Tang Sect's ultimate technique, controlling the crane and capturing the dragon. His target was not the mightiest Dai Yaoheng, nor the most explosive attacker Ma Xiaotao, but rather Ganyang Mo, who had just regained his composure from the soul impact. An immense pulling force surged forth, and Ganyang Mo could not resist, being inexorably drawn toward Bei Bei. You dare! Dai Yaoheng's eyes widened with fury as he frantically mobilized his white tiger's soul to provide aid. However, a massive dark golden shield interposed itself between him and Bei Bei. It was Jiang Nanan. Her soft-bone rabbit soul had long since manifested. Her first soul skill, Waist Bow, activated, and she became akin to a fully drawn bowstring, channeling all her strength into the shield she wielded. This shield was a level 4 defensive soul tool crafted by Lin Feng himself, the indomitable King S shield. Boom! Dai Yaoheng's white tiger lightwave struck the shield with tremendous force, causing Jiang Nanan to spit out a mouthful of blood and be sent flying. Yet she resolutely prevented Dai Yaoheng from crossing the threshold. With her grievous injury, she bought precious time for Bei Bei to act. It's over, senior. Bei Bei's voice was soft as he pressed his palm against Ganyang Mo's chest. The compressed might of thunder erupted instantaneously, and Ganyang Mo was flung backward, his body charred, unable even to emit a cry as he was rendered entirely powerless. Meanwhile, a shadowy figure, akin to a blade of darkness, silently circled to Ling Luochan's rear. It was Su Sancher. His Xinming turtle shell shield was not employed for defense, but rather wielded as a projectile, hurtling towards Ling Luochan, who was in the midst of chanting a formidable ice-based soul skill. Sensing the imminent danger, she was compelled to interrupt her technique and turn to defend herself. Yet, while she managed to block the shield, she could not thwart Su Sancher himself. In a flash of brilliance, Su Sanchi's figure exchanged places with Ling Luochan's. The new position she occupied awaited her with a prison of blue-silver grass, already entwined with countless vines. It was Tanya. Ever lurking at the periphery of the battle, she had incessantly harassed with her blue-silver grass, finally revealing her most lethal fangs. In an instant, the dual soul skills of web binding and ghost vine parasitism struck, leaving Ling Luochan, the ice control soul king, utterly restrained and incapable of unleashing her true power. This entire sequence, from the launch of Kai Tu's soul-locking net to Ling Luochan's subjugation, transpired in a mere second. Just 1 second. The core members of the Shrek main team, healers, controllers, and support, were swiftly rendered ineffective in combat. At the moment Dai Yaoheng repelled Jiang Nanan, and Ma Xiaodao broke free from the constraints of the Golden Road, they beheld the remaining 5 members of Tang Sect, who had reformed their formation, gradually encircling them, and the last 2 standing, Zhu Lu and Chen Zifeng. In that very instant, the ominous blood moon, the terrifying evil spirit master, and the suffocating aura of malevolence vanished as if a delete key had been pressed, leaving no trace behind. The sky returned to its clear state. Sunlight once again bathed the entirety of Star Luo Plaza, as if everything that had transpired was merely an absurd nightmare. A profound silence enveloped the arena. Everyone stood transfixed, gazing at the center of the stage, where Cici, Gong Yangmo, and the bound Ling Luochan lay. Then at the Tang Sect members who stood together, composed and unruffled. Their minds were utterly incapacitated. What had just occurred? Where was the evil spirit master? What of the cataclysmic aura that had just moments ago filled the air? Dai Yaoheng, observing the scene before him and feeling the surge of soul power still coursing through him, was overwhelmed by an unprecedented absurdity. He abruptly turned, fixating intensely on the instigator who remained unmoved, Lin Feng. Lin Feng met his gaze with a slight smile, raising his hands in a gesture of indifference. Senior, shall we continue? At that moment, Dai Yaoheng could no longer contain the fury swelling within him, and a mouthful of blood erupted forth, causing his imposing form to sway precariously. He comprehended the situation at last. From beginning to end, there was no malevolent soul master. Everything was merely an elaborate ruse. A grand deception that exploited the instincts and honor of the Shrek Academy members to create a fleeting opportunity for the Tang Sect to triumph. The chief referee opened his mouth, intending to announce something, but found his throat parched, unable to utter a single word. The conclusion of this match had transcended his comprehension. Ultimately, it was the esteemed Duke of the White Tiger, the father of Dai Qiheng, who slowly rose from his seat and, with an extraordinarily complex tone, shattered the oppressive silence. The Shrek Tang Sect has triumphed. Chapter 73, The Wrath of Sea God Pavilion. Who dares to judge my people? Silence. A deathly silence. When the Duke of the White Tiger proclaimed the outcome of the match with such a convoluted tone, the entire Star Luo Plaza seemed to be stripped of all sound. This was soon followed by an uproar akin to a cataclysmic avalanche. They won. The Tang Sect emerged victorious. What does this mean? Are they deceiving us with illusions? Can this truly be considered a victory? Yet, the Shrek main team indeed exposed their vulnerabilities. This is outright cheating, an affront to the honor of soul masters. Whispers of debate, voices of skepticism, and shouts of discord merged into a colossal wave of sound, nearly threatening to topple the dome of Star Luo Plaza. Countless spectators wore expressions of confusion, anger, and absurdity. They had witnessed a match that would be etched in history, yet also an unprecedented victory. This triumph shattered their preconceptions of soul master duels. Amidst this chaos, officials from the competition committee approached the stage with ashen faces. Leading them was the chief referee of the Star Luo Empire, who bypassed the Shrek main team, still in a state of shock, and directly confronted the 7 members of the Tang Sect. Tang Sect. The referee's voice brimmed with suppressed fury. You must provide an explanation. Behind him, several committee members, donned in various attires representing the continent's factions, bore expressions of indignation. Among them, an elderly man adorned with the emblem of the Sun and Moon Empire stepped forward without hesitation, scrutinizing Huo Yuhao with the gaze of an inquisitor and sternly exclaimed, "An explanation? Such a spirit skill that influences tens of thousands. What differentiates it from that of a malevolent soul master? I propose that this individual be detained immediately, and a thorough investigation into the source of his martial soul and soul skills be conducted. Until the matter is clarified, the results of the match must not be recognized." His words instantly garnered agreement from many. Indeed, a thorough investigation is imperative. This ability is far too perilous. If utilized on the battlefield, the consequences would be unimaginable. Unyielding accusations were leveled without mercy. This was no longer a mere inquiry into the match's outcome. It was a public trial of Huo Yuhao. The members of the Tang Sect changed their expressions, instinctively shielding Huo Yuhao behind them. Huo Yuhao's complexion paled. He too had not anticipated that his soul skill would incite such a monumental uproar. Nevertheless, Lin Feng retained his calm and composed demeanor. He stepped forward, positioning himself before the crowd, and with a smile, addressed the elder from the Sun Moon Empire. "May I inquire, esteemed senior, in what capacity do you suggest we apprehend the students of Shrek Academy?" His voice was not loud, yet it resonated clearly in the ears of all present. His demeanor, neither servile nor arrogant, coupled with the subtle sharpness in his words, momentarily stunned the elder from the Sun Moon Empire. "I am the special advisor to the organizing committee of this tournament, and the vice principal of the Royal Soul Master Academy of the Sun Moon Empire, Jing Hongchun," he declared proudly, revealing himself as the grandfather of both Xiao Hongchun and Meng Hongchun. "Ah, so you are Vice Principal Jing," Lin Feng acknowledged with a nod, his smile unwavering. "As an advisor to the organizing committee, you must be more aware than anyone of the tournament's rules, correct?" "Of course I am," Jing Hongchun retorted. "Then allow me to ask," Lin Feng extended a finger. "Which article of the tournament rules states that the use of mental type soul skills to influence an opponent's judgment is prohibited?" Jing Hongchun found himself at a loss for words. Lin Feng raised a second finger. "And which article specifies that soul masters' duels do not encompass psychological warfare?" The elder's face began to redden. Furthermore, Lin Feng's tone sharpened. "Has my teammate, Huo Yuhao's soul skill ever inflicted substantial harm on any audience member outside the arena? Has he violated any of the prohibitions outlined in the Soul Master Covenant? His soul rings are derived from legitimate soul beasts, and his martial soul is recognized as a legitimate martial soul by Shrek Academy. By what right do you equate him with the nefarious soul masters, those whom all seek to eradicate? You are twisting the facts." Jing Hongchun stammered, struggling to respond, resorting only to indignation. "Am I indeed?" Lin Feng surveyed the surroundings, his gaze sweeping across the outraged members of the organizing committee, all prominent figures on the continent. "May I pose a fundamental question? What is the essence of a Soul Master-S battle? Is it a contest of soul power levels? A display of the age of soul rings? Or perhaps a clash of soul bone strength? None of these. The essence of a Soul Master-S battle is a life and death struggle, wagering everything. It is a comprehensive confrontation of wisdom, strength, will, and strategy. My teammate employed his soul skill to create an information trap, testing the opponent's adaptability and resolve under sudden circumstances. Regrettably, Senior Dai and his companions, driven by their innate instinct to uphold justice, made the most righteous yet fatal choice. They succumbed to their own honor, not our schemes. This is the truth of this battle." His words resonated powerfully, articulated with clarity, momentarily silencing the previously tumultuous square. Even the Emperor of the Star Luo Empire and Duke White Tiger in the VIP section exchanged glances of intrigue. "What a sharp-tongued young man," Jing Hongchun, consumed by rage, responded with a bitter laugh. "Even if your eloquence is commendable, it cannot alter the undeniable fact that your soul skill instigated great panic. If this precedent is set, the repercussions will be endless. In order to uphold fairness and security during the competition, I must take action today." Just as Jing Hongchun was poised to impose his will, an ancient, languid voice, imbued with unparalleled authority, resonated from the heavens, penetrating the very souls of all present. This voice, though soft, eclipsed the cacophony within the venue in an instant. Every individual, including the Emperor and Dukes seated in the VIP section, felt an overwhelming, unassailable pressure descending from above. The air in the Starfall Square thickened, akin to viscous amber, rendering all motion impossible. The sky had inexplicably darkened. A colossal, ethereal figure of a gluttonous beast flickered amidst the clouds, its golden eyes resembling twin suns, coldly surveying the scene below. "Xian, Elder Xian." The chief judge struggled to lift his head, gazing at the slightly hunched figure descending from the sky, his voice heavy with reverence and trepidation. The arrival was none other than Elder Xian, a venerable elder from Shrek Academy's Sea God's Pavilion, the gluttonous Delaw. Elder Xian's silhouette finally settled upon the competition stage, positioning himself directly in front of Tang Sect's 7 members. He paid no heed to the committee members, instead, leisurely extracting a wine gourd from his waist and taking a generous swig, followed by a contented belch. Having completed this, he turned slowly, his seemingly murky eyes piercing through to the pallid visage of Jing Hongchun. "Old fellow, I just heard you say you would capture a member of Shrek and conduct a thorough investigation." Elder Xian's tone was remarkably calm, reminiscent of a neighbor casually inquiring about your meal. Yet, cold sweat instantly beaded on Jing Hongchun's forehead. He felt an icy intent locking onto him completely. A single misstep in his words could lead to him being torn to shreds by the gluttonous phantom lurking in the clouds. "Elder, I I was merely concerned for the integrity of the competition. Integrity, my foot. Elder Xian abruptly interrupted Jing Hongchun with an expletive. His mountainous frame took a step forward, the terrifying aura eliciting a groan from the competition stage, burdened beyond its capacity. My disciple has won the competition through his own merit. When did it become your prerogative to meddle? You are frightened by a mere spiritual soul skill? Should a malevolent soul master truly descend upon you, would you not find yourselves begging for mercy? Rules? We at Shrek Academy are the embodiment of rules. I hereby declare, the outcome of this competition is a victory for Tang Sect. Anyone who dares to disagree, step forward and challenge me. Huo Yuhao is a core disciple favored by the Sea God's Pavilion. Should anyone dare to lay a finger on him, they shall face the wrath of the entire Shrek Academy. I would not hesitate to reshuffle the powers of the Doloa continent. Domineering, unparalleled dominion. This is the backbone of the continent's foremost academy. This is the majesty of the limit Doloa. Before Elder Xian, the esteemed competition committee and the dignity of the empire were as fragile as paper. On mirror-red Dust's face, emotions flickered between crimson and pallor, ultimately bowing in humiliation, not daring to utter another word. The remaining members of the organizing committee fell silent, like frozen statues. Elder Xian let out a cold snort, disregarding them, and turned his gaze towards the 7 from Tang Sect. When his eyes landed on Lin Feng and Huo Yuhao, the overwhelming authority that once surrounded him vanished, replaced by an unmistakable admiration and pride. Well done, little ones. With your victory, hold your heads high as you descend. Should the heavens collapse, we old folks will shield you. After speaking, he took another hearty swig of wine. Then with a sweeping motion of his sleeve, a gentle force enveloped the 7 from Tang Sect, propelling them skyward until they vanished into the horizon, leaving behind a chaotic scene and an audience of tens of thousands. Still in shock, struggling to regain their composure. This uproar, stemming from a simulation, was forcibly concluded in the most dominant and unreasonable manner by Shrek Academy. Yet everyone understood that a new era might have already begun to unfold. Chapter 74, The Weight of Glory. A night of legacy between new and old champions. The night was serene as water. The moonlight of Star Luo City filtered through the window, casting mottled shadows in the rest area of Shrek Academy. The daytime clamor had dissipated, yet the echoes of that heart-stopping internal battle lingered in everyone's hearts. Within Tang Sect's quarters, despite their victory, the atmosphere remained tense. Huo Yuhao sat in a corner, his mood somewhat subdued. Although Elder Xian had magnificently diffused the judgment of the day, the sensation of being the target of collective scorn still left this resilient youth feeling a touch of grievance and apprehension. Lin Feng patted his shoulder, offering him a cup of warm water. Do not overthink it. When one stands out in the forest, the winds will inevitably seek to uproot them. When you exhibit the power to alter the rules, doubt and criticism become the badges you must bear. I understand, Brother Feng. Huo Yuhao nodded, his gaze regaining its resolve. I just feel a bit sorry for Senior Dai and the others. Indeed, they had triumphed in the competition. Yet it seemed as though they had lost something far more significant. The method of winning by exploiting the glory and instincts of others left them, who also took pride in Shrek, feeling a twinge of unease. Meanwhile, in the Shrek main team's locker room, the atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive. Dai Yueheng sat alone by the window, silently polishing his boxing gloves, the moonlight casting a melancholic glow on his chiseled profile. He refrained from participating in any post-match activities, shutting himself in his room upon returning. His teammates were worried but were at a loss as to how to console him. The match had been a frustrating loss, a bitter pill to swallow. It felt akin to a heavyweight boxer expending all his strength in a punch only to land it in empty air. That sense of powerlessness was far more distressing than a straightforward defeat. Creak. The door was gently pushed open, and a figure entered. Dai Yueheng did not turn around, merely stating in a subdued tone, I wish to be alone. Senior Dai, it is I? The visitor is Bebe. Dai Yueheng halted his actions of wiping, slowly lifting his gaze towards the individual who had triumphed over him on the field today. His expression was intricate, a blend of reluctance and admiration, yet devoid of animosity. What brings you here? Dai Yueheng's voice was slightly hoarse. Have you come to witness the farce of my defeat? Certainly not. Bebe shook his head, taking a seat opposite him and placing a jar of wine on the table. I have come to share a drink with you, senior. Dai Yueheng silently regarded him for a moment before eventually grasping the wine bowl on the table. Bebe filled both bowls, the sharp aroma of the liquor swiftly enveloping the room. Today, we triumphed through no merit of our own. Bebe initiated the conversation, breaking the silence. On behalf of Tang Sect, I extend my apologies to you and all members of the main team. Dai Yueheng raised the bowl and drank it down in one gulp, the fiery liquid coursing down his throat as if igniting a flame within. There is no need for apologies. He set down the bowl, exhaling deeply. On the battlefield, each relies on their own abilities. Your tactics, though somewhat unconventional, must be acknowledged for their effectiveness. We lost. It is a simple truth. We succumbed to our own instincts. A hint of bitterness flickered in Dai Yueheng's gaze. When that malevolent spirit master appeared, my sole thought was to confront them and tear them apart. This instinct is ingrained in every member of the Shrek monitoring team. We cannot change it. This is precisely what we admire about you seniors, Bebe said earnestly. The glory of Shrek is not constructed from mere soul power levels, but is upheld by generations like you, who protect it with blood and life. This glory is the true strength of Shrek. Upon hearing these words, Dai Yueheng's body quivered slightly, and the reluctance and frustration in his eyes seemed to dissipate somewhat. Well said, he chuckled self-deprecatingly. But today, This glory has become the reason for our defeat. Perhaps we have truly grown old and cannot keep pace with you youngsters. No. Beibei's gaze suddenly sharpened. Senior, you are not old, and the glory of Shrek shall never become obsolete. It is merely this era that has transformed. He stood, walking to the window to gaze at the luminous moon outside. The technological advancements of the Sun and Moon Empire are ever evolving. Their combat methods are no longer confined to mere soul master duels. Information warfare, psychological battles, and technological conflicts will render future wars far more intricate and brutal than we can imagine. Lin Feng once posed a question to us. If one day, we face an enemy capable of using soul tools to simulate a large-scale invasion by malevolent spirit masters, throwing our army into chaos, what should we do? Dai Yaoheng's pupils constricted sharply. This question struck him like a bolt of lightning, piercing deep into his psyche. Indeed, what if today's simulation by Huo Yuhao was not merely an individual, but an entire legion? What if this was not a competition, but a war that determined the fate of the empire? The consequences are unfathomable. Today's match was less of a civil war and more of a profound lesson imparted by Lin Feng to all of us, to the entirety of Shrek. Beibei's voice turned gravely serious. Through a singular victory, he unveiled a potential future for warfare. He made us realize that safeguarding honor requires not merely fervor and instinct, but also a composed mind and the wisdom to discern truth from falsehood. Dai Yaoheng fell completely silent, staring blankly at the wine bowl in his hands. Each of Beibei's words struck him like a heavy hammer, challenging his established perceptions. He had always believed he bore the weight of Shrek's present and the glory of the academy. Yet, at this moment, he comprehended that the younger members of Tang Sect were already contemplating Shrek's future and the broader landscape of the continent. The disparity in perspective was vast. After a long pause, Dai Yaoheng slowly uttered 3 words. He raised his wine bowl once more, this time towards Beibei. This cup is for you. To honor your victory and the alarm you have sounded for Shrek. Beibei smiled faintly and clinked his bowl with his. The crisp sound rang out, clear and melodious. All barriers, resentment, and misunderstandings dissipated in that resonant chime. Do you have confidence in the finals against the Sun and Moon Empire? Dai Yaoheng inquired, his gaze regaining its former sharpness and dominance. Absolutely, Beibei replied, resolutely. Good, Dai Yaoheng declared, setting down his wine bowl with conviction. On the day of the finals, we shall stand as your staunchest support. Let the entire continent witness that, whether it be the Shrek main team or the Shrek Tang Sect, we embody the glory of Shrek. We are the strongest of this era. Outside, the moonlight had grown increasingly radiant, unbeknownst to them. A civil strife had not shattered Shrek's unity. Rather, it had forged their hearts together like tempered steel, strengthened through fire and hammering. The legacy of the old and new champions was quietly completed that night. Their singular focus remained, the stage of the finals. Chapter 75, the final opponent. The dominant Sun and Moon battle team. The aftershocks of Shrek's internal conflict had yet to fully subside. While another semifinal of the continent's prestigious Soul Master Academy competition had commenced, the opposing teams were the Xingluan National Academy and the tournament's foremost favorite, the Royal Soul Master Academy of the Sun and Moon. From the outset, this match drew the attention of the entire continent. Everyone was eager to witness the depth of the Sun and Moon battle team, hailed as the Golden Generation, following Shrek Academy's display of terrifying strength. All members of Tang Sect and the Shrek main team were present to spectate. Dai Yaoheng and Beibei stood side by side. The heartfelt exchange from the previous night had not only dissolved any barriers between them, but also fostered a newfound camaraderie. The match had begun. Dai Yaoheng observed the Sun and Moon team as they emerged slowly from the player tunnel, his gaze imbued with an unprecedented gravity. At the forefront, the sibling duo of Xiao Hongxin and Meng Hongxin led their team, each member adorned with an expression of near indifference yet profound confidence. This confidence was not a facade of arrogance, but rather a serene assurance derived from their absolute prowess, an unshakable belief in their command over the situation. Their opponents, the Xingluan National Academy team, were equally formidable, boasting the captain, a powerful 6-ringed battle soul emperor, and the nephew of the Xingluan emperor. However, as the bell rang to commence the match, it became apparent to all what the concept of generational disparity truly entailed. The match had begun. As the referee's voice echoed across the square, the Sun and Moon team had already initiated a demonstration of what it meant to master the art of soul guiding. There were no martial souls manifested, no soul rings shimmering. Standing at the forefront, Xiao Hongxin merely snapped his fingers. A synchronized hum resonated. And beneath the feet of the 7 members of the Sun and Moon team, a luminous halo, composed of countless intricate soul-guiding formations, ignited simultaneously. The halos interconnected, swiftly coalescing into a flawless entity. A soul-guiding interlinked array. What is that? Beibei's pupils constricted slightly. It is their team amplification system. Lin Feng's voice resonated in the ears of the Tang Sect members, as he had already begun to analyze their opponent's data through his inside eye. This array would enable the seamless circulation and sharing of soul power among the 7 individuals, amplifying each member's soul-guiding device's power by at least 30%. 30%. The mere mention of this figure left Dai Yaoheng gasping in disbelief. This signified that from the onset of the match, the opposing 7 had essentially activated an extraordinarily potent team amplification soul skill, and this was merely the beginning. The first phase, clearing the field. Xiao Hongxin's voice was devoid of emotion, yet crystal clear, as if conducting a mundane experiment rather than a semi-final match. No sooner had he finished speaking than the 6 teammates beside him raised their arms in unison. Their arms were clad in a layer of silvery metallic gauntlets, each adorned with 6 ominous cannon ports, all aimed at the Xinghua National Academy team before them. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. A deluge of densely packed soul-guiding rays surged forth, enveloping the front half of Xing Ma Xiaotao's territory. Each ray possessed the destructive force to rival a full-powered strike from a 4-ringed soul master. The expressions of the Xinghua National Academy members shifted dramatically. The captain bellowed in fury as his 6th soul ring glimmered. A colossal silhouette of the star-crowned martial soul materialized, showering the arena with starlight to forge a formidable defensive barrier. Star Guardian. However, that seemingly indomitable barrier crumbled before the barrage of soul-guiding rays, as fragile as parchment. The piercing sound of dissolution echoed, and within mere seconds, the starlight shield became riddled with cracks before shattering spectacularly. How is this possible? The captain of Xinghua exclaimed in disbelief. His most formidable defensive soul skill was, astonishingly, shattered in an instant by the opponent's ordinary attack. An ordinary attack? In the resting area of the Sun and Moon battle team, Jing Hongqian stroked his beard, a hint of disdain glimmering in his eyes. Such ignorant fools. That was the latest Tier 3 linked rapid-fire soul cannon, each shell inscribed with both armor-piercing and explosive dual formations. It was not merely the defense of a 6th-ring soul emperor that would withstand it. Even the protective soul power of a 7th-ring soul sage would be obliterated. On the battlefield, the Xinghua battle team found themselves plunged into a passive state of being relentlessly attacked after losing their defensive barrier. They attempted to charge forward, only to be met by the elusive and toxic onslaught of Meng Hongqian. The Zhuqing Ice Toad martial spirit, amplified by the soul guidance device, rendered the poison even more terrifying. Silent and insidious, the toxic mist and highly corrosive venom, along with the nerve toxins that could affect mental clarity, left the Xinghua team members completely defenseless, their formation utterly disrupted. It was over, Lin Feng murmured softly. Indeed. At the very moment the Xinghua team's ranks were in disarray, Xiao Hongqian finally made his move. He did not employ any soul guidance devices. He simply raised his right hand slowly. His martial spirit, the 3-legged golden toad, silently manifested behind him. Subsequently, his 3rd soul ring, a purple 1,000-year soul ring, illuminated. Soul skill, gaze of gold. A beam of golden light shot forth from Xiao Hongqian's eyes, instantly locking onto the captain of the Xinghua National Academy. The 6th-ring soul emperor felt his body stiffen, as if an invisible mountain was pressing down upon him, causing his internal soul power to flow sluggishly. In horror, he realized that a faint metallic sheen was beginning to emerge upon the surface of his body. He was being metallized. This was an extraordinarily domineering control, soul skill. At the very moment he was immobilized, a cruel smile curled at the corners of Xiao Hongqian's mouth. The 6 teammates behind him reignited their soul cannons. This time, it was not rapid fire, but a charge. 6 blinding beams of light converged, forming an immensely thick energy pillar, replete with a sense of annihilation, aimed directly at the captain of the Xinghua team, who was ensnared by the gaze of gold. 6-in-1, cluster destruction cannon. No. The Xinghua captain let out a desperate scream. In the VIP section, the emperor of Xinghua stood abruptly, his face ashen. Yet, it was all beyond redemption. Boom. The deafening sound of the explosion resonated through the heavens. The destructive energy completely engulfed the figure of the 6th-ring soul emperor. As the brilliance faded, a vast pit remained on the competition stage, its edges still melting. The captain of the Xinghua National Academy had utterly vanished from this world. Not a trace remained. A profound silence fell over the arena. All were left speechless by this bloody and brutal spectacle. Instant annihilation, in a manner that was overwhelming, unyielding, and nearly genocidal. A soul emperor of the 6th ring was obliterated in an instant. Madness. They are indeed madmen. A terrified scream erupted from the audience. The Sun and Moon battle team brazenly executed their attack on the semi-final stage. Xiao Hongqian slowly withdrew his gaze, as though he had merely accomplished a trivial task. Casting a glance toward the judging panel, he stated nonchalantly, "He has lost." The remaining members of the Xing Luo team, gazing at the horrifying pit and inhaling the acrid scent lingering in the air, were already rendered utterly terrified, their fighting spirit extinguished. We concede. What was anticipated to be a riveting semi-final concluded in the most shocking and brutal manner. The Royal Soul Master Academy of Sun and Moon advanced to the finals with an air of dominion. Their formidable strength, their cold-bloodedness, their ruthless means cast a heavy pall over the hearts of all. In the Tang Sect's resting area, the atmosphere was thick with tension. Is this our opponent for the finals? Xiao Zhao's voice trembled slightly. Indeed, Lin Feng nodded, his expression equally grave. Recognizing that they faced an adversary who perfectly integrated soul engineer technology with the essence of soul masters, devoid of any moral boundaries. Dai Yaohan clenched his fists, his knuckles whitening from the pressure. Monsters, these individuals are utterly monstrous. Indeed, they are monsters. If the Shrek main team epitomizes the pinnacle of traditional soul masters, an embodiment of power and skill, then the Sun and Moon battle team represents a dimensional onslaught from another realm, an art of technology and slaughter. Two starkly contrasting styles. Two powers symbolizing different eras are destined to collide on the ultimate stage of the finals. After a brief, haunting silence, the entire Xing Luo square erupted into an even more frenzied discussion. Fear of the Sun and Moon battle team, anticipation for the finals. and anxiety for the fate of the Tang Sect intermingled, propelling the atmosphere of the competition to its zenith. In everyone's heart, a singular thought prevailed. The finals, Shrek, Tang Sect, and the Royal Soul Master Academy of Sun and Moon. This is destined to be a century-defining battle that will reshape the future landscape of the continent. Chapter 76, The Night Before the Finals. The final trap, named Red Dust Affection. The night was as dark as ink, enveloping Luo City. The day's clamor and fervor had completely faded, leaving only the suffocating tranquility unique to the eve of the finals. The resting area of Shrek Academy was brightly lit. Resembling the eye of a storm, outside, an impending tempest loomed, yet within, an eerie calm prevailed. The members of the Tang Sect sat cross-legged, silently adjusting their soul power and states. Hikaitu meticulously polished his soul cannon, inspecting every component with scrupulous attention. Su Sanshur, rarely serious, bore a deep gaze, while the soul power of the Xianming replacement flowed gently around him. Bei Bei closed his eyes, embodying the steady presence of the holy dragon of light. Yet beneath this calm exterior, an invisible pressure lingered in the hearts of all present. The name of the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Mentor Academy loomed before all institutions like a colossal mountain, symbolizing the direction of an era. Each of their previous competitions resembled a ruthless display of technological prowess, overwhelming opponents with sheer strength. Even their captain, Xiao Hanxian, and vice-captain, Meng Hanxian, had never truly unleashed their full potential. Do you feel it? In the silence, Lin Feng's voice suddenly pierced through the gravity of the moment. Everyone opened their eyes, their gazes converging upon him. A sense of foreboding, like the approach of a mountain storm, enveloped them. As the spiritual core, Huo Yuhao felt the most acutely. The very essence of soul power in the air seemed to tremble in anticipation of the impending battle. The momentum of the Sun and Moon team had infiltrated every corner of the arena in this intangible manner. Indeed, Lin Feng nodded, stepping to the center of the room and activating a simplified projection mode of the Eye of Insight. With a flicker of light, a vast data analysis chart materialized before them. This was the result of countless competition recordings meticulously edited, analyzed, and modeled. In the lead-up to the finals, I have been pondering a question. Lin Feng's voice was calm and clear, imbued with an aura of omniscience. What is the true trump card of the Sun and Moon Academy? Is it not their seemingly endless array of innovative soul-guiding devices? Xiao Xiao inquired, puzzled. In previous matches, they had consistently unveiled one or two unheard-of soul-guiding mechanisms, each more terrifying than the last. The soul-guiding devices are their overt strength, the muscle displayed on the surface. Lin Feng shook his head, tracing a finger across the projection. The image instantly shifting to focus on several close-up shots of Xiao Hanxian and Meng Hanxian. These images, captured from their various matches, depicted fleeting moments from peculiar angles. Look here. Lin Feng pointed to one frame, where, during their match against the Qianling Academy, Xiao Hanxian shared a brief moment of eye contact with Meng Hanxian, lasting a mere 0.2 seconds before unleashing the level 6 soul-guiding cannon, the Judgment Sword. According to our data model analysis, this exchange was tactically unnecessary. He switched to another frame, and here, during the battle against the Xingluan National Academy, as Meng Hanxian activated the ranged debilitating ability of her Zhuqing Ice Toad Martial Soul. The fluctuations of their soul power exhibited a sustained 0.5-second phenomenon of anomalous synchronization. This level of harmony transcended the bounds of mere twin martial soul synergy. Each image, each minuscule detail circled in red, under Lin Feng's commentary, wove together a chilling narrative. Since the commencement of the tournament, all had been captivated by the formidable soul-guiding technology of the Sun and Moon Academy, which constituted a cognitive misstep. Their most potent trump card had never been those cold, metallic contraptions. Lin Feng's gaze swept across every individual, deliberately articulating the earth-shattering revelation, but rather, it is their martial soul fusion techniques. In an instant, the room fell into a profound silence. Even the sound of breathing ceased. Martial soul fusion techniques. This term signifies one of the most extraordinary miracles within the realm of soul masters. Once unleashed, it wields the terrifying power to reverse the tide of battle. Yet, who could have anticipated that the prestigious Sun and Moon Academy, which prides itself on soul-guiding devices and often looks down upon traditional martial souls, would ultimately possess this? How could this be possible? Bei Bei exclaimed, acknowledging their dual martial souls and the apparent oddity of their fusion techniques' prior absence. However, why had it never been utilized? With the might of a martial soul fusion technique, there would be no need for such arduous struggle, for it is not intended for siege and conquest, but rather for the subjugation of the heart. Lin Feng's gaze deepened, as if transcending time and space to glimpse the battlefield of tomorrow. Through the ultimate deconstruction and deduction of their data, I can ascertain that the essence of this martial soul fusion technique lies not in sheer physical might, but in mental manipulation. Its name should be Red Dust Affection. Red Dust Affection? Huo Yuhao pondered this name, an inexplicable chill rising from the depths of his heart. The name, though gentle and alluring, emanated an indescribable eeriness. Indeed, Lin Feng's expression was uncharacteristically grave. Once this skill is activated, it will conjure an inescapable realm of inner demons. It will delve into the deepest desires, most fervent thoughts, and happiest memories of each individual, weaving them into a perfect dream. In this dreamscape, one will attain their heart's utmost desires. The eldest brother will restore the glory of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family. Sanshur will be forever entwined with Sister Nan Nan, and Kai Tu will resurrect his parents. You will be enraptured in the most blissful dreams, utterly devoid of the will to fight, willingly becoming lambs to the slaughter. Lin Feng's words cascaded over them like a frigid deluge. This was utterly terrifying. Even the most formidable physical assault could be resisted or evaded. Yet, how does one defend against an attack that directly targets the spirit, enticing one into surrender? Who could possibly resist their deepest desires? Is this not an inescapable conspiracy? Su Sanshur's complexion paled. No, there is a solution. Lin Feng's gaze shifted to Huo Yuhao, sharp as a blade. The only resolution lies with you, Yuhao. Instantly, all eyes converged upon Huo Yuhao. Me? Huo Yuhao pointed to himself, incredulous. Indeed, Lin Feng approached him, placing his hands firmly on his shoulders, and spoke solemnly. Although red dust affection is formidable, it fundamentally operates on the manipulation of mental energy. As long as it pertains to mental energy, it cannot be devoid of flaws. Its roots lie within the brother and sister duo of Shao Hongqian and Meng Hongqian. Our firewall and mental anchor point will be you. He turned to address the crowd, unveiling a premeditated counterfraud strategy. From this moment forth, Yuhao will implant a thread of his mental essence, akin to a seed, into the mental seas of each individual. This seed will forge a mental guardian, serving as the first line of defense. Concurrently, I will establish a unique mental frequency as an emergency awakening command. Tomorrow, should the adversary initiate red dust affection, you will most likely be plunged into the illusion instantaneously. At this moment, Yuhao's mission was to serve as a base station, utilizing the frequency I had established to awaken the spiritual seeds nestled within your minds, forcibly rousing you from the depths of your dreams. The plan appeared deceptively simple, yet each individual present was acutely aware of the inherent dangers. This meant that Huo Yuhao would single-handedly confront the formidable spirit fusion technique of the Sun and Moon battle team, while concurrently safeguarding his 6 teammates. The strain on his mental fortitude would be astronomical. More perilous still, if Huo Yuhao, as the anchor point, succumbed to the abyss first. Or if his spiritual energy proved insufficient to awaken everyone, then the Tang Sect would inevitably face instant annihilation. I comprehend. Without the slightest hesitation, Huo Yuhao nodded vigorously, his eyes ablaze with fierce determination. I am the final bastion of the Tang Sect. Well done. Lin Feng cast an approving glance in his direction, then proceeded to arrange everyone to take their seats, preparing for the mental link. Once the meeting concluded, and all departed with solemn expressions to make their final preparations, Huo Yuhao remained behind. Lin Feng approached him, patting his shoulder as the night breeze wafted in through the window, carrying a hint of coolness. Yuhao, remember. Lin Feng's voice was soft, yet it struck Huo Yuhao's mind like a nail driven deep. If, and I emphasize if, even you were to fall into an illusion, trust your instincts, your innermost desires will guide you. That will be our final chance for victory. Huo Yuhao's heart quivered, yearning to inquire further, but Lin Feng had already turned away, leaving him with a profound silhouette. The innermost desire? What could that be? Huo Yuhao gazed into the profound night outside, lost in contemplation. Little did he know that this seemingly casual reminder would incite tremendous upheaval in the decisive battle that would shape the course of the era the following day. Chapter 77, The Twilight of an Era. The fateful confrontation of the new king and the old king. The next day, dawn broke with a sudden brilliance. As the first rays of morning light pierced through the clouds, casting a golden hue upon the outline of Star Luo City, the entire metropolis stirred as if awakening from a deep slumber. An unprecedented fervor swept through every street. Countless citizens surged into Star Luo Plaza, the grand edifice capable of accommodating 100,000 souls, which today was filled to capacity. Above the plaza, dozens of large sound amplification soul devices carried the announcer's impassioned voice throughout the city, and the very air was thick with an intense atmosphere of anticipation. The finals of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Soul Fighting Competition had finally arrived. This was a confrontation imbued with countless significances. It was not merely a contest for glory between the illustrious Shrek Academy and the Royal Sun and Moon Academy, but rather the ultimate clash of two ideologies, two eras. On one side stood Shrek, the old king representing a 1,000-year legacy of soul master glory and tradition. On the other side was the Sun and Moon Empire, the new king heralding reform and embodying the future with its soul guide technology. Would the power of traditional soul masters prevail? Or would the innovative strength of soul guide technology dominate the future? The answer to this question will be revealed today by two teams, each with an average age of less than 15 years. As the 7 members of the Tang Sect donned in crisp, dark green uniforms emerged from the players' tunnel, a thunderous wave of cheers nearly lifted the very dome of the square. Shrek! Shrek! Tang Sect! Tang Sect shall prevail! Countless flags waved from the stands, converging into a vast sea of green. Having endured a series of battles that defied all expectations, Tang Sect, previously an obscure team, had earned the respect and fervent support of all through their prowess. They represented Shrek, and more importantly, embodied a miracle. Lin Feng walked at the forefront of the team, his demeanor serene, as if the surrounding clamor bore no relevance to him. His gaze calmly swept over the stands, passing over the spectators flushed with excitement, and ultimately landed on the opposing team that was gradually making its entrance. The Sun and Moon team. They wore striking silver uniforms, adorned with the emblem of the Sun and Moon Empire embroidered in gold thread, exuding both a sense of advanced technology and an air of intimidation. Leading the way was their captain, Xiao Hongchen. He retained his nonchalant demeanor, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Yet the depths of his golden eyes sparkled with an unprecedented seriousness and sharpness. Beside him, his sister, Ming Hongchun, donned a white gown, her expression icy, reminiscent of a snow lotus growing amidst ancient ice, beautiful yet deadly. The two teams confronted each other at the center of the arena, a distance of 10 meters separating them in a tense standoff. In that fleeting moment, the cacophony of the square seemed to be drained by an invisible force. All eyes were fixated on these 14 young souls, aware that the moment which would determine the continent's future for the next century was imminent. Lin Feng. Xiao Hongchun broke the silence, his voice not loud, yet resonating clearly throughout the venue through his soul power. I must admit, you are the most extraordinary opponent I have ever encountered. Your theories, your tactics, indeed, are quite intriguing. He employed the word intriguing with an air of condescension. Lin Feng merely smiled faintly in response. You flatter me. Your soul guide devices are indeed quite extravagant. A chuckle escaped from Xiao Xiao and Jiang Nan on the Tang Sect side, unable to contain their amusement. Even Bei Bei, typically stern, allowed a slight smile to grace his lips. A simple remark, yet it acted like a precise scalpel, instantly peeling away the opulent facade of the Sun and Moon Academy, revealing the essence built upon a foundation of golden soul coins. Xiao Hongchen's smile momentarily stiffened before returning to its natural state. He gazed deeply at Lin Feng and declared, verbal sparring is futile. Today here, under the witness of the entire continent, I shall prove one thing to all. His voice suddenly rose, brimming with undeniable arrogance and confidence. An antiquated and outdated era belonging to soul masters will be brought to an end by our own hands today. Henceforth, the dominion of the continent shall belong to soul guide technology, and we, the Sun and Moon Empire, shall be the sole sovereign of this new era. Boom. This declaration detonated like a bomb amidst the crowd. Countless supporters of Shrek erupted in furious roars, while the envoys and supporters from the Sun and Moon Empire erupted in fervent cheers. This was a declaration of war, a proclamation of a new era against the old. In the face of such an audacious declaration, Lin Feng merely shook his head calmly. You are mistaken, Xiao Hongchun. His voice was not loud, yet it possessed a penetrating power that clearly drowned out all the cacophony around them. The era of soul masters you speak of is indeed nearing its end. However, the era of soul guides you envision shall never truly arrive. Lin Feng's gaze swept over Xiao Hongchun and the haughty members of the Sun and Moon team behind him, ultimately resting upon the colossal broadcasting soul guide suspended above the square, a testament to the pinnacle of soul guide technology. From the very beginning, you have embarked upon a misguided path. You place blind faith in the power of tools while neglecting the essence of those who wield them. You pursue the precision of data yet overlook the souls that underpin it. You believe that with a more advanced spear and a sturdier shield, victory in war is assured. Yet you have never considered that the dimensions determining the outcome of battle lie beyond the battlefield itself. Today, we of Tang Sect stand here not to defend the glory of a bygone era, but to proclaim to all Lin Feng stepped forward. An invisible but overwhelming aura emanating from him, merging with the entirety of the Tang Sect team. The true future belongs neither solely to soul masters nor to soul guides. It belongs only to those who can perceive the world's essence and unify all forces, the true wielders. And we are the future. If Xiao Hongchen's declaration represented the arrogance of a newly crowned king, then Lin Feng's response was a dimensional strike from a higher realm. He did not engage in a debate over the strength of soul masters versus soul guides. Rather, he transcended this framework, standing at the height of a wielder. Pronouncing the death sentence of the Sun and Moon Empire's ideology, Xiao Hongchen's pupils constricted in shock. For the first time, he realized how superficial his proud ideology appeared before the other. Well said indeed. In the Sea God Pavilion, Elder Xian slammed the table, his face flushed with excitement. This young man perceives the continental landscape of millennia to come. In the judges' seats, Emperor Xingluo's eyes sparkled with intrigue. This final match, yet to commence, had already transcended the mere concept of victory or defeat. The dialogue between the captains on the competition stage had escalated the clash of ideologies to its zenith. In the air, the spirit of battle and the aura of slaughter intertwined, nearly solidifying into a tangible essence. The judge took a deep breath, raised his right hand high, and with all his might, brought it down with a decisive motion. The Grand Spirit Master Academy Soul Fighting Competition of the entire continent, the final match. Shrek Academy's Tang Sect team versus the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy's Sun and Moon team. The contest begins. As the final words fell, a fateful confrontation that would determine the end and beginning of an era officially commenced. Chapter 78, The Battle of the Heart. The unsolvable martial soul fusion technique. The affection of the world. The moment the judge uttered the word begin, the air on the competition stage seemed to freeze for an instant. There was no probing, no circumlocution, and certainly no dazzling exchanges of soul-guiding devices. The battle, in a manner that exceeded everyone's expectations, plunged directly into the heart of the conflict within a mere 0.01 seconds. The insightful eye, internal circulation mode, activated. Lin Feng's voice resonated within the minds of all Tang Sect members. Huo Yuhao's mental power had long been primed, akin to an invisible net, enveloping the 7 participants in an instant. A dizzying array of complex data streams surged through each individual's mental ocean: muscle reactions, soul power output, opponent distance, humidity of the air, Everything was incorporated into a terrifyingly coordinated computation. This was the most formidable battle stance of the Tang Sect. However, just as they completed their tactical link and prepared to unleash a thunderous strike, the opposing duo, Xiao Hongqian and Meng Hongqian, made their move. Their actions were not swift. One could even describe them as somewhat artistic. The siblings simultaneously extended their right hands toward one another. There were no earth-shattering fluctuations of soul power, no resplendent light of martial souls, and not even soul rings were summoned. They merely stood there quietly, palms pressed together. A peculiar smile curled at the corner of Xiao Hongqian's lips, a smile that exuded an air of omnipotence, akin to that of a deity. A rare flicker of compassion appeared on Meng Hongqian's cold visage, as if observing a flock of unsuspecting lambs about to step into paradise. Now was the moment. Lin Feng's pupils abruptly constricted, and a mental roar echoed through the team channel. It is the affection of the world. Yuhao, mental guardian, activate. Without needing further prompting. The instant the siblings' palms made contact, Huo Yuhao felt an overwhelming sense of lethal threat. It was an indescribable fluctuation of soul power, unlike any known attack, lacking sharpness, devoid of malice, and even the slightest hint of hostility was absent. It resembled a gentle spring breeze, a warm ray of sunshine, a tender lullaby, softly yet forcefully permeating through every pore and thought. Mental guardian. Huo Yuhao's mental ocean surged instantaneously, and the mental seeds that had been prepared detonated within the minds of his 6 companions. Golden barriers, composed purely of mental energy, rapidly formed around the consciousness core of each individual. This was the first and most crucial line of defense preordained by Lin Feng. Yet, what transpired next plunged Huo Yuhao into an icy abyss. The gentle, pink energy ripples emanated from the point where Xiao Hongqian and Meng Hongqian's palms met, spreading like ripples on water. It disregarded distance, ignored soul power defenses, and even overlooked the mental barrier that Huo Yuhao had constructed with all his might. The pink ripples, akin to sunlight penetrating through glass, effortlessly and unobstructedly enveloped each member of the Tang Sect, gently shrouding them in a golden spiritual guardian. There were no explosions, no impacts. Everything transpired silently. In the stands, 100,000 spectators remained bewildered, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. To their eyes, the match commenced with both teams merely positioning themselves, followed by the captain and vice-captain of the Sun and Moon Academy clasping hands, after which all members of the Tang Sect stood frozen. Indeed, they were entranced. Just a moment ago, the 7 members of Tang Sect brimmed with fighting spirit, radiating an aura of formidable synergy. In this instant, it was as if they had collectively been pressed on pause. Bei's resolute demeanor vanished, replaced by a warm smile of release. Su Sancher's taut lips gradually relaxed, his gaze becoming dreamy and blissful, as if beholding the most exquisite scenery of his life. He, along with Kai Tu, Xiao Xiao, and Jiang Nan, wore expressions strikingly uniform, embodying a profound, untainted joy. They remained standing, still poised for battle, yet their spirits seemed to have been siphoned away in that fleeting moment. What was happening? Why had the match ceased? What were they engaged in? Was this the strategy of Shrek Academy? A sense of disquiet began to permeate the audience. Meanwhile, in the VIP section and the Sea God Pavilion, all the elite warriors collectively fell silent, their faces etched with unprecedented horror and fear. Mental assault. A widespread collective spiritual attack. Elder Xian's voice trembled, recognizing the highest level of immersive illusion. Good heavens, how could this be possible? Typical mental attacks, no matter how potent, always exhibit fluctuations in soul power. Yet that previous move was as elusive as the horns of an antelope, leaving no trace. It bypassed all conventional defenses, directly impacting the heart. Heart-striking. This was the true essence of heart-striking techniques. Elder Mu murmured, his aged eyes filled with gravity. On the competition stage, the only one barely clinging to clarity was Huo Yuhao. Yet even he could only maintain a semblance of lucidity. When the pink energy enveloped him, he felt as if he were immersed in the warmest of hot springs. An irresistible wave of happiness surged from the depths of his soul, washing over every facet of his consciousness. He beheld visions, his mother's gentle smile, free from cough or pain, healthy and preparing a sumptuous feast for him. He witnessed those who had once tormented him in the Duke's mansion, now kneeling before him in humble repentance. Dai Huabin's distorted face was filled with terror. He saw no, this was not right. This was an illusion. Lin Feng's warning, the awakening command implanted before the match, reverberated in his mind like a thunderclap. Exploding in his consciousness, Huo Yu, in a sudden burst of desperation, bit down on his tongue, the sharp pain instantly granting him a fleeting grasp on consciousness. He laboriously raised his head, and in his vision, the world transformed into a tender shade of pink. The joyous faces of his teammates appeared vividly, so genuine yet painfully bright. Wake up, awaken. He attempted to cry out through the team channel, only to find his mental strength ensnared as if in a quagmire, rendering even the simplest communication impossible. That gentle energy enveloped him like countless soft hands, soothing and dragging him inexorably towards the abyss known as happiness. It is over. The voice of Xiao Hongqian drifted in, imbued with a languid triumph and contentment. He and Meng Hongqian slowly released their grip and walked side by side towards the members of the Tang Sect. Their steps were leisurely, akin to a stroll in their own backyard. Do not struggle, Huo Yuhao. I am aware of your formidable mental prowess, yet the allure of the world is inescapable. It does not assault your will. It merely embraces your desires. No one can refuse happiness, can they? Xiao Hongquan halted within 5 meters of the Tang Sect members, extending his arms like an actor poised to take a final bow, proclaiming to the world in a tone filled with tragic compassion, within this realm of mortal dust, you shall find fulfillment. And then, in the most blissful dreamscape, what awaits you is the end. At the moment his words fell silent, the other 5 members of the Sun and Moon team sprang into action. 5 beams of soul-guided energy, glimmering with lethal coldness, converged from 5 distinct angles, locking onto the 5 members of the Tang Sect ensnared in their illusions. There was no defense, no evasion. Bei Bei, Su Sanshi, Kai Tu, Xiao Xiao, Jiang Nannan. They remained ensconced in their dreams, utterly oblivious to the impending doom. A dead end. A thoroughly hopeless, irretrievable dead end. At that instant, the entire Star Luo Plaza fell into a deathly silence. All the spectators supporting Shrek watched in horror, their hearts seemingly gripped by an invisible hand, rendering them breathless. It is finished. Is the legend of Shrek, the miracle of the Tang Sect, to conclude in such a serene manner? Chapter 79, The Inferno of Inner Demons. The softest grave in every heart. Time appeared to stretch infinitely at that moment, as the 5 lethal soul-guided rays were poised to engulf the members of the Tang Sect. The world, through countless eyes, seemed to fracture into 2 utterly distinct realms. The realm of reality was cold, brutal, and heralded imminent death. Yet, the realm of the spirit was warm, joyful, and an eternal slumber of dreams. Bei Bei's dream was golden. He stood before a majestic palace, its plaque adorned with the elegant script, Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon. No longer a ruin, no longer a legend, but a veritable splendor. Countless clansmen bowed before him, their eyes filled with fervent reverence. His grandfather, the venerable elder who devoted his life to the revival of their sect, now beamed with pride as he patted his shoulder, his voice resonating like a bell. Excellent, truly splendid. From this day forth, you shall be the 4th generation patriarch of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. He beheld the scene, the sect's banner once again fluttering majestically over Heaven Do City. He envisioned Tanya, adorned in a flowing red gown, approaching him with a charming smile, softly calling him husband. He saw it all, everything he had ever yearned for in life. The immense burden of reviving the sect, the guilt and longing for Xiaoya, all the weight pressing upon his heart dissipated in that moment. He had never felt so unburdened, so complete. The threats from the outside world, the challenges that lay ahead, what were they? In this golden sea of happiness, nothing else mattered. He longed to immerse himself in this bliss forever, until the end of time. Su Sanshi's dream was one of warmth. There were no grandiose epics, no accolades from the masses, only a small, lakeside courtyard. In that courtyard, Jiang Nannan sat on a swing, the gentle breeze caressing her long hair, sunlight illuminating her serene profile, rendering her breathtakingly beautiful. Her modestly rounded belly radiated maternal glow. As she saw him approach, she playfully glared at him. Sanshi, where have you been running off to again? Come here, the baby just kicked me. Su Sanshi felt his heart melting. He walked over, carefully crouching down to press his ear against Jiang Nannan's belly. The strong, rhythmic heartbeat resonated like the most exquisite music in the world. He no longer needed to feign nonchalance, nor worry about the backlash of his lineage, or fear losing her. What he had longed for, from the very beginning, was simply the scenery before him, hand in hand, growing old together. It was enough, truly enough. If this were the end of life, how wonderful it would be. Keitu's dream was suffused with the aroma of food. In a spacious, brightly lit kitchen, his parents, alive and well, donned aprons, smiles illuminating their faces as they prepared a birthday feast for him. His father was no longer the stern heir of the culinary god, and his mother had shed her anxious demeanor. They were just ordinary parents, overflowing with love for their child. Kaitu, try your father's newly researched Buddha jumps over the wall. This time, the timing is absolutely perfect. Silly child, eat slowly, no one is competing with you. The warm candlelight, delectable dishes, and the loving gazes of his parents. Everything mirrored that unforgettable afternoon in his deepest memories, a time he could never return to. He laid down his soul guide, relinquished his hatred, and cast aside the burdens of the past. He transformed back into that foolish boy who only knew how to grin and cherished his parents' embrace. How wonderful it was. If only he could remain here forever. Xiao Zhao's dream was one of recognition. She simultaneously unleashed the 3 lives soul rescue cauldron and the 9 phoenixes flute, 2 utterly disparate powers merging flawlessly in her hands, resonating a symphony that reverberated through heaven and earth. Below, all the instructors of Shrek Academy, including Elder Xian and Elder Mu, rose in applause, their gazes filled with admiration. Jiang Nannan's dream was one of freedom. She was no longer a mere vessel for the Xuanwu Turtle clan, no longer shackled by the fate of her sect. Together with Su Sanshi, they flitted about like carefree birds, traversing every corner of the continent and beholding all the wonders of the world. Each individual descended into the softest, sweetest grave within their hearts. The allure of worldly attachments is most terrifying not for the illusions it creates, but for the authentic answers it reveals to each soul. It never imposes, it merely aids in realizing one's deepest desires. It whispers to you, cease your struggles, abandon your battles. All that you seek lies right here. This is an ultimate conspiracy that dismantles your will to fight at the very essence of your being. Ha 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 ha. Observing the blissful, entranced expressions on the faces of the Tang Sect members, Xiao Hongquan could not suppress his laughter. His laughter was imbued with the sweet taste of victory. mingled with a barely perceptible sorrow, for he knew that in this world, no one could resist the seductive pull of worldly attachments. Not even himself. It must end. His gaze hardened as he issued his final command. The 5 soul-guided rays were already within striking distance. The terrifying energy contained within the light caused the ground of the arena to begin melting and cracking. It was over. The words echoed in the hearts of all. In the Sea God Pavilion, Elder Xian was prepared to act recklessly to save lives, even at the risk of being rebuffed by the rules. He could not bear to witness the fall of Shrek's most exceptional talents in a millennium. However, at that critical moment, when despair engulfed everyone, an unprecedented change occurred. The one figure still standing on the precipice of reality and illusion, struggling fiercely, Huo Yuhao, suddenly erupted with a radiance entirely distinct from before. It was not the light of soul power, nor that of spiritual energy. It was a light of unparalleled clarity and purity, as if it emanated from another realm. In that instant, a phantom, imbued with endless majesty and the weight of ages, quietly materialized behind Huo Yuhao, wielding a golden trident. Who dares to touch my pawn? Chapter 80, The Anchor Point of Despair. The final awakening beneath the divine light. The phantom bearing the trident appeared without warning, yet it seemed to carry an innate, supreme authority that transcended all rules of this world. As it manifested, the entire star Luo square, and indeed the very heavens, dimmed in its presence. Time appeared to freeze, and space seemed to wail. The 5 soul-guiding rays, potent enough to melt gold and iron, abruptly halted less than half a meter away from the Tang Sect members, only to shatter piece by piece, transforming into the most primordial elements of light, and dissipating into nothingness. The 5 assault team members of the Sun and Moon battle team, as if struck by thunder, simultaneously coughed up blood, their faces paling instantly. Their soul-guiding core had been shattered under the incomprehensible pressure they had just encountered. What power is this? The smile on Xiaohongkin's face froze entirely, replaced by an unprecedented horror and a tremor that resonated from the depths of his soul. The martial soul fusion technique he proudly wielded, red dust affection, began to dissolve rapidly like snow under the blazing sun the moment that ethereal shadow appeared. That gentle, all-pervasive pink energy was being forcibly dispersed by a superior and more domineering will. The presence of a deity. In the Sea God Pavilion, Old Moose suddenly rose from his wheelchair, exclaiming in shock. The holy dragon martial soul within him trembled uncontrollably. A primal instinct of submission to the supreme being emanating from the depths of his bloodline. Yet, at this moment, Huo Yuhao was wholly oblivious to the external turmoil. His entire focus was consumed in the struggle against red dust affection, just as he was on the brink of being entirely engulfed by the abyss known as happiness. Lin Feng's pre-match reminder echoed in his soul like a resounding bell at dawn. If even you are ensnared in an illusion, trust your intuition. Your deepest desires will guide you. What is the deepest desire? Is it to revive his mother? Is it to take vengeance on Dai Huabin? No, it is neither. In the instant consciousness was about to fade, a thought, like lightning piercing through darkness, illuminated his entire mental ocean. His deepest desire was to catch up with that person's footsteps, to stand side by side with him and witness the real world he spoke of. It was to become stronger, stronger than anyone else, strong enough to control his own destiny, strong enough to protect all those who are significant to him, strong enough to break free from this damned divine chessboard. Boom! This thought, ignited by Lin Feng and already ablaze in the depths of his heart, merged completely with his indomitable will at that moment. And in that instant, the long-dormant gift from another world within him was entirely detonated. The golden trident mark, a fragment of divine consciousness from the god King Tang San, was meant to pave the way for him, ensuring that this pawn could grow smoothly. However, the god king, in all his calculations, had overlooked one crucial detail. He could not foresee that Lin Feng's emergence had already sown a seed named truth in Huo Yuhao's heart. At this moment, as Huo Yuhao erupted with a fervent desire to break free from the illusion, relying solely on his will rather than the guidance of his spiritual consciousness, this passive consciousness responded instinctively. Sensing the imminent crisis of losing control over its pawn, it instinctively unleashed its power, attempting to rectify this deviation and extricate Huo Yuhao from the entanglements of the mortal realm. Thus, a breathtaking scene unfolded, as awe-inspiring as a divine manifestation. Now, the arrival of the spiritual consciousness, though unexpected,